Family, who understands? Less than a day after I transformed into Naruto, I was confronted face to face by a ghostly face, scaring me so much that I blurted out some traditional Chinese exclamations. This all started when I opened my eyes as Naruto. I set a flag for freedom, refused to let the third Hokage take advantage of me while fishing, and in despair, I unexpectedly learned my father's jutsu in a dream, then embarked on my journey to become stronger. Let me tell you, I was so shocked at that moment. Everything was pitch black in front of me, and suddenly, a ghostly face larger than my own was right in front of me. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. Without thinking, I shouted, "What the hell? Who is it? Who used the Reaper Death Seal on me?" Family, who understands? I had just crossed over for less than a day, and I hadn't even had a hot meal yet, and now I was about to be taken away? This whole thing started from when I opened my eyes. I had just pulled an all-nighter to catch up on sleep, but when I woke up, my goodness, I felt like I'd been run over by a dump truck 300 times. Everything hurt. I wanted to shout, but my throat felt like I had swallowed razor blades. I couldn't say a word. Just when I was feeling frustrated, a girl in a nurse's outfit came over, looked me up and down, and said something in Japanese that left me dumbfounded. The nine-tailed fox has awakened. Nine-tailed fox. An island country? Did I just get transported internationally while taking a nap? As I was in a daze, the ward door opened, and in walked someone wearing a green vest with a scar on his nose. As soon as I saw him, my heart sank. Isn't that Irika? I looked down at my hands, which were small and tender, then turned to see my reflection in the window. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and 6 whisker marks on my face. Who could have this kind of luck? I had become Naruto. I had turned into that early village outcast, the later village's hope, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika kindly asked how I was feeling, and I waved my hand. "Don't talk, I'm a bit confused. Let me die, I know, let me sort things out." Goodness, crossing over is quite exhilarating, escaping the 996 work life. But the downside is I become Naruto, that unlucky kid who relied on expired milk for meals during childhood and was shouted at by everyone when he went out. How am I supposed to live like this? No, I'm not that naive fool. Right then, I set a flag for myself. To hell with the peace of the ninja world, to hell with village bonds. I have only one goal in this life: freedom. I will live by my own will, and no one can PUA me. After figuring this out, I fell asleep. The next time I woke up, it was because I was hungry, the hospital didn't provide food, and my pockets were emptier than my face. I had no choice but to rely on Naruto's meager memories, making my way to the small river by the village, ready to survive in the wilderness. You wouldn't believe it, but this body was quite nimble, and in no time I caught 2 big fat fish. Just as I was roasting the fish, the delicious aroma wafted out, and my mouth was watering. But before I could take my first bite, an old man popped out of the bushes, pipe in mouth, and sat down next to me with a smile. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. This old man was not polite at all. He immediately asked, "Naruto, having a meal? Can you give Grandpa one?" I was furious. Why should I give you the fish I worked hard to catch? Without saying a word, I picked up 2 fish and took a big bite from the fattiest part right in front of him. Want a freeload? No way. The old man was stunned and tried to play the emotional card, saying something like, "Grandpa is old and hungry," but I shot back, "Go to hell." After eating my fill, I turned to leave and went back to Naruto's shabby, little black room that looked like it had been through war. Looking at the environment, I became more determined. I needed a golden finger. System? System daddy? Open sesame? I shouted for over 10 minutes until my throat was almost hoarse, but there was no response at all. It's over and done for. How am I supposed to survive in this world of gods fighting without a system? Am I really going to have to learn how to make Rasengan from Jiraiya and then be chased around by the Akatsuki? I don't want that. Just when I was about to faint from despair, I fell asleep again. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. I was confronted by that Grim Reaper face, and, at first, I really thought it was the third Hokage using the Reaper Death Seal on me, scaring me to death. But as I calmed down and thought it through, something was off. When the Reaper Death Seal is activated, the caster's soul should be in front. But in front of this Grim Reaper, it was completely empty, nothing at all. Moreover, I noticed 2 shiny glass spheres floating in front of his chest. Curious, I leaned in to take a look. One sphere contained a red and black fox that was sleeping, the other held a blonde handsome guy, also asleep. Isn't this the Nine Tails and my cheap dad, forever with his sister? Gathering my courage, I poked the sphere containing Minato. The moment I did, I swear it was like plugging a USB into a computer. Suddenly, his entire lifetime of memories, shadow clones, flying thunder god, Rasengan, and all sorts of amazing sealing techniques downloaded into my brain like a torrent. What an unexpected surprise. Everything was ready, just lacking chakra. Fortunately, there was also a method for refining it. I immediately sat cross-legged and began to fiddle with it according to the method in my memory. You wouldn't believe it, I could really feel it. A warm current was flowing around in my body. Is this chakra? I was excited, but then everything went black, and I woke up. I touched my stomach, and that feeling of chakra was still there. This isn't a dream. I really freeloaded my dad's lifetime of ninja techniques. I wanted to try Shadow Clone right away, but my stomach growled louder than I did. All right, the world is vast, but food comes first. Fortunately, I still had a few packs of instant noodles at home. I hastily dealt with one, and just as I was about to head out, the door was pushed open, and Irika's big face appeared again. Naruto, what time is it, and you're still not going to school? He yelled as soon as he came in. I thought we weren't that familiar, so I replied, Irika, call me teacher. Goodness, he slapped the top of my head with a chop. I was furious, not because he hit me, but because of the look in his eyes, the unabashed contempt and disgust. I knew his parents died in the Ninetales incident. He hated me. I coldly asked him, what do you want? Without saying a word, he grabbed my arm and dragged me to school. Along the way, the villagers and shopkeepers looked at me like I was a walking piece of trash, whispering, the demon fox is out. Why not lock him up? It would be better if he died. Even an aunt said her diarrhea today was my fault. I was really laughing in anger. This blame was so unreasonable. How did the Naruto in the anime forgive these brainless people? I certainly couldn't do it. When we arrived at school, Irika pushed me into my seat and started lecturing about his will of fire. I wanted on listening to it. What a load of nonsense. I just laid my head on the desk and fell asleep. I slept until school was over, ignored everyone, and headed straight for that little creek from yesterday. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. 10 of me appeared in front of me. I instructed these 10 clones to practice tree climbing, concentrating chakra on their feet. At first, it was a disaster. They kept falling like dumplings. But shadow clones are amazing. The experience is shared, and before long, I could hang upside down on a branch. Just as I was admiring the upside-down world, the third Hokage showed up again. Here you are, little brother. I greeted him. The old man stared at me, hanging upside down, his eyes wide open, probably thinking this kid is a genius. He cleared his throat and began to question me. Naruto, who is teaching you to train? My dad, I answered crisply. The old man was choked by the smoke, coughing for a long time before recovering, and asked, your father? Where did you see him? I told him about what happened in my dream, half true and half false, and specifically described the way Watergate was dressed. I even added, all right, he also said, it seems that the third Hokage has concealed something. I asked, Grandpa, what have you concealed? As soon as I said this, the old man's face instantly stiffened, and he began to cough again. He tried to brush me off by saying he would tell me when I grew up. Does he think I'm a 3-year-old? However, my tactic of shaking the mountain to scare the tiger clearly worked. The old man was probably afraid that Watergate really left something behind, and that it would be bad if he angered me. So he immediately changed his attitude, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Naruto, come on, Grandpa will treat you to a big meal. And what was this so-called big meal? Just a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Fine, at least I got something to eat. I polished off 7 bowls in one go, leaving my belly round and full. After the meal, the old man surprisingly didn't send me back to that shabby house, but took me to a brand new apartment building. The place was spacious and bright, with a double bed and a big refrigerator, 100 times better than that doghouse. Before leaving, the old man pretended to remind me to find him if I needed anything. I replied, got it, while thinking, shouldn't this have been given to me earlier? The next day, I woke up naturally and took out milk and bread from the fridge filled with ingredients, enjoying a nice meal. Then, with a bang, I created a shadow clone. You go to school. Once the clone left, I lay on the sofa and started planning. My current goal was clear, to become stronger and then relax. I created 10 shadow clones at home to study the complex sealing techniques left by my father. Then I went to the creek and created another 25. 10 practiced walking on water, 10 practiced ninjutsu, and 5 are responsible for logistics like cooking fish for me when I got hungry. As for my main body, I began the most basic physical training running. Chakra is fundamental, but stamina is equally important. I ran around the village, lap after lap, until I was drenched in sweat and my legs felt as heavy as lead. They're still encouraging each other. The main body will be fine. After all, he has the Vortex bloodline and the Ninetales power bank. Let him break through his limits. They don't know that not far away in a tree, Kakashi is silently observing me with his dead fish eyes. I estimate that he must be wondering, this kid clearly knows he is the son of the 4th Hokage and could be a rich 2nd generation. Why is he working so hard? There's something to be said for listening to advice. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage is holding a crystal ball, watching with great interest. What's inside the crystal ball is not intelligence from the village, but a live broadcast from a women's bathhouse. I see him staring with wide eyes, his mouth almost stretching to his ears, mumbling to himself, oh so big. My goodness, this bounce. Oh my goodness. This old man is simply a living textbook for your regrets. Just as he was about to drool, a voice suddenly came from outside the office door. Rijan. You old fool. What are you doing barging into my office in the middle of the night? I was looking at the scenery with a crystal ball when I turned around and, wow, it scared me. That old man Danzo was standing behind me like a ghost, emanating the decayed smell all over. It was just unbelievable. I forced myself to stay calm and asked him, Danzo, when did you come in? Didn't you knock? Guess what he said? He said he did knock. Fine, I'll take your word for it. I cleared my throat and asked him what he wanted. He was quite blunt, getting straight to the point. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki can use Shadow Clone and Daybreak. Don't you owe me an explanation? Wow, that really fired me up. I lifted my head, my gaze sharp as a knife. Danzo, are you questioning me? To my surprise, this old guy wasn't scared of me at all. He stood his ground and argued back. Daybreak, you know very well that the nine-tails Jinchuriki can't be allowed to get into trouble. Hand him over to me, and I can train him to be the strongest weapon in the village. I'm really angry and amused at the same time. I told him, enough. He is the son of Watergate. I can't hand Naruto over to you. You'll regret it. I'm the Hokage. I shot back at him with just one sentence. That old man turned green with anger, snorted, and slammed the door as he left. I watched his disappearing figure and then shifted my gaze back to the crystal ball, looking at Naruto, who was desperately training inside. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. Sigh, I can only trust this kid for now. On the other hand, Naruto was clear as day in his mind. He wasn't worried at all about Danzo being able to do anything to him. After all, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as his good friend, should know about his little schemes, right? I definitely have to protect Naruto. So, Naruto could rest easy and continue to train hard. As a result, the next day, I showed up at his door. Naruto, I can imagine Naruto cursing in his heart. Damn it, old Sarutobi, why are you here again? I entered the room, rambling on about a bunch of nonsense, and then got to the point, asking him, Naruto, have you made any new friends at school recently? Friends? Goodness, Naruto almost forgot about that. His shadow clones went to school just to sleep and clock in. When would they have time for socializing? Besides, who would want to be friends with him? His childhood was all about loneliness. Thinking of this, Naruto immediately started acting, looking sad as he said to me, Grandpa, you know, nobody likes me. I quickly gave him some encouragement. How could that be? There will definitely be people who accept you. Who? You have to find them yourself. Where should I look? Isn't there a lot of them at school? As soon as Naruto heard this, he understood immediately. I was making it clear, you must go to school tomorrow. He guessed that I would definitely give a heads up to those families to encourage their kids to approach him. Although this would disrupt his training plan, he thought about it and realized that training couldn't be rushed. Look at Lily next door. He was just blindly training before meeting Kai, purely self-destructive training. His body was almost worn out. So, having a good teacher is crucial. All right then, going to school it is. Making more friends means more opportunities. After figuring this out, Naruto obediently promised me, don't worry, Grandpa, I'll go to school tomorrow. The next day, Naruto really went to school. During class, he didn't sleep, but he also didn't pay attention. Let me tell you, the curriculum at the ninja school is simply indescribable. In ninjutsu class, they kept repeating those 3 body techniques. Naruto was already bored of them. As for the academic subjects, they were filled with the will of fire. All in classical Japanese. What good would that do? To take an exam? The most absurd was the history class. Good heavens, that wasn't history at all. It was my personal biography, the memoirs of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The whole thing was just bragging about how amazing I was, calling me the strongest Hokage. What a loss of face. As for the founding elders of the Uchiha and Senju clans, their achievements? Sorry, not a word about them. Naruto concluded. This school is just a pure cannon fodder production line. However, to be fair, even though the classes were boring, the school gathered all the kids from Konoha, making it a great place to make friends. Naruto didn't need to pull pranks to grab attention like before. He now had a clear goal, specifically looking for people he could get along with. He scanned the room and locked onto his targets. Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Ino, and his fateful rival, Sasuke Uchiha. The first few would definitely not be stopped by their parents. As for Sasuke, even though he was a total tsundere, he wasn't a bad guy and could be friends. As for Hinata, Sai, this girl had a crush on him, but the problem was she fainted all the time. How could they communicate? But Naruto was also curious. Could she really faint just from touching? He thought he'd try it later. As for Sakura and Ino, they were just pure face worshippers. And Naruto couldn't be bothered with them. Alright, he had to meet Little Lee. Maybe he could get in touch with Guy through him. As soon as the bell rang, Naruto casually walked over to Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, strutting like a boss. The whole classroom exploded. Oh no. He asked going to trouble Shikamaru. They're going to fight. Quick, call the teacher. What happened? Shikamaru just raised an eyebrow, looking annoyed, and asked, what is up? Naruto grinned and extended his hand. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, I want to be friends. The whole class was stunned, jaws dropping in disbelief. Shikamaru was also taken aback. Why me? Because you seem different from the others. Shikamaru stared into Naruto's eyes for a long time, realizing the kid's gaze was clear and genuine. In fact, his dad had already informed him last night to get to know Naruto. Shikamaru initially thought it would be a hassle, but now he found it quite interesting. He sighed, displaying his signature annoyance. Ugh, what a bother. Is that not okay? No, ime Shikamaru nara. Shikamaru stood up and shook Naruto's hand. Choji, seeing this, immediately rushed over. Mouth full of chips. Since you're a friend with Shikamaru, you're my friend too. Em Hoji Akimichi. Just like that, Naruto quickly bonded with Shikamaru and Choji, chatting excitedly. The surrounding classmates were dumbfounded. Their parents had warned them to stay away from Naruto. Only Hinata, sitting in the corner, looked on with envy. She wanted to join, but her damned shyness kicked in. Every time she saw Naruto, her heart raced, and her face turned red to the point of brain freeze. This time, seeing Naruto so proactive, Hinata decided to give a shot. She gritted her teeth, stood up from her seat, took a deep breath, and just as she was about to step forward, her mind started racing with images of what would happen next, and before she knew it, everything went black, and she fell straight down. Hinata, what happened to you? Quick, go call the teacher. Naruto looked at the fainted Hinata, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Does anyone understand? This girl's fainting skills are truly maxed out. He even began to suspect that Hinata might be malnourished or have low blood sugar. Not far away, Sasuke glanced over, then turned his head away proudly, feeling incredibly envious but refusing to say anything. At that moment, Sakura, Ino, and the other infatuated girls surrounded them. Sasuke was annoyed and shouted, "Shut up! Get away from me!" The girls, pumped with excitement, responded, "Wow, sabe con tal kit torstaime." Naruto shook his head. They're really too mature for their age. Shikamaru looked disdainful. Women are just troublesome. Choji offered a bag of chips. Not as good as my snacks. Want some? Before long, it was time to go home. After saying goodbye to Shikamaru and Choji, Naruto wandered around the school vicinity alone. He wasn't just wandering. He was waiting for someone. Sure enough, after a short while, he heard a familiar yet strange voice. 893. 894? Damn it. If I can't finish 1,000 sit-ups, I'll be punished with 1,000 squats. Following the voice, Naruto found a boy with a watermelon head, dressed in a green jumpsuit, torturing himself. Yes, it was Rock Lee. Naruto walked over and greeted him. Hey bro. Little Lee jumped. Who are you? I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm Rock Lee. Are you here to train too? Yeah. Do you also not know ninjutsu like me? Not exactly. I just want to work on my physique. Want to join me? Sure. Let's work hard together. And so, Naruto began his devilish training journey with Little Lee. During the day, he made friends at school, and at night, he trained relentlessly with Little Lee. But honestly, Little Lee's training method was purely reckless. After a few days, Naruto couldn't take it anymore. Hey, can we change the training method? No way, Naruto-kun. For our dreams, we must work twice as hard. That's not what I meant. I meant a more scientific approach. Follow me. At that moment, hidden in the bushes, Kakashi and Guy were squatting, looking at the two kids' backs in confusion. Where are these two going? Eventually, Naruto led Little Lee to a large waterfall. This was a treasure spot Naruto had discovered earlier. Without a word, he stripped down to his underwear and charged under the waterfall, taking a horse stance. The water crashing down felt like being hit with a hammer. Little Lee, seeing this, got fired up and rushed in as well. You wouldn't believe it. This method was incredibly effective. The two of them persisted under the waterfall, and when they couldn't hold on anymore, they switched to push-ups and sit-ups until they both collapsed, fainting from exhaustion. Just as they fell, Kakashi and Guy appeared. Guy smiled brightly at Kakashi, showing his big white teeth. Kakashi, you're here too. Kakashi completely ignored him, picked up Naruto, and disappeared with a body flicker technique. Guy smiled, picked up Lee, and vanished as well. The next day, both of them woke up without thinking much, assuming that the other had carried them home. In the following days, they trained hard under the waterfall every night. Naruto made rapid progress, his body becoming stronger. But Lee was struggling. No matter how hard he trained, he didn't improve, often collapsing from exhaustion. Finally, one day, Lee was swept away by the waterfall again, and Naruto fought desperately to pull him back. Lee lay on the shore, crying in despair. Why? Why am I working so hard, but not getting anywhere? Naruto looked at him and suddenly noticed Lee's tattered clothes and his frail body, feeling a pang in his heart. Lee, what do you usually eat for your 3 meals? Just rice and wild vegetables and mushrooms I pick from the mountain. What about meat? Meat is too expensive. I can't afford it. Don't you eat fish? Fish? What can I find fish to eat? Goodness, mystery solved. All this time, it was malnutrition. Without protein intake for a long time, his body was depleted. It was no wonder he couldn't keep up with the intense training. In the anime, Lee also progressed rapidly after training with Guy and improving his diet. With this in mind, Naruto said, "Let's go, we're not training today. There are fish in this stream. I'll take you to have some meat." They caught fish and roasted them to eat, and after filling their stomachs, they trained again with immediate results. Lee was delighted to find that his strength and speed were finally starting to improve. All of this was observed by Guy, who was secretly watching. He grew to admire this dedicated boy more and more. A year later, Naruto and Lee's strength had significantly improved. Guy finally decided to take Lee as his disciple. That day, Lee went to the waterfall as usual, but was stopped on the way by a green figure. "I am the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy." Guy struck an extremely flamboyant pose. "What do you need from me? Lee, what is your dream? Even if I can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu, I want to become an excellent ninja through taijutsu." Upon hearing this, Guy instantly burst into tears and embraced Lee tightly. What a youthful dream this is. "From today on, I will be your teacher." "Oh, teacher Guy, Lee." Meanwhile, Naruto was still squatting at the bottom of the waterfall, puzzled and murmuring, "How strange. Why is Lee late today?" Naruto waited from dusk until midnight, but still didn't see Lee's shadow. Later, he found out that Lee had been intercepted by Guy and taken as a disciple. Naruto understood that Guy had no choice. The third Hokage was watching, and he couldn't easily approach him. "Sigh, looks like I'll have to rely on myself." Fortunately, the training under the waterfall had shown significant effects. Tonight was his last night here. After finishing his training, Naruto was just putting on his clothes and getting ready to leave when suddenly, with a loud splash, a shadow fell from the sky and landed directly in the water. Naruto instantly became alert. No one answered. After a while, a body slowly floated up. Naruto cautiously approached, and upon seeing the person's face, his heart sank. It was a young man, pale, with blood flowing from his eyes and the back of his head. When Naruto checked for a pulse, it was already cold. Strangely, why was his eye bleeding? Gathering his courage, Naruto pulled back the eyelid and gasped. There was nothing in the eye socket, the eyeball was gone. Looking at the familiar hairstyle, the tragic state, and the location of the fall, a name flashed in Naruto's mind. Could it be? He is Uchiha Shisui? Just then, he saw a small glowing sphere with a faint green light slowly appearing on Shisui's forehead, like a rare item dropping in a game. I was a bit careless at that moment, couldn't help myself, and reached out to lightly tap it. Wow, I heard a whoosh, and that green light shot into my body like a little missile. Before I could react, I felt a chill at the back of my neck, and then a hand struck me down, knocking me unconscious. Everything went dark. I didn't know anything anymore. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back in that dark place, the big black room where the Grim Reaper stood in front of me. However, this time it was a bit different. There was a glass ball in front of the Grim Reaper, and inside it was a shadowy figure. I leaned in to take a closer look, and wow, wasn't that the guy who just died? Jisue? I curiously touched the glass ball, and in the next second, I tell you, all of Shisui's life's misfortunes flooded into my mind, like watching short videos at double speed, triple speed, 8 times speed. By the end, I was numb, with just one feeling. Poor kid, you actually believe the big pie that old fox Danzo painted for you. Sigh, it's no wonder. He doesn't have anyone strong by his side, and Itachi still has to rely on him for protection. Wait, if Shisui is gone, doesn't that mean the Uchiha clan massacre night is about to begin? I sorted through this memory and finally understood it. The higher-ups in Konoha are afraid of the Uchiha, which simply means they're afraid of that pair of Manjiki Sharingan, thinking that once these people open their eyes, they'll go crazy and cause upheaval. It's laughable. The Uchiha clan is known for being love-struck. They only awaken their eyes when they've experienced heartbreak or lost a loved one. Who wouldn't go crazy in that situation? Look at Tsunade. After losing her man and brother, she went into a depression and became a gambling addict. After Niji's father died, he was like a hedgehog, attacking anyone who came near him. Why are they fixated on the Uchiha? It's pure prejudice. But as much as I want to complain, after watching Shisui's memories, what I envy the most is his body flicker technique. Shisui the body flicker. Come on, who understands how cool that name is? I have to learn it. But when I looked at the skill description, I was dumbfounded. This thing requires the Sharingan. Where am I supposed to get a Sharingan for you? Hey, wait a minute. I think I might be able to do it. I immediately closed my eyes and forced my chakra into my eyes. Damn, that feeling was like having chilly water in my eyes. It was both itchy and painful. When I opened my eyes again, the whole world felt like it had become high definition. But I couldn't see myself. Wait, I got it, shadow clone. I created a clone with a pop and let him take a look. The moment that guy saw my eyes, he completely froze. His mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg in it, looking like he had seen a ghost. Look at you. You must have gained some power, right? I asked him. The clone nodded like a robot, frantically. Quick, transform into a mirror for me. The clone made a seal, and in an instant, it turned into a super large floor mirror. I hurried over to take a look and wow, 3 Tomo Sharingan. So dazzlingly red. I'll become a member of the Uchiha clan. Haha. At that moment, I was feeling ecstatic, thinking to myself, since I already have the 3 Tomo, can I also strive for the kaleidoscope? Without hesitation, I maximized my chakra and crazily pumped it into my eyes. My eyeballs were almost about to burst. Then, I suddenly opened my eyes wide, and in the mirror appeared the iconic 4-cornered windmill kaleidoscope of Shursui. Do I also have the other heavenly god? Ha ha. Ho yee 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 yee. I was just there laughing like Uchiha when the mirror suddenly turned back into a clone, and without saying a word, slapped me right in the face. Stop laughing. Wake the hell up. Slap, slap, slap. It kept hitting my face like it was free. Stop, stop, stop. I am awake. I am awake. I yelled while holding my head. Only then did the clone stop, coldly saying, good that you're awake, and then poof, it dispelled itself. I touched my face, which had been beaten into a pig's head, feeling dazed. I had just beaten myself up and had nowhere to complain about it. It's ridiculous. After calming down and thinking, I realized a big problem. This kaleidoscope is a consumable, not eternal. Using it too much will lead to blindness. I don't want to be a cyber guy dog at such a young age. It seems I need to come up with a way to bring in a soul with a kaleidoscope and see if I can merge it into an eternal kaleidoscope. Hey, isn't the Night of Annihilation coming soon? Others may not know, but Uchiha Fugaku has a kaleidoscope. Hee. I must find a way to get in touch with him as soon as he dies. But for now, let us try out the new skills I just acquired. I first created 10 shadow clones, and then my main body created 10 phantoms. Both sides started fighting. Guess what happened? My phantom clones seemed like they had infinite health. No matter how much the shadow clones hit them, it was useless. On the other hand, the shadow clones shattered with just one touch, all wiped out. Those phantom clones were awesome. Next, I decided to try fire release. As a wind attribute user, I took a deep breath and formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom! A massive fireball erupted from my mouth, and the scene was exhilarating. Now I completely understood. The Grim Reaper's stomach was basically my skill library. As long as the soul was sealed by him, regardless of bloodline limits or unique jutsu, I could use them all. The only issue was whether the soul had to be freshly dead or if it could be dead for a while. I would need to test that later. Before long, my consciousness returned to my body. When I woke up, I found myself back in my room, and the back of my neck was still hurting. Damn it. I swear if I find out who ambushed me. I cursed as I walked into the bathroom to wash my face. Using the water droplets, I quietly opened one eye and activated my Sharingan. It seemed everything that happened before was real. This means Fugaku's soul is crucial for me. But to obtain his soul without anyone noticing, I would need to master the Flying Thunder God technique. Forget it. I checked the time. It was time for school. I had a small goal for today, to win over Hinata. After a long wait until class ended, I spotted Hinata right away. Wow, this girl was secretly looking at me. When our eyes met, her face flushed red instantly, and steam seemed to be rising from her head. I walked over directly and took out a pack of candy from my pocket, placing it on her desk. Naruto-kun, what's this? She asked softly. I saw you faint a lot, and I heard it's due to low blood sugar. If you feel dizzy in the future, just have one of these, it works. I added professionally, you need to eat more. Being malnourished will make you feel this way. Huh, how do you know? That's not important. What's important is that if you want to become stronger, you need to be healthy and have the belief and courage to never give up. I poured out a whole set of motivational words. I understand, Naruto-kun. Just call me Naruto from now on. Yeah. Huh, goodness. As soon as this girl heard me say she could call me by my name, her eyes rolled back, and she looked like she was about to faint again. I quickly ripped open the candy and shoved it in her mouth. Quick, eat it. Hinata instinctively chewed on it and finally calmed down. The classmates in the class looked dumbfounded, probably thinking this method actually works. At that moment, Ino and her group surrounded me, looking at me with gossiping expressions. Wow, Naruto, are you really this concerned about Hinata? Well, after all, she's the first person to recognize me. I replied casually. Then Kiba and Shino came over to greet me too. And just like that, I inexplicably became familiar with them. At this time, the third Hokage was probably watching me through a crystal ball, moved to tears, thinking I finally made friends and would inherit the will of fire. It's hilarious. He doesn't even know that I make friends purely based on cost-effectiveness. Okay. Among the Konoha 12, I have to make friends with Tenten, the mobile armory. As for Sasuke, sorry. I'm more interested in your dad's spirit and the Indra's chakra in your body. Making friends? Forget it, too troublesome. That night, I didn't go to the waterfall, but directly found a cliff to start practicing rock climbing. At the same time, I used shadow clone jutsu. 1,000 clones appeared in an instant. I assigned them tasks, 20% as bodyguards, 20% as lookouts, and the rest, 30% to study sealing techniques, and 30% to work hard on the Flying Thunder God technique. As a result, the clones studying the Flying Thunder God technique, after a long time, found it useless. In the end, we held a meeting and concluded. This Flying Thunder God, to put it simply, is just a personal teleportation modified by the second Hokage from the summoning technique, treating himself as a summoned beast. We had never used the summoning technique, so we didn't have that feeling and couldn't learn it. The urgent task now is to get me a summoning beast. One clone poofed away to deliver this message to me. A summoning beast, huh? I thought for a moment, it must be the snake from the Dragon Cave. The green snake is so cool. But then the problem arose. Where is the Dragon Cave? Suddenly, I had an idea. Mitarashi Yanko, Orochimaru's disciple. She must know. I could just activate my Sharingan and have her take me there, right? This girl loves sweets, the plan is on. The next morning, I sent out countless shadow clones, transforming into various passersby, surrounding all the dessert shops in the village, waiting for a chance. Sure enough, it didn't take long to find Anko. The clones followed her all the way until they confirmed her home location. The plan is on. That night, I sent a few shadow clones out to pretend to be on a journey, while I used transformation jutsu to change my face and quietly sneak to Anko's window. I peeked through the crack in the window and saw her lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. I thought to myself, heaven helps those who help themselves, and quietly slipped inside like a cat. But as soon as my foot hit the ground, to my surprise, she was not asleep at all. She suddenly opened her eyes, and in a flash, she had a shuriken pressed against my neck, quick, accurate, and fierce. I laughed at that moment. Calm down, girl, it's just a chat. I rolled my eyes, and the blood-red light instantly lit up. Sharingan, activate. I tell you, she was stunned at that moment, her pupils dilated, her mouth wide open. Probably wanted to shout Uchiha, but then she couldn't get another word out. She looked like a computer that had just been unplugged, completely crashed. This makes things easier. I asked her, do you have the summoning scroll from the Dragon Cave? She shook her head. Is there one inside the Dragon Cave? She nodded. Can you summon it back? She nodded. All right, then go over now and bring the scroll back to me. If a snake asks you, just say it's for the new disciple. She nodded again, like a bobblehead. Without hesitation, she bit her finger. Rapidly formed a series of seals, H-I-X, Y-U-S-H and W-I, and slapped them on the ground, and two small snakes popped out. I instructed her to arrange it clearly. One would take her over to get the scroll, and the other would stay here to bring her back in an hour. Everything was set. With a whoosh, Sister Hondo disappeared, leaving me alone with the little snake, staring at each other. The atmosphere was so awkward it felt like you could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. I was pondering how these snakes and toads, without hands, managed to form seals. It just didn't make sense. While I was thinking, the summoning array on the ground lit up, and Sister Hondo returned, indeed holding an enormous scroll. I asked her, no problems, right? None, but the White Snake Immortal wants to see you. Anytime? Anytime. Well, that's great. Let me sign this contract first. Hondo spread out the scroll, and I tried to mimic the cool move from the anime, raising my thumb to my mouth ready to bite down. Ouch. That hurt like hell. Does anyone understand how they managed to bite their fingers without changing expression? These ninjas are really tough. Forget it. I picked up a kunai and hesitated for a long time, still unable to do it. Sister Hondo, could you help me out with a cut? Sure. She didn't hold back, and with a flash of the kunai, I had a cut on my hand, blood gushing out. I quickly wrote my name, pressed the blood seal on it, and done. In that moment, I felt like an old toad on Meow Moo Mountain and woke up from a dream, probably shouting, it's over. The script has been changed. After everything was done, I looked at the little snake again, then at the scroll that was dozens of times its size, curious about how it would carry it away. To my surprise, the snake opened its mouth wider and wider, and managed to swallow the entire scroll. Its body didn't even change a bit. This operation left me dumbfounded. It was like space magic. I asked Hondo what the principle behind it was. and she gave me a look that said, "You ask me, I ask who? Forget it, I'll study it later." Before leaving, I casually erased all of her memories of meeting me tonight, keeping my achievements under wraps. Back home, while the blood on my hand was still fresh, I wanted to try this summoning technique as well. Forming the seals, I slapped my hand on the ground. Bang! There was a snake egg. I was stunned. Is this what I got because I didn't use enough chakra? Fine, it's just practice. I sent it back, and then began to think about creating a cool summoning design for myself. After considering it, I decided on this. The 2 characters for Death God. I took a piece of paper and used chakra to print the words Death God on it, then threw it to the ground. With a thought, whoosh, I directly appeared next to the paper. It worked. Isn't this just a low-budget version of the Flying Thunder God technique? I excitedly tried it several times and found that as long as I had enough chakra, I could fly as far as I wanted, and I could even bring someone along. Now, my plan to deal with that old brat Uchiha Fugaku is all set. A few days later, the atmosphere in the village became increasingly strange, and I felt like someone was watching me in the shadows. I knew that the night of the massacre was approaching. I had to find a way to leave a Flying Thunder God mark on Sasuke. The opportunity came unexpectedly when the school decided to hold a practical test. Teacher Irika held the list and called out a bunch of names and finally shouted, "Next group, Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke." Yes, heaven is helping me. That guy Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets, swaggered over like he owned the place. Glancing at me from the corner of his eye, "I hope you can last a few more seconds." "Oh man, look at you being all confident." I couldn't help but laugh. "Coincidentally, I hope you can let me play a little longer." Teacher Irika waved his hand and just finished saying stop when I dashed out. I was as fast as a flash of gold light. Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted, probably not even seeing my shadow clearly, when he took a solid kick to the stomach. Cough. He curled up like a shrimp, staggering back with a look of disbelief on his face. I didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. I delivered a side kick right to his waist. He barely managed to block it with his arm and ended up being kicked away. No way. He awkwardly adjusted his posture in the air and landed, probably with his arms numb. I crossed my arms and calmly watched him. "What's wrong, Sasuke? Is that it?" He gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger. "Don't look down on the Uchiha." Saying that, he started forming hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball came roaring at me, and even Irika-sensei was startled, wanting to come to my rescue. Rescue? Do I need it? I lightly leaped, flipped in the air, and the fireball brushed past the edge of my clothes. I landed and brushed off the dust. Too slow. Sasuke was completely enraged, breathing fire like a dragon, launching one Phoenix Fire technique and great fireball after another at my face. I weaved through the rain of fireballs like I was taking a stroll, and even secretly created a shadow clone in the smoke. Finally, his chakra was running low, and he rushed up wanting to engage in close combat. The opportunity had arrived. My shadow clone instantly appeared, grabbing both of his hands, while my main body flashed behind him, palm striking the back of his head with a subtle Flying Thunder God technique, firmly branded on him. Sasuke's eyes rolled back, nearly passing out. "That's enough." Irika-sensei rushed over and announced, "Naruto victory." The entire arena fell into dead silence, everyone looking like they had seen a ghost. That bottom-tier Naruto actually defeated the genius Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke stood there, his fists clenched white, his eyes filled with humiliation and confusion. He couldn't understand how I suddenly became so strong. After school, Irika kept Sasuke behind. Of course, I couldn't miss the good show, so I split into 2 shadow clones. One kept watch outside the school, while the other transformed into a small bug, quietly flying into the classroom to follow Sasuke. I, on the other hand, leisurely went home to eat and sleep. Late at night, I lay in bed, live-streaming that tragic scene through the perspective of my shadow clone. I watched Sasuke walking alone on the eerily silent street, saw him push open his front door, discover his parents' bodies, and the figure of his brother, Itachi Uchiha, standing in a pool of blood. It wasn't until Sasuke was triggered by Tsukuyomi and fainted that the real show began. I instantly activated the Flying Thunder God. Appearing beside Sasuke, the smell of blood nearly made me vomit. I didn't waste any time and walked over to the bodies of Fugaku and his wife Mikoto, reached out my hand and gently tapped them. 2 glowing soul orbs were absorbed into my body. Then, I took out a kunai and lightly made a cut on the unconscious Sasuke's face to collect a bit of his blood. After taking care of all this, I activated the Flying Thunder God again and discreetly returned to my room. The next moment, my consciousness entered the Shinigami space. The soul orbs of Fugaku and Mikoto floated in front of me. I first touched Mikoto's. Her memories instantly flooded into my mind. Sigh, what a good woman. Too bad she married the wrong person and was killed by that fool Fugaku. After viewing her memories, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my eyes, and I activated the Sharingan, with my ocular power increasing significantly. Next was Fugaku. After seeing his life, I can only say that this guy was like a Uchiha version of Emperor Chonjin, inheriting a mess, wanting to kill the thieves but powerless to turn the tide, making mistakes at every step, ultimately leading his entire clan to ruin. However, because I absorbed their souls, I suddenly felt like something in my eyes was about to explode. The pain shot straight to the top of my head. I immediately exited the Shinigami space, and my consciousness returned to my body. I lay on the bed, writhing in pain, but I was overjoyed inside. I knew that the legendary eternal Mangeki Sharingan was coming. The next morning, my eyes hurt like they were being stabbed with needles. I had no choice but to send a shadow clone to school while my main body lay at home. After a few days, the intense pain finally reached its peak. It felt like magma was flowing in my eyes. I rushed into the bathroom, plunged my head into cold water, and when I looked up at the mirror, I saw those brand new eyes within the crimson pupils. An incredibly complex and magnificent pattern was slowly rotating. This was the eternal Mangeki. Moreover, I had simultaneously inherited Fugaku and Mikoto's ocular techniques. I finally understood that the power of the Sharingan was essentially a projection of the mind. My left eye possessed the ultimate illusion, the ability to permanently alter the opponent's will, Kodo Amit's Tsukumi. Unfortunately, it had a long cooldown period, usable only once a year. My right eye inherited Fugaku's ability to predict the future, Madara. This technique could be used anytime, but it consumes quite a bit of chakra. With these eyes, my next target was the cells of Hashirama. But there was no rush. Orochimaru would come knocking during the CH exams. For now, I needed to visit my poor classmate Sasuke in the hospital. I ran to the hospital, stood by Sasuke's bedside for a moment, acted the part, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was watching me through his crystal ball. Danzo, that old schemer, walked in and said sarcastically, "Hizashi, you saw it, right? The Nine-Tails is in contact with the Uchiha orphan." The third Hokage replied slowly, "So what? They're just kids. Kids? You will regret this." Danzo dropped a harsh word and slammed the door. I could see clearly through this office political drama. Why was I so clear? Because before I headed to the hospital, my right eye, Madara, had already given me a 4K live broadcast of what was about to happen. After watching this live stream, I was numb. And what happened? Nothing at all, just a dramatic office play of regrets. My right eye is a bit of a hassle. It works really well, but it drains chakra like crazy. Every time I use it, I feel like my body has been completely emptied. I estimate that after using it 4 more times, my chakra will be completely exhausted. Does anyone understand? I'm stuck in a 6-year-old's body, and my chakra is as short as a phone signal. I really can't hold on much longer. Please grow up already, oh my goodness. Hey, wait a minute. I just had a brilliant idea. I almost forgot that I have a supersized power bank inside me, right? The Nine-Tails. But it's strange. With my Flying Thunder God and Sharingan, I've almost maxed out my skill tree. Yet that big fox inside me hasn't said a word. Just sitting there acting all cool? Sundara? Fine, keep pretending. Anyway, hey, I don't just have you as my Nine-Tails. The biggest problem now is how to get into the space of the Shinigami, that S holding the Nine-Tails. I've been sleeping for 2 days trying to figure this out, but it was all for nothing. Then I thought, why not? Go big. Corpse Demon Ceiling. Yes, defeat magic with magic. Although it sounds a bit reckless, high risks bring high rewards. But before I take action, I need to snag a Sharingan from that old coot Danzo, just to be safe. I have a feeling that if I really use this move, something unexpected will happen. After that, it's going to be a long developmental period. That kid Sasuke is back in school, wearing a face like the whole world owes him 5 million, exuding a vibe that says don't mess with me. I couldn't care less about him. Anyway, I've got the cells in hand, so goodbye. During the day, I pretend to be a fool in class, and at night, I secretly work hard. Every day after school, I directly form seals on the cliff, using the shadow clone technique. With a poof, 1,000 of me appear in a dazzling display. Taking advantage of the billowing smoke, I use the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly return home, making sure no one notices. Then it's time for business. Kosflegel, my consciousness sinking into my body, arriving at that eerie ceiling space. At the end of the corridor behind a huge iron door, that big fox is napping. Hearing my footsteps, it opens its eyes, glaring at me with a look of deep hatred. TSK. Little brat, come here. It says in a low voice that could drip water. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I I just looked up and activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan. Well, that guy flipped out right away, stood up abruptly, and chakra was pouring out of him like it was free. The Sharingan. How do you have such an evil eye? I couldn't even be bothered to say a word. I directly activated my ocular power and instantly controlled him. In his pupils, my 3-Tomo Sharingan was clearly reflected. I watched him slowly crouch down, and from now on, your power belongs to me. To be honest, I didn't have any feelings for him, nor did I want to play any verbal games to befriend him. Calling him Kai-Bai? Spare me. A tool should look like a tool. My plan was simple. First deal with Danzo, then use the outer path to completely turn him into my power source. As for the so-called child of prophecy, whoever wants to be that can go ahead. Don't get involved with me. My life is my own. And that's the coolest way to live in 2025, got it? The only problem is that the gossip seal left by the 4th Hokage can't be dealt with for now. I need to find Jiraiya first. So this matter is not urgent. I step back and try to draw some chakra from the Nine Tails. Wow, it felt so good. This way, I could use its power without being discovered by the villagers. Perfect. I casually opened a Midoro and took a look at tomorrow. Great, just another ordinary day. In the following days, I led a very regular life. I slacked off during the day at school and went home at night to train like crazy with the Nine Tails chakra. My strength skyrocketing. Soon, it was just a week before the graduation exam, and a new problem arose. Should I steal the Book of Seals or not? This thing is quite a treasure, but how can I make that fool Shuimu take the bait? According to the original script, he would take advantage of my anxiety about not passing the exam. But now I'm a straight A student, and I can use the shadow clone technique better than anyone else. So this script doesn't match up anymore. I thought about it all day, and suddenly saw a classmate who was late, and I realized, I got it. Why not just skip the exam? Just be late. To make it look less deliberate, I started my award-winning performance. For the next few days, I practiced hard every night, exhausting myself to the point of looking like I had overindulged, with dark circles under my eyes heavier than a panda's. Shikamaru and the others came to ask me what was wrong, and I said the exam pressure was too much. I was studying too hard. On the day of the exam, I stayed up all night. When I looked in the mirror at dawn, I saw a pale face swaying as I walked. Perfect. Then I just slumped over the dining table and fell asleep. When I woke up and ran to the classroom, the food was already cold. Irika-sensei immediately scolded me and declared me to have failed. That guy Mizuki pretended to help me. And then when I was heartbroken, he leaned over and quietly said, Naruto, do you want to graduate? Go steal the Book of Seals. Heh, the fish took the bait. That night, I sneaked into the Hokage's office. Used shadow clone technique to easily get the Book of Seals. I ran to a small grove outside the village, and when I opened it, I found a multi-shadow clone jutsu, which I already knew. Flipping further, my eyes lit up. 8 gates. Edo Tensei. Good stuff. I would keep the 8 gates as a trump card, but Edo Tensei was key to my plan. I needed to use it to bring back my mother, Kushina Uzumaki, and my grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, to perfect my bloodline. Just as I was getting into it, Irika-sensei rushed in. I put on an innocent look and said, Mizuki-sensei sent me here. He said if I learn this, I can graduate. Irika-sensei believed me right away. Then that guy Mizuki showed up with a sinister smile, demanding I hand over the scroll. Of course, I wouldn't give it to him. And then he started to pull out the big guns, revealing my secret of being the Nine Tails to my face, trying to mess with my mind. But after I heard it, I just asked him, so what? It left him dumbfounded, you know? He was completely thrown off. What do you mean, so what? You're the demon fox. Irika hates you. You killed his parents. I just told him, first, I already knew about this. Second, the one who killed is QB. What does it have to do with me? Naruto Uzumaki. He was completely dumbfounded and, in a fit of anger, tried to rush over to snatch it. Irika-sensei wanted to protect me, but I said, Teacher, you can take a break, just watch my performance. Multiple shadow clone technique. Whoosh. 1,000 of me directly overwhelmed Mizuki. That scene left Irika-sensei stunned. By dawn, Mizuki had been beaten into a pig's head and was unconscious. Irika-sensei was so moved to tears, recalling what the 3rd Hokage had told him, that he finally stopped hating me and solemnly took off his own headband to put it on me. Congratulations, you've graduated. Hey, Chunin, get dazed. The next day, I went to the Hokage's office to submit my graduation materials. This time, I didn't take any silly photos, just a plain ID photo. As soon as the 3rd Hokage finished processing my paperwork, the office door was kicked open with a bang, and a short, chubby kid rushed in waving a shuriken, shouting, Grandpa, let's settle this once and for all. The 5th Hokage is me, Konohamaru. As a result, he tripped over himself and shouted, Damn it, is this a trap? So annoying. Family, Who understands this ultimate rebellious elementary school student? I couldn't be bothered to deal with him and turned to leave. His teacher, named Ebisu, stopped me with a disdainful look and said this was the grandson of the third generation, asking me to show some respect. That little brat also got cocky and stood in front of me. I was annoyed at the time, pushed him away, and coldly replied to Ebisu, "So what? I'm still the son of the fourth Hokage." Ebisu was instantly petrified, and the third Hokage even testified for me. I looked at the stunned little brat and finally said, "It's great that your Hokage grandfather is still alive." After saying that, I used Flying Thunder God to leave, hiding my accomplishments and name. Sure enough, when I used Madara's ability to see the future, that little brat would be looking for me everywhere the next day to be sworn brothers. Wanted me to be his boss. I didn't have time to babysit, so I made myself disappear. The following days were peaceful, until the day of class division. I changed into a full black outfit, feeling incredibly cool. When I got to the classroom, Sasuke still had that deadpan face, so I sat next to Hinata. Hinata greeted me. Her face flushed, but at least she didn't faint, which was progress. Then Sakura and Ino started fighting over Sasuke. It was quite a sight. Fortunately, Irika-sensei arrived and began reading the class list. Team 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno. Sai, it really is her. Although it's annoying, there's nothing I can do. Ino Shikacho can't be split up, and Hinata's group is a reconnaissance team, so only she, the academic whiz, could fit in. After the briefing ended, we waited for the Jonin teacher in the afternoon. I knew Kakashi would definitely be late, so I laid my head down on the desk to catch some sleep. As a result, Sasuke and Sakura came back, and Sakura, with her loud voice, directly woke me up, her tone fierce. "Hey, Naruto, wake up. The teacher is about to arrive." I groggily opened my eyes, too lazy to pay attention to her, and closed them again. As a result, seeing that I ignored her, she became even more energetic, buzzing in my ear like a fly, starting to mock me with a sharp and sarcastic tone. "Naruto, don't sleep. Naruto, Naruto." I'll tell you, I instantly exploded with anger when I woke up. I abruptly opened my eyes and stared at her fiercely, my gaze so cold it could freeze. "Shut up, you ugly freak." Just those 3 words, and wow, Sakura's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, all the way down her neck. Her fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking, and it looked like she was ready to throw a set of military punches at me. I was really fed up, but I couldn't actually hit her, so I just sighed. With a speed like lightning, I delivered a swift chop to the back of her neck. She rolled her eyes and didn't even let out a sound before going limp and collapsing. The world was finally quiet. I leaned back in my chair and continued to catch some sleep. Before long, Sasuke beside me, probably also speechless at our antics, started to doze off as his eyelids drooped. I don't know how much time passed, but the classroom door creaked open, and Kakashi, that lazy, silver-haired guy, strolled in leisurely with a little yellow book in hand. He glanced at the 3 of us, all sprawled out and sleeping like pigs, and scratched his head, muttering to himself, "Huh, did I come too late? Big brother, how long are you going to be late? Don't you have any sense of time? Hey, wake up." This shout directly energized me. I stretched, feeling comfortable. Sakura also woke up, looking confused. "Huh? How did I fall asleep? Obviously, I knocked you out." Kakashi looked at us, sighed, and started with a critical remark. "My first impression of you guys, how should I put it, quite annoying." Sasuke snorted coldly. But I didn't care at all. It was just Sakura over there, with her head down, looking like she had suffered a great injustice. Then this guy took us to the rooftop, saying he wanted to introduce himself, what he likes, what he dislikes, and what his dream is. Sakura was quite on the ball, saying, "Teacher, why don't you go first as an example?" And guess what? Kakashi lazily said, "My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I don't want to tell you what I like and dislike. As for my dream, I have quite a few interests." I thought to myself, aren't you just talking to yourself? When it was my turn, I directly did a Control-C, Control-V. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I don't want to tell you what I like or dislike. And as for my dream, I have a lot of interests." Kakashi had black lines appearing on his forehead and asked if I could be more detailed. I confidently replied, "I learned it from you." Good grief. I practically burned his CPU. Then came Sakura. She was so shy, stealing glances at Sasuke the whole time, saying things like the person I like is. My future dream is. When it came to things she disliked, she didn't hesitate at all. "Naruto, all right, I dislike you too, so we're even." Finally, it was Sasuke's turn, the cool guy's speech time. Uchiha Sasuke. "There are many things I dislike, and nothing I particularly like. I don't have a dream, but I have ambition. I want to revive our clan, and then I must personally kill a certain man." Damn, The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Kakashi saw that we had all finished speaking and suddenly changed the subject, his expression becoming very serious. All right, starting tomorrow, we have a mission, but it's one that only the 4 of us can complete. Survival exercise. He told us that out of the 27 graduates, only 9 could stay, with an elimination rate of over 66, making it a super tough test. Finally, he added, by the way, don't eat breakfast tomorrow or you'll throw up. After saying that, he vanished with a poof. I thought to myself, I'm familiar with this trick. I won't fall for it. I turned around and left, buying vegetables and meat on the way home. I had to make full preparations for tomorrow's picnic. When I got home, I immediately took out my precious tent, made several luxurious bento boxes, packed some snacks, and got all my gear ready. It wasn't dark yet, so I just carried my bag and sneaked off to tomorrow's meeting point. I found a big tree, set up the tent, and it was comfortable. I even put up a sign at the tent entrance. Camping, grumpy upon waking, do not disturb. Then I crawled in and went to sleep. Early the next morning, Sakura and Sasuke arrived on time. When they saw no one around, they spotted my tent. They probably got intimidated by the words on my sign, as they didn't dare to come over and wake me. Instead, they leaned against a tree not far away and fell asleep while waiting. When I woke up refreshed, had breakfast, washed up by the river, and even meditated for a while, those 2 finally woke up. Sakura opened her eyes and saw me, and she was furious. Naruto, why did you take so long to come? I pointed to the neatly packed tent next to me. Hey girls, I camped here last night. I arrived over 10 hours earlier than you 2. The look on her face was priceless. She must have been regretting it deeply. Just then, Kakashi finally arrived, looking as dead as usual, waving his hand. Yo everyone, good morning. Sakura exploded on the spot. You're too slow. Kakashi scratched his head and gave a lame excuse. There was a black cat crossing the road, so I had to take a detour. Yeah, right? He placed an alarm clock on a wooden stump, set it for noon, then pulled out 2 bells and shook them. The task is very simple. Steal the bells from me before noon. If you can't get them, you and T have lunch and will have to be tied up watching me eat my bento. Sakura, sharp-eyed, noticed the problem. Teacher, why are there only 2 bells? Good question. Kakashi smiled like a fox, because at least one person will be eliminated and sent back to the school. If you're unlucky, all you might get sent back. He continued, you can use shurikens, but if you don't have the determination to kill me, you won't be able to take them. Ready, go. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke and Sakura darted away to hide. I was the only one left standing there like a battle god, arms crossed. Rooted to the spot, I shouted directly at Kakashi. Come on, let's settle this once and for all. Kakashi looked at me with a dumbfounded expression and said, I mean, do you have some kind of problem? Hiding and dodging is just a waste of time. I grinned and thought it would be better to just go for it. After hearing that, a hint of approval flashed in his eyes, and then he actually pulled out that book Ica Paradise from his bag. While reading it, he said, one of the ninja tactical insights, body technique. Let me teach you. I'm so confused. I said, why do you take out the little yellow book when you're fighting? Nonsense. This isn't a little yellow book. He got anxious. I'm just studying. Never mind. If you don't come over, time will be up. That's true, then I'll go. I am well aware that I definitely can't compete with him just based on physical skills, but I want to test his depth. I suddenly rushed forward, my speed so fast that it startled him, and he quickly put away his book to block. We exchanged punches and kicks, fighting fiercely. Sasuke, hiding in the shadows, looked like his eyes were about to pop out, probably wondering, how did this underdog suddenly become so strong, like he was on a power-up? Just then, Kakashi flashed behind me, hands forming seals, clearly about to use his signature move, the 1,000 Years of Death. I reacted quickly and used a transformation jutsu. Too late. He let out a cold laugh, ready to execute the secret Leaf Village body technique, 1,000 years, huh? His movement stopped, because I transformed into a voluptuous blonde bombshell, shaking my peach-shaped butt right in front of him. Wow, Kakashi was instantly petrified, nearly bleeding from his nose. I seized the opportunity to wink at him and called out in a flirty voice. Kakashi-sensei, I told you. He was directly silenced by my set of Rizjutsu. His heart rate must have shot up to 200. As I got closer and closer, he finally couldn't take it anymore, and suddenly 2 streams of nosebleed gushed out. This is the moment. I reached out to grab the bell, but he reacted quickly and caught my hand, his face turning as red as a monkey's. But, Naruto, you little brat, you're really despicable. I turned back and smiled. Who made you so lecherous? We fought for a while again, and he suddenly said, Ninja Tactic Insight number 2. Illusion. How about you? As soon as he finished speaking, I fell into the trap. and a scene of Sasuke and Sakura being taken down by him appeared before my eyes. But this was child's play for me, and I easily broke free. Just then, Sasuke attacked, and a few shuriken flew towards Kakashi, but with a bang, they turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique. In the next moment, Kakashi appeared not far away, and without saying a word, Sasuke charged at him. The two engaged in a flurry of taijutsu, but Sasuke was clearly being overwhelmed. After dozens of exchanges, he didn't even manage to touch the hem of Kakashi's clothes. I was just standing by with my arms crossed, exuding an air of calm like an old dog. Sasuke got fired up and directly formed hand signs. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A large fireball soared away, but the flames dissipated and Kakashi was gone. Sasuke was momentarily bewildered when suddenly a hand reached up from the ground and grabbed his ankle. Earth release. Inner decapitation technique. Sasuke was instantly dragged underground, leaving only his head above the surface. As soon as I saw the opportunity, I kicked Kakashi, who was on the ground, aside and stood in front of Sasuke, smiling and saying, "Ninja Tactical Insight number 3, ninjutsu, right?" Kakashi emerged from the ground and nodded. I raised the corner of my mouth, my hands moving so fast they left after images as I quickly formed hand seals. Then took a deep breath. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Boom. A fireball twice the size of the one Sasuke just used erupted forth, forcing Kakashi back a long distance. Sasuke's jaw nearly dropped in shock. Impossible. How could you use the great fireball? I put away my gesture and said with a smile, "I just saw you use it once, so I learned it. I just finished downloading the practical DLC, didn't I?" Kakashi's expression was quite complicated, but he didn't call me out on it. He just lazily said, "Well, since you say so, I'll believe you. I know in my heart that this old fox must have grown suspicious and will definitely investigate me later. But it doesn't matter." Next, Sasuke and I, without even a glance at each other, tacitly began to work together against him. I took the lead while Sasuke harassed with shurikens from the side. Kakashi effortlessly dodged while skillfully mocking Sasuke's shuriken technique. Sasuke unleashed another great fireball, and Kakashi quickly performed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A dirt wall engraved with a dog as head rose up, blocking the flames, and smoke filled the air. At that moment, my voice came from the smoke. "Kakashi-sensei, you fell for it." With a swoosh, I revealed 2 bells in my hand. I took a few steps back and shook my head proudly. It seems I've won. Kakashi looked helpless, while Sasuke was completely dumbfounded. Actually, when I raised my eyebrows just now, I used a micro-illusion on the 2 of them. After that, when Sasuke threw the shuriken, I used Shadow Clone to turn into one of them and blended in. When he used the earth wall for defense, I took the opportunity to interfere with his perception and stealthily grabbed the bell. Sasuke's face was as dark as a pot bottom. I casually tossed the bell to him. "Here, yours." Although he looked displeased, he still picked it up. At that moment, we realized that Sakura had already fallen under the illusion and was sleeping soundly nearby. Kakashi went over to wake her up, and she groggily asked how the exam was going. When she heard that Sasuke had gotten a bell, she was first overjoyed, but then her face turned pale as she calmed down. She had been in a daze the whole time and didn't get a single bell. Wasn't she guaranteed to be eliminated? Kakashi looked at Sasuke and me and asked if we wanted to let Sakura withdraw. Neither of us paid him any mind and directly took out our lunch to eat. At this point, Sakura completely broke down, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of beads, probably thinking, "So in Sasuke's eyes, I'm just a burden." Kakashi looked at our dysfunctional team and shook his head in disappointment. He first smiled and congratulated us on getting our lunch. Then suddenly his expression darkened and announced, "I declare, the 3 of you have failed the exam." Sasuke's chopsticks fell to the ground with a clatter, and he stood up angrily, questioning, "Why?" Sakura also thought it was her fault, crying that she was willing to withdraw and let Sasuke stay. But then Kakashi's gaze turned cold. "That's why I said you were kids. Do you underestimate ninjas?" Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Sakura, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. Sasuke was dumbfounded on the spot, standing there at a loss. Kakashi coldly said to Sasuke, "If you don't want her to get hurt, then kill Naruto." "What the hell?" Sasuke's face turned pale. "Are you crazy, Kakashi?" Kakashi's eyes showed no emotion. This is the ninja world. The mission is above all, and a comrade's life can be used as a bargaining chip. Without this awareness, you're not worthy to be a ninja. I tell you, at that moment, both Sasuke and Sakura's faces turned pale, scared out of their wits. Sasuke's fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He was probably struggling internally, torn between becoming the kind of person he hated for the sake of his companions. And guess what? The calmest person in the whole place was me. I just sat there, my head down, munching on my food. Who in the family understands? In this vast world, eating is the most important. That tense atmosphere has nothing to do with me, right? Kakashi's gaze shot over like a dart, and I could feel his disappointment and anger. He coldly asked me, Naruto, are you still eating? Don't you care at all about your comrades' lives? I just lifted my head, my mouth still full of food, and mumbled back to him. Huh? What are you talking about? Good grief. Kakashi's brows were furrowed so much he could crush a fly. I said, don't you care about Sakura and Sasuke? I swallowed the food in my mouth, wiped my mouth, and smiled casually. All right, I forgot to mention, I actually have a dream too. Kakashi was taken aback, probably filled with question marks in his mind. At a time like this, you're talking to me about dreams? My dream is to become someone like my master. Master? Jiraiya? Yes. I smiled brightly. And guess what Kakashi said? With a strange expression, he asked, you also want to write adult novels? At that moment, I was like, huh? What the hell is this little yellow book? I'm trying to become a free traveler. Okay. Hearing this, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and casually released Sakura. Sakura just collapsed to the ground, looking like she had just been fished out of the water. Kakashi probably thought, well, the target is Jiraiya. That's fine. At least he's not some antisocial personality. But the next second, he burst out laughing, and it was quite grating. You want to become a ninja like Lord Jiraiya? Ha ha ha. His right eye curved like a crescent moon, full of mockery. Naruto, what kind of daydream are you having? Lord Jiraiya is a legendary Sannin. Even shadow-level strong people have to give him some respect. His freedom is earned through strength. And you? He looked me up and down. His gaze so disdainful, it was as if he wanted to step on me. You weak little Chunin, you wouldn't last a day outside the village. Just wait to become a corpse in the wild. Stop dreaming. Staying honestly in the village is your only way out. I tell you, his mouth is like a switch that's been turned on, chattering endlessly. I couldn't help but laugh. There was so much meaning in that laughter. I leisurely asked him, Kakashi, do you really think you've already escaped from my Jinjutsu? As soon as I said this, Kakashi's expression changed drastically. That's right, let me tell you. While he was busy showing off and lecturing Sasuke, just now, I had quietly activated another Jinjutsu. Who would have thought? My talent for Jinjutsu is all about the unexpected. My real body had already slipped away, leaving a shadow clone here to act with him. When he flailed around trying to perform hand signs and finally broke the Jinjutsu, the me in front of him poofed into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi was completely stunned, standing there muttering, this little brat. He probably couldn't figure it out. My father isn't a Jinjutsu ninja, so where did my incredible Jinjutsu come from? Could it be that I'm a hidden genius who figured it all out by myself? This was too big for him to handle. He had to report it to the Hokage. So, he casually briefed Sasuke and Sakura and hurried off to the Hokage building. After listening to Kakashi's report, the third Hokage's face also darkened. With all these high-level fireballs and Jinjutsu, Naruto must be hiding something. However, when he heard that my dream was to be like Jiraiya, he relaxed a bit. All right, if that's the case, then hurry up and bring Jiraiya back to take on a disciple. But he still wanted Kakashi to continue training us. Kakashi wanted to decline, but the third Hokage started playing the emotional card, saying, wasn't it the same for you back then? It was Obito and Rin who made you understand the meaning of companionship, and went on and on. Kakashi was moved, so it was settled. He would be our homeroom teacher. The next day, the three of us waited in the classroom for the notification. When the door opened, Kakashi walked in. The third Hokage convinced me. I'll give you another chance. He immediately asked, in a ninja duel, if your companion gets captured, will you save them or give up? Sakura didn't think twice, probably only Sasuke's face in her mind, and blurted out, save them. Sasuke also coolly nodded. Finally, Kakashi looked at me. I smiled and said, of course, we must save them. After hearing this, Kakashi finally showed a look of relief. You have qualified. Then, he gave us a motivational speech, reciting the classic saying, those who break the rules are scum, but those who don't cherish their companions are the worst of the worst. Sakura's eyes turned red with excitement, and Sasuke's lips even curled up slightly. I smiled too, but in my heart I thought, of course, I have to save my companions in danger. But who my companions are is for me to decide. Someone like Sakura? Sorry, she doesn't qualify yet. And so, Team 7 was temporarily formed. But Kakashi knew full well that the three of us were currently like a scattered pile of sand. Sakura only had eyes for Sasuke, while Sasuke and I didn't take Sakura seriously at all. It would only be when we could truly work as a team that this group would be complete. Then, we began our grueling lives as Chunin, doing tasks like finding cats, cleaning water ditches, and all sorts of work. I took it quite seriously, but as soon as the task was over, I would immediately slip away to train by myself. As soon as I left, Sakura started looking for opportunities to get close to Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you've worked hard. Sasuke just grunted and walked away without looking back, leaving Sakura alone in the wind. Feeling confused. That day, we took on a mission to find a cat, the pet of the Fire Country's daimyo's wife, a fat orange cat named Xiaohu. Goodness, it was really plump. We quickly found it, and I reached out and picked it up. Just as we completed the mission, a fat, greasy woman rushed over, snatched the cat away, and began to rub her heavily powdered face against the cat's head in a frenzy. The cat struggled in her arms, its eyes filled with a sense of hopelessness. Just looking at it made me feel that the cat's life wasn't easy either. I suddenly had a thought. Isn't that woman's husband a big name? What if I, cough cough, never mind, dangerous thought. The old man from the 3 generations assigned us a task again, and hearing it was still a D-rank sweet potato digging mission, Sasuke and Sakura's faces immediately fell. Just then, I saw a drunken old man swaying over. I knew what was coming, the mission from the Land of Waves. By that ice release boy. Should be making his appearance soon. Ice release, what a good thing. If I could get my hands on it, it would be a huge profit. I immediately started acting dramatically, shouting, "Ah, so annoying. Another boring task." Sakura rolled her eyes and criticized me. "Then why didn't you say anything just now?" I helplessly replied to her. "Nonsense, that's the Hokage. How could I say it to his face?" Kakashi came over to mediate, saying that D-rank missions are meant to train you. I shot back directly. "You're right, sensei, but I'm not wrong either. This mission is just boring. Go talk to Grandpa Hokage and get us something exciting." Kakashi saw our expressions and realized he couldn't motivate us. When we arrived at the sweet potato digging site, I had no intention of doing it myself. I formed hand signs and used the shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of me instantly filled the entire field, and in less than 10 minutes, the mission was complete. Kakashi turned pale. He had originally wanted to test our teamwork, but I just went ahead and broke the game. So what teamwork was there to test? He could only return with a dark face to report back. The 3rd Hokage was stunned to see us back so quickly. Kakashi awkwardly explained, and the old man didn't say much, but he assigned us another D-rank mission. I immediately coughed heavily. Kakashi must have cursed 1,000 times in his heart, thinking that this batch of genin is really hard to manage. He finally couldn't take it anymore and said to the 3rd Hokage, "Lord Hokage, why not assign them a C-rank mission?" The 3rd Hokage thought for a moment and pointed to the drunk old man next to him. "Mr. Dazna, this C-rank mission will be handed over to them." The old man glanced at us with a face full of disdain. "These kids?" I shot back directly. "If you think we're not good enough, you can pay more to hire a higher-level ninja." As soon as he heard about paying more, Dazna immediately shut up. "All right then, it's settled." When we finished packing and gathered at the village entrance, I was extremely excited. "But I'm coming." On the way to the Land of Waves, Sakura foolishly asked if there were ninjas in the Land of Waves. Kakashi explained to her the concept of the 5 great nations, 5 great villages, and the Kage. I couldn't help but be amused with the 3rd Hokage's strength, let alone comparing him to the 1st and 2nd Hokage. He probably ranks at the bottom among the current 5 Kage. Can the 3rd Hokage withstand a tailed beast bomb? That Tsuchikige's dust release can take out a tailed beast in an instant. Can the 3rd Hokage do that? As we walked, I noticed a puddle of water on the ground ahead. On such a sunny day, where did the water come from? Kakashi saw it too, but didn't say anything. I smirked and understood. We had just walked past when 2 ninjas suddenly sprang out of the water with a splash. And one of them quickly tied Kakashi up with a chain, shouting, "First!" Then they tore Kakashi to pieces. Sakura screamed in shock. The 2 ninjas turned and charged at me. Second, but they missed as I'd already disappeared. In the next moment, I appeared behind them and took them down in no time. Sakura was still in a daze when Kakashi casually walked over and said, "Naruto, good job." He explained it was a substitution technique and then looked at the 2 tied-up ninjas, asking me to analyze the situation. I proudly said, "Are you idiots? It hasn't rained in days. Where would there be standing water on the road?" Kakashi nodded and then glared at Tazuna. "Don't you have anything to say?" The old man played dumb. Kakashi directly pointed out, "This mission is no longer C rank, it's at least B rank." When Sakura heard that, she wanted to back out. But I couldn't leave. My white was still waiting ahead. I stood up and asked Dazna, "Old man, if we continue, can you afford to pay?" "I can afford it. I can afford it. Once the bridge is completed, I will definitely pay." I turned to Kakashi and said, "Then let's continue." Sasuke wasn't afraid of me, so of course he couldn't back down either. Sakura had no choice but to go along with the majority. We arrived by boat at the Land of Waves and saw the unfinished bridge from a distance. Just as we landed and hadn't walked far, both Kakashi and I felt a surge of killing intent. Kakashi shouted, "Get down." As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous beheading sword whizzed past us. Dazna quickly crouched down, and at that moment, I swiftly grabbed the hilt of the sword as it flew over his head. I weighed in my hand and complained. Are there still good people delivering equipment these days? But who designed this knife? It's way too big. I held it with one hand, and the scene was just too ridiculous. The knife was taller than me. Kakashi beside me couldn't help but twitch his lips, saying, "Is this thing even usable with your hands?" Just then a cold voice came from the tree. "Kid, give me back my knife." I looked up, and good heavens, a muscular man, completely wrapped in bandages and not wearing a shirt, was standing on a tree branch, looking down at me from above. There's no escape now if I don't take action. I directly slung the large sword over my shoulder and arrogantly replied, "Hey uncle, why aren't you wearing a coat in this cold weather?" "Can't afford one." Zabuza's killing intent was about to explode. "Kid, do you believe I could take you down?" Kakashi stepped forward. "Oh, isn't this the rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza Momochi? Sharingan Kakashi?" Zabuza's gaze shifted to him. "Good. Hand over that old man and my sword." As soon as Sasuke heard Sharingan, he was stunned, staring intently at Kakashi. Kakashi immediately lifted his forehead protector, revealing his three-tomo Sharingan, and shouted to us, "You three protect Tizuna well, don't move." Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings. Zabuza's voice drifted out from the mist. Ominous. "Kakashi, it seems I have to deal with you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared on the water's surface, forming hand signs. Ninjutsu. Hidden mist technique. The fog thickened, so dense that we couldn't see anything. Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions, reciting the 8 vital points of the human body like a menu. Kakashi suddenly shouted at me, "Naruto, throw away the sword." "No." I directly refused. "Hurry. His target is that sword." "No," and before I could finish my sentence, Zabuza appeared in front of me like a ghost, striking down with a kunai. Clang! There was a loud noise, and my arm went numb. I struggled to hold my ground and shouted, "Danger is already here." A flicker of surprise flashed in Zabuza's eyes, but then Kakashi appeared behind him, thrusting a kunai. As a result, Zabuza transformed into a puddle of water. Water clone. Kakashi realized something was wrong. I reacted quickly and immediately formed a hand seal. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce wind blew out, instantly dispersing the thick fog. Kakashi and Zabuza's figures reappeared. Zabuza squinted his eyes at me and said, "Kid, you're interesting. Looks like I need to take this seriously." In the next moment, the two of them started fighting, their punches landing with a thud, moving so fast that only after images could be seen. Suddenly, Zabuza created 3 shadow clones, charging straight towards us. I sneered and formed a single-handed seal, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. Let me tell you, that scene was something. Thousands of me appeared in an instant, each wielding a beheading sword, densely packed, leaving Zabuza dumbfounded. I had to give this rogue mist ninja a little shock from a lowly leaf village ninja. Everyone charge. At my command, thousands of shadow clones surged forward like a tide. Kakashi watched my rogue tactics from the side, probably feeling envious. This amount of chakra is just outrageous. Hey, the outrageousness was just beginning. I'm telling you, at that moment, seeing Zabuza struggling there, I felt absolutely delighted. This was no enemy. It was simply the ultimate training partner delivered right to my doorstep. And it even came with its own KPI. My shadow clones aren't to be underestimated. Some of them are busy fighting his water clones, while others are sneaking around to attack his main body. To be honest, this guy's taijutsu is pretty impressive. He can take down my clones like they're nothing. But the more he fights, the more shocked he becomes, because my dumplings only get stronger the more they fight. Who understands this feeling of leveling up elite jounin? It's simply exhilarating. Seeing him getting anxious, he jumps onto the water to unleash a big move. Kakashi's face goes pale, probably thinking that we're in trouble. But I counter with a powerful move. Several clones start forming hand seals, combining wind release. Great breakthrough with fire style. Fireball jutsu for a super combo. The flames, boosted by the wind, instantly turn into a sea of fire, cooking him before he can even think about using his water release. Zabuza is caught off guard, and his big move is interrupted, forcing him back into the water. Looking completely disheveled, Kakashi's jaw drops, and he mutters, "They're using combination ninjutsu?" As the flames die down, a water dragon bursts from the water, rushing straight towards the old man Tizuna. Kakashi reacts quickly, using earth release, earth flow wall, stabilizing the situation with 4 dog heads. But Zabuza, the crafty one, suddenly appears behind me, trying to steal my weapon. Too late. I respond with a Rasengan. He is left dumbfounded. Even more shocking for him is that Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna all transform into my clones. And now there are 4 of me, each with a Rasengan, surrounding him for a 360-degree assault. Zabuza screams in despair. Kakashi is stunned, muttering, Rasengan. He really said he saw it from his teacher. But guess what? The one who got hit just turns into water. It's the classic water clone trick. I laughed. Did you think hiding in water would keep you safe? As soon as I finished speaking, the water's surface exploded, and his real body was shoved out like a rocket by another of my clones, receiving a Rasengan right in the stomach, knocking him out cold. Only then did Kakashi come back to his senses and ask about Sasuke and the others. I stepped out from behind the trees, wielding the decapitation sword, leading them out. Kakashi called me cunning, and I shot back. Isn't it only natural to protect our dad? As for the Rasengan, I could easily come up with an excuse to gloss over it. Sasuke looked at me with a mix of jealousy and disbelief, his expression sour like he just tasted something bitter. I didn't have time to pay attention to him. I was waiting. Just as I was saying that, suddenly a bunch of needles flew in from all directions like it was raining. I grabbed my big knife and started swinging it wildly, moving like a fan, blocking all the needles. Then a masked guy appeared, picked up Zabuza, and ran away, even leaving behind some dramatic words. I knew right away. All right, my chance, finally. You've come. A few days later, while having dinner at Dazuna's house, Kakashi was exhausted because I was the one outputting all the damage. Sakura was still analyzing that masked man, but I interrupted her and got straight to the point in 3 sentences. That guy is definitely with Zabuza's group, and they will definitely come back. Kakashi realized it too and said he would give us special training. As a result, that little brat from their family jumped out to contradict him, saying something about opposing Kato leading to a dead end. I understood his little scheme. His dad died, so he had some psychological trauma. But I didn't have time to be some kind of spiritual mentor, prophet, or whatever. Whoever wants to be can be. The next day, for special training, Kakashi demonstrated tree walking, and I learned it in no time, even doing a handstand on the branch. Then he surprisingly asked me to teach Sakura. At that moment, Sakura and I exchanged looks like 2 old people on the subway, checking their phones, both looking disapproving. She even specifically asked for Sasuke to teach her, so I just left a shadow clone there to deal with it while my real self slipped away. Kakashi was there sighing, probably wondering why the Hokage assigned him such a dead weight. What was I doing? I directly used the Flying Thunder God technique and flashed to their base. Wow, at the base were Zabuza, Haku, and that rich guy Kato all present. As soon as I spoke, the whole place was in shock. Zabuza and Haku came at me, but I used my technique to create countless shadow clones, dodging all their attacks. Kato's 2 samurai bodyguards were kicked away by me, one by one. Zabuza created a mist, trying to play dirty. And Haku used some kind of 1,000-killing water shuriken, but I countered it with a great-tailed B-spiral. When they saw they couldn't win, Haku activated a big move, the demonic mirror ice crystal, surrounding one of my clones. I had no intention of fighting them head-on. Outside, I used the Great Dragon Fire technique, almost melting his ice mirror. Zabuza was sweating in fear, and I took the chance to use the Flying Thunder God again to appear behind him, activating my Sharingan for a Jinjutsu. I made them perform a tragic drama. The white replacement, the last words, everything was fake, directed by me. Once their emotions were simmering, I jumped out and revealed my hand. Kato is mine now. You two, work for me. I told them that everything just now was an illusion, and I wasn't hurt at all. Nabajan, that proud one, initially wanted to be tough, but ended up obediently agreeing under my illusion. I promise you. He was stunned himself. Hey, that's more like it. From then on, the mist-hidden ghost became my top worker. You ask why I took them in? Nonsense, to make money. Kato is my mobile wallet, and Nabajan and Bai are my high-level bodyguards and financial managers. As for being moved, I cried while watching the anime back in the day. But after knowing Bai as a guy, those tears became a bit, ahem. In short, making money is the serious business. The subsequent events were simple. I sneaked back to the Dazuna house without anyone noticing. The days that followed were calm, and the bridge was completed smoothly. When leaving, that kid Inari came to ask to be Kakashi's disciple. Kakashi is also a tough guy, releasing some killing intent that scared the kid into sitting on the ground. This is reality. Being a ninja isn't just about feasting. Good, saves me the trouble of talking. In the end, the bridge wasn't named after Naruto, but was called the Bridge of the Land of Waves, which is fine, low-key. Once back in the village, I didn't want to think about anything and just went home to take a bath. That was so comfortable. Kakashi said there would be a meeting tomorrow, and while soaking in hot water, I started to ponder the next thing would be the Chunin exams, right? Gaara, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Wow. An all-star lineup is about to appear. Thinking about it makes me a bit excited, especially when I think about the third Hokage using the corpse reanimation technique. My heart itches. If I could get my hands on the first Hokage's soul, then would release. TSK, that's not something to be taken lightly. I've always been puzzled. Why is it that only Hashirama Senju can use would release? His brother, Tobirama, can't. And neither can I as the reincarnation of Ashura in the anime. It just doesn't make sense. There must be a big secret behind this. Let me tell you, the soul of the second Hokage is like a giant blind box. Who knows how many cruel techniques are hidden in the mind of that genius who developed forbidden jutsu. If I could get a few of those, my combat power would skyrocket. And then there's the third Hokage. His soul is like a living map. His insights on training with the 5 elemental chakra are minor. But the key is being able to dig out the burial sites of my mother and the first Hokage's wife from his memories. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline is my root, and I must understand it. Just when I was calculating how to honor the previous Hokages, Kakashi had already reported to the third Hokage. I heard that after the third Hokage learned about my achievements in the Land of Waves, his jaw nearly dropped, especially when he heard that I could use the Rasengan. That old man probably felt a weight lift off his chest and kept muttering something about how Minato had indeed left a trick up his sleeve. Little does he know, I came up with that on my own. In the following days, it was the same old damn D-rank missions. Catching cats, weeding, driving me insane. Until one day, Kakashi saw an eagle flying in the sky and suddenly said there was something going on and dismissed us on the spot. I thought I'd hurry home. Let Sakura chase after Sasuke if she wanted. A love-struck brain can't be saved. But halfway home, I felt someone watching me from the shadows. I turned around, and lo and behold, there was a broken cardboard box in the middle of the road with 2 holes dug in it. This disguise technique must have been learned from Patrick Star. I couldn't be bothered, so I used the Flying Thunder God technique and zipped home. As soon as I arrived, I felt chakra movement, and Konohamaru and a few other kids jumped out of the box and started looking for me, shouting that they wanted to make me their big brother. I suddenly remembered that the Chunin exams were approaching, and Gaara and the others should be arriving soon. That little brat, Konohamaru. Surely he wouldn't be unlucky enough to run into Kankuro, right? Forget it, whatever. And guess what? He really did run into him, although it wasn't a direct collision. Kankuro is no pushover. He opened his mouth and started calling Konohamaru an annoying little brat. Konohamaru, with a short temper, couldn't take it and exploded right there, and the two of them started arguing. Kankuro, being the hothead he is, was ready to throw down, grabbing Konohamaru by the collar and getting ready to hit him. At that critical moment, my second pillar, Sasuke, came through. He threw a stone that perfectly interrupted the confrontation, looking pretty cool. And the two faced off. And Kankuro even took his shabby puppet off his back, clearly ready to fight. Just then, a cold voice came from the trees. Stop. You're embarrassing the village. It was Gaara, hanging upside down from a tree with dark circles under his eyes, appearing silently like a ghost. Sasuke was shocked, completely unaware of him. What happened next was like a scripted scene. Gaara acted all cool, asked Sasuke for his name, and then took his people away. The next day, at the gathering, as expected, Kakashi was late again. Sakura was there complaining like crazy, saying the teacher was late, and Naruto, you're late too. As soon as she finished speaking, Kakashi appeared on the bridge with a dead fish expression. Good morning, I got lost on my way in life today. As soon as he said that, I appeared in the exact same spot, mimicking his posture and tone. Good morning, everyone. I got lost on my way in life today. Sakura was so mad she was stomping her feet, and Kakashi was sweating, quickly saying, Naruto, don't learn bad things from me. I laughed. This is what happens when you have a teacher like that. I find being late quite refreshing. After enough of the commotion, Kakashi finally pulled out 3 application forms and said he recommended us to participate in the Chunin exams. Of course, I had to participate. Otherwise, how will my script continue? While I was wandering around, suddenly a figure flashed in front of me, wearing a headband from another village, and came up wanting to spar with me. I was puzzled. Who is this? Is this part of the plot? The thing I dislike most about anime is original plot lines. After skipping around, I forget many details. As that guy saw me zoning out, without saying a word, he attacked me. What a sneak attack. I got angry right away. No martial ethics, huh? Fine. I went T-hole back then, and immediately formed a Rasengan. That guy saw what I was holding and turned pale, panicking instantly, quickly dispelling his transformation technique, shouting, Naruto, stop, it's me. I took a closer look and thought, wow, ISNT this Irika-sensei? He was so scared his voice was trembling. Naruto, can you please get rid of that thing in your hand? He came over worried that I would be in danger participating in the Chunin exams, wanting to talk me out of it. Sigh, Irika-sensei is really a good person, just a bit overly concerned. I hurriedly assured him I was strong enough, and he walked away half convinced. On the day of the exam, the three of us were walking to the classroom, and as soon as we reached the second-floor corridor, we saw a crowd blocking the way. It turned out two guys with heads as big as gourds were using jinjutsu to show off, disguising the second floor as the third floor, and they had even stopped Lee. I went up and started blasting. Why are your heads so big? Sasuke also directly exposed their jinjutsu. The two guys got angry, and one named Gantetsu charged at me, but was intercepted by Lee midway. And this guy has really become stronger. As a result, when he turned around and saw Sakura, his eyes went wide, and he immediately approached her with a set of cheesy pickup lines to confess his feelings, only to be rejected by Sakura with a look of disgust. I quickly went over to comfort him. Don't be discouraged, Lee. You'll definitely find a partner in the future. I'm not just saying this. In Naruto, his son is already quite grown up, but we just don't know who the mother is, which has become one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of Kanagacore. When we entered the exam venue, wow, it was really crowded, with hundreds of people suddenly staring at us. Their gazes so intense it felt like they wanted to swallow us whole. I was secretly amused, thinking, what are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll send you all away. At that moment, Shikamaru and the others also arrived. Ino, upon seeing Sasuke, immediately clung to him like an octopus. I greeted Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you're here to take this boring exam too? Shikamaru had a look on his face as if I had stolen his line. Then Hinata and the others also showed up, and Kiba was there boasting that he would defeat both me and Sasuke, while our group of newcomers was making a ruckus. A silver-haired guy with glasses walked over and told us to quiet down. I took one look at him and immediately fired back. Who do you think you are? You look old enough but are still taking the Chunin exam. Are you a slacker or do you have some special status? The guy adjusted his glasses and said his name was Yakushi Kabuto. He told us to look around, and wow, those veteran candidates all looked fierce, with veins popping on their foreheads. Clearly, my earlier comment had annoyed everyone. I was not afraid at all. Instead, I found it even more interesting. I directly raised my middle finger to the entire audience and shouted, "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before? You bunch of weird-looking fruits. Just look at your faces. I feel like my Sharingan has been mentally polluted." At that moment, the atmosphere in the exam hall froze instantly. These people looked really abstract. Calling them weird fruits would be an understatement. Each one looked fierce, as if they wanted to stab me 1,000 times with their eyes. Someone couldn't hold back and shouted that they wanted to kill me. The scene turned chaotic, and I stood aside, sighing, probably thinking, Lord Orochimaru, how am I supposed to get close to Sasuke now? Sakura was so angry that she wanted to come over and choke me. But I used a body flicker technique to dodge and found a seat to sit down, resting my head and complaining, "Hey, why hasn't this lousy exam started yet?" As soon as I finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a cloud of smoke exploded in front of the podium. A scarred, muscular man appeared. He was the chief examiner, Marino Ibiki. I couldn't be bothered to listen to the rules. I was familiar with this stuff. It was just a blatant cheating competition. When the papers were handed out, I couldn't answer any of the 9 questions, but that wasn't a problem. When the exam started, I immediately released the first shadow clone that had been hiding in the light fixture of the examination room. The answer to the first question was instantly in my hands. Then came the second, the third. I had previously used 10 shadow clones to transform into little bugs that infiltrated the exam room, with each clone responsible for one question. Once they got the answers, they self-dissolved and the information synced directly to my brain. What do you call this? This is called technology changing lives. My ninja way is this advanced. In 45 minutes, I filled out my paper. Then Ibiki announced the rules for the 10th question. Playing psychological warfare. If you answer incorrectly, you would never become a CH Nin for the rest of your life. The pressure in the exam hall instantly peaked, and many couldn't handle it, crying and giving up. At this moment, Naruto stood up and used his mouth to stabilize everyone's mindset. Me? I didn't have the time for that. I simply closed my eyes and began to meditate. Help them? What a joke. I wish they would hurry up and leave so there would be fewer people competing with me for the scrolls. In the end, there were less than half of the people left in the exam hall. Ibiki announced that we all passed. Just after he finished explaining the true purpose of the exam, the window shattered with a crash and a round ball rolled in. When it opened, a sexy big sister in a fishnet outfit appeared. She was the chief examiner for the second round, Mitarashi Anko. The way this sister made her entrance was really wild. She immediately announced that the next exam would eliminate more than half of the people. Everyone followed her to the exam hall, which was the eerie and terrifying No. 42 training ground, the Forest of Death. I stand outside the forest, looking at those strangely shaped big trees. And one thought crosses my mind. Could this place be the grave of the first Hokage? He died here, and then the wood release went wild, forming this forest? The more I think about it, the more plausible it seems. Old man third, you better hurry up and take the first and second Hokage with you. I'm waiting to inherit their legacy. I was lost in thought when I turned around and saw a ninja from the grass-hidden village in the crowd. That face, that cold aura, I would recognize it even if it turned to ash. Orochimaru. Wow, Uncle Snake is personally getting involved, but his outfit really lacks taste. Hondo was over there chattering about the rules, which were simply to grab 2 scrolls, one from the earth and one from the heavens, within 5 days, and then gather at the central tower. While I was getting the consent form, I specifically found Hinata and seriously told her, Hinata, here's a piece of advice for your class. If you run into that red-haired guy from the sand-hidden village who carries a gourd, don't hesitate. Run away immediately. Make sure that idiot Kiba doesn't go up to fight him. Gaara in the early stages is just a pure madman. Whoever encounters him is doomed. Seeing Hinata nod obediently, I finally felt relieved. Our class 7 received the Heaven Scroll. Without hesitation, I tucked it into my pocket. Sasuke and Sakura had no objections, as my strength was the greatest insurance. As the door opened, the second exam officially began. We had just rushed into the forest when we suddenly heard various screams coming from all directions. Sakura's face turned pale as she asked me if those were human screams. Of course they were. Just then, several shurikens flew towards us, and the 3 of us easily blocked them. Immediately after, a ninja from a rain village wearing a breathing mask appeared in front of us, demanding that we hand over the scroll. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. Just you? You're seriously underestimating us. Leaning against a tree, I lazily said to Sasuke, that's right, Sasuke, show him what the ninja of the 5 great nations can do. TCH, as if you need to tell me. Sasuke retorted, but his body was honest, grabbing a kunai and charging forward, starting with a phoenix fire technique. The rain ninja was surprisingly adept at dodging. When Sasuke realized his regular attacks weren't working, he quickly activated his Sharingan. Once his eyes were opened, Sasuke was on another level, his dynamic vision fully activated, quickly suppressing the rain ninja. The rain ninja became flustered, and Sasuke seized an opening, faked a move to deceive him, and in a flash, he circled behind him, stabbing the kunai into his heart. The knife went in with a solid thud, and blood spurted out. However, this guy was tough. He grit his teeth and tried to escape into the forest. Hey, trying to run? I said. Naruto, who doesn't waste time, immediately used a body flicker technique to appear in front of him, blocking his path with a cold glare. The rain ninja still wanted to threaten us, but Naruto didn't give him any chance. With a clap of his hands, he unleashed a fireball jutsu. That fireball was like a small sun, instantly engulfing the guy, and his screams echoed through the forest as he was incinerated. After dealing with this minor fish, the 3 of us had just taken a couple of steps forward when suddenly the forest went wild. A demonic wind whipped up, powerful enough to feel like a level 12 fan, snapping trees like sugarcane. Naruto, seeing this, didn't even blink and immediately used wind release. Great breakthrough. 2 gusts of wind collided, creating a sound like thunder. When the wind stopped, I focused my gaze and wow, it was Orochimaru. He stood there like a ghost, flanked by 2 lackeys. His tongue was long and thin, like a snake's forked tongue, and he slowly licked his lips, sending chills down my spine. He muttered something to his 2 lackeys, and they slipped away. Sasuke, falling back into old habits, stepped up to taunt him. What is the matter? Just you alone. And you think you could take us all down? Orochimaru didn't get angry. He smiled ominously and pulled out a scroll from behind him. The Book of Earth. Then, the most explosive moment of the whole scene happened. He actually stretched out his long tongue to wrap around the Book of Earth and swallowed it whole. I was stunned. What kind of operation is this? So unsanitary. He even challenged us, saying, come and take it. Naruto shot back, I refuse. Sakura and I were completely a loss. What was going on? Naruto, looking disgusted, said that it's too dirty with all that saliva and stomach acid. Who would want that? I felt like kneeling to him. Dude, this is a life and death situation. You're worried about hygiene? Orochimaru, taken aback, instantly exuded a murderous aura. That killing intent hit us like a bucket of ice water poured over our heads, chilling to the bone. Sakura and Sasuke's legs went weak and they collapsed, trembling like leaves in the wind. Sakura was even crying from fear. Sasuke tried to hold it together, but Naruto casually remarked, seriously, Sasuke, is this killing intent scaring you this much? Sasuke turned around, his eyes nearly popping out. realizing Naruto was standing there unfazed. Of course, Naruto had the energy of his father, his uncle, and the three great gods of the Uchiha within him. Orochimaru's killing intent was nothing. Naruto didn't take Orochimaru seriously at all. After all, this guy had turned himself into a monster for immortality. His soul was as fragile as glass. And Itachi could scare him with just a glance. Orochimaru noticed Naruto was different, and his gaze shifted. Naruto, not bothering to pretend, shot back. I'm the son of that man. Just you? You're far from it. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant snake's head burst out of the ground, opening its massive mouth to swallow Naruto. Naruto sneered and countered with a fireball jutsu, roasting the snake's mouth. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, like a ghost, flashed in front of Naruto, thrusting a kunai at him. Sasuke reacted quickly, launching a series of phoenix fire attacks that pushed Orochimaru back, jumping to Naruto's side, smirking, Naruto, I want to lose to you. Naruto rolled his eyes. All right, this guy really isn't worth my time. Orochimaru, hearing this, laughed in anger. Oh, am I being underestimated? Naruto directly revealed his true nature. Aren't you the weakest of the legendary three ninjas? If Jiraiya were here, I'd de-respect him, but you? Forget it. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged confused glances, wondering what was going on. Legendary three ninjas? Orochimaru, realizing he couldn't play dumb anymore, ripped off the skin from his face, revealing his pale visage. Naruto continued to attack. Am I wrong? Jiraiya is a certified sage from Mayaboka Mountain, and Tsunade can break the third Hokage's bones with a punch. You? Without resorting to dirty tricks, you can't even defeat that old man. This piqued Orochimaru's interest. His eyes glinted with greed as he stared intently at Naruto. Interesting. It seems the fourth Hokage left something good in you. Naruto stood firm. If you have the guts, come and try. Just as it looked like they were about to clash, the tension in the air thick enough to spark a fire, Sasuke suddenly shouted, Wait, Naruto. Everyone was stunned, wondering what he was up to. Just as Naruto was about to make a move, Sasuke stepped in front of him. Naruto, you're not allowed to attack. I'll handle this guy. I was left with a look on my face like an elderly subway passenger staring at their phone. Can you even handle this? Naruto was speechless. You don't even know where he came from. What are you going to fight him for? Sasuke, brimming with confidence, declared, I'm an Uchiha. I want to lose. Just wait for me to deal with him, and then you're next. TCH, the rain had stopped, and Sasuke felt like he could take on the world again. Naruto was amused. All right, fine, stubborn idiot, go ahead and dig your own grave. After saying that, he walked over to a tree and sat down cross-legged, ready to watch the show. Sakura was still cheering Sasuke on, and I was really impressed. Sasuke and Orochimaru locked eyes, and the atmosphere crackled with tension. The two of them instantly clashed. One shot fire, the other summoned a water barrier, trading blows like they were in a movie. After a heated exchange, Sasuke managed to catch an opportunity and tied Orochimaru to a tree. Seeing him panting, you probably thought he had one. But then came the twist. Orochimaru snapped the ropes effortlessly and used a binding technique to pin Sasuke in place. Then, let me tell you, that scene was a childhood nightmare. Orochimaru's neck stretched like a rubber band, and with a snap, he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into Sasuke's neck. Sakura screamed at the top of her lungs. I watched in shock as a strange pattern of 3 Magatama appeared on Sasuke's neck. Even more terrifying was that Orochimaru's head actually turned towards Naruto and lunged at him. As a result, with a loud bang, Naruto transformed into a flock of crows, flying away in a flurry. Orochimaru was still analyzing the situation. Is this an illusion? Interesting. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, one of his arms dropped to the ground without warning. He was stunned by his own reaction. At that moment, Naruto's voice echoed from all directions. I don't care what you want to do, but if you provoke me, I will kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto appeared right in front of Orochimaru, holding a buzzing, oversized shuriken-shaped Rasengan. At that moment, Orochimaru's face turned green, and cold sweat poured down. He could feel that if he took this hit, he wouldn't die, but would definitely be severely injured. Being adaptable, he immediately conceded, I understand. After saying that, he quickly dove into the forest and ran away. Once he left, Naruto dismissed the jutsu and looked at the unconscious Sasuke and Sakura, sighing. Not knowing one's own limitations is also a form of limitation. As the smoke cleared, Naruto sent his shadow clones to scout the area and collect scrolls while he waited for the two to wake up. In the meantime, let me tell you about the research projects Naruto has been secretly working on. He is not just good at making Rasengan. Even before graduation, He had used thousands of shadow clones to master the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, which he could throw. Later, when he tested his chakra attributes, it turned out he was capable of wind, fire, and lightning. So he started doing RD, integrating fire release into the Rasengan, creating the fire release, exploding Rasengan, which caused a massive explosion, powerful enough to rival art. Then he worked on lightning release, and instead of creating a disappearing Rasengan like Boruto's, he ended up with a highly penetrating lightning release, lightning burst Rasengan. As for the disappearing Rasengan, he studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to merge the wind, lightning, and water attributes, which became a cyber obsession for him. Just as I was thinking about this, Sakura slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw the unconscious Sasuke, she panicked and shook him, calling for him to wake up. Seeing Sasuke in pain, she was so anxious that tears almost came out. She turned to Naruto and shouted, "Naruto, what should we do?" Damn, when there's something going on, it's Naruto, and when there's nothing, it's Sasuke, right? Even Fei Yang isn't this casual. Naruto didn't even raise his eyelids, just coldly snorted, "What do you want?" He brought this upon himself. Sakura exploded upon hearing this. How can you say that? Do you have no conscience? He brought on himself. Who can he blame? He couldn't even withstand the killing intent, yet he went up to deliver his head. Isn't that just a fool's dream? Naruto's tone was icy. How can you question me for not stepping in? That look in his eyes was like a knife, and Sakura instantly wilted. First, I was going to step in, but Sasuke stopped me and even said he would deal with me. If he wants to die, why should I stop him? I'm not his dad. Second, this is good for him. He's a vengeful person, and he needs to understand the reality of the situation. Do you know how strong his enemies are? Naruto paused. His dad, whose strength far surpasses Kakashi's, was killed by his enemies. Just now that Orochimaru, in front of that person, didn't even dare to breathe. Sakura's face turned pale upon hearing this. Then, isn't Sasuke very dangerous? Obviously, it's a grudge against his clan. He watched his parents die right in front of him. Do you think it's just child's play? You still want to stop him? Can you? Naruto's words left Sakura speechless. Gritting her teeth, she still wouldn't back down. I won't give up. I will definitely make Sasuke change his mind. Naruto snorted, disdainfully throwing out a sentence. You're amazing. You're so noble. Sakura ignored Naruto's sarcasm and focused solely on taking care of Sasuke. After a while, the shadow clones that Naruto dispatched returned. The 3 clones stood in a row, as if reporting their work. I got the Book of Earth. I got the Book of Heaven and handed it to Hinata. I'm even better. I picked up a girl named Karen, who was being chased by a bear at the time. Goodness, let me tell you, this shadow clone really knows how to add drama for itself. Just as it finished saying it picked up a girl, the main perspective shifted. I kicked that blind big black bear away with one kick, and then threw a few shurikens, scaring it so much that it ran off in a panic. When I turned around, I was stunned to see a girl with red hair. ISNT, that the signature color of our Uzumaki clan. My DNA reacted immediately, and I rushed over to recognize her. Red hair? Fellow clansman, from the Uzumaki clan? The girl, who turned out to be Karen, looked at me warily and asked what I wanted. I introduced myself. Don't be nervous. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, one of us. My mom, Uzumaki Kushina, also had red hair. This blonde hair comes from my dad, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Karen's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, and her expression seemed to say, Your dad is Hokage? So what are you doing here? Experiencing life? As soon as I saw the opportunity, I immediately switched to my complaining mode, vividly recounting how my parents sacrificed for the village and my tragic childhood spent in loneliness. Who understands family hardships? I am a professional at playing the victim. Sure enough, as soon as Xianglin heard this, she instantly empathized. After all, her life in the hidden grass village was even more miserable than mine. I seized the opportunity and reached out to her. Come to Konoha, girl. As one of our kind, I'll protect you. I promise, no one will dare to lay a finger on you. She was still hesitating when her 2 troublesome teammates came over, cursing and complaining. Upon hearing their voices, Karen trembled in fear, her face turning pale. Seeing this situation, my anger surged. These people had truly gone too far to torment a good girl like this. I gently asked her, It seems like you've suffered a lot. Do you mind if I send them on their way? Xianglin said hesitantly, Whatever. I smiled, gently patted her head to reassure her, then suddenly turned around and formed a hand seal, fire release, great dragon fire technique. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. A massive fire dragon erupted from my mouth and instantly engulfed those 2 unfortunate souls, leaving no last words behind, turning them straight into ash. It was all about efficiency and being environmentally friendly. Xianglin looked at the two piles of ash. Her entire demeanor relaxed, and her gaze became resolute. I've made up my mind. I'm sticking with you. All right, I nodded and said, I'll introduce you to Granny Tsunade. She's also a distant relative of our Uzumaki clan, and she can help treat your injuries. Xianglin was taken aback again. Konoha has members of the Uzumaki clan? Why are all the Uzumaki people in Konoha blonde? My future child won't be blonde too, will they? I was almost dying of laughter at her way of thinking. Let's talk about the future later. The exam is more important. So I'll use the Flying Thunder God to send you back to my house to rest first. After saying that, I instantly transported us back home. I prepared hot water, transformed, went out to buy new clothes and food, providing a full range of services. After she fell asleep, I hurried back to the Death Forest. I just settled Xianglin here, and another clone has run into trouble. My clone was on the way when it suddenly ran into the Sound Ninja trio. When those three saw me alone, they exchanged glances and began to mutter with ill intentions. Isn't that Sasuke's teammate? Let's take him out. Sasuke's expression will definitely be interesting. I couldn't help but laugh at the time. Who was looking for me? Just as I finished speaking, that woman named Chinshui had already fainted on the ground. The other two men only reacted then, looking at me with faces full of fear. You guys are Orochimaru's subordinates, right? I asked with a cold smile. As soon as they heard me mention Orochimaru, oh no, Snake Uncle, they knew I had already met with Sasuke. The one named Sakuding still wanted to put on a show, complaining about his own weakness, but before he could finish his sentence, I instantly appeared in front of him and knocked him out with a single punch. Does anyone understand? These extras still wanted to show off in front of me. Weren't they just asking for trouble? Now only the one named Toshan was left standing. He watched me walk toward him step by step, his legs trembling in fear, shouting, "Don't come over here." He finally understood that my strength was not that of a low-level ninja. My speed could rival Snake Uncle's. He wanted to fight desperately. But in the end, there was another sleeping beauty on the ground. I was thinking that in the future, Orochimaru would need to use them as sacrifices for his reincarnation. So I didn't go all out and directly turn to find my original body. Once all my clone's information was gathered, I sat there quietly waiting for Sasuke to wake up. It wasn't long before Sasuke opened his eyes. As soon as he woke up, he felt filled with power, the heavenly curse mark given by Orochimaru. Goodness, the first thing he did was stand up and shout at me. Naruto, come and fight me. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and replied directly, "You're too weak now. You're not my opponent at all." This completely blew him up, and he charged at me with a roar. What happened next? He threw a punch, and I met him with one of my own, sending him flying. He used the Phoenix Fire technique, and I countered with my own, clashing our ninjutsu and pinning him down hard. After a series of moves, he was exhausted like a dog, while I wasn't even out of breath. Just when he was confused about where I went, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear right behind him. Before the night of the Uchiha massacre, I'd already marked his neck, and he couldn't even detect it with his Sharingan. Then, with a knife hand strike, the world went silent. Sakura was still chirping, "Naruto, how can you attack Sasuke?" I thought to myself that they might as well be a couple, so I gave her a strike to the back of the neck too, and they could both sleep together. When Sasuke finally woke up, he was completely tamed, his eyes filled with confusion and reluctance. "Why are you so strong?" "None of your business," I replied irritably. Seeing his lost and desolate expression, I felt a bit sorry for him and sighed, saying, "Strong people come from weak ones. Your enemies didn't become strong overnight, just practice slowly." It seemed like my words awakened him. The cursed seal on him slowly receded, and then he looked up, his gaze incredibly determined as he said to me, "Naruto, please, take me to train." I refused at that time. I refuse. I have my own pace. If you want to get stronger, go find Kakashi. No, I have a feeling that only you can make me stronger. I really can't believe it. This guy's like a sticky candy. I'm internally screaming. No way, did he grab the wrong script? Wasn't this line originally something I said to him? How did it turn around? At that moment, I thought, could this kid be from the same hometown as me? Directly signaling. Odd, and even remain unchanged? Sasuke had a face that said, "What are you barking about? Huh? What nonsense are you saying?" Well, it seems that's not the case. I helplessly waved my hand. What a hassle. Let's hurry up and finish this lousy exam. I want to go back and take a shower. As soon as Sakura heard shower, she quickly agreed. After all, she hadn't showered in 2 days and was going crazy. So the three of us rushed towards the tower. Just as we left, a guy popped out from behind a tree with a constipated expression. Strange. How did they come out so quickly? He originally wanted to find a chance to get close to us, but now his plan was all ruined. On the way, someone who didn't know better tried to cast a Jinjutsu on me. I smirked, activated my Sharingan, and sent a magical mirror world back at him, causing a scream to echo through the night sky as two were taken out on the spot. Sakura trembled in fear, while Sasuke was unfazed. When we reached the bottom of the tower, my original self was already waiting there. I tossed the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth to Sasuke and Sakura. Look at that broken poem on the wall. It probably tells you to open the scroll. This troublesome task is up to you two now. They didn't think much of it and opened it with a bang. Thick smoke erupted and Irika-sensei was summoned, immediately saying, "First of all, congratulations on passing the second exam." I interrupted him directly. "Teacher, just say what you have to say quickly. We're so exhausted that we feel like our bones are falling apart, and we just want to rest." Irika-sensei had no choice but to keep it short, talking about the significance and responsibilities of the Chunin exams. After finally getting through his lengthy speech, we finally entered the venue. I collapsed and fell asleep, catching up on some much-needed rest. But Sasuke was having a rough time, tormented by the cursed seal. Sakura couldn't bear to watch any longer and hurried over to find me. I was practicing my physical abilities in the room. Although fighting a Chunin feels like a game now, when I think about facing off against Madara, Hashirama, and those monsters, especially the Akatsuki clan in the future, I feel like my current strength is completely inadequate. At this rate, if I don't find some version answers soon, I really might be overpowered by the Akatsuki clan. Just as I was feeling anxious, Sakura rushed in. "Naruto, something big has happened to Sasuke. You need to go save him." As soon as I heard it, I thought, "Oh no, the curse mark is activated." I was extremely annoyed, but suddenly an idea struck me. Chidori. That's right, Kakashi's technique. Using lightning release to activate the body's cells and significantly enhance speed. Isn't that the muscle awakening cheat I've been looking for? Although I know how to perform the hand seals, I still need to ask Kakashi for the specific training details. But that guy definitely won't teach me. "Naruto, are you even listening to me?" Sakura was almost in tears from anxiety. "Shut up, I'm trying to think." I replied impatiently. "Stop thinking and hurry up to see Sasuke." I said, "Right? Sasuke. It's Sasuke. Let's go check on him." I suddenly realized and grabbed Sakura, rushing outside. Sakura was bewildered, probably thinking, "Who is the woman here?" Her mood changed faster than flipping a book. I dragged her through the woods, making such a noise that the person next door, hand sign, frowned and complained. "What's that noise?" Kanjiro was even more blunt, saying, "It sounds like they're playing poker." After running for a while, I slapped my forehead. Where was Sasuke again? Sakura was so mad, she wanted to hit me. "You don't even know why you dragged me here." After clarifying the location, we rushed over. Once we entered, we saw Sasuke slumped on the ground, looking in agony. I got straight to the point. "Sasuke, I can help you seal this thing away." He was still stubborn. "I don't need your meddling. I'll go straight to the point. Don't underestimate this batch of candidates. Shaoli, Niji, Gaara, and me. Who can you beat in your current state?" This hits him where it hurts. Although he craves the power of the cursed seal, he also knows that it is a burden right now. I looked at him and seriously analyzed two paths for him. First, to seek out Guy to practice physical techniques, and find Kakashi to train in ninjutsu and the Sharingan. Don't underestimate Guy. His father single-handedly faced the 7 ninja swordsmen and took down 4 of them. This is the righteous path. Second, to hang out with Orochimaru, which has high risks but great rewards. However, I feel like he has his eyes on your body and wants to use you as a new skin. It's not the kind of possession you might think, but a literal takeover. When I mentioned that I sensed Uncle Snake Soul in the curse mark, both Sasuke and Sakura turned pale. Sakura exploded on the spot, charging at me and grabbing my collar, shouting, "What are you up to? Are you trying to make Sasuke a rogue ninja?" As a result, Sasuke stopped her, looked at me, and took a deep breath. "I'll choose the first option. Naruto, help me with the sealing." "All right," I said with a sly smile. "But on one condition." "What condition?" "From now on, when Kakashi teaches you Chidori, you must teach it to me too. Is that it?" I agreed. Sasuke didn't even think and agreed right away. "Okay, take off your clothes and turn your back to me." I started preparing the hand seals. When Sakura heard this, her eyes widened, watching Sasuke take off his shirt, revealing his strong back. She was practically drooling, her face as red as a monkey's butt, wanting to leave, but unable to. I didn't pay attention to her, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. My right hand directly pressing on the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. Sealing technique. 4-symbol seal. Days passed in a flash, and the preliminaries of the 3rd exam began. There were 21 people left in the arena, and those 3 sound ninja actually made it through. I thought to myself, this plot is really stable. The old man of the 3rd Hokage walked onto the stage and began to deliver his usual official speech. Next is the 3rd exam, but before that, I directly cleared my mind and began to drift away. I was thinking about this Chunin exam, and to put it bluntly, Isn't it just a large-scale live shopping event? It's just a way to showcase the quality employees from our Konoha village to those big-name bosses from small countries to secure a bunch of high-level orders. It's not really a microcosm of war at all. Just as I was ranting wildly, that sickly-looking Moonlight Gale made his entrance. The moment he stepped up, he was coughing like there was no tomorrow, with those dark circles under his eyes and his frail little body. I swear it felt like he was about to drop dead any second. I started to wonder if his girlfriend, Hinata, was a bit too. Ahem. You know what I mean? He looked like he'd been wrung out. Then this guy cleared his throat and started rambling about the rules. To sum it up, one-on-one real-life PK. The winner advances, and a loser or anyone who dies gets eliminated. But there will be a chosen one who will be directly promoted to the finals. As soon as he finished speaking, the big screen behind him started rolling. Family, who knows? My heart was in my throat, fearing it might be some tough opponent. When the screen finally stopped, it was Hinata. My heart instantly settled back down. That's great. Really, it saves her from getting beaten up by her deadpan cousin, Niji. But I was also puzzled. Why did the plot seem a bit off? Shouldn't Obito have withdrawn from the competition? What was he doing here? Orochimaru was watching the show live. What's his angle? I couldn't figure it out, so I let it go. Soon after, the list for the first match was announced. Uchiha Sasuke against someone called Chido Armor. Teacher Kakashi was really nervous, sneaking over to Sasuke and telling him not to use his Sharingan, worried that his curse mark might act up and cause mutations on the spot. And guess what Sasuke said? No worries, Naruto sealed it for me. Let me tell you, Kakashi-sensei's expression at that moment was almost jaw-dropping. He must have been thinking, as expected of the fourth Hokage's son, he's already mastered this sealing technique. When the match started, Sasuke was so arrogant, he immediately activated his Sharingan. The opponent, that guy in the red armor, wasn't easy either. He played dirty right from the start, able to absorb your chakra just by touching you, like a power bank charging in reverse. But who was our Sasuke? Once the Sharingan was activated, his dynamic vision was maxed out. You couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes. Sasuke sneered, "Is that all you've got?" and kicked him away, then followed up with a fire-style fireball jutsu right to his face. Just as it looked like that guy was about to get roasted, Moonlight Wind instantly appeared, slicing the fireball in half and declaring Sasuke the winner. Orochimaru's face darkened beside him. He must have been questioning his life choices. Where's the cursed seal I placed? Could it be an expired product? The following matches went quickly. Shino's army of bugs completely overwhelmed his opponent. Kankuro played his puppets with ease and won effortlessly. Then came the main event, Sakura versus Ino. Let me tell you, Ino is a master of PUA. With just a few words, she broke down Sakura's defenses. Sakura, with Naruto and Sasuke being so strong, aren't you the most redundant one in Team 7? With that one line, Sakura was completely stunned. Ino seized the opportunity with a mind transfer jutsu and took her down. Sigh, family, who understands? This wave is really my fault. If I'd been beaten half to death like in the original, Sakura would have definitely awakened. But now, with everything calm, she actually has no chance to grow. I even went to ask Sasuke whether he would marry Sakura or Ino after the revenge was complete, and I recommended Ino. As a result, he just rolled his eyes at me, saying my future is up to me. TCH, such a chinibyo. Later, I faced Temari every day. Goodness, the ninja tools she pulled out of that scroll were like they were free. I seriously suspected her family was mining, relying solely on cash power. Unfortunately, she still got blown away by one of Temari's fans. Then there was Shikamaru, who dealt a devastating blow with an IQ of 200. He toyed with his opponent and easily advanced. Finally, it was my turn and my opponent, Kabuto. I couldn't help but laugh, thinking whether he was planning to expose himself or just admit defeat. But he raised his hand faster than anyone else, saying, "I admit defeat." TCH, how boring. Later, I found out that Orochimaru told him not to mess with me, saying my talent was not inferior to Itachi Uchiha's. It seems that breaking one of his hands last time left him with quite a psychological shadow. In the next match, Kiba Inuzuka faced Niji Hyuga. I can only say it was tragic. Once Niji opened his Byakugan, his acupuncture skills were like they were on cheat mode. With a set of 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He was hitting Kiba like aura, leaving Kiba unable to take care of himself. Akamaru was barking anxiously on the side, which translated to "I can't handle this." The grand finale was Gaara versus Rock Lee. When I saw this matchup, my heart sank. I quickly rushed to stop Lee, saying, "Bro, just admit defeat in this match." Of course, he refused. That fiery spirit couldn't be stopped. There was no choice but for me to find Teacher Guy. I confronted Kai directly. "Senior Kai, that guy Gaara has a monster sealed inside him, just like me. If Lee opens the 8 gates, he will definitely lose. The worst-case scenario is that he dies on the spot. At best, he'll be crippled. Upon hearing this, Kai's comical face instantly turned serious, and he promised me he would save Lee at a critical moment. He thought it was Kakashi who told me this, so he started a passionate speech aimed at Kakashi, leaving Kakashi looking bewildered as he quietly pulled out his little yellow book. When the match started and Lee removed his weights, the entire arena was shocked. His speed was inhuman. Sasuke beside him was staring with wide eyes. Then he opened the fifth gate, using the Lotus technique. His moves were fierce as a tiger, pressing Gaara down and frantically rubbing him against the sky. But it was useless. Gaara's sand defense was absolute. Lee pushed himself to the point of muscle tears, but his final blow was still blocked by the sand. Just when Gaara was about to crush Lee's hands and feet with the sand, a green flash of lightning appeared. Bang! Teacher Kai rushed into the arena, dispersing the sand with one strike and saving the unconscious Lee. Watching Lee being carried away, I breathed a sigh of relief. Although he might be upset when he wakes up, this was the best outcome. It was just the Chunin exams. Life is more important than anything else. In the last match, Dingji also lost, ending the preliminary rounds. The ones who advanced were Hinata, Sasuke, Shino, Kankuro, Ino, Temari, Shikama, Niji, Gaara, and a guy from the Sound Village named Tosu. Then came the draw for the finals a month later. I, the unlucky fool, drew the number 1 slot, and my opponent was Hyuga Niji. Just right, I'd been annoyed with him for a long time. The other matches were Gaara versus Sasuke, Kankuro versus Shino, Temari versus that Sound Ninja, and Shikamaru versus Hinata. That guy Niji even went to threaten Hinata, telling her to withdraw early. I was furious. Just wait. I'll make sure to beat you into a pig's head in the finals. On the way home, I thought I needed to visit the Dragon Cave this month, and also arrange things for Karen. When I got home, Karen was still staring into space. I asked her what she wanted to do in the future and presented her with 3 options: to become a medical ninja, but she said she never wanted to save anyone again; to become a regular ninja, but she said it was too troublesome. Finally, I suggested, how about working in my company? Her eyes lit up immediately. I directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to take her over and introduced her to Haku and Zabuza. Guess what happened? When Kankuro saw Haku, he almost drooled. HLO, handsome. Goodness, I forgot this girl is a total face control fanatic. Haku was completely stunned. After settling Kankuro, I had to prepare to go to the Dragon Cave. Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. With a bang, I created 1,000 of myself. Then I started giving orders. Everyone, focus on me. I have an announcement. First, if you have something, disband and inform me. Second, if Sasuke wants to learn from me, just send a clone. Third, if I'm not back 2 days before the finals, disband and call me like crazy. Fourth, if you see Jiraiya, disband immediately and ignore him. Everything was clearly arranged. Finally, I cut my finger and performed the summoning technique. A little black snake came out, I announced my name, and with a bang, I disappeared from the room. Just as my main body was heading to the Dragon Cave to train, a heavyweight figure arrived in the village, Jiraiya. Let me tell you, this old pervert. As soon as he returned, didn't he do any serious work and went straight to the women's bathhouse. And as luck would have it, he peeked through the door crack and saw an old lady in a bikini. He was caught off guard right there, I swear. He shouted, and that instantly exposed him. Then chaos ensued. A group of aunties and older sisters grabbed their scrubbing towels and wooden buckets and chased him down the street. The scene was unbelievable. After finally escaping, he slinked off to meet the 3rd Hokage. As soon as they met, the 3rd asked him to take over as Hokage, which he of course refused. They were just making small talk when the atmosphere suddenly became tense as the 3rd mentioned the appearance of Orochimaru. I told you. The 3rd generation's old man instantly frowned and said that Orochimaru might have set his sights on Sasuke, because on Sasuke, a cursed seal identical to Anko's had appeared. But what it specifically meant, no one could say for sure. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow so tightly he could squash a fly, thought for a long time, and suddenly asked, "Where's Naruto? Where is he now? Goodness, how would he know?" At this moment, Naruto's real body was long gone from the village, quietly making a fortune in the Dragon Cave. The village was left with a shadow clone, pretentiously meditating by the creek. And guess what? Jiraiya actually came over. He pretended, acting all casual, as if it was such a coincidence that he was there to enjoy the coolness, wanting to have an earth-shattering encounter with Naruto. But Naruto's shadow clone just glanced at him indifferently, didn't even make a sound, and with a bang, it exploded on the spot, turning into a puff of smoke and disappearing, leaving Jiraiya all alone, mouth agape enough to fit an egg, looking disheveled in the wind. His expression as if he had seen a ghost, It was simply unbelievable. Far away in the Dragon Cave, Naruto's real body instantly received the message. Jiraiya? Huh, you're back. My fate has already changed. I wonder if your so-called child of destiny has had his script rewritten? I'm telling you, this old pervert really doesn't give up. In the next few days, he tried various ways to run into Naruto, but Naruto didn't give him a chance at all. He either used body flicker technique to escape or had shadow clones self-destruct, clearly indicating that he shouldn't come near. Jiraiya was completely at a loss and returned to the Hokage's office with his tail between his legs, asking the third Hokage for Naruto's home address, planning to confront him directly. When he arrived at Naruto's doorstep, he knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Not willing to give up, he even climbed the wall and looked in through the window. Naruto was reading a book, and when he looked up, he was shocked to see an old man with white hair hanging outside the window. He was speechless, sighed, and asked impatiently, "What do you want?" Jiraiya grinned and said, "Oh, Naruto, I'm just interested in you." Seeing Jiraiya's silly behavior annoyed Naruto, and he reached out to close the window. Jiraiya quickly blocked it and said, "Don't be so heartless. Why are you bothering me instead of looking for your destined child?" Naruto silenced him with a single sentence. Jiraiya's silly grin instantly disappeared, and he stared seriously at Naruto. "How do you know about this?" "How do I know? How dare you ask? My unlucky old dad copied my name from your stupid novel. So how could I not know?" Naruto's anger flared up. Jiraiya realized, "Oh, it's Minato. Then it's not surprising." But he was even more confused. "Since you know who I am, why are you avoiding me?" Naruto coldly replied, "Because I don't want to see you." "Why? Give me a reason. You know in your heart." Naruto gritted his teeth. "What do I know? Get out." Naruto yelled directly, and the resentment in his voice was palpable even through the screen. Jiraiya was completely out of options and could only leave in defeat. He couldn't understand it at all. So he went to ask the third Hokage to find out how Naruto had been living all these years. The third Hokage recounted all of Naruto's hardships from childhood to now. When Jiraiya heard that Naruto had gone hungry and cold and was treated like a monster every day, his anger shot up to the sky, and he pointed his finger at the third Hokage, scolding, "How could you let him live like this? I should have taken him away back then." The third Hokage also looked guilty and lowered his head, saying, "It's my fault. I neglected it. I'm telling you, if that old pervert demon dares to say that in front of Naruto, Naruto would definitely spit in his face. As a Hokage, he knows everything happening in the village. So how could he not know what the Jinchuriki is going through? Just pretending." Anyway, after analyzing for a long time, the conclusion they reached was that Naruto resented him as a mentor for never caring about him. From that day on, Jiraiya tried to get close to Naruto every day like clocking in for work, but after half a month, he hadn't even entered Naruto's house. Finally, he got desperate and directly bit his finger downstairs at Naruto's place, shouting, "Summoning technique." Boom! With a loud bang, a red toad holding a large fork and a big bowl descended from the sky, shocking the neighbors around. Naruto poked his head out of the window and yelled, "Are you sick? Are you trying to demolish my house?" The neighbors joined in the cursing, and Jiraiya felt extremely embarrassed and quickly sent the toad back. When he returned, he was scolded by the third Hokage. Eventually, the third Hokage couldn't stand it anymore and said, "All right, I'll help you talk to him." The next day, the third Hokage personally led Jiraiya to Naruto's door. As soon as Naruto opened the door and saw the two of them, his face immediately fell. "Are you done yet?" The third Hokage was about to mediate, but Naruto interrupted him, staring at Jiraiya and asking, "Grandpa Hokage, I just want to ask him one question. On the night the Nine-Tails appeared, why wasn't he in the village? If he was, would my dad have died?" This question left both the third Hokage and Jiraiya speechless. Indeed, Kushina was giving birth when the seal was weakest. Where was this teacher? If he had been there, would the Minato couple have died? Will my wife have died? The third Hokage began to have doubts. Jiraiya opened his mouth, wanting to say he was looking for the child of prophecy, but after so many years, he hadn't found a single hair. So how could he say that? After holding it in for a long time, he just spat out 2 words, "I'm sorry." The third Hokage quickly tried to smooth things over, saying Jiraiya was on a top-secret mission. Naruto scoffed, not believing it at all. A few days later, that old guy came again, focusing on companionship, right? He blocked the doorway, saying, "Naruto, I'm sorry. To make it up to you, let me teach you some training." "No need. My ninjutsu is really powerful. You don't need to be so stubborn." Just as Jiraiya was rambling on endlessly, Naruto's forehead was bulging with veins. Seizing an opportunity, he suddenly formed a Rasengan in his hand and, without saying a word, slammed it into Jiraiya's chest. With a loud bang, Jiraiya flew out like a kite with a broken string. Looking at the figure flying away, Naruto complained. I'm really impressed by your tenacity. Family, who understands? To deal with this kind of stubbornness, you just have to give him a punch and directly start the next round. Jiraiya, beaten and spitting blood, went to the hospital for a simple bandage and then dragged his half-broken body to find the third Hokage. Old man. How could Naruto know Rasengan? The third Hokage was so proud, revealing that Minato had left a backup plan in Naruto, not only teaching him Rasengan and sealing techniques. But Naruto had also diligently practiced to become a versatile hexagonal warrior, proficient in taijutsu and jinjutsu. After hearing this, Jiraiya was dumbfounded. Ah, then it seems I have nothing to teach him. No, I can still teach that. So, this relentless old guy found Naruto again, saying he wanted to teach him summoning techniques. When Naruto heard it was summoning toads, he thought for a moment and actually agreed. As they walked, Naruto muttered, "Toads are great things. They nourish and strengthen the body, enhance immunity. A big one like that would last me a long time." Jiraiya was instantly petrified, stopping in his tracks, his mouth twitching wildly, and shouted at Naruto, "Hey, what are you thinking? That toad is not food." Naruto looked at him coldly. "How about you give me two? I'm just hungry. Don't even think about it." "TCH, what a pity. Toad meat is a great supplement. Why are you raising them if you don't eat them? You're so rude. They're battle companions." Jiraiya's face turned red with anger. "Only you and my dad treat them as companions," Naruto scoffed. Jiraiya took a deep breath, silently reciting 100 times that this was Minato's child and he couldn't hit him, finally calming down. But when he looked up, hey, Naruto was gone again. Furious, he roared in place, "Damn little brat." Just as Jiraiya was battling wits with Naruto's shadow clone, the real Naruto had already passed the test in the Dragon Cave and met the White Snake Sage. It was an enormous white snake, and upon meeting, it asked Naruto, "You're not Uchiha. Why do you have evil eyes?" Naruto smiled and said it was a secret. The White Snake Sage didn't pursue it and directly recommended him to subdue a fierce snake named Shinya, adding a request. "Once you subdue it, bring me its reverse scale." Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes instantly transformed into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the evil light flashing, and the White Snake Sage immediately backed off, waving his hands. "No, no, no. If you want to keep it, just keep it." When Naruto found Shinya, the big red snake was sleeping. When Naruto called out to it, it opened its eyes, saw a human, and without a second thought, opened its massive mouth to bite. Naruto dodged the attack and directly used a Sharingan Jinjutsu on it. An illusion. Shinya saw itself being betrayed by its previous owner and became furious. Just as it was about to swallow the illusion, Naruto paused the Jinjutsu and appeared above its head, lightly saying, "Don't be impatient. Get down here." Naruto snapped his fingers and the illusion changed. This time, it was the complete story. It turned out that its owner had deliberately injured it to make the enemy think it was dead, then drew all the enemies away, ultimately dying in battle. After watching, Shinya was stunned, still stubbornly insisting, "Impossible. Humans are evil. Impossible. Why are you still alive? Where were the enemies when you woke up?" A series of questions from Naruto left it silent. Finally, Naruto told it that he could understand the heart of protecting companions, and if Shinya was willing, he would do his best to protect it. Shinya fell silent for a long time, snorted, "Suit yourself." After crawling a few steps, it turned back and said, "Call me if you need anything." "Thanks, partner. I am Uzumaki Naruto." "Got it, Naruto." "Done." Naruto returned to report to the White Snake Sage, summoning Shinya right there, scaring the White Snake Sage so much that it no longer dared to mention the reverse scale and even volunteered to teach him sage techniques. Naruto waved his hand, saying he didn't need it. He had his own way. When he returned home to Konoha, dismissed all the shadow clones, absorbed all the memories, and soaked in hot water, he sighed. Next, it's time for my real body to deal with Jiraiya. The third round of the Chunin exam was approaching, and Kakashi indeed taught Chidori to Sasuke. Sasuke, the little guy, also had an epiphany, actively seeking Kakashi for advice on how to use the Sharingan, then taught the training method of Chidori to Naruto as Shadow Clone. After practicing for a while, the Shadow Clone felt it was still lacking and transferred all the experience to the real Naruto in the Dragon Cave. Let me tell you, when Naruto's real body got started, the feeling was completely different. The lightning of Chidori flowed through his body, miraculously activating his cells, and the speed of his neural reflexes increased dramatically, making the whole world feel slower. For the next few dozen days, Naruto crazily trained in the Dragon Cave, developing various lightning release techniques. When he returned to Konoha, while continuing to avoid Jiraiya, he started a tough job, using lightning release to temper his body. He ran to the cliff, took a deep breath, and covered his entire body with lightning release chakra. The next second, that scream was heart-wrenching. He looked like he had been struck by lightning, his skin sizzling and smoking, burnt to a crisp, his whole body numb and weak. Fortunately, with the Nine-Tails chakra desperately repairing him, he didn't die on the spot. Just as he was catching his breath and sitting down, Jiraiya suddenly appeared like a ghost. Looking heartbroken, "Naruto, you don't have to torture yourself like this. What does it matter to you?" Naruto retorted. "You are the real body, right?" Jiraiya suddenly asked. "Oh, you figured it out? Where have you been? It's dangerous outside the village, do you know that?" Jiraiya was worried. He already knew that the Akatsuki organization was capturing tailed beasts. How could he not be concerned? "What danger is there? Even you can't catch me." Naruto scoffed. "Don't be naive." Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, Naruto disappeared in front of him in a flash. Jiraiya was stunned and blurted out, "Flying Thunder God technique?" Then he laughed, filled with relief and pride. "Ah, if he can use Flying Thunder God, not to mention others, even I can't catch him. Ha ha ha." Now he was completely at ease, knowing this kid had the ability to protect himself, and having grasped his stubborn temperament. He decided to leave him alone and turn to drink. From then on, Naruto used lightning release on himself every day. Each time felt like dying all over again. Once he accidentally shocked his internal organs and almost went to meet his parents. Fortunately, the Nine-Tails was strong and pulled him back. Later, he learned to train his skin, muscles, and bones. You wouldn't believe it, this method was really effective. Although it hurt like hell, every time he recovered, his body became tougher, his strength increased, and his speed became as fast as lightning. Looking at his own hands, Naruto smiled confidently. "Although I'm not as good as the Raikage yet, this is just the beginning." Before long, the highly anticipated third round of the Chunin exam arrived. I have to go early. I must be the most dazzling one in the arena. When I got there, my old friends, Sasuke, Hinata, and Shikamaru, were already standing there. Looking up, oh my gosh, the audience was packed. The cheers were so loud they almost burst my eardrums. It felt like the Roman Colosseum. My gaze was sharp, and I quickly spotted someone in a blue Hokage cloak standing next to the third Hokage in the highest seat of the spectator area. The heavy stone in my heart dropped with a thud, and I let out a long sigh. "Snake Uncle, you finally made it. Third Hokage, hurry up. Prepare for the Shiki F gene and get ready to die." Huh. As I was pondering, I noticed someone was missing. Where's that guy named T. Suzuna? Oh, right. I remember now. That dude couldn't take it and went to provoke Gaara, and as a result, haha, I bet the grass on his grave is already green. What a smart one. Because of his absence, the matchups were changed. I glanced at the board. I was up against Neji, and Sasuke was facing Gaara. Hey, this time, the second pillar didn't arrive late. It seems Snake Uncle's plan to destroy Konoha is about to kick off ahead of schedule. Before long, the referee named Kazekage Hiruzen shouted, "First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji." Everyone else, quickly head back to the waiting room. In an instant, only Neji and I were left on the field, our eyes locked. And the air was practically crackling with electricity. Let me tell you, not a single person in the audience was betting on me. They all believed Neji, the genius of the Hyuga clan, would win without a doubt. Of course, I can't share the details of my meeting with my dad, can I? That kid Neji immediately took a stance for Gentle Fist, his eyes filled with disdain, as if he had already scattered my ashes. As for me, I went straight for an absolute stance. A horse stance with my feet turned inward, arms spread wide, right hand forward and left hand back. Family, who understands? The moment that pose came out, the whole audience erupted in laughter. Ha ha, what was he doing? Is he feeling some kind of pain? I'm really. You guys are so annoying. Ningxi's face turned dark, asking me if I was messing with him. I seriously told him, don't mind it. It's a new technique I've learned. With the referee's command, the match begins. Without saying a word, I charged straight in. My friends, including Sakura, were almost frantic, yelling not to engage in close combat, asking if I was trying to get myself killed by fighting the Hyuga clan with taijutsu. But the next second, everyone was stunned. I clashed with Neji in an instant, fists and feet flying in an intense battle. He was fast, targeting my pressure points, trying to incapacitate me. But he was quick, and I was even quicker. My unique horse stance combined offense and defense, and his fingers couldn't even brush the edge of my clothes. Instead, I seized an opportunity, and within less than a foot of distance, I delivered a solid inch punch right to his abdomen. Neji flew backward like a kite with a broken string. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was as if frozen in place, jaws dropped all around. Especially the Hyuga family members, Hinata and Hayashi. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Neji got up from the ground. His gaze changed, becoming more serious. And he asked me, What kind of taijutsu is this? I proudly puffed out my chest and declared Wing Chun. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate me anymore. The two old fellows in the stands, Sandai and Uncle Snake, had their eyes wide open. Ning Si took a deep breath and shouted, Wing Chun, I've remembered it. Come again. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed at me again. This kid still didn't believe in evil and insisted on going toe-to-toe with me. As a result, I overwhelmed him with relentless attacks within a foot's distance, and he couldn't create any space. Suddenly, he seized an opportunity and jumped back fiercely, a huge green Bagua diagram appearing beneath his feet as he roared, soft fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment and sneered. You actually dare to distance yourself from me? I quickly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. A huge fireball, resembling a small sun, rushed toward his face. Niji's face turned pale, and he hurriedly stopped his movements, spinning in place at high speed. 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. Goodness, he looked like a spinning top, forming a chakra sphere that successfully blocked my fireball. But just as he stopped and hadn't steadied himself yet, I appeared before him like a ghost, rubbing a large blue orb in my hands. Rasengan. Oh no. Return heaven. Niji was almost in tears, forced to spin again. The Rasengan collided with his return heaven, and the scene was incredible. It was like 2 planets colliding, and a massive shockwave cracked the ground beneath us. When the smoke cleared, we were both still standing. Niji's gaze toward me had shifted from disdain to awe, and I realized this guy indeed had some skills. He truly was a genius from the Hyuga clan. All right, I've tested my taijutsu, and now it's time to show everyone something new. I seized the opportunity and sent him flying again with a punch, then formed a peculiar hand seal with both hands. In an instant, I tell you, my entire body was enveloped in a violent chakra, blue lightning darting around me like a mad dragon, accompanied by the crackling sounds of birds. At this moment, all the Jonin in the stands, including Uncle Snake, the third Hokage, and Kakashi, changed their expressions. Orochimaru must have been thinking, this is the Raikage ninjutsu. The third Hokage was definitely muttering. When did this kid get in touch with the spies from the Hidden Cloud Village? But wait, the Raikage technique doesn't have bird sounds. Niji looked at my incredibly cool appearance, feeling a strong sense of crisis, and loudly asked me, what technique is this? I raised the corner of my mouth, my confidence skyrocketing. This is a new technique I developed based on my teacher's ninjutsu, which I call Thunder Armor. Niji still refused to back down. No matter what technique this is, your fate is to be defeated by me. I directly switched to taunting mode. Really? Niji, please me to your heart's content. Bring it on. You thief, son. As soon as the words fell, my figure instantly vanished. Niji's eyes widened like brass bells. Just as he was about to react, I had already appeared in front of him. Iron Mountain relies. I felt like a cannonball, crashing into him with full force. With a loud bang, Niji was directly knocked away by me, embedded into the wall like a poster, and passed out. The referee quickly checked on him, then raised his hand high. Naruto Uzumaki wins. The crowd erupted with thunderous cheers. After the match, I felt incredibly refreshed. Inside, I felt a rush of satisfaction, as if all my meridians were open and my intelligence had reached new heights. To be honest, Niji's gentle fist was really something. If it weren't for my speed dominating, I could have easily been hit by him. But even if I did get hit, so what? I was out chakra, but I still had the 9 tails inside me. Niji was pried off the wall and carried away, and that old man Hayashi Hyuga gave me a complicated look before leaving. I just came off the field when the referee shouted, Round 2, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. I'm not really interested in this match. I could guess the outcome with my toes. Gaara would definitely go berserk and turn into a sandball. Then Sasuke would jump on the wall and use a Chidori to pierce right through it. I strolled over to the audience seats and found a spot to sit down. And sure enough, the scene on the field was exactly what I had anticipated. I was watching when I suddenly caught a glimpse of a masked guy out of the corner of my eye. I thought to myself, wow, isn't that old Ludo? It seemed like he also sensed that I was looking at him. And when he turned his head, I waved at him enthusiastically. As a result, he got scared, like a startled rabbit, and quickly turned his head back. Seeing his guilty look, there was no doubt it was him. Just then, there was a muffled bang from the Hokage's side, and white feathers began to fall from the sky. I have a clear understanding in my heart. The big show has begun. Along with a group of upper ninjas, we simultaneously dispelled the illusion and saw thick smoke billowing from the ceiling. The Wind Shadow, also known as Snake Uncle, had already kidnapped the third Hokage and jumped onto the beam. For shadows appeared in an instant, and a purple square barrier suddenly enveloped them all. Orochimaru also began to act, After forming a hand seal, a bunch of sound ninjas emerged like ghosts. I looked at the shocked third Hokage in the barrier and sneered inwardly. He is finally going to die. If I had to say who I hated the most, it would definitely be the Konoha F4. This old man, when Orochimaru advised him to retire back then, he still had the nerve to say he wanted to work for another 5 years. Ridiculous. Is there no one left in the village? Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi. Who can't take over? If he had followed the second Hokage's example and directly appointed a successor, who would dare to object? Except for that old, stubborn Danzo. I doubt anyone would oppose. If it were them, would the Uchiha clan have been exterminated? Would Hinata have almost been taken away by the Cloud Village, only to end up with an apology and a head on a platter? Those guys from the Land of Lightning were practically writing on our faces, and he was still acting like a soft-shell shrimp, pushing Hinata Hisashi out to take the blame. Isn't this just chilling everyone's hearts? The first, second, fourth, and fifth Hokages. Which one of them would be so cowardly? And his power-sharing antics, not consulting the clan leaders when issues arose, but having petty meetings with a few old buddies every day. What could they possibly discuss? The village clearly has Umbu, yet he let Danzo create Root, playing the good guy while making Danzo take the fall. And the result? Konoha not only had the will of fire, but also the will of Root. Not only a Hokage, but also a leader of Root. Isn't this just setting a trap for himself? Konoha faced 3 major disasters: the Ninetales incident, Orochimaru's invasion, and Pain's attack, and this old man and his Root were always hiding in the shadows. It's truly a tragedy for Konoha. But fortunately, this old thing is finally going to meet his end. Once I confirm his memories, next, it will be that old bastard Danzo's turn. I was just thinking that Gaara had already been taken away by his brother and sister, and Sasuke chased after them without hesitation. I immediately got up to follow. As a result, a few sound ninja came charging at me with shurikens. I dodged to the side, kicked one away, then with a bang, created several shadow clones to engage them in battle, while my main body punched through the wall and jumped out to chase after Gaara. As I jumped out, I glanced back at the barrier. I had left a clone there, activated the Sharingan, and was live-streaming the action. I was going to steal all the ninjutsu from the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Inside the barrier, both the third Hokage and Orochimaru had removed their shadow cloaks. Wow, they looked ugly. Orochimaru's outfit was weird, and the third Hokage's was even more heavy-duty. Then, Orochimaru clapped, and 2 coffins rose up, summoning the first and second Hokage through Edo Tensei. My clone's eyes lit up, would release and water release. These were great techniques. The battle unfolded like in the anime, with the third Hokage summoning Enma and Orochimaru spitting out the Kusanagi sword. As they fought, Orochimaru even ripped off his skin to reveal a woman's face. At that moment, I had one thought. If he turns into a woman, does he get his period every month? As I saw them reaching the final stage of their fight, my clone quietly put on a mask and cloak. Hee, I was determined to get Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. I activated my armor, maxed out my speed, and rushed forward like a flash of lightning. On the way, I zoomed past Sasuke. He probably just saw a streak of light and wondered what was going on. In front, the traps set by Temari were triggered by my speed in a long chain, and she was puzzled about why so many people had arrived. As I flashed past her, I casually remarked, "Too slow," which startled her. By the time she reacted, I had already caught up with Gaara. All right, it's time to make a move. My clone, which stayed in place, watched the final showdown in the barrier. The third-generation elder clasped his hands together, using shadow clones to capture the first and second generations, and then began to form hand seals, preparing to perform the Reaper's death seal. Just as the ugly figure of the Shinigami appeared behind him, something strange happened. I tell you, that death god seemed alive. Its gaze first fell on the third Hokage. Then it actually turned towards the first and second Hokage, its movements eerie yet agile. The third was shocked. He realized that the death god wasn't following his orders at all. He hadn't even given a command yet, but it was too late. His 2 shadow clones had already grabbed the first and second, shouting to attack. 2 invisible hands shot out from the clones, directly pulling the chakra souls of the first and second Hokage out and sealing them inside its own belly. The moment the sealing was complete, the death god's expression turned incredibly wild, letting out a sinister laugh. That laugh, I tell you, even I felt a chill. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face went pale on the spot, but he was tough. At this critical moment, he had to deal with Orochimaru first. His real body lunged, directly pinning Orochimaru down. The next second, I tell you, the most explosive moment came. My hand shot out from his belly with a poof, grabbing Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru immediately panicked. having never seen anything like this. Terrified, he stabbed the Kusanagi sword into the old man's chest. But did he think he could escape with ninjutsu? No way. His chakra went offline, unable to move at all. He watched helplessly as I pulled out a small knife from my mouth, snipped at his soul with a snap, and then... Gulp! I swallowed it whole. That was the death god. Orochimaru's scream, I tell you, was even higher than a dolphin's. The old man was also dumbfounded. He initially just wanted to disable Orochimaru's arms, but seeing the situation, it looked like I was about to take away his entire upper body. Only then did he realize that forbidden techniques were truly not something to joke about. Unfortunately, it was too late. As Orochimaru wildly spewed curses, the old man took his last breath, and I, with a satisfied smile of KPI completion, withdrew in success. The scene shifted to my real body, where I was also operating at full efficiency, quickly catching up to Kanjiro, who was carrying Gaara away. Kanjiro saw me and broke into a sweat, probably recalling the fear of being dominated by my taijutsu. At that moment, Gaara was still tough, waking up and saying he wanted to kill me to prove his existence. I couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Dude, you have to rely on killing to prove your existence? That's pretty pathetic, right? Besides, that little tanuki in you only has one tail, not impressive at all." No sooner had I finished speaking than Sasuke arrived. Good grief, as soon as Gaara saw Sasuke, he was like a shot of adrenaline, yelling, "You are my Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke was stunned and asked me what was going on. I explained, "Oh, he has a little tanuki inside him that has gone out of control. It's the weakest of the nine-tailed beasts, Shikaku." Sasuke immediately exclaimed, "Nanny?" and asked if it was strong. I thought, isn't that obvious? It's the strongest strategic weapon in the village, right? Now, this piqued Sasuke's curiosity. He insisted on asking if our village had one too. I paused for a moment, thinking, you really know how to hit where it hurts. Yes, our village does have one. Far away yet close at hand. It's me, who has the nine-tails fox inside. Sasuke's expression, I tell you, looked like he had seen a ghost, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Just as I was about to say something, Gaara's half-human, half-beast form lunged directly at Sasuke. I quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport with Sasuke to a safe zone. I was thinking of showing off, saying that since we were both monsters, I would handle it. But then Sasuke's pride kicked in again. He insisted on going himself. I shot back at him directly. Going up there now is just giving it away. Look at your hands shaking like you've got Parkinson's. What do you try to prove? If you know fear, don't be ashamed. Use that fear's experience to level up. That's the right way to upgrade. You just started your hell training. I've been grinding since my school days. What do you have to compare with me? Sasuke fell silent. I guess I convinced him. Gaara is still yelling over there. Are you afraid of me? Sasuke, you are my prey. I flashed directly in front of him and said, Hey, big brother, your style is too abstract. No one will find you attractive. I'm telling you. He told me to get lost and said he was going to find Sasuke. I said, that's not going to happen because you're my prey. This kid swiped at me with a claw and I dodged easily with a flash of lightning on my body, then kicked him down. He was still laughing maniacally, saying he wanted to kill me to prove his existence. I thought this kid was really out of his mind. Of course I understood. As I spoke, red chakra began to emerge from my body because I was also, just as the words left my mouth. For tails burst out with a bang, and my whole being was enveloped in dark red chakra. A monster. At that moment, the entire place fell silent. Sasuke, Hanabi, and Kankuro were all frightened like quails. Especially Hanabi, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, shouting, I want to go home. Woo-woo-woo. It was simply the mental state of contemporary young people in 2025. Gaara became excited instead, realizing, I see, Naruto, you and I are both monsters. I directly gave him an ultimatum. Let's meet in our monster forms, but I advise you not to let your little raccoon out completely. Otherwise, when it comes out, it will be when you lose. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt some movement from the side of the Grim Reaper. So that's how it is. Interesting. I didn't expect that I would need to take action myself. I realized I could switch back to the sealed space in an instant, looking at the nine tails that I had controlled with my Sharingan, and I directly shoved the other half of its soul that I had taken back into it. Hey, nine tails, I've upgraded you. With a boom, the nine tail size doubled, and it fully restored to its complete form. Then I directly handed over control of my body to it. Go on, play with that, little raccoon. The next moment, my original voice changed, transforming into the domineering tone of the nine tails. Yo. Isn't that Shikaku? The Shikaku inside Gaara also heard it. Huh, is it the nine tails? Well, these two old enemies meet and start fighting. As for me, I shifted my consciousness, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself wearing the skin of the Shinigami, standing in front of the third Hokage, the first and second Hokage, and the half-dead Orochimaru. I moved my tongue, still holding a knife in my mouth. I realized, my friends, I am the Shinigami. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze towards me changed, probably because he realized I'm not an emotionless summon. But he still gritted his teeth and signaled me, meaning it was time to act. Oh, got it. I rubbed my hands and got started. With a couple of swipes, I pulled out the souls of the first and second Hokage. Then, right in front of everyone, I gulped them down. Unfortunately, Orochimaru witnessed the whole scene. I didn't forget to give him a charming smile. Brother, thanks. He was so scared he screamed. Why is he smiling at me? No. As a result, Sarutobi Hiruzen signaled me again, begging me to just seal his arms. Please. I was really furious at that moment. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. Orochimaru has turned Konoha into this. And you're here talking about the bond between master and disciple? When the Land of Lightning came to kidnap people, you eagerly sent the Hyuga clan over to negotiate for peace. After winning the Ninja World War, you didn't want reparations and even gave money. When Kakashi was being bullied by the whole village, you just stood by and watched, driving him to his death. And me, the son of the Hokage, living worse than a dog. What about your grandson? Living in luxury. Are you even the Hokage of Konoha? Are you a spy sent from the enemy? Damn it. You don't want Orochimaru to die, right? Fine. Just watch me. I swiftly pulled out the entire upper half of Orochimaru's soul, leaving him just enough breath. Watching Orochimaru go crazy attacking the old man, I felt an immense satisfaction. In the end, I coldly looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi and thought, Hiruzen, I won't be polite with your soul. As he took his last breath, my consciousness instantly returned to my original body. When I came to, I saw that Kurama had tied up a half-beastified Gaara with his tail, bullying the kid. I looked at Gaara's funny hairstyle and burst out laughing. We're both Jinchuriki. Why are you so abstract? Gaara shouted in anger, transforming into the fully realized form of the large and bulky Shikaku. Sasuke and the others were left dumbfounded. Gaara completely entrusted his body to Shikaku with the technique of feigned slumber, but this guy used wind release, Rasen Shuriken, which I countered with a scorch release. Rasen Shuriken that blew him back. Not convinced? Fine, I quickly formed a tailed beast bomb in my mouth, and, with a bang, blew him into a daze. After that, I maxed out my speed and directly flashed in front of his true body, slapping his forehead and invading his consciousness space. In his mental space, seeing Gaara sleeping with a pained expression, I felt a bit sorry for him. Turning around, I saw Shikaku making a fuss, so I shot him a glare with my Sharingan and commanded, submit, one tail. In an instant, I turned him into a Sharingan version. Then I used a Jinjutsu on Gaara, fast-forwarding my childhood experiences for him to see what true hell feels like at the start. Finally, I patted him and said, poor kid, you can finally sleep well from now on. Thank me. Saying that, I performed a sealing technique, 8 trigram seal, directly absorbing most of Shikaku's chakra into my belly, leaving just a small portion as a keepsake. Outside, the massive sand body crumbled to the ground. With Shikaku gone, Sasuke, Temari, and Kankuro rushed over. When they saw Gaara sitting silently on the ground, Temari and Kankuro immediately opened their arms to shield him. Temari asked cautiously, what do you want to do to Gaara? Kankuro firmly stated, I won't let you hurt him again. I told you, I laughed at that moment. Looking at their protective stance, I directly smiled at Gaara and said, hey buddy, are you being Ulversai here? Look at you, caring about your family. What about me? I don't have a single relative. You're way luckier than I am. Okay? Goodness. S.H. Maru and Kanj were completely stunned, with question marks all over their heads. They probably didn't understand my thought process. But Gaara was different. He stared at me intently. The previous murderous madness in his eyes was gone, replaced by confusion. He opened his mouth and asked, why? Why are you so strong? Why do you still protect those who insult you every day? Doesn't that thing inside you affect you? I thought for a moment and said, hey, isn't that a coincidence? You hit the nail on the head. I cleared my throat and said, all right, since you're so eager to learn, let me give you a lesson. First, why am I strong? Because I work hard. My efforts match my abilities. Second, protect them? Are you kidding? I don't have the time for that. If those fools ever get their comeuppance, I might even celebrate by popping a bottle of champagne on the side. Gaara directly burned the CPU, with a face full of? I continue. Of course, if something happens to my brother, I have to take care of it. After all, my friends are all pretty good people. We usually hang out and have some fun together, so I definitely have to look out for them. Tamaki couldn't help but interrupt. Wait a minute, then why are you chasing us? I innocently shrugged my shoulders. Oh, I just wanted to spar with Shoho a bit, to see if it can take a hit. Their jaws nearly dropped. Just because of that? Uh-huh. Not because we invaded Konoha? What about the monster inside you? I love Ro continued to ask. I laughed. Do I look like I've been influenced? As for how I did it, it's a trade secret. But I conveniently cured your insomnia, so you can sleep whenever you want and have plenty of restful sleep. Gaara looked skeptical. I can sleep now? But Shikaku. Don't worry, I interrupted him. It won't dare to come out anymore. If you don't believe me, lift up your clothes and take a look at your stomach. He hesitantly lifted his clothes, revealing a spiral seal pattern on his belly. I told him, it's the 4-symbol seal. Do you understand? Top-tier stuff, it locks it down tight. Here, this is the key. I casually tossed a scroll over to him. Gaara held the scroll in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Finally, he looked up, and there was actually a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He asked, can I be like you? Will there really be someone who loves me? The family members were baffled. That little look in his eyes left me speechless. I said, what are you talking about? Look at these two in front of you. If they don't love you, why are they risking their lives to stand in front of you? As a roadblock? Gaara shook his head. No, they fear me, hate me. Then why do they want to protect you? I retorted, I don't know. Then just go back and ask them. I threw him another bombshell. There's something else you might be mistaken about. The sand that protects you, its chakra, is incredibly gentle. And I can say with 100% certainty that it's not Shikaku's power at all. Gaara's eyes trembled. What? So here comes the question. I gently guide you. Where does this chakra come from? Why do I need to protect you? Let me tell you, that power is filled with love. It's that kind of strong will of whoever dares to touch my child. I will fight them to the death. But he clearly said my mother hated me. Gaara shouted out excitedly. I sighed and said, I don't know who that is. Probably another unfortunate soul who just follows orders. But if that's the case, that guy's just like my dad. Both are a bunch of jerks. Gaara was taken aback. Your father? The 4th Hokage. As soon as he said this, Gaara was first shocked, then suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard he doubled over. Haha, what a coincidence. Naruto, we're just alike. We both have a bastard dad, and they're both the 4th Hokage. I nodded. It seems you've figured it out. That's right, the 4th generation of shadows. Every single one of them is basically a jerk. The 4th Hokage betrayed his son. The 4th Kazekage deceived his son. The 4th Mizukage was controlled as a puppet. The 4th Raikage is a complete bandit. And the 4th Tsuchikage, well, he has long legs but a volatile temper. Gaara's smile carries a hint of bitterness. If I'm not mistaken, it's that man who ordered Yashimaru to deceive me. How ridiculous. Someone like him is fit to be a father. I pretended to think for a moment and then added, oh right, if your dad is the 4th Kazekage, then he should be dead by now. I then analyzed for him everything about Orochimaru wearing the Kazekage skin and the various troubles from this Chunin exam. When he heard the news of his father's death, Gaara looked ecstatic. His expression was like he had just won 5 million. He started laughing maniacally, his laughter growing louder, but as he laughed, his voice changed, turning into suppressed sobs. Eventually, he couldn't hold it in anymore and broke down into heart-wrenching cries, as if he was trying to cry out all the grievances he had suffered in his life. Temari and Kankuro, watching from the side, had red eyes. Seeing the scene, I felt a mix of emotions. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. This father was worse than a beast, dying well, dying wonderfully. Once he finished crying and his emotions stabilized, I told him to leave quickly. At that moment, Gaara's madness was completely gone, and he had become especially calm, like a normal person. Temari and Kankuro were both surprised and delighted at this change in their brother. Temari sincerely thanked me. Not long after the three of them left. In Konoha, Orochimaru ran away, and the 3rd Hokage closed his eyes forever. The entire village was shrouded in sadness. I was home alone when Sasuke and Sakura, dressed in black mourning clothes, knocked on my door, asking me to attend a funeral. On the way, I could feel Sasuke watching me. He was definitely still processing the fact that I'm the 4th Hokage's son. This kid has probably figured everything out by now, understanding why the villagers look at me like I'm a play god, and why I had to train so hard since I was little. In this broken village, if you're not strong enough, you get killed quickly. When we arrived at the memorial stone, we laid down flowers. I looked at the face of Hiruzen Sarutobi in the photo and silently complained, "Old man, just sleep well in my belly. All right, I need to find an opportunity to take out that death god mask of yours and study it." A few days later, in the dead of night, I used Flying Thunder God to flash to the land of waves. Zabuza. "Oh, Naruto, you've come. Where's the kunai?" "Look in the box." I opened it up and found a box full of specially made shuriken, exactly the same as the ones used by the Watergate. I was satisfied. Then I sent him a new blueprint. "If you don't mind, make me a new weapon." He picked it up, and looked at it with a puzzled expression. A fan? Why use a fan when you have a blade? Because it's cool. Cool? Yes, once this thing is revealed, it will definitely be the center of attention. Without further ado, he wore an expression that said, "You're the boss. It's your call," and reluctantly agreed. After sorting this out, I used my Flying Thunder God technique to return home, lay down on the bed, and my consciousness sank directly into the Grim Reaper space within me. As soon as I entered, I smiled. I can indeed come in. In front of me, for soul, orbs were quietly floating. I glanced around and immediately locked onto the one belonging to Hashirama Senju. To be honest, I've always been curious about how such an amazing ability like Would Release was mastered so thoroughly by just him. I reached out and gently touched the soul orb of Hashirama. Wow. In an instant, a massive force surged into my body, and I felt every cell in me partying. At the same time, all of Hashirama's ninjutsu and experience flooded into my mind like a crazy BT download. Ha ha ha. Is this Would Release? Awesome. I was so excited, but soon felt something was off. I casually created a seed and threw it on the ground, then clapped my hands. Would Release. Birth of the world of trees. As a result, a sapling grew on the ground. It was thin and long, looking malnourished. What the hell? Isn't this Captain Yamato's version? This is nowhere near the level of the first Hokage's world-destroying Would Release. I was dumbfounded and quickly dove into Hashirama's memories to search for answers. Upon looking, I was left speechless. Oh my, so that's how it is. This Would Release is not even the ancestral bloodline of the Senju clan. In Hashirama's memories, his father, grandfather, and ancestors for 18 generations didn't know it at all. He developed it himself. Here's the story. When Hashirama was young, he passed through the land of waterfalls and, feeling thirsty, drank from a pond with his clan. After drinking, everyone's chakras surged like they had been injected with steroids. When I saw that water, I knew what it was. It was Hero's water, the essence of the divine tree. It could increase chakra tenfold, but the cost was that it would devour life. Sure enough, not long after, everyone who drank the water had their combat power skyrocket. But they all died one by one. Only Hashirama was fine. Not only was he unharmed, but he also awakened Would Release. As the reincarnation of Ashura, the chakra in his body reacted wonderfully with the hero's water, directly granting him the sage body and unlocking Would Release. Moreover, this guy was quite crafty. When Madara developed Susanoo, he secretly developed the Wood Dragon technique. When Madara Susanoo could stand, he secretly developed the Wood Golem technique. When Madara produced the complete Susanoo, he directly pulled out a more twisted, true Thousand Hands. No wonder Madara both loved and hated him. Later, Hashirama also learned a bunch of incredible sealing techniques from his wife, Uzumaki Mito, such as the 8 Gates of Heaven. As for Sage Mode, he also built it on the foundation laid by the hero's water, and with the guidance of the Uzumaki clan, he mastered it at lightning speed, achieving a perfectly instantaneous Sage Mode. So if he was so powerful, how did he still die? The answer lies again with the hero's water. It was both his fortune and misfortune. After the world-destroying battle with Madara, his chakra was exhausted, and he was severely injured. The side effects of the hero's water came knocking, and his body deteriorated day by day until he passed away. After reading all this, I felt a bit conflicted. To obtain Hashirama's complete Would Release, I would have to drink that hero's water. Since I'm also a reincarnation of Ashura, I would definitely succeed. But the risk is huge. Once my chakra is exhausted, I would end up like Hashirama. But then again, I do have a complete 9 tails and a 1 tail with 1 less tail. My chakra reserve should be able to withstand it, right? Just as I was pondering whether to take the gamble, a new question arose. Why did the Sage of 6 Paths, who inherited Kagaya's power, grow old and die, while the other Tsutsuki clan members can live forever? Is it because of the power of the fruit, or is there some other secret? I temporarily set aside this issue and continued to swim in the ocean of memories. Hashirama's life was like watching a blockbuster. I even saw a younger Mito. Wow, that figure is really hot, even better than Kushina. And this guy Hashirama turned out to be a gambling addict, his luck rivaling Tsunade's. No wonder Konoha was so poor in its early days. Then, I reached out to the soul of Senju Tobarama. Wow, the moment I touched it, I felt like I had opened the door to a new world. Various forbidden techniques and tips for simplifying ninjutsu were all at my fingertips. However, while I began to look at his memories, my whole face fell. What the hell? Why is it all Uchiha? Goodness, this guy's entire life, aside from dealing with village affairs, was spent either fighting the Uchiha or studying how to outsmart them. Founding the village meant plotting against Uchiha Madara. Becoming Hokage meant always being on guard against the Uchiha. He spent his entire life at odds with them. I finally understood. Danzo's double standards of fearing the Uchiha while wanting their Sharingan stemmed from his teacher. As for women, family? Huh, they didn't exist at all. With no thoughts of women in his heart, he drew his sword naturally. That was him. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I chuckled, old Tsuru. Let me see how many good things you've hidden. As expected of the doctor of ninjutsu, he knew a lot of techniques, diverse and varied. Unfortunately, most of them were only understood, not mastered. But for me, it was enough. Looking at his memories, he resembled Jiraiya quite a bit in his youth, full of passion. After becoming Hokage, everything changed. To secure his position, he tacitly allowed Danzo to establish root, offloading all the dirty work on him while he played the righteous sage. He was well aware of the shady things Danzo did, like assassinations and brainwashing, but he just turned a blind eye. Even when Orochimaru was conducting human experiments in the village, he only dealt with it half-heartedly after the situation escalated. And in the end, he even let him go. Moreover, I found something interesting in his memories. This old man was actually a pervert. He often used the telescope technique to spy on the women's bathhouse. Goodness, he didn't even spare his own daughter-in-law, Tsunade. TSK. Asuma looks like a monkey. I really don't know what Tsunade saw in him. This telescope technique is too dangerous. I must confiscate and keep it safe. Oh, right, the most important thing. The burial sites of all the Hokage and their wives. Found it. Hidden really deep, and with the seals set by Minato, no wonder Orochimaru couldn't find it. Wait, how did he previously use Edo Tensei to resurrect the first and second Hokage? Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. Now that I know where they are buried, I can prioritize my plan to perfect the Uzumaki bloodline. Finally, I looked at Orochimaru's soul ball. Although it was just a fragment, I also learned Edo Tensei and some of his self-created forbidden jutsu. His memories were similar to those in the anime. He was just a mad scientist pursuing immortality. As for the previous question, I found the answer. Edo Tensei requires the deceased body as a medium to summon back the soul. Orochimaru was able to obtain the bodies of the first and second Hokage, which is why he succeeded. Later, he could directly summon the 4 Hokage because their souls had just been released from the Shinigami's belly, allowing him to summon them directly without a medium. And as for the bodies of the first and second Hokage, let me tell you, this is dirty. They were personally handed over to Orochimaru by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, just because he wanted to study the first cells, and when Orochimaru said it was for research, he gave him up. Later, Orochimaru made another excuse, saying the first and second were brothers, and studying their bodies together might yield double the critical hits due to their bond. The 3rd Hokage thought, hey, that makes sense. So he sent the second's body away too. Incredible, this operation highlights a traitor right next to me. So, Orochimaru's ability to Edo Tensei them was purely because the 3rd Hokage opened the back door for him. As for my mother, Kushina, and the first wife, Minato, their graves are top secret, known only to the Hokage, and Orochimaru couldn't get anywhere near them. Thinking of Minato made my heart itch. She was the first Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Her soul must hold so many treasures. If I could consume her too. TSK. After figuring all this out, I didn't waste time in the Shinigami space. In addition to the first wood release, I also practiced the diverse ninjutsu of the 2nd and 3rd Hokage, including the 5 nature transformation techniques and simplified ninjutsu, feeling like a walking encyclopedia of ninjutsu. Once I finished practicing, I stared intently at the Shinigami. Let me tell you, controlling his body felt so wonderful as if I was him. I couldn't help but ask, do we have any blood relation? The Shinigami maintained his usual poker face, silent as he stared at me. Suddenly, my head buzzed as I remembered that Shinigami mask. Damn, this thing absolutely cannot fall into Orochimaru's hands. In the anime, he wore that thing, and the Shinigami directly cut himself open to retrieve souls. Family, who understands? If I really have a connection to the Shinigami and get summoned, without hesitation, I would stab myself first. Wouldn't that make me a total victim? No, I must get that mask. At this moment, my list of desires was completely filled. Danzo's Sharingan, the Uzumaki family's ancestral grave, the Shinigami mask, and that hero's water that can massively increase chakra. I want them all. Plan set. Once I get out, the first step is to use the Heaven's Decree to turn that old Danzo into my loyal dog. The second step is to conduct archaeological digs at the Hokage gravesite. The third step is to find the Shinigami mask. Finally, I'll pack up the hero's water along with the 7 tails. Perfect. I came out of the Death God space and had a nice sleep. The next day, after breakfast, I strolled to the props store to buy a mask. As soon as I walked in, the boss saw me and his face instantly dropped like a donkey's, as if he had seen a play god. Get out, get out. Don't bring bad luck to my store. His mouth was like a machine gun. Damn it, you disaster bringer, you killed the fourth lord, and now even the third lord. I didn't even pay attention to him, just sneered and walked away. What is the point of arguing with this bunch of NPCs? Their brains have long been filled with the program that Naruto is a nine-tailed fox by the third-generation old man. If I say I'm the son of the fourth generation, would they believe it? Thankfully, I have a good mindset. Just thinking about how pain will come to give them collective warmth in 2 years makes me feel much better. However, this means I can't buy the mask. So it looks like I have to find Zabuza for a custom order. Just as I was pondering this, my super strong sensory ability, just like Senju Tobarama S, suddenly activated. 2 powerful chakras appeared in the village. One was like a shark, wet and fierce. That must be Kisame. The other one is obviously Itachi Uchiha. I could also sense that Kakashi was sneaking around nearby. Hey, this is going to be a good show. Kakashi is going to be sent to a mental hospital for a week by his beloved little brother with Tsukuyami. But it's just right. Once he goes down, Jiraiya will definitely take me out of the village, giving me a chance to deal with Danzo. Plan successful. First, let us eat. I sneaked into Ichiraku ramen. The smell was irresistible. Uncle, a big bowl of tonkatsu chashu. Just as I was slurping my noodles halfway through, a loud shout came from behind. Naruto! I choked and almost sprayed noodles out of my nose, nearly making me pass out. I turned around and, oh no, it's Jiraiya, you old pervert. What is wrong with you? He even had the nerve to laugh. Oh, look at how excited you are to see me. I really wanted to slam a bowl of noodles in his face. He wasn't too polite either, ordering a bowl for himself, ate a few bites, then suddenly got serious. Naruto, come train with me. No, I couldn't be bothered to respond. You'll get to see a beautiful woman. Not interested. A super beautiful woman. Take Akashi with you. He yes into that. I'm not familiar with him. I'm not familiar with you either. He got anxious and started to build a connection. Don't say that. I am your father's master. That man is already dead. My voice was as cold as ice. He was choked up, probably not expecting me to have such resentment towards my biological father. He kept calling me Naruto, but I ignored him, finishing my noodles and drinking the soup clean, slapping down the money and leaving. Jiraiya hurriedly finished his noodles, threw down the money, and chased after me, but I had already vanished. He searched everywhere for me, ran to my house, to the training grounds, but couldn't find me. Little did he know, as soon as I left the ramen shop, I jumped straight towards the land of waves. It would be a miracle if he found me. Arriving in the land of waves, I went straight to find Zabuza and got to the point. I wanted a mask. He told me to find Haku, saying she was good at it. When I got there, good grief, Haku was busy making ice blocks. I asked and found out Zabuza and Haku had changed their business to producing ice blocks. What a business mind. It's a shame they're not becoming capitalists. I gave Haku the design, and she quickly made it for me. I put on the mask, dyed my hair black, cleared my throat, lowered my voice, and delivered a line full of teenage angst. This is a farewell gift. Hey, that vibe was just right. After thanking Haku, I returned to Konoha. By some strange coincidence, I found myself at the ruins of the Uchiha clan. That place was eerily empty, and the air was filled with resentment. I was just closing my eyes to feel it when suddenly someone shook my shoulder violently. Naruto, wake up. I opened my eyes, and Jiraiya's big face was almost right in front of me. What do you want? I asked irritably. I am constipated. I casually made up a reason. As a result, this old man thought I was under a jinjutsu and insisted on dragging me away. I used the substitution technique to run, and he chased me like a mad dog. We spent the whole day with one running and the other chasing. By the time I returned home in the evening, he was clinging to my window like a gecko. Naruto, you have to come with me. If you keep pushing me, I'll slap you. I was getting angry. Go ahead and slap me. Even if you kill me, I'll take you with me. He was dead set. Fine, since that's the case. I took a deep breath, then I'll go with you. He was completely stunned. The truth is, I was also quite curious about the legendary beautiful Tsunade. I mean, is she really that exaggerated? You know, some things are better seen with your own eyes than remembered. During the days on the road with Jiraiya, I let him experience what it's like to raise a filial son, staying in the best inns, eating the most expensive dishes. After all, it was all on him, so why not? I drained his wallet and drove him to the brink of a breakdown. He wanted to teach me summoning techniques, and just as he summoned the toad, I'm telling you, my eyes lit up. I grabbed a kitchen knife, took the seasoning plate, and went for it, even comforting the big toad. Don't be afraid. The pain only lasts for a moment. The poor toad got so scared it dispelled the summoning technique and ran away. Jiraiya was completely disheartened and ignored me for the rest of the trip. A few days later, we arrived at a town. He went to gather information while I laid in the inn using my Sharingan to look into the future. Good grief, we arrived too early. Itachi and Kisame were still on their way, and Tsunade was still losing heavily at the casino. However, I did see which izakaya she would go to afterward, so I went directly to wait for her. I was eating when Jiraiya stormed in, and upon seeing me, he shouted, "Can you at least say something when you go out?" I couldn't be bothered to respond to him. After all, he was the one spending money. He sat down and started drinking his sorrows away, and after a few too many drinks, he began to complain about how hard it was to serve me. Just then, a powerful chakra approached, and a blonde, busted beauty sat down at the table next to me, shouting, "Boss, bring me some alcohol." Jiraiya's ears perked up at that familiar voice. I turned my head, and sure enough, it was Tsunade. As I glanced down, I thought to myself, wow, that's huge. At that moment, they locked eyes and both stood up excitedly. Jiraiya, Tsunade. They sat at the same table and started pouring drinks for each other. After chatting for a bit, Tsunade directly asked, "So what do you want from me?" Jiraiya's expression turned serious. "Tsunade, the village hopes you can become the 5th Hokage." The little pig, Taunton, was shocked, and I looked at the little pig, wondering, can this thing be eaten? It seemed like the pig sensed my appetite and quickly hid behind Shizen. Then, Jiraiya dropped another bombshell. "The 3rd Hokage has passed away." "Who did it?" "Orochimaru." As expected, it was him. Tsunade snorted coldly and firmly said, "Impossible. I refuse to be Hokage." Jiraiya started pulling at her heartstrings, reminiscing about old times. But Tsunade wasn't buying it at all. She immediately switched to her verbal assault mode, cursing every Hokage from the 1st to the 4th, and concluded, "Hokage is trash. Only fools would want to be Hokage." As soon as I heard it, I realized the opportunity had come and immediately responded. "Well said." Jiraiya was surprised. "Naruto?" I gave him a cold glance. "Don't treat me like an idiot." Tsunade showed interest in me and asked for my name. I directly announced my full name, Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Tsunade became even more excited. "Oh, Minato is son. Tell me, why do you agree with my viewpoint?" I took a deep breath and started ranting. The 1st Hokage brought peace to the chaotic world, but what happened next? It led to even more brutal wars between the ninja villages. The 2nd Hokage had a disciple who turned out to be Orochimaru, and the 3rd, he only knew how to beg outsiders for mercy, and the Hyuga clan almost lost their daughter, and he even had to send a corpse as compensation. As for the 4th Hokage, my father, the more I talk, the angrier I get. How could he be so cruel as to seal the 9 tails into his newly born son? I was treated like a dog since childhood, eating leftover food from the trash can, just 1 day old. I was pricked with needles and scalded with boiling water. Damn it, if I see him again, I will definitely kill him. As I spoke, Tsunade remained expressionless, while Jiraiya's face grew darker and darker, his fists clenched tightly. He probably cursed the 3rd Hokage's ancestors in his mind. He wanted to persuade me, saying my father had his reasons. But guess what? Tsunade immediately stood by my side and slammed the table, saying, "To hell with reasons. Jiraiya, you're just too stupid. That guy Minato sealed the 9 tails inside his own son. I think he's not a good person." So I concluded, the position of Hokage is something only a fool would pursue, and only a fool would want to be. Well said. Tsunade wholeheartedly agreed. Jiraiya looked at the two of us going back and forth, and was completely at a loss for words. "I told you, this old guy directly burned out the CPU. After holding it in for a long time, he blurted out, 'If you just quit, what will happen to the village? It can't just be left unmanaged, right?' I rolled my eyes at that moment and sent him 2 words, 'Fool.' When Tsunade heard this, she burst out laughing, grabbed me, and said, 'Ha, Naruto, you're right. He is a fool. Come on, let us drink.' I tell you, with her strength, I couldn't break free at all. The next second, my head was pressed into her magnificent bosom. Goodness, I felt like I was going to suffocate, struggling desperately while shouting, 'Damn. Murder. I'm going to be suffocated.' And guess what Jiraiya, that old pervert, said on the side? He looked at me with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Damn, I'm so envious. In the meantime, Shizen was almost crying. Lady Tsunade, Naruto, is going to die. But Tsunade? She just kept laughing like a villain. After messing around all night, early the next morning, while they were still asleep, I used Flying Thunder God and slipped away, keeping my achievements hidden. When Jiraiya woke up and came to knock on my door, he found a room empty and all my money spent. He got so mad he started jumping up and down, cursing. The scene was just beautiful. That old guy really doesn't give up. After I scammed him once, he turned around and thought about how to win Tsunade back to be the Hokage. He ran to where Tsunade was staying, but ended up with nothing. Thinking hard, he figured that at this time, Tsunade, the gambler, Must be at the casino. So, he hurried over to the casino. Coincidentally, Tsunade was indeed at the casino, and that day her luck was incredibly good, winning every hand, which made the casino owner turn green with envy. But Tsunade's own face was even greener. Why? Because this girl had an incredibly powerful debuff. She would win every gamble, but lose her loved ones. Every time she won money, her grandfather was gone, her brother was gone, and her boyfriend was gone. If she kept winning, she was afraid that Shizune and her pet pig would also be gone on the spot. Thinking of this, she shuddered and quickly pulled Shizune to run away. Just as she left, Jiraiya arrived. He wandered around the casino for a long time without finding anyone. So he randomly grabbed a passerby and asked, "Hey, have you seen a blonde, big-breasted beauty, the one who wins everything?" The passerby paused for a moment. "I saw the beauty, but she's a gambling god, winning everything." Jiraiya was stunned. "What? Winning? Impossible." He hurriedly asked where she had gone. But guess what? The passerby was completely directionally challenged and pointed him in the opposite direction. These two were both heading in the wrong way, running farther and farther away. Meanwhile, Tsunade had just left the casino and was feeling troubled. So she dove into a small alley and unexpectedly ran into, oh no, it was Orochimaru. That guy looked terrible, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, slumped in a wheelchair, and struggling to speak. The person next to him, Kabuto, stepped forward and offered a condition. If Tsunade was willing to heal Orochimaru, he would help her revive the two people she cared about most in her life. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, and she froze. Just as she was in a dilemma, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, isn't that Orochimaru? Why are you in such a bad state?" "Damn, Jiraiya." This persistent guy actually caught up. Seeing this, Orochimaru and Kabuto quickly left, leaving Jiraiya to continue his relentless pursuit, insisting that Tsunade return to the village to be Hokage. On the other side, I had already quietly returned to Konoha. My stealthy trip outside provided a perfect alibi for tonight, because tonight I had a big task to accomplish, taking down Danzo. But since it was still early, I decided to go get another treasure, the Death God Mask. Relying on the memories I read from the third Hokage, I knew exactly where to find it. To avoid drawing attention, I transformed into an inconspicuous background character from my Ninja Academy days and used Flying Thunder God to flash to the outside of the Hokage building. Then made my way to the Whirlpool Clan ruins at the village's edge. That place was in ruins, like it had just been through a battle. But that was just right. No one would come here. I quickly found the shrine where the mask was stored, and upon entering, I was greeted by walls lined with various masks. I immediately locked onto the mask that looked just like the Death God. Looking at all the treasures in the room, I thought, since no one wanted them, I might as well take them all. Without hesitation, I took out 2 scrolls, categorizing and sealing the real Death God mask and a bunch of similar fakes, creating a perfect illusion to keep them guessing. Once done, I used Flying Thunder God to return home. As night fell, I started preparing for the big show. Kunai, Shuriken, Flying Thunder God Kunai, and the chains I brought back from the Land of Waves were all ready. Then, with a bang, I created 2 shadow clones, and the 3 of us sat together, starting to extract chakra like crazy. When our chakra was almost overflowing, I put on the prepared mask, donned the Akatsuki's black and red cloud cloak, and instantly, my aura was perfectly on point. After helping the 2 clones transform into identical outfits, the 3 of us stood together, looking like a mysterious boy band in the dark night. I pressed my voice and said, "Let's go find Danzo and talk about life." In the next second, I directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to jump onto the roof, and with a few quick maneuvers, I arrived at the entrance of the root base. After taking just a couple of steps inside, several masked lackeys blocked my way. I couldn't even be bothered to speak. I activated my Sharingan, the blood-red eyes shining brightly in the darkness, giving them a little taste of the Uchiha shock. When they saw my Sharingan, they mistook me for Itachi Uchiha. I ignored them, tossed the iron chain to the ground, and with a clatter, the BGM started playing. Seeing that I wasn't speaking, they immediately drew their swords and charged at me. I swung the iron chain like a whirlwind, cutting through them easily as I charged forward in the direction of my memory. At this moment, Danzo was waiting inside. A subordinate came to report that a masked intruder with Sharingan had entered. Upon hearing this, Danzo muttered to himself, "Oh, it's Madara." Just as he finished speaking, I appeared right in front of him. "Danzo, so you were here." He looked at me, stunned. "You're not Madara. Who are you?" I directly mocked him. "The third Hokage died at Orochimaru's hands, and today you will die at mine." He sneered, and the root ninjas around him rushed at me like they were dumplings. I looked at him and laughed disdainfully. "You think you can escape with these ants?" Armed with my kunai and iron chain, I moved as fast as lightning, taking down all of them in the blink of an eye. Just then, a shadow attacked from behind, trying to use the shadow mimic technique to control me. I reacted quickly. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon made of earth burst from the ground and knocked him away. Then came water style, Water Wave. A massive water vortex shot up into the sky, sweeping everyone present away in one go. A total annihilation. Danzo was pressed against the wall, hiding from the water, looking dumbfounded. This is my teacher's jutsu. How is this possible? He was frantically guessing who I was, and finally, in a panic, he began to unravel the seal on his right arm. As the bandages peeled away layer by layer, an arm adorned with 11 Sharingan appeared, looking truly terrifying. Now, let the battle of eyes begin. I looked at his arm, and I tell you, I immediately felt a wave of trypophobia, almost throwing up. He made a few gestures and charged at me. But could I let him have his way? With a glare of my Sharingan, the patterns changed instantly, and in the next second, a huge white skeletal frame rose from the ground. Just like that. I looked at this white Susanoo and couldn't help but wonder why it wasn't green. But never mind. White looks cooler. I give his skin a perfect score. I controlled the Susanoo and struck down with a blade, which was utterly devastating. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open with a large fissure. What about Danzo? He activated Izanagi and resurrected right behind me, trying to stab me with a kunai. But then, with a snap, the kunai broke and the Susanoo was completely unharmed. I directly mocked him. With a foolish disciple like you, Tobirama must be blind. He was so angry that he yelled and unleashed a flurry of wind jutsu at me, using techniques like vacuum wave and vacuum serial waves. After a long time, he only managed to scrape off a layer of my Susanoo's outer shell, which instantly regenerated the next second. Looking at his scraped state, I couldn't help but laugh. Is that all you've got? Godi. Then my Susanoo started to slash at him infinitely, while his Izanagi allowed him to revive infinitely. Every time I killed him, he would resurrect right there, like he had a health cheat activated. I killed him, smashed him, shot him, and cursed him, using different methods to take him down 9 times. Finally, the old man couldn't take it anymore. His chakra and stamina were almost depleted. Seeing that he couldn't hold on, he summoned a spirit beast called Dream Eater, which opened its big mouth and had a strong suction, trying to pull me in. I can't breathe fire while wearing a mask. What should I do? Guess what I did? I had Susanoo perform the hand seals by itself. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A super huge fireball shot out from Susanoo's mouth, and with the Dream Eater suction, its speed was outrageous, directly filling its mouth. That summoned beast was instantly burned and cried out in agony. Danzo's eyes were about to pop out. He must have been thinking, what the hell? Susanoo can do that too? While he was stunned, I struck again, slashing him for the 10th time. This time, the old man finally got scared, realizing that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die, and turned to run. Could I let him escape? I used Flying Thunder God to teleport right in front of him, with a massive Susanoo blocking his way completely. Seeing he couldn't escape, he tried to play tricks, pretending to surrender, then suddenly activated Kotoemitsu Tsukumi with his right eye. My Susanoo suddenly stopped moving as if it had lost power. Danzo thought he had won and walked over triumphantly. Wanted to take off my mask to see who I was. Just as his hand reached out, with a bang, I turned into a cloud of smoke. What? Shadow clone. He was stunned on the spot. In the next second, my real body flashed directly behind him, and with a swift motion, I struck down with my knife, slicing off his arm that was covered in Sharingan. Immediately after, my hand moved quickly again, and I dug out the eye, Shirsue's eye, from his eye socket. Ah! Danzo screamed in pain, shocked and furious. He stared at me intensely and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" I looked at him coldly and spat out a few words. "How ugly, Danzo." The old man stared at me, his eyes filled with shock, and blurted out, Are you really Kagami?" I couldn't be bothered to respond to him and silently took out a small bottle, carefully putting the eye of the water-stopping technique inside. When he saw my actions, he immediately denied it. "No, that's not right. You aren't Kagami. Kagami wouldn't attack me." I looked at his demeanor and couldn't help but mock him. "Danzo, how long has it been since you looked in the mirror? You're so ugly now, and you're so weak." I directly switched to Mentor mode and criticized him from head to toe, saying that he wasn't like the Uchiha who forced his Sharingan to decline in strength, and that he was as timid as a mouse, only relying on his Izanagi to survive. He was still stubbornly insisting, "I'm doing this to protect Konoha." I laughed directly. "Protect Konoha? Where were you during the Nine-Tails rampage? Where were you during Orochimaru's invasion? You're just after power." If Tobirama were still alive and knew he took in such a thing, he would probably clean house himself. This old man was directly triggered and started cursing angrily. I raised my hand and slapped him hard. Oh, you're still cursing? He was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes, completely going mad, ripping open his clothes and wanting to fight me. Wanna die? Not that easy. My left eye flashed with light, and I used Akoto Mitsukumi to arrange things for him. Instantly, his crazy gaze became hollow, then returned to clarity. But the look in his eyes was now full of obedience. From now on, you're mine, I said lightly. Yes, my lord, he respectfully replied. I told him to find something to attach a severed arm, and from now on, the root would be under my control, and I asked him a hand over the remaining Sharingan. He told me that all the Sharingan were in a secret room. Just as I was about to go get them, I sensed someone coming from outside, so I let him handle it while I entered that secret room first. Upon entering, I was stunned by the sight before me. An entire wall, densely packed with Sharingan. I was shocked at that moment. Damn, how much have you guys harvested from the Uchiha? But the next second, I got excited. Who cares? Oh my, they're all oh my. I wiped out all the Sharingan and then used the Flying Thunder God to return home. I changed back into my usual clothes, took off the mask, and had the last shadow clone give me a shot of anesthesia. When I woke up again, I felt something different in my right eye. I guess I had replaced it with a new one. Then, I unleashed a big move, Corpse Demon Sealing. Si, hai, wei, mao, su, zi, yu, u, si, hansto jitter. Suddenly, I found myself transformed into the appearance of the Shinigami. I could fly and stretch my hand to grab souls. I tried digging into the ground and actually pulled out a soul, swallowing it whole, only to find it was white Zetsu. I scanned his memories. Who understands family? His mind was filled with who went to the bathroom today, who ate what and pooped what. All just crap. This guy is definitely a top-level pervert. After playing for a while, I returned to my own body and found that my eyes were not blind and I wasn't dead. It seems using Corpse Demon Sealing is similar to using Spirit Transformation technique. It's a bug skill. Then, I put the Shinigami mask back on. As soon as I did, I felt a strange chakra surge into my body, and my mind was instantly flooded with many strange ninjutsu techniques. My right hand was also covered in black markings like the Shinigami. Looking at these dense patterns made my skin crawl. Damn, my trypophobia is acting up. I looked at this arm, and although I felt a bit uneasy inside, the thought of having a new skill that could pull out souls and devour them to gain abilities made me unable to contain my excitement. I pondered for a moment. Hey, isn't my newly acquired soul-pulling skill somewhat similar to that Pain's human path ability? But in the next second, I realized something was off. Mine is way better than the human path. He sends souls away, but I directly take them with me, easily snatching the skill package from the soul. Focusing on a pluck the goose approach, I was having a blast with this new cheat, and then suddenly, the Death God mask in my hand cracked with a snap. Wow. It shattered into a pile of dust right in my hand, and all of it fell onto my bed. I was furious. Oh no. My bed. My new set of bedding. This is unbelievable. While I was grumbling and sweeping the floor, I stuffed the blankets into the washing machine. I didn't throw away that pile of sand. Instead, I found a scroll to seal it up because it might come in handy later. After cleaning up, I started wondering about the Vortex clan. What kind of divine family are they? They not only developed the Corpse Demon Sealing technique, but also have a method to undo it. What is the principle behind that mask? I couldn't find any information in the memories of that old man, Hashirama. It seems I'll have to wait until I can get my hands on my mom's and the First Lady souls. As night fell, I switched back to my own eyes and was about to go to sleep when suddenly a light bulb went off in my head. How could I forget about him? Danzo, I have a ready-made free labor force right here. Thinking this, I slapped my thigh, transformed into that cold, handsome face of mine, activated the Flying Thunder God technique. And in an instant, I arrived at Root's base. Let me tell you, as soon as my feet touched the ground, a knife was already pressed against my neck. A masked lackey, sounding quite aggressive, said who. I was too lazy to even lift my eyelids, and before I could say anything, Danzo sprang out like a rabbit, kicking that little lackey 800 meters away while cursing, "You're outrageous. Get back." Once the surroundings quieted down, he suddenly knelt down in front of me, showing great respect. "My lord, you have arrived." I like this attitude. I'm too lazy to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point. Danzo, I've got 2 tasks for you. Please give your orders. First, go to Takigakure and get me the hero's water, as much as you can. Understood. You can count on me. That old bastard Danzo is full of confidence. Second, I pause and lower my voice. Can we get our hands on the Hyuga clan's main family's corpse? Well, this really stumped Danzo. He analyzed it for me and said that the Hyuga family treasures the main family's corpse more than their own lives, keeping it well hidden, and outsiders have no chance at all. The only way to get it is to kill them on the spot. As soon as I heard it, I thought, fine. The family graveyard is top secret. As an outsider, how would I know? I can only take a hard approach. So, I decided to kill two. I gave the order, but added a note. Let me be clear, Hinata, Hanabi, and Hizashi are off limits. Yes. By the way, what about the Branch family? I asked again. Sir, the Branch family is the same. Their bodies are also hidden away. I suddenly remembered that in the original work, the Edo Tensei only brought back Hyuga Hizashi. It seems that these big clans really have a way to protect their corpses. Unlike the Uchiha and Senju clans, one was annihilated and turned to ashes, while the other was cremated like a commoner after death, making them practically immune to Edo Tensei. As for the Branch family, just kill two of them for me. But remember, don't touch Yugeniji. Understood. I took out two kunai engraved with the flying thunder god seal and tossed them to him, saying I'll come to collect the goods tomorrow night. If you find the hero's water, contact me with this. As for the other kunai, throw it to the hidden waterfall village. Danzo took the order. I disappeared in a flash. Let me tell you, this old guy is really efficient. I had barely left when he sent someone to the Hyuga clan to collect the goods. The next day, while I was at home, idly picking my toes, my mind suddenly jolted. The shadow clone I left with Jiraiya was dispelled, and memories flooded in. Good grief, Jiraiya was already fighting Orochimaru. Tsunade, with her fear of blood still not cured, was trembling in fear beside them, while Shizen was protecting her, but it looked like she couldn't hold on much longer. Tsunade was in danger. Should I go or not? I thought about it, and figured it might not be necessary. But then I realized the mess left by the old man Sarutobi would only be cleaned up once Tsunade returned as the 5th Hokage. All right, then I'll go and lend a hand. I put on a mask. My hair turned black, my body elongated, transforming into the appearance of a handsome young man. I casually threw on a kimono, and with a twist of my eyes, a pair of crimson Sharingan opened up. Let's go. I used the flying thunder god technique to arrive at the previous, and then, surrounded by flickering lightning, I dashed towards the battlefield like the Flash. When I arrived, the battle was extremely intense. Winter was being pinned down by the thousands of snakes, and it looked like he was about to be swallowed whole. Without a second thought, I instantly flashed to the side of the giant snake's head and kicked it with a whip-like leg. With a loud bang, that several-ton heavy creature was kicked away by me, as if it were a soccer ball. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were stunned on the spot. Who? I landed steadily, adjusted my kimono, and coldly said, "You guys are really noisy." The 10,000 snakes were furious when I kicked one of them. "Hey, how dare you kick me? I'm going to eat you." With that, it opened its huge mouth and charged at me. I let out a cold laugh, took out a shuriken, and cut my thumb. Then with one hand, I formed a seal and slammed it on the ground. Spirit summoning technique. Bang! A huge cloud of smoke exploded, and 10,000 snakes rushed in, only to be screamed out the next second. A domineering voice came from the smoke. "Oh, long time no see, 10,000 snakes." Upon hearing this voice, Orochimaru's face turned pale. This voice, could it be? As the smoke cleared, a giant red serpent with an explosive aura coiled there. It was none other than the Mad King of the Dragon Cave, Senya. 10,000 snakes trembled with anger upon seeing it. "Senya, you dare to ruin my plans." Senya arrogantly lifted its head, eyes filled with disdain. 10,000 snakes, where do you get the guts to talk to me like that? It glanced at me and boasted to 10,000 snakes. "This guy looks good to me. His strength is exceptional. He is fit to be my partner." Partner? Huh. Have you forgotten who caused the injury to your eye? 10,000 snakes crazily poked at its sore spot. "He is different." Senya roared back, "Enough with the nonsense. Let us fight." The two giant snakes instantly entangled together. The scene was like Godzilla battling King Kong, shaking the earth and causing dust to fly. I stood by, my Sharingan spinning rapidly, analyzing the battle situation. Suddenly, I noticed Orochimaru was still sitting on top of 10,000 snakes' head. Oh ho, even in a wheelchair, he is still insisting on watching from the front lines? I had a sudden idea, leaving a shadow clone behind while my main body jumped directly onto the head of the giant snake, kicking Orochimaru away. Before he landed, I grabbed him by the collar. Orochimaru was so scared that he nearly lost his mind. "Who are you?" I leaned close to his ear and said, "I am your nightmare." Only then did he see my Sharingan under the mask and guessed in terror, "Uchiha Itachi? Guess?" I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and directly activated the Genjutsu. Magical chain technique. Countless large iron nails appeared out of thin air, piercing Orochimaru and pinning him in midair, unable to move. When he saw this technique, he instantly recalled the fear he had experienced when controlled by Itachi years ago. At that moment, Xianya also determined the outcome. With a loud Hitue, he spat an old phlegm, accurately hitting the tail of the giant snake, which instantly began to petrify. Seeing the situation was bad, the giant snake exclaimed, "You all wait for me," and slithered away. I held Orochimaru and let out a cold laugh. The legendary 3 ninjas, is that all you've got? Kabuto and the 4 sound ninjas jumped out, wanting to rescue him. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, just you guys? Shinya leisurely crawled behind me, perfectly timing a chilling sound. The 4 of them were so frightened that their legs went weak, scrambling and shouting, "Sorry, we'll leave right now." As they carried Orochimaru away, I gave Shinya a thumbs up and said, "Thanks, Ibwa." Shinya cheerfully replied, "Oh, call me anytime if you need anything," and then disappeared. I slowly walked towards Tsunade. Jiraiya and Shizune immediately stood in front of her, looking wary. I looked at the still, trembling Tsunade and sighed. How pitiful. The sorrow of war. The sorrow of death. This kind of ninja world should have been destroyed long ago. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, got angry. "What do you want to do?" "We will destroy this flawed world, and all the ninja villages, and then create a new order." "You lunatic," Jiraiya said as he prepared to form hand signs. I laughed at that moment. Looking at him as the kaleidoscope pattern to my right, I instantly spun around. No more celestial being, radiance. A golden light exploded, directly pulling Jiraiya's spirit into my illusion space. Here, the moon is my kaleidoscope pattern, and I am the only deity. Useless, I wear the death god mask. My voice cold. Here, I control everything. Didn't you ask me who I am? I'm not Itachi, I am the death god. Jiraiya tried to resist, but was instantly bound tightly by iron chains. I was about to have some fun with him, but after thinking about it, I decided against it. My goal had already been achieved. I actively released the illusion and threw him back into reality. Tsunade happened to support him, and the two began their usual banter again. I watched this scene, feeling it was uninteresting, and turned to leave. "Wait, what exactly is your purpose?" Tsunade shouted from behind. I waved my hand without looking back. "Me? I'm just here to teach a lesson to that guy who disturbed me while I was enjoying my hot spring." After saying that, with a loud bang, my body transformed into a flock of crows and disappeared before their eyes. Now, Tsunade should be determined to return to the village and become Hokage, right? I returned home, soaked in the bathtub, and began to plan my next move. I need to dig up the graves of the first Hokage and my mother, and I can't do it without some kind of clairvoyance. Speaking of which, it's time to get a pair of white eyes. As soon as night fell, I returned to the route. "Danzo." I appeared behind him like a ghost. He immediately stood up, respectfully took out 2 scrolls, and unsealed them. With a bang, 10 corpses of Hyuga clan members appeared before me. Wow, I was shocked. "I asked you to bring me 2 each, and you just brought me 10. It's really you, Danzo." I crouched down to inspect. The eyes of the Zone family were intact, while the eyes of the Branch family had been destroyed by the curse of the caged bird, leaving only 2 hollow eye sockets. TSK. The Hyuga clan really knows how to be ruthless to their own. "You go out first. I'll send Danzo away. Who understands what family means?" The next part is the most disgusting. I forced myself to suppress the turmoil in my stomach, digging flesh from the corpse and taking the eyes. That sensation, that taste. I swear I never want to experience this again in my life. I sealed the materials and let Danzo handle the body. As soon as I got home, I rushed to the bathroom and vomited. I was almost throwing up bile. After recovering, I immediately infiltrated Konoha prison, randomly picked 10 unlucky prisoners, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring them all to the Land of Waves. Summoning technique et d'autant. I used those 10 prisoners as sacrifices to bring back to life the 10 recently deceased Hyuga clan members using the Impure World Reincarnation technique. They haven't regained consciousness yet and are standing like puppets. Next, the Corpse Demon Sealing technique. I formed hand seals, and a massive shadow of the Grim Reaper emerged behind me. I saw the Grim Reaper extend his hand and pull the souls out one by one from the 10 bodies that had been reincarnated from the dirt. Then, he devoured them one by one. As he was eating, the Grim Reaper seemed to let out a satisfied burp, and a surge of pure soul energy was sent back to me. That feeling, let me tell you, I couldn't hold back and excitedly shouted, 5 ants. The taste was simply like top-notch American barbecue, tender and juicy. Oh my, I ran out of words, just one word, delicious. After I finished enjoying it, the 10 sacrifices were completely cold. I cremated them with a fire and returned home. As soon as I got home, I immediately closed my eyes and sank my consciousness into the Grim Reaper space. Sure enough, 10 white soul orbs were floating there. I didn't even look at their memories, since they were all just random passersby. Bloodline, blood inheritance limit, ninjutsu, gentle fist. I want them all. After absorbing all the power, I slowly opened my eyes and returned to reality. Gentle fist? Oomph. In front of my kaleidoscope, it's nothing. I scoffed, but well, it might come in handy later. Then, I closed my eyes again, focused my mind, and shouted, "Be a Kugan." I tell you, the combined power of these 10 people's eyes is simply outrageous. The entire Konoha village instantly unfolded in my mind like a 3D holographic map, detailed down to every telephone pole. Goodness, isn't this more useful than Google Maps? I immediately spotted Kakashi lying in the hospital, and it was quite a sight. His body was filled with tubes, looking like a cyber porcupine. All right, he was stabbed with Tsukuyami by his for 3 days and nights. How could it not be tragic? Plus, I could directly see the chakra network inside him. Hey, this will make it convenient to find someone tomorrow. The next day, I actually stayed home all day, resting and regaining my strength. When night fell and the wind picked up, I set off, feeling like a night vigilante. At this rate, my biological clock is going to be turned upside down. Tonight's target, the graves of the Hokages. But as soon as I reached the foot of the mountain outside the village, I was stopped by someone. Several shadowy figures appeared out of nowhere, and one shouted, "Halt!" It startled me. I looked up and saw a group of people, some with long black hair, some with red hair, and their clothes were embroidered with a fan. Wait, no, it's the clan symbols of Senju and Uzumaki. Does anyone understand? Aren't these two clans almost extinct? Why are they having a team-building event here? An old man from the Senju clan stepped forward, his gaze sharp like an eagle's, asking, "Who are you? What are you doing here at this late hour?" My mind was racing, and I immediately switched into drama mode, putting on a scared expression and stammering, "Yes, sir, I'm lost. Lost. In this remote mountain area? Who are you talking to?" A young person from the Xianyuan family didn't believe it at all. I was speechless. How come none of your memories from the 3rd or 4th generation mention this? It wasn't until later that I realized this was arranged by the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Back in the day, she brought a large number of people from a land of whirlpools and the Senju clan to hide here as tomb guardians. No wonder the people from these two clans seemed to have disappeared. They had actually gone underground. This old lady is really ruthless. Just when I couldn't deceive them any longer, the old man wanted to take me back for tea. At that moment, a sudden sound of fighting came from a distance, and they all turned to look. This was my chance. I quickly formed hand signs, and a lightning bolt shot towards the tomb. Oh no, he is going to follow me in. The old man realized what was happening and was about to chase after me when I instantly flashed back in front of him. I pointed to my own eyes and shouted, "Look at me." They were all stunned. What? Sharingan. Not good. Too late. As soon as I activated the illusion, I formatted their brains with a single click, erasing all memories of me, and then let them have a good sleep. Done. While I ran inside, I activated my Byakugan to scan. Found it. The corpse is right in there, but there are still a dozen guards. Just a dozen people? The advantage is mine. I transformed directly into that guy from the Uzumaki clan and swaggered over. "Worthy who, what brings you here?" I cover my eyes, looking pained. "Oh no. My eyes feel uncomfortable. Please help me take a look." "What's wrong with your eyes?" "My eyes. They are Sharingan." Oh, another round of falling to the ground. It became quiet. I walked up to the cemetery, where 7 large coffins were neatly arranged. Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Tobirama, the couple Sarutobi Hiruzen and his wife, and my parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. I pressed the handprint I remembered from the 3rd Hokage's memories, and with a series of actions, a gap opened in the transparent barrier before me. Once inside, I headed straight for the first Hokage. I opened the coffin, took out the heart, sliced some flesh. All in one go, so skillfully that it scared even me. This thing is a treasure. It will definitely come in handy later. I then visited each coffin and collected some materials, until I stood in front of my parents' coffin. Although my soul isn't original, the DNA of this body reacted. Looking at the large hole in their stomachs where the 9 tails had clawed, my hands began to tremble. My mind was filled with the words my mother said to me in the anime. Who wouldn't cry at that scene? I couldn't help but reach out to touch her face, and tears fell down my cheeks. But as I turned my head, seeing Minato Namikaze lying beside her, my anger flared up, the hatred in my heart. It's all because of you, because of your self-righteous decision. Neither my mom, nor I, nor your group of disciples are living well. Do you think that dying solves everything? Dream on. If you do something wrong, you have to make it right. I clenched my teeth and took samples from them. Then with a wave of my hand, I sealed the 2 coffins along with the bodies into a scroll. Job done. Flying Thunder God, home. Once I got home, I immediately went to the Konoha prison. It seemed that the last time I borrowed 10 people made too much noise, as the guards here had doubled. TCH, does that even help? I transformed with a bang into the appearance of Uchiha Itachi, even coughing a couple of times to sound just like him. The guard at the entrance saw me and shouted, "Halt! You are Uchiha Itachi." I can't be bothered just glaring with my eyes, activating the Sharingan, and launching the illusion package along with memory deletion service, all in one go. This mess is left for Tsunade to deal with. Anyway, the blame is on the third Hokage. I went in and brought out 2 female prisoners and, with a whoosh, transported them to the old place in the Land of Waves. Impure world reincarnation. With 2 piercing screams, I successfully summoned the souls of my mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. However, I wasn't foolish enough to let them be resurrected on the spot, especially Mito, who is the ancestor of sealing techniques. What if she wakes up and seals me away with a wave of her hand? Who would I turn to for an explanation? To be safe, I clapped my hands and performed the corpse demon technique. I directly absorbed their souls into my own body. After finishing the task, my consciousness sank, and I found myself in the belly of the Shinigami. In front of me floated 2 soul orbs, and I first reached out to touch my mother's orb. Boom! A massive amount of chakra instantly filled my entire body, making me feel like I could produce hundreds of chakra balls on the spot. Suddenly, 5 thick golden chains burst out from my back. This was the Vajra lock of the Uzumaki clan, capable of binding tailed beasts with ease. After receiving the power, I began to delve into memories. My mother's life had been so bitter. Her country was destroyed, her family was gone, she was ridiculed, became a Jinchuriki, and was imprisoned. And after finally giving birth, she lost her life. Sigh, I must change her fate. While others who travel to another world aim to become Hokage and build a career, I just want to live a stable life. But the weak have no right to choose, so I must become stronger. Mito, I am Sora. I turned and grasped the other soul orb. Another wave of destructive chakra surged in, and I felt like I was about to burst. Then, I felt my hair change color? Never mind, I can't see it without a mirror. Let's check the memories first. Mito's memories were filled with treasures, dozens of methods for sealing tailed beasts, making me break out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness I didn't let her wake up. There were also a vast amount of medical ninjutsu she researched. Tsunade's techniques were probably all learned from her. The most crucial part was that I finally understood her ability to sense malice. It wasn't her own, but that of the 9 tails. She sealed the 9 tails tightly and could draw out its purest chakra to nourish herself, treating the 9 tails like a power bank. This method is great. I'm going to learn it. I was happily flipping through it when suddenly I saw something. Gossip seal, release for symbol seal, release, and a whole bunch of methods and ideas for breaking seals. I'm so stunned. Goodness, isn't this the legendary admin backend password? With this, who needs a frog key? It's all about the information gap. No, I have to go out and try it right now. No time to waste, my awareness snapped back, and I hurried back to the Land of Waves while it was dark. Unsealing this thing would make too much noise, so I had to find a deserted place. I sent out a wooden clone to keep watch outside, while my main body directly entered the sealing space. Inside, there were 2 unfortunate souls. One was the 9-tailed fox squished like a sardine, and the other was a crane with no tail. Both of them had patterns of a Sharingan in their eyes and were completely under my control. I first walked up to Shoha, and following the tutorial given by Granny Mito, I formed hand seals with both hands. 8 trigrams seal, release, with a loud bang. It was completely different from what I'd seen in the anime. The entire cage and the surrounding buildings instantly vanished, turning into nothingness. Showa just stood there dumbfounded, without moving. Wow, that was so easy. Then I went T-hole back. I walked up to the 9 tails, feeling a bit uneasy. If I release the seal, will my parents' residual chakra come out? Who cares? If it dares to come out, just right, my filial piety fists have been itching for a fight. 8 trigrams seal, release. In an instant, the 9 tails cage also disappeared, and it was finally able to stretch out its massive body. At that moment, 2 figures truly appeared from the darkness. Hey, this is different from what Minato said. I exclaimed. Kushina? Minato! Kushina! Damn, are you 2 acting in a romantic drama? Completely ignoring me, a living person, and just hugging each other and crying. I really couldn't watch any longer, cough cough. Only then did they react, looking at me, this red-haired kid, with a bewildered expression. Minato asked, "Who are you?" Before he finished speaking, Kushina slapped him on the back of the head. "You big idiot. You don't even recognize your own son? But our son is supposed to be blonde." "I don't care. I feel like he's my son," Kushina said as she walked up to me and carefully asked, "You're Naruto, right?" I felt a pang in my nose and nodded. "It's me, Mom." Kushina hugged me tightly, tears streaming down her face. I hug her back, feeling warm inside. But the person next to us was not in tune with the moment. Minato looked up and saw the Shikaku and the Nine Tails, especially noticing the Sharingan in their eyes. His expression changed drastically. Not good. Naruto is in danger. He thought it was the masked man's doing and was about to rush over to reseal the Nine Tails. Can I let you succeed? I've been keeping a close eye on him with my divine Kagura. I suddenly pushed my mom away, and with a flash of lightning, I executed 1,000-bird sharp spear, instantly charging in front of Minato and sending him flying with a punch. Naruto, stop. My mom panicked. Hit him. I was planning to kill him today. I glared at Minato with murderous intent. Why? Why? You can see for yourself. My eyes instantly turned into Sharingan, and I cast an illusion, turning my childhood experiences of being bullied, isolated, and suffering from hunger and cold into a 4K HD documentary, broadcasting it live to them. After watching, Minato's face turned pale, and my mom was already in tears. I pointed at Minato, my voice trembling. Fourth Hokage, thanks to you. I've been treated as a monster since I was a child, beaten and isolated. I swear I will become strong, whether it's the Nine Tails or the Sharingan. As long as it can become my power, I will never let anyone decide my fate again. Minato couldn't say a word. He knew he had trusted the wrong person. Naruto, I'm really sorry. He finally spoke, but your hair and the Sharingan. Sorry. I have no obligation to explain my secrets to someone who ruined my life. My mom walked over and gently asked me, Naruto, these powers of yours, they weren't obtained by hurting others, right? Don't worry, Mom. I nodded. When my mom heard this, she was completely reassured. As for Konoha, to hell with Konoha. They caused my son to end up like this. They deserve to be wiped out. She turned around and glared fiercely at Minato, her eyes seeming to want to devour him alive. Kushina, Minato trembled in fear. The next second, my mom pounced on him like an enraged lioness and started giving him a beating. Minato's screams were heart-wrenching. I looked at the scene of domestic violence and suddenly realized that just now, Watergate asked me what was wrong with my hair. I quickly created a shadow clone. We stared at each other in surprise. Hey, why do I have red hair too? Damn. So it turns out I've absorbed the power of my mom and Grandma Mito, and my genes have mutated? But this isn't this pure, top-tier aesthetics. The blonde hair looks silly, but with the red hair, the aura instantly rises. It's simply stunning. My shadow clone and I started complimenting each other on the spot. After I finished admiring, the fight over there was also done. Minato's body was almost transparent from all the hits. Damn, Mom, you're being way too ruthless. It seems like I might have gone a bit overboard. My mom said, panting, Naruto, we should go. Don't worry, Mom. I'll definitely find a way to bring you back. And you too, I pointed at Minato. If you make a mistake, you better make it up properly. Don't think about dying easily. Minato, just being able to see you is enough for me. My mom shook her head. You're satisfied, but I'm not satisfied yet. As I said this, my eyes transformed back into the Sharingan. Jinjut, the Sharingan. I directly controlled the two of them and then mobilized the Death God chakra within me. My hands instantly became covered in patterns, and when I pressed down on them, I absorbed those two masses of chakra back into my body. As my consciousness returned to the Death God space, I saw that the two streams of chakra merged into my parents' soul orbs. Great. This way their memories and powers would be more complete. All right, it's time to return to the real world. Just as I emerged from my incredibly cool spiritual world, I opened my eyes and wow. My wooden clone also turned into red hair along with me. I told you, I immediately transformed my clone into a mirror and directly unleashed a golden form. That shimmering nine-tailed mode looks really cool, but the 6 stripes on my face. Does anyone understand? It's like having 2 bold eyebrows stuck on. It's so ugly it makes me want to cry. Luckily, my grandma Schwatter left a secret recipe, hair removal cream. Pure herbal, 6 uses, and it's permanently effective. No, permanently removes hair. Plus, it can make your skin whiter and smoother. It's incredible. Once I got the formula, I went straight to Shikamaru's house. When he saw me, he was dumbfounded. Who are you? I said, I'm Naruto, and his jaw dropped to the ground. It was so funny. I casually made up a reason. I love my mom, and I have red hair just like her, and then I fried his CPU. I went to him to buy some medicinal herbs, and he thought I was sick. I told him I wanted them for beauty purposes, and he looked at me like I was an alien. When he saw the list of herbs, he said, this stuff is ridiculously expensive. I replied, come on, buddy, I'm not short on cash for looking good. He insisted on giving it to me for free, but I said no. The two of us, 2 big men, were tugging at each other, and finally, he got annoyed and said, how about you play a game of chess with me? I was like, seriously? Is this just pure bullying of a bad student? I got angry on the spot, pulled out a wad of cash from my pocket, slammed it on the table, and said, "Is this enough? No need for change." Then, with a flash of lightning, I disappeared, leaving him alone in the wind, confused. When I got home, I immediately had my clone help me grind the herbs while I shaved my beard and applied the green ointment on my face. Just as I was enjoying my beauty treatment, I heard someone knock on the door. When I opened it, it was a lecherous immortal. He didn't even recognize me and politely asked, "Excuse me, is this the home of Uzumaki Naruto?" I rolled my eyes and said, "What do you want?" Then I slammed the door shut. I hung him out to dry and went in to wash my face. When I opened the door again, his chin had dropped off. "Damn, Naruto, why did you dye your hair?" I still say, "Because I love my mother." After hearing that, he fell silent, probably mourning for my dad in his heart, since this son looks nothing like him. Then he started lecturing me about how I shouldn't come back without his permission. I shot back. "I'm going back to my own home. Do I need your permission? Are you the Hokage or my teacher?" That shut him up. Seeing he was fine, I slammed the door shut again. The pervy sage, feeling defeated, went off to drink, and after drinking, he went to find Granny Tsunade. However, Granny Tsunade was furious over a mountain of paperwork, and when she smelled the alcohol on him, she exploded, scolding him for going off to have fun while leaving her to deal with those two old advisors. Jiraiya quickly explained he was there to find me, but he was shot down. When Granny Tsunade heard that, she sighed and said if I didn't want to go with him, then he should just leave me alone. Then it went back to the usual routine, with Jiraiya saying he was going to look for information on the Akatsuki organization, looking for the so-called child of prophecy. Granny Tsunade was beside him, mocking him for having a frog brain, saying Orochimaru was turning into a snake, and he, Jiraiya, was about to turn into a frog too, with that greasy word on his forehead protector, not knowing if he was a ninja from Konoha or from Iboka Mountain. Just then, Shizen walked in with a stack of documents taller than her, saying there were still over 10 people waiting in line. Granny Tsunade turned green, and when she heard Shizen say Kakashi was still in a coma in the hospital, she immediately found an excuse, saying, "Oh right. Shizen, let us go." She ran faster than anyone else, not wanting to be in that class for another day. When they got to the hospital, Granny Tsunade slapped Kakashi awake and immediately started scolding him. "Tisich, how can a grown man be so weak? You should watch less adult material. Who understands, right?" Kakashi had just woken up and was being verbally attacked, completely dazed. Luckily, Shizen hurriedly dragged Tsunade back to handle her official duties, or else Kakashi would probably have been lectured to the point of questioning his life. Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief, pondering over Granny Tsunade being Hokage. Although she had the strength, her tendency to lose every bet. Whatever, it's not like he is the one doing it, why worry? He decided to go check on our cute subordinates. He first found Sakura, and when she saw he was awake, she was incredibly excited. As they chatted, Kakashi found out that I and Sasuke had been missing lately. However, he wasn't too worried about me. After all, I had the Flying Thunder God technique. Who could catch me? So, the two of them went to find Sasuke together. When they arrived at the training ground, good grief, Sasuke was walking on his hands. Upon seeing Kakashi, this little brat didn't say a word and just started attacking, throwing shurikens at Kakashi's face, as if they were free. The two exchanged blows. Fire techniques against earth techniques, water techniques against fire techniques, creating a scene of water flooding everywhere, all steam. In the end, it was Sakura who couldn't take it anymore and called for a stop. Kakashi was shocked at Sasuke's progress. He had even activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Genius is indeed genius. Then he suggested that Team 7 hadn't gathered in a long time, so they should all go out for a meal together. So, the three of them showed up at my door and knocked. When the door opened, Sakura was directly stunned. "Who is this?" "Sasuke murmured, Fives familia." Kakashi's eyes nearly popped out. "Hey, Sensei's wife." "No, wait, you're Naruto?" I looked at the three of them, looking innocent. "What are you doing here? Kakashi-sensei, are you okay?" Sakura was internally screaming. "What the hell? This handsome guy is Naruto? What happened to the blonde? What about the beard? Are you kidding me?" Sasuke remained calm, thinking it was just a change of style. Kakashi asked me about my hair, and I replied with the same line, "Because I love my mother." Kakashi looked helpless. Speak in human language. I don't know. In the end, Kakashi took us out for ramen, being stingy and saying he couldn't afford barbecue. At the dinner table, Sasuke, that battle maniac, wanted to fight me again, but I flatly refused. He said he would treat me to barbecue, but I still declined. Finally, he blurted out, "I acknowledge you as my big brother." I immediately agreed. It's settled then. Sasuke regretted it on the spot. Once he acknowledges me as his big brother, I'll inject myself with his cells. The next day at the assembly, Kakashi was late, as usual. When he finally showed up slowly, Sakura couldn't help but ask about the results of the Chunin exam. Kakashi then leisurely announced the explosive news from the morning meeting. In short, there were two pieces of news. First, the Chunin exam would be retaken, but only for participants of the third exam, so Sakura was out of luck. Second, even more shocking, Naruto Uzumaki, had made a great achievement by defeating Gaara in a one-on-one fight, and I was directly promoted to Chunin. Not only that, Granny Tsunade appointed me as an examiner for this retake. Sakura was petrified on the spot, feeling completely dim, leaving only her as the sole genin in Team 7. Sasuke and I were indifferent. One just wanted to get stronger, and the other just wanted freedom. What I wanted to be, I couldn't become, and what I didn't want to be, I ended up being. After the announcement, Kakashi took us to do missions, and guess what? It was another D-rank mission, pulling weeds by the river. While we were pulling weeds, on the other side, Orochimaru was going crazy, rolling on the bed in pain, muttering like a mantra, "Sasuke. Where is Sasuke? Why hasn't he come yet? Where's my Sasuke?" Kabuto was anxiously trying to persuade him to switch bodies first, but Orochimaru stubbornly refused, insisting on waiting for Sasuke. The scene was a highlight of madness. With no other options, Kabuto could only give him medicine to prolong his life and then go take care of the sickly Kimimaro. I tell you, Jimaro here is also a tough guy. Lying on a hospital bed, listening to Dodo, he let out a bitter laugh. What is the point of recuperating? I know my own body. I want to last a few more days. He was truly indifferent to life and death. Dodo fell silent, because what this guy said was the harsh truth. His illness was beyond even divine intervention. But guess what? Before he died, Jimaro still wanted to shine and insisted on bringing Sasuke back to Orochimaru. He told Dodo, "Give me an injection. Use the strongest medicine. Let me regain my strength, even if it costs my life. It doesn't matter." What a spirit that is. This is the legendary spirit of risking everything for the boss. Seeing his determination, Dodo could only give him the injection. Once the medicine took effect, Jimaro instantly revived, put on his clothes, and rushed towards Konoha. Early the next morning, just after I woke up and finished 2 sets of push-ups at home, I suddenly felt something was off. I tell you, for ominous chakras suddenly emerged in the village, their malice thick as unbreakable ink. My heart sank, and I immediately opened my Byakugan to look outside. Good grief, a fat guy, a beautiful woman, a 2-headed person, and one that looked like a spider demon with many arms. Isn't that the sound for? What are they here for? Their target must be Sasuke. But then I thought, with these few oddballs, they think they can take away the current Sasuke? They probably came to deliver their heads. Anyway, it doesn't concern me much, so I continued my training. After finishing my training and taking a shower, I just pushed the door to go downstairs when, coincidentally, I bumped right into Sasuke. This kid had a gaze like a hook, staring straight at me. "Naruto, you promised me, let us have a match." I scratched my head, pretending to be clueless. Huh? What did I promise? Sasuke's face turned dark with anger, gritting his teeth as he repeated himself. I continued to tease him. What were the conditions again? My family, who understands, saw his expression, wanting to explode, but not daring to. It was just too funny. In the end, this kid had no choice. Holding back for a while, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Big brother, let us settle this once and for all." "Oh, that is more like it." I laughed at that moment and waved my hand. "Lead the way." I followed him to his usual training ground. As soon as we got into stance, I sensed that, besides the two of us, there were 4 little mice hiding in the shadows. It was the Sound Ninja 4, and they weren't in a hurry to make a move. They were peeking, probably wanted to see how good Sasuke's new vessel was. I chuckled coldly to myself. "So you want to watch, huh? Then I'll give you a VIP exclusive show. Just don't blink." At that moment, Sasuke shouted, "Naruto, I'm coming in." He charged at me like a cannonball. His Sharingan activated in an instant, overflowing with confidence, and he launched into a series of powerful taijutsu moves. I thought to myself, oh, he is serious? Fine, I'll serve him some Wing Chun. We exchanged blows. He was fierce, I was agile. Then came the most outrageous move. After just a few exchanges, Sasuke's Sharingan, like a high-end scanner, actually copied my Wing Chun techniques. He countered with my own moves and sneered, "Naruto, your taijutsu. I'll take it." Wow. It was like witnessing a showdown between Ip Man and Ip Man. I got excited. Finally, I could have a real Wing Chun match. The more we fought, the faster we got, engaged in close combat. It was like gods battling it out. Just then, Sasuke suddenly changed tactics and used the Iron Mountain Lean, a move I had used against Neji. This kid learns fast, but I had anticipated this move. The moment he leaned in, I countered with a punch that sent a gust of wind to his face. With a loud bang. I didn't hit him, but the sound was enough to scare him off. Sasuke was forced back and immediately formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of fireballs like a machine gun. I wasn't about to back down either. Water style, water wall. I raised a wall of water to block his attack. But then a fire dragon burst through the mist, and I thought, oh, this is getting serious. I quickly formed hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. I summoned 3 water dragons. One went to clash with his fire dragon, while the other 2 charged straight at Sasuke. The clash of water and fire caused a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. The next second, he sprang out from behind a tree like a ghost, his left hand crackling with electricity. It was Chidori. With a loud screech, he lunged straight for my heart. This was a deadly move. Unfortunately, my Kagura Shingon had already seen through his intentions. The moment he charged, I accurately grabbed his wrist with my left hand and returned his own move to him. Iron Mountain Lean. Sasuke was sent flying as if he had crashed into a wall. But he was tough and managed to stabilize himself, kicking me into the air and jumping behind me, proudly shouting, "Checkmate, Naruto!" Lion's Mane. He tried to finish me off with a move he learned from Lee. But with a loud bang, he was stunned. That's right. It was a shadow clone. He had only hit my clone. He stood there in a daze, thinking, what? When did this happen? The next second, a hand emerged from the ground, grabbing his ankle tightly. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. My deep voice came from underground. Sasuke let out a yell as I dragged him into the ground, leaving only his head above the surface. Damn it, he shouted in frustration. I slowly emerged from the ground, squatting in front of him, wiggling my fingers in front of his face, and said with a smile, all right, checkmate. Chidori. Of course. I was just scaring him. If I really hit him, his life would be over. Sasuke, although unwilling, had no choice but to admit defeat, saying, I lost. I raised an eyebrow. So what should you call me? He gritted his teeth, his face turning red, and reluctantly said, Big brother. I was satisfied and pulled him out of the ground, patting his shoulder. Not bad. You actually copy my taijutsu pretty well. I was not being polite. That exchange just now had a taste reminiscent of my peak showdown with Peach Style. It was truly exhilarating. After the excitement, it was time to get down to business. I asked Sasuke, you noticed those 4 spying mice too, right? Sasuke scoffed, his Sharingan flashing. Of course, don't underestimate my eyes. We exchanged glances, and the understanding was immediate. You take the normal-looking ones, and I'll handle the weird ones. All right. It was that simple. We fought side by side. I dashed to Kidamaru and knocking them out with 2 or 3 punches. Sasuke looked even cooler, with a flick of his wire. He bound Taiya and Jirobo like a circus performer and knocked them out with a kick each. I looked at the 4 of them lying on the ground and laughed. Sound ninja, huh? It seems Orochimaru really can't wait any longer. I looked at the 4 unconscious people, fully aware that I needed to deal with them quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they woke up and used their cursed seals to escape. So, I swiftly tied up the remaining 2, then took out a blank scroll and began to draw symbols on it. Sasuke, standing nearby, looked confused and couldn't help but ask, Naruto, what are you writing? Without looking up, I teased him, what should you call me? Sasuke grimaced and reluctantly called out, Big brother. Just watch, and you'll understand. I continued to focus on my drawing. Finally, I finished formed hand seals and shouted, sealing technique, evil exorcism seal. Let me tell you, that scene was incredibly cool. The characters on the scroll came to life, transforming into 4 black ink snakes that swiftly crawled onto the 4 individuals, accurately finding their cursed seals, then tightly coiling around them and starting to pull back. The cursed seals were forcibly ripped from their bodies. The excruciating pain jolted all 4 of them awake, writhing like fish out of water, shouting names like Butterfly, Yamaro, and howling in agony. Once the ink snakes fully retreated back into the scroll, for strange cursed seal patterns appeared on it. I then created 4 shadow clones, and each one punched them in the stomach, sealing their chakra as well. Sasuke witnessed the whole process, looking utterly stunned, his expression a mix of confusion. He understood that if I could remove others' cursed seals, I could do the same to his. This meant he could break free from Orochimaru's control, but at the same time, the cursed seal was also a powerful force that could be useful for his revenge. However, upon reflection, Orochimaru didn't seem that reliable. After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke up, Naruto, big brother, do you think Orochimaru can make me stronger? I thought for a moment and nodded seriously. He can? Sasuke's eyes sparkled. If I beg you, can you guide me in my training? I countered. What do I get in return? Sasuke sighed. What do you want? 2 conditions. I held up a finger. First, you must take me as your master. Sasuke agreed without hesitation. I agree. I was a bit surprised by how quickly he responded. Good. Second, you must wholeheartedly trust me and then transfer your chakra to me. Is that it? I agree, he said, moving closer. I quickly stopped him. Wait. I'll be right back. As soon as I finished speaking, I used Flying Thunder God to return home, rummaged through my things to find the cells of Sasuke I had saved earlier, and injected them directly into the artery of my left arm with a syringe. Let me tell you, this operation was out of this world. Now I had the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Ashura's chakra, just missing his Indra's chakra. I wanted to see if I could absorb his chakra willingly to directly manifest a Rinnegan. It was all about getting ahead of the curve. I endured my physical discomfort and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his side, panting as I said, all right, let's start. I didn't say to stop. You can't stop. Sasuke pressed both hands on my back and began to frantically transfer chakra. Time passed second by second, and he was exhausted like a dog, sweat dripping down, until I finally shouted to stop. Looking at his depleted state, I smiled and said, you rest for now. I'll have a shadow clone take you back. He was still unwilling. No, you haven't helped me practice yet. I patiently explained, there's a lot going on today, and there's still one outside. You need to rest well first. We'll officially start tomorrow. Only then did he reluctantly agree. I sent one shadow clone to inform the Hokage office, one to help Sasuke get home, and left two to guard the captives. As for me, I turned and rushed towards Kimimura's direction. I ran wildly, and soon I felt the malice coming from ahead. I sneered coldly in my heart, and a mischievous idea popped into my mind. Transformation. I directly transformed into Sasuke's appearance and stood in place waiting for him. Before long, Kimimura appeared. When he saw me, he was taken aback for a moment, then spoke. You must be Sasuke-kun. Perfect, come with me. Lord Orochimaru needs your body. I immediately mocked him, saying in the most disdainful tone, Orochimaru? Just a mere ant dares to set his sights on me? Since you're here, lead the way. Kimimura's expression instantly turned cold. Sasuke-kun, please take back your words. The greatness of that lord is beyond your imagination. Being able to dedicate yourself to him is a blessing. I burst out laughing. He frowned and asked what I was laughing at. I told him, I'm laughing at your ignorance. Right now, among the Uchiha, besides me, there are two others. Do you know why Orochimaru doesn't go after them, but specifically seeks me out? He looked at me with a wary expression. I proudly revealed the answer, because those two could easily take him out. He understood in his heart, which is why he sought me, the weakest soft persimmon to squeeze. This guy instantly lost his composure, took off his shirt, and bone spikes emerged from his hands, ready to attack. I coldly smiled, my eyes instantly turning into Sharingan. Neither you nor Orochimaru stand a chance in front of my eyes. He looked at my eyes, quite excited. So this is the Sharingan? Let me see what it's capable of. Saying this, he charged at me. I felt amused. Did this kid not know that the first rule of fighting an Uchiha is to not look into their eyes? He didn't even realize he was caught in my Jinjutsu. No wonder he was so thoroughly brainwashed by Orochimaru. I calmly walked towards him, lightly placed my right hand on him, and the next second, with a whoosh, the two of us disappeared from the spot. I never thought about fighting Jumaro seriously. I remember clearly that this guy is absurdly strong and a lunatic, with a lifespan like a cockroach and bones as hard as steel. It's too troublesome to fight him. I originally wanted to test his resistance to Jinjutsu, but when I tried, it was just SOSO. He relies too much on his bloodline limit and curse seals. So, I directly used Jinjutsu to control him, and then, with his corpse, used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the place we used to stay in a land of waves. I cremated what could be cremated, and buried the hard bones that couldn't be cremated on the spot. Why didn't I devour his soul? To be honest, I looked down on his bone bloodline. Think about it. Exposing bones during a fight, getting covered in bacteria and viruses, and then retracting them after the fight? How dirty is that? It's like a walking petri dish. I find it disgusting. So, let us completely eradicate this bloodline from the annals of history, a physical exorcism, merit one. On the other side, my shadow clone appeared in the Hokage office. Tsunade was overwhelmed with paperwork, and when she saw me, she asked what was going on. I told her about capturing 4 sound ninjas, and she got a little nervous at first, but when I said it was fine, she asked for the address and sent someone to handle it. After I finished explaining the location, my shadow clone disappeared with a bang. Tsunade looked at the smoke and laughed. This kid actually sent a shadow clone to report. What a clever little guy. The next morning, Sasuke reported to my house on time. His attitude was extremely proper. I took him to the waterfall where I used to train and told him, just repeat my previous training. But before we started, I had him create a shadow clone first. Then I created a shadow clone too, sending my clone with his clone to a nearby, small forest, while his main body went under the waterfall to get blasted by the water. Although Sasuke was confused, he followed my instructions. His main body was struggling under the waterfall, while his clone followed mine to learn various advanced uses of shadow clones. I taught him my understanding of shadow clones, the multi-threaded learning method, and combat maneuvers without holding back. Sasuke was amazed and asked how many clones I could create before. I said, around 1,000. He was speechless. I casually told him, don't be jealous, I'm from the Uzumaki clan. I have a lot of chakra, plus I'm a Jinchuriki, so my blue bar is infinite. After discussing the theory, I taught him various derivative techniques of Chidori, like Chidori Sharp Spear, in advance. These were supposed to be developed by him later, but now I basically gave him a cheat. As soon as the training with the clones ended, the main body Sasuke, who was doubting life under the waterfall, suddenly flooded with a massive amount of training experience, and his face instantly lit up with joy. But as he got distracted, he was swept away by the waterfall. Fortunately, I had been watching closely. I teleported over and, at the critical moment, caught him in a princess carry. Sasuke opened his eyes, looked at me, then at his awkward position, and his face turned red. I said, do we have to use this position? I coughed awkwardly. It was an emergency, it just happened. Let go of me, he urged. I quickly set him down and handed him a soldier pill to let him go home and rest. Watching my disappearing back, Sasuke complained, more ridiculous than Kakashi. At least Kakashi came himself, but you sent a shadow clone to teach. Of course, shadow clones are so useful. Aren't they meant for slacking off? While we were training steadily, Orochimaru was going crazy on the other side. He waited and waited, but Sasuke never showed up. And the four sound ninjas and Junmaro he sent out had also gone silent. He knew that they were wiped out. With no other option, he could only hoarsely tell Kabuto, give up on Sasuke, just find a random body to switch into. After the ritual, Orochimaru lay there wrapped in bandages. Although he wasn't in pain anymore, his body was so weak that he couldn't even perform hand seals, and his hatred for Konoha deepened. Time flew by, and it was the day Tsunade officially took office as Hokage. Wearing that hat that looked like a pot lid, she boldly declared amidst the cheers of the villagers, from today onwards, I am the 5th Hokage. The villagers were thrilled. With the title of a legendary Sannin and being the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she was the people's choice. As soon as the ceremony ended, Tsunade spotted me in the crowd and waved. Come to my office later. Not long after, I pushed open the office door and saw her leaning on her hands, grinning like a fox at me. You're here? Yes, I'm here. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting mischievously. Guess why I called you here? I thought for a moment and understood. Because of the Chunin exam? That's right. Tsunade nodded affirmatively. After saying that, she turned around and pulled out some items. A Chunin vest and an appointment letter, slapping it on the desk. Congratulations, she said, grinning like a fox. You're the first to be promoted. I curled my lips. Oh, and then? Then, for this Chunin exam, you'll be an examiner. I'm counting on you. Her expression turned serious in an instant. Hearing this, I laughed. Can I say no? No. It was a firm answer. I rolled my eyes, thinking, hey, an opportunity has come. Do you have any rice? You have to give me some compensation, right? None. This is your responsibility. Then I want to do it. Who is going to risk their life for you without any benefits? I slouched back in my chair, starting to act like a brat. Tsunade's face turned stern, her voice rising by 8 degrees. This is a Hokage order. I dug in my ears. Oh dear, getting old, tinnitus, can't hear. I can't believe this. She was so angry that the veins on her forehead were popping. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and asked, Say, what do you want? Everything my parents left behind. I put away my playful smile and told her word for word. As soon as I said that, Tsunade fell silent. I can tell you, I could feel her anger rising, but it wasn't directed at me. It was aimed at that old man, the 3rd Hokage. That old guy took all of my parents' inheritance, the house, and even the little clothes my mom prepared for me. He gave the house to some damn nephew of his. If this happened in 2025, it would definitely make the trending headlines, right? It's simply outrageous. Tsunade probably got angrier the more she thought about it and slammed the table. All right, I agree. Fine, I'll wait for your news. I grabbed my Chunin vest and went straight home. As soon as I walked in, I tore open the packaging and put on that green vest. I stood in front of the mirror and I was stunned. My red hair, combined with this not yet mature face. Wow, I look just like my mom, Kushina, carved from the same mold. To be honest, this vest is pretty cool. That guy in the anime never wore it until he died, and I can say I fulfilled my dream, aiming for a dramatic change in fate. A few days later, The Chunin exam was restarted. The venue was changed to that small practice field at the school. Tsunade was watching the match with a group of noble families, like it was a show. The candidates arrived one after another. Hinata, Sasuke, Shino, Ino, Shikamaru, and Niji. When they saw me in the Chunin vest, except for that jerk Sasuke, everyone else looked like their eyes were about to pop out. Shikamaru had a face that said, "Are you kidding me? Naruto? You're the examiner?" Ino was even more exaggerated, pointing at me and shouting. "This is a joke, right? Who is this handsome guy? Isn't Naruto the blonde?" Even Hinata, the little angel, blushed and quietly said, "Naruto, you've changed so much." I cleared my throat and pretended to announce the rules. Ahem, I am the examiner. The rules are the same as before. Life and death are your own responsibility. If you don't want to die, admit defeat early. I will call for a stop depending on the situation. Now draw lots. As soon as the results came out, my eyelids twitched. Ino Yamanaka against Shino Aburame. That was fine. The key was Niji Hyuga against Hinata Hyuga. Damn, I still couldn't avoid this, huh? I glanced at Niji. That guy's eyes were full of hatred, as if he had been poisoned. Hinata was going to have a tough time this match. Sigh. I can only keep an eye on it. In the first match, Ino Yamanaka against Shino Aburame, everyone else stepped back. As soon as Ino came on stage, she saw Shino covered in a mass of bugs and turned pale. Who understands it was an instant attack of trypophobia. She wanted to use the body flicker technique, but ended up directly diving into a bug clone. By the time she realized it, she was already covered and her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from fear. A pure, natural enemy, completely at a disadvantage. The winner is Shino Aburame. I announced it with a bit of speechlessness. The medical team quickly carried Ino away. Next match, Niji Hyuga, Hinata Hyuga. As soon as these two came on stage, the atmosphere became tense. Hinata was timid and lacked fighting spirit, while Niji's gaze was like that of a man looking at his father's murderer, mocking her with dirty words. If you have no fighting spirit, hurry up and admit defeat and get lost. Hinata instinctively glanced at me, as if drawing some courage from me, and surprisingly straightened her back. I won't give up. All right then, I won't hold back. Niji sneered. I sighed. Start. Roll your eyes. Both of them instantly opened their eyes, veins popping at the corners, and charged straight in. Ningxi was ruthless. Every move aimed at Hinata's pressure points, and he kept taunting. Is this all you've got? Useless. Hinata gritted her teeth and held on, clearly outmatched, and was soon kicked away. But she wobbled and stood up again, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Ningxi was completely enraged. Why won't you accept your fate, since you're seeking death? Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. My heart tightened. Just as I was about to move, Hinata struck the same pose, shouting, I won't give up. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. What? I was shocked. When did Hinata learn this move? The two collided like two tornadoes, palm shadows flying everywhere. But Hinata was clearly still too inexperienced. Her strength and speed couldn't keep up. Just as their palms met, Ningxi suddenly changed his move, launching an 8 trigrams empty palm from distance. The distance was too close. Hinata couldn't dodge at all and was sent flying like a cannonball, embedding into the wall. It's over. That bastard Ningxi didn't stop. His eyes fierce as he aimed another attack at Hinata's heart. Boom! Kai just let him go. I teleported over and took the hit on my back directly. As the dust settled, Ningxi looked at me, displeased. Why did you intervene? You won. I remained expressionless. It's not over yet. I'm the examiner. I have the final say. My tone became firmer. TCH, the clan members have it easy. Someone is always protecting them. He continued to speak sarcastically. I was furious at the time. What kind of twisted logic is that? Didn't you hear the rules I stated at the beginning? Do you want me to record it on a loop for you? Ningxi was rendered speechless by my retort, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. The final match was Uchiha Sasuke versus Nara Shikamaru. Now, this is interesting, a genius against a prodigy. Sasuke still had that arrogant look, hands in his pockets, chin almost pointing to the sky. Shikamaru, on the other hand, looked troubled and sleepy. Start. But neither of them moved. Sasuke grew impatient. Are we going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving. Shikamaru scratched his head. Wait a moment, let me think. Saying this, he brought his hands together, closed his eyes, and just shut down right there. Sasuke looked confused, but Asuma and I understood. This guy was loading his super CPU. Sasuke. Oh Sasuke, you underestimated him. Sure enough, when Shikamaru opened his eyes, his entire aura changed. Then let's battle. Sasuke made the first move, incredibly fast, throwing a punch. Shikamaru sidestepped, countering with a shadow, binding jutsu. Sasuke jumped back to evade, unleashing a great fireball. As the flames passed, Shikamaru was gone. Sasuke sneered, his Sharingan sweeping. In front of my eyes, you can't escape. Chidori. Lightning crackled in his hand as he charged towards me. That's right, Shikamaru was cunning. He hid behind me. Just as Sasuke charged in, Shikamaru's shadow extended again, and Sasuke made a sharp turn, taking a wide arc to attack Shikamaru from another direction. It's over. Shikamaru. Just as victory seemed certain, suddenly, Sasuke's body froze, maintaining the forward position, unable to move. He looked shocked at his shadow, which had already connected with a long shadow on the ground. Shikamaru walked out from behind me, yawning lazily. Shadow imitation jutsu, successful. This guy had already plotted against me. The Examiner. He deliberately hid behind me, using my shadow as a springboard to amplify his own shadow signal, doubling the distance. Sasuke thought he had dodged and was going for a sneak attack, but instead he stepped right into the trap that Shikamaru had laid in the cracks of the tiles. The winner is Shikamaru. The entire venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Sakura exploded on the spot, pointing at me and yelling, "How is that possible? It's all your fault. Naruto, why did you stand there and interfere with Sasuke?" I couldn't be bothered to respond to her, and walked up to Sasuke. "What are your thoughts?" Sasuke snorted coldly, turning his head away. "Don't underestimate anyone." I patted his shoulder. "What's the strongest thing about the Naruto clan? Go check it out yourself. If you don't even gather information on your opponents, you'll have died 100 times on the battlefield already." Then came the Chunin evaluation. In the Hokage office, Kakashi recommended Sasuke, while Shino and Asuma recommended Shikamaru. Guided in T recommending C, saying his mindset was an issue and he still needed training. I wholeheartedly agreed. In the end, Tsunade made the decision. These three will be promoted to Chunin. After the meeting, I stayed behind. What about my parents' belongings? All right. Tsunade took out a set of keys and a piece of paper from her drawer, saying the house had been cleaned up and everything was inside. She told me that to gather these things, she dragged Asuma into it. After Asuma found out what his dad had done, he was dumbfounded and without a word. He kicked the people living in my house out and forced the clan to return all the belongings. Tsunade also found someone to gather money. But those two old advisors refused to cooperate at all. If it weren't for the third Hokage's face, Tsunade said she would have wanted to raid their homes directly. Looking at me, Tsunade suddenly suggested, "How about you become the sixth Hokage in the future? Being Hokage is really tiring. Even dogs would complain." I held the key, feeling complicated as I returned to my shabby little apartment, ready to move. But as soon as I reached the door, I saw Sakura blocking the way like a guardian. Her face filled with anger. "Naruto, why are you interfering with Sasuke? You red-haired freak, your mother." Her words were anything but clean. My expression instantly turned cold. "Get lost. Are you trying to push me? You ungrateful brat, clearly raised without manners." Smack. I couldn't hold back and slapped her. She tried to retaliate, but I quickly pinned her to the ground, stepping on her back. First, I never considered you guys as companions. My voice was as cold as ice. Second, do you think acting like this will make Sasuke like you? Don't be naive. He'll only hate you more for being such a sycophant. No way. You don't understand Sasuke at all. She still insisted stubbornly. I laughed. I'm his master. How could I not understand him? You fool. Sakura was completely stunned, her mind filled with questions. I didn't want to waste more time with her, released her, went inside, and slammed the door shut. While packing my things, I couldn't help but complain. Really, I don't understand how in the anime, Sasuke ended up choosing someone like her just because she likes him. What about Karen? Did she like him since childhood? That's just too kitsch. I was thinking, could it be that Sasuke never had any feelings at all? He just felt that Sakura understood him well, he could trust her, and that being with her would mean a more stable future. So he chose her. Wow, isn't this just a pure partnership for living together? Forget it. I have to ask him face to face when I see him in the future. Just as I was complaining, Sakura outside stood up after brushing off the dirt, probably having heard my previous words, filled with questions in her mind. She immediately decided to go find Sasuke for clarification. On the other hand, Sasuke had just lost the match and was feeling frustrated, trying to figure out what the Naruto clan was all about. The first person he caught was Kakashi, and his attitude was as if he were the king. "Hey, Kakashi, I need to ask you something, just tell me." Kakashi was speechless and said, "Can't you just add teacher to that?" Sasuke ignored him and got straight to the point about wanting to learn about the Naruto clan. Kakashi had no choice but to explain, saying this group had 3 treasures: shadow jutsu, a family pharmacy, and an incredible brain. When Sasuke heard the word intelligence, he was somewhat disdainful, thinking what kind of trait was that? But when Kakashi elaborated, Sasuke's CPU nearly overheated, cold sweat pouring down. With only one thought in his mind, Can a carbon-based life form even have such a brain? He regretted it at that moment. If he had known Shikamaru's brain was this abnormal, he would have taken him out immediately instead of giving him a chance to think. Nevertheless, a loss is a loss. And he accepted it. Just then, Sakura approached. Kakashi saw this as an opportunity and quickly handed Sasuke over to Sakura, sneaking off to watch the drama unfold. Sakura immediately recounted how she had trouble with me and ended up getting dealt with. Let me tell you, after hearing that, Sasuke's expression instantly turned from cloudy to a snowstorm, looking at Sakura with such disdain that it almost overflowed the screen. Are you sick? Why you care about my business? I lost. It's my fault, I accept it. Why are you meddling? After saying that, he pushed Sakura aside and was about to leave. Sakura started crying, wanting to use her usual whining tactic to win him back. But Sasuke didn't even look back, leaving her with a crushing blow. I'm just like Naruto. I've never considered you a teammate. You're really annoying. Family, who understands? As soon as those words left his mouth, Sakura was instantly petrified, as if struck by lightning, and then she squatted down and cried out loud. Kakashi sighed beside her, probably thinking that this girl's romantic journey in Team 7 was comparable to the journey to the West. The next day, Kakashi called us to assemble, and, surprisingly, he wasn't late. But the atmosphere was icy. Sakura was staring at Sasuke, who treated her like air, while I sat on the railing pondering life. Kakashi cleared his throat and dropped a bombshell. Sasuke, congratulations, you've been promoted to CH Nin. Sasuke was bewildered. Huh? Sakura was even more shocked, her voice cracking. Wait, he lost, right? Kakashi smiled and explained that the exam was not about winning or losing, but about overall performance. Upon hearing this, Sakura was happier than when she got promoted herself and immediately rushed to congratulate Sasuke. But when she turned around and saw me, that little bit of guilt on her face, I tell you, it vanished in less than the time it took to cook my instant noodles. Probably remembering how I had rubbed her face in the ground, and her expression became unfriendly again. Then she asked Kakashi what would happen with tasks now that Sasuke was also a CH Nin. Kakashi said, of course they would still be together, but now he would be the captain. Moreover, Lady Tsunade just happened to assign a new mission. I exchanged a glance with Sasuke, and that expression was simply a copy-paste of disdain. This class really can't go on. Sakura, over there, was happily trying to invite Sasuke to celebrate. But he rejected her in an instant, giving her no face at all. I couldn't be bothered to watch them put on a show, so I turned to leave. However, Sasuke quickly caught up to me and blocked my way. Naruto, wait, train with me. I raised an eyebrow. What did you call me? Sasuke looked confused. Huh? Apprentice. I take you as my disciple and teach you my skills. What should you call me? I reminded him. Sasuke's face turned red all of a sudden, like a tomato, awkwardly stammering out two words, master. Master. Oh, that felt great. I should have recorded it for a ringtone. All right, let's go. I'll take you flying. I nodded in satisfaction and led him away. Sakura watched our backs from behind, probably finally realizing she looked like an outsider, feeling all emo. At that moment, Kakashi walked up to her and said something that silenced her. Sakura, they're both working hard. What about you? What are you doing? This hit her like a hammer and woke her up. Indeed, she spent her days either pondering how handsome Sasuke was or saving money to buy gifts for him. Her mind filled with pink bubbles. It suddenly dawned on her that she had been relying on others all along and hadn't he really suffered at all. After coming to this realization, guess what happened? She directly took out a kunai and, with a snap, chopped off her long hair. Wow, this was going to be a dramatic transformation. The next day when we saw her, sporting a short haircut, her eyes looked different. Kakashi was shocked. Sakura? What is this? Kakashi-sensei, please teach me how to train. Seeing her full of determination, Kakashi knew she had truly awakened, but still shook his head, although I sensed her determination. Unfortunately, I can't teach you. Then Kakashi explained that his style didn't match hers, as he practiced lightning release while she had excellent chakra control. Teaching her would just waste her time. She needed to find a path that suited her. Sakura understood, but was still unwilling to accept it. Kakashi then pointed out two options. Either she could comprehend it herself, or she could learn medical ninjutsu. After thinking for a long time, she finally made up her mind. Teacher, I want to learn medical ninjutsu. Please teach me. Kakashi shrugged. That's a good idea, but unfortunately, I don't know it. What do you mean you don't know it? Are you just giving me empty promises? Kakashi continued. I don't know it, but someone else does. You have to find your own opportunities. Sakura was on the verge of tears. All right, Kakashi interrupted. You're still young. There's plenty of time. Now, let us prepare for a mission. What mission? I asked curiously. A B-rank mission. Lord Hokage specifically assigned our team. Sunagakure sent representatives to apologize and offer compensation, and our task is to accompany them throughout. As soon as we heard Sunagakure, Sasuke and I immediately thought of Gaara and the others. Not long after, we met Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, and their leading Jonin, Maki, at the village entrance. Let me tell you, the scene was intense. Kakashi and Maki, two old hands, were exchanging pleasantries without a single curse word, but it was a battle of wits that made my head hurt. I don't want to listen to their arguments. So I turned directly to Gaara. Gaara, you seem like a different person. Gaara looked at me with a somewhat complex expression. This is all thanks to you. Next to us, Temari was curiously sizing me up, while Kankuro, with his usual mouthiness, suddenly hugged me. Hey, how come you have red hair too? You can't be my long-lost little brother, can you? Ha ha ha. It was meant as a joke, but Gaara took it seriously, staring at my hair and muttering, "Oh, right. He's got red hair. I've got red hair too. Could we really be long-lost buddies? Kid, are you a bit too easy to fool? This so-called B-rank mission is, to put it simply, just playing along." Kakashi took Maki to the Hokage's office to argue, while I, along with Sasuke and Sakura, took Gaara and his siblings for a stroll around the village. To be honest, this job was quite dull. Sasuke had his hands in his pockets the whole time, wearing a grumpy face that said, "Don't mess with me," and Sakura quietly followed, making the two of them seem like two introverted kids in the whole group. It's no wonder, though. For Gaara and the others, I was the benefactor who changed their fate. I completely sealed away that big raccoon inside him. And now this kid could finally get a good night's sleep. His dark circles were no match for his newfound energy. So Temari and Kankuro were particularly enthusiastic towards me, calling me their close friend. As soon as I saw the atmosphere, I thought, forget it, I'll just speak up. Hey, you two, I can handle this task by myself. You guys go do what you need to do. As soon as Sasuke heard this, he replied with 2 words, "Leave it to you." He turned around and left without looking back. Sakura also apologized to us and headed straight for the library, probably to look up information on medical ninjutsu. So I was left alone, continuing to hang out with the 3 of them. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, the negotiations were intense. Maki had come this time under Granny Chiyo's orders, wanting the compensation from Konoha to be reduced. The Sand Village was already poor, and this battle had only made things worse. As soon as he entered, Maki's first impression of the new 5th Hokage, Gaara, was one word: big, really big, and with a big temper. Granny Tsunade slammed the table right away, saying that the losses caused by the Sand Village must be compensated. Danzo, the Old Hawk faction, was even harsher, fanning the flames from the side, suggesting they should just hand over the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The other 2 advisors, an old man and an old woman, started to mediate, saying that peace is important. Seeing someone speaking up for him, Maki quickly played the victim, saying they were also deceived by Orochimaru, and that the mastermind was your rogue ninja from Konoha. So this back and forth went on for over 10 days, but Tsunade wouldn't budge. In the end, Maki had no choice but to propose installment payments. Tsunade reluctantly agreed. Finally, when Gaara and the others were about to leave, I specially went to see them off. "Naruto, come visit the Sand Village when you have time." "I will," I nodded. "Maybe I'll have to come save you then." "Huh? Why?" "Because you're the future of the wind." After sending off Gaara and the others, I was idle at home and started researching the disappearing Rasengan from Boruto. Such an amazing technique. I had to trademark it in advance. With my 5 chakra natures plus yin-yang release, it should theoretically be feasible. Just then, I suddenly sensed 2 very peculiar chakra signatures in the village. I was startled and immediately stopped what I was doing, following the feeling and rushing over. Goodness. As soon as I turned into a small alley, my pupils shook. I saw 2 people standing in the alley. One was Sasuke, with both arms intact, and the other was Boruto with red hair. "Sasuke? Boruto?" They were startled by me and turned around suddenly. Boruto's eyes widened. "Dad? No, wait, you're a bit short. How did you know it was us?" Sasuke squinted at me. "Could it be because of your eye technique?" My heart sank for a moment. "Does he know I have the Sharingan? Did the future me tell him?" Seeing my confused expression, Sasuke sighed and began to explain. It turns out they traveled here not to fight Kage Akatsuki, but to chase after an even more dangerous guy, Shin Akatsuki. Who? The white-haired guy who stole Hinata in the movie? This script doesn't match. As a thought crossed my mind, I suddenly understood. Shin's target is the Hyuga clan, but I still didn't get it. Why didn't the future me come? Sasuke explained that in their time, 2 Shins suddenly appeared. The future me took down one, and the other ran to this era. As for Boruto, I asked Sasuke why this little brat came along. Sasuke had a helpless expression and said this troublemaker snuck over. And by the time they realized it, it was too late to leave him behind. I was wondering how amazing my future would be, so I decided to ask. But Sasuke was as tight-lipped as a clam, saying that the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed and that I should just focus on myself. Sigh. I was hoping for a Uchiha-style response, so I could get some Akatsuki cells or something, but instead, I got a Sharon, and the quality instantly dropped. However, then I thought, wait, if a Sharon has come, doesn't that mean his Rinnegan is mine? Wow, this isn't an enemy. This is a delivery person bringing me a cheat. The more I think about it, the more beautiful I feel, and I can't help but smile. Dad, your smile is really scary. Boruto muttered quietly. Ahem, it's nothing. Come on, let's go to my house and discuss our strategy. When we arrived at my house, we had a little meeting, and I decided to make a trip to the land of waves to retrieve the weapon I had previously ordered from Zabuza. I instantly teleported over, and just in time, Zabuza had just received the delivery. I opened the package to find a black iron fan, not very big, but it exuded a strong killing intent when opened. How is it? Cool, right? I asked Zabuza. He nodded perfunctorily. Cool, cool. I returned home with the new weapon, and as soon as Boruto saw it, he exclaimed, so it's really this Black Lotus. Huh? What Black Lotus? Boruto. Sasuke immediately stopped him. I named this Iron Fan Black Lotus. That kid Boruto actually gave a spoiler. As soon as he saw Sasuke's expression, he knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. I chuckled and said, it's okay, I'll just call this fan Black Lotus. But my expression changed and I said from now on, I will seal your voice. Huh? No, please don't. Dad, I can't hold back my temper, so I quickly formed hand seals and tapped his mute point with a snap, using the silent seal technique to stop him from spoiling anything. Boruto instantly lost his voice and anxiously scratched his head. I told him that if he wanted to speak, he had to maintain the seal. He hurriedly formed the seals and just insulted me for going too far, but as soon as he loosened his grip, he became mute again. All right, enough of this. Sasuke interrupted us seriously, reminding us to be on guard against SH-10. Naruto, use your Byakugan or your Kagai's mind. I to stay alert at all times. Even a Byakugan knows. Fine. That night, I stood by the window looking at the moon, thinking that SH-10 would definitely go to the moon. But how do I get up there? I can't just wait for him to come knocking. Can't sleep? Sasuke walked up beside me. I was thinking about how to get to the moon. You want to take initiative? I can take you there. Huh? No way. Before I could finish my sentence, a massive and evil chakra descended from the sky. Akatsuki SH-10, he's here. His Rinnegan looked particularly eerie under the moonlight. Naruto, Sasuke, today is your day of death, he said coldly. Suddenly, a kunai flew towards him. He caught it effortlessly, but before he could react, a black-haired man wearing a mask appeared in front of him, grabbed him, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting him directly to the ruins of the land of whirlpools. SH-10 looked at the surrounding ruins and then at me. Who are you? Me? I am the Grim Reaper. This is your burial ground, I said in a low voice. SH-10 scoffed and began his usual rhetoric about how the Sage of Six Paths created a flawed world. I interrupted him directly. What does the Sage of Six Paths have to do with me? My target is you, or rather, your Rinnegan. You actually know about the Rinnegan? He was completely shocked. Of course. But before that, Shadow Clone Jutsu. For Shadow Clones instantly appeared, occupying the four corners with Flying Thunder God. 4 Red Yang formation. A huge red barrier suddenly rose, completely enveloping him and me. I had already buried Flying Thunder God Kunai here, just for today, to close the door and catch the dog. At that moment, Sasuke also arrived, standing beside me. His eyes transformed into Rinnegan, fixated on Akatsuki Kinshiki, ready to attack at any moment. Uchiha Sasuke, you actually came too? Kinshiki saw this and immediately activated the Rinnegan chakra mode, his entire body enveloped in green chakra. Naruto and Sasuke suddenly erupted with blue lightning, their violent chakra surrounding them. Naruto looked at Sasuke and smiled. Oh, you learned this too? Ah, you're a good teacher. Hee, the game has begun. Let's fight with all we have. In an instant, 2 flashes of lightning streaked by. The 2 vanished, and at the same time, 2 bird calls echoed as they charged toward Kinshiki. Chidori! Chidori! They attacked from left and right, like sharp blades piercing toward Kinshiki. Akatsuki Kinshiki's lips curled into a disdainful sneer as he waved his hand, releasing a powerful repulsive force that knocked the 2 back several meters. The 2 stabilized their positions in midair, their Rinnegan and Sharingan shining even brighter. Naruto, use that. Use what? Be clear. Susanoo. Seeing Sasuke unleash his complete Susanoo, Naruto chuckled. Susanoo. In an instant, Naruto's white complete Susanoo also appeared. one purple and one white. The two massive bodies exuded a powerful aura, standing side by side, overlooking Kinshiki. At this moment, Naruto arrogantly said to Kinshiki, "Despair, this is the power of the Uchiha." Chapter 97. Battle with Kinshiki in an instant. Overwhelming chakra erupted from the two, and the complete Susanoo soared into the air. One was surrounded by mysterious, deep purple light, while the other was engulfed in a holy, dazzling white light. Their 100-meter-tall forms towered, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. The surrounding air twisted and surged with immense power. The two, within their Susanoo, poured all their strength into a breathtaking, life-and-death battle against Kinshiki. Huge arms, carrying the power to split mountains and crack rocks, swiftly attacked Kinshiki. Kinshiki reacted extremely quickly, his figure darting like a ghost, skillfully weaving through the gaps in their attacks. Dodging rapidly. Soon, Kinshiki's right hand suddenly condensed a green sphere of light that emitted a deep, eerie glow, tearing through the air as it whizzed toward Naruto and Sasuke. "Watch out!" Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he shouted a warning. "It's fine, Rasengan." The right arm of the white Susanoo instantly formed a massive Rasengan, containing astonishing energy, which collided with the green sphere in a thunderous crash. In an instant, a deafening explosion resonated across the battlefield, blinding light dazzling. And the powerful energy triggered a cataclysmic explosion. Sasuke continued his assault, fire style, great fireball jutsu. At the same time, Naruto also condensed a fire style, bomb Rasengan in his hand. Facing their combined attacks, Kinshiki remained calm. A Seeker's Jewel next to him instantly transformed into a solid shield shimmering with green light, firmly blocking this fierce onslaught. Flames and green chakra clashed violently, the deafening roar continuous. The powerful shockwave stirred a violent whirlwind, whipping up sand and stones, pulling everything around into this storm of energy, creating chaos in the heavens and earth. "Is this all you've got?" Kinshiki smirked disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt for Naruto and Sasuke. "This farce ends here. I have inherited the power of my ancestors. I am an existence beyond the Sage of Six Paths. This erroneous world will be destroyed by me." Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A colossal tornado erupted from the halo, tearing the ground mercilessly, crushing rocks to dust, an extremely terrifying force madly sweeping toward Naruto and Sasuke. Seeing this, Naruto immediately summoned the immense chakra of the Nine Tails within him. Then, he unleashed wind-style, super large Rasengan Shuriken. The Rasengan Shuriken, wrapped in violent wind power, collided fiercely with the tornado. In an instant, it seemed as though only these two world-destroying powers were fiercely contending, radiating brilliant light, the explosion deafening, relentless. The powerful airflow surged like a tidal wave, pushing Naruto and Sasuke back repeatedly. They had to exert all their chakra, gritting their teeth to maintain their stance. However, Naruto secretly rejoiced in his heart. The stronger the power displayed by the Rinnegan, the more he craved to obtain it. Just as Naruto was secretly excited, Sasuke steadied himself, his eyes fixed intently on Kinshiki. Kinshiki seemed to sense the pressure of the battle and summoned a gigantic stone statue resembling Otsutsuki Kagaya. As soon as the statue appeared, it swung its thick arms, creating a whooshing sound, and rapidly smashed toward Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes turned cold, and with a swipe of his blade, he unleashed a sharp sword aura, instantly slicing the statue in half. However, strangely, the two halves of the statue rapidly restored themselves, perfectly whole once again. "Naruto, I'll deal with that statue. You go after Kinshiki." As the white Susanoo soared high, leaving the battlefield, the statue attempted to grab Naruto. Amaterasu. Sasuke's Rinnegan shone brightly as black flames fell upon the statue. The statue was enveloped in Amaterasu's black flames, letting out a painful roar. Yet under Kinshiki's power, the statue began to rapidly regenerate, the parts consumed by the flames regrowing as if it had never been harmed. In front of this eye, your power is mere cannon fodder. Bead like cannon. His right hand rapidly condensed a large number of beads, shooting toward Naruto like a torrential storm. These beads, wrapped in green spheres, moved faster than before, with more numbers, greater density, and even more dazzling brilliance, like a concentrated laser rain. Let's end this if we keep fighting. The sun will rise. Scorch release. Rasengan Shuriken. Naruto didn't dare to be careless, merging Scorch release chakra into the Rasengan Shuriken. Then he threw it with all his might. The Rasengan Shuriken, wrapped in the high temperature of scorch release and powerful cutting force, flew toward the green spheres. In the blink of an eye, all the green spheres were deflected by the scorch release Rasengan Shuriken, speeding directly toward Kinshiki. What? How is this possible? Kinshiki immediately felt an unprecedented threat, his expression changing drastically. Kinshiki, unwilling to back down, fused all the Seeker's jewels together, instantly condensing a gigantic yellow chakra sword. Don't underestimate me. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. With a roar, the sword, carrying world-destroying power, slashed toward the scorch release Rasengan Shuriken. The two collided fiercely, producing a sound that seemed to shatter the heavens and earth. This sound seemed capable of breaking the very fabric of reality, the powerful force causing the surrounding space to twist and deform violently. The ground was torn apart. Massive cracks appearing, scalding magma surging forth like a fountain, while the sun and moon in the sky dimmed under this terrifying power. At this moment, Sasuke activated the Heavenly Hand power, instantly appearing behind Kinshiki. Seeing Sasuke's move, Naruto watched clearly. Behind the man, there was nothing. Yet Sasuke was able to appear out of nowhere behind him. Indeed, Sasuke with a pair of Rinnegan was stronger and more powerful than Sasuke with just one. At this moment, the purple Susanu's fist, carrying immense power, smashed down towards the man like a meteor. The man reacted quickly, immediately activating repulsion. The strong force acted like an invisible wall, deflecting Sasuke's attack back. Just as the repulsion momentarily paused, Naruto suddenly appeared in front of the man. Upon seeing the fox mask, the man felt a sense of foreboding. He heard, flying Thunder God Slash. Naruto slashed the man in half, and he couldn't dodge in time, instantly suffering severe injuries. But it wasn't over yet. At that moment, the man realized that the white Susanoo had vanished, and in front of him appeared two masked figures. I won't be polite with your power. The two shadow clones spoke in unison and simultaneously struck, instantly gouging out the man's eyes. The man let out a piercing scream. Ah! At the moment his eyes were taken, the green chakra enveloping his body disappeared. But everything was not yet over. Naruto's main body once again appeared in front of the man. He controlled the Death God chakra within him, covering it on his left hand. Then, with a swift motion, he thrust his left hand into the man's chest, forcefully pulling out a humanoid chakra. Meanwhile, the last shadow clone of Naruto held onto the man's body and slowly lowered it to the ground. Chapter 98. The man's memories, the Flying Thunder God technique, is considered a groundbreaking invention in the ninja world. It was precisely because of this divine skill that Naruto was able to cleverly shift the battlefield to the land of whirlpools. When facing the formidable opponent, the man, Naruto first left a Flying Thunder God mark on him. Because of this, at the critical moment, Naruto successfully seized the fleeting opportunity, decisively securing victory. As the battle came to a close, the shadow clone, maintaining the barrier, dissipated, and the barrier vanished in an instant. Holding the man's soul ball, Naruto wasted no time sealing it within himself and entrusted it to the care of the guardian crane. Shortly after, Naruto obtained the crucial Rinnegan from the shadow clone. However, after leaving the man, the Rinnegan gradually dimmed and quickly reverted to ordinary Byakugan, which puzzled Naruto greatly. Seeing the battle end, Sasuke released his Susanoo and approached the man. Looking at the lifeless body, Sasuke felt a myriad of emotions and thought to himself, Naruto, I didn't expect you to be so strong at this point. If Naruto had the ability to read minds, he would likely respond, no, I just have a lot of chakra, that's all. Without that, I might even struggle against Guy. At this moment, Naruto didn't pay attention to Sasuke. His gaze was fixed tightly on the Byakugan in his hand. After sensing it carefully, Naruto discovered that this Byakugan, which had already reverted, still retained some remnants of Six Paths chakra. Naruto, can you return this eye to me? Sasuke suddenly asked. Huh? Whose eye is this? Hinata. Who? Wait, who did you say? Naruto exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. Hinata, what's wrong? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Wait a minute. My future self would allow the man to take Hinata's eyes? Naruto was filled with confusion. I wasn't clear before, but now I understand, Sasuke said, looking at the Byakugan in Naruto's hand. Meeting Sasuke's gaze, Naruto instantly realized his future self's intentions. He speculated that the reason his future self allowed the man to take Hinata's eyes was likely to help Hinata awaken the true Rinnegan. Since everything was for Hinata, returning it was the best choice. All right then, you can take it. By the way, take the man's body as well, Naruto said. Sure. Sasuke agreed, found a storage scroll, and sealed the man's body and eyes separately before carefully placing it in his pocket. Back at home, Naruto told Sasuke to wash up first. Sasuke was a straightforward and efficient guy. He took a quick shower, finishing in less than 5 minutes without soaking in hot water much. When it was Naruto's turn, he comfortably soaked in the hot water, letting out a relaxed sigh. Ah, so comfortable. After his bath, Naruto returned to his room, lay on his bed, and as soon as he closed his eyes, his consciousness entered the ceiling space. Looking at the man's soul, Naruto smiled coldly and transformed into the death god to devour it. The following process was no different from before. Naruto entered the death god space and successfully obtained the man's power. However, at the moment of inheriting the power, Naruto's expression suddenly turned grim. Seriously, dude, no wonder your Rinnegan was so underwhelming. It turns out you never underwent formal training at all. Naruto couldn't help but complain. It turned out that the man had never received systematic training. His learning of physical and ninjutsu stemmed solely from the written records of his clan. Aside from that, he had no other means of learning. What a waste of a Rinnegan. Whatever, let's check the memories. Naruto shook his head helplessly. I believe not just Naruto, but many people have the same question in their hearts. How did the man awaken the Rinnegan? It is said that the Rinnegan is the ultimate ocular technique that can only be opened by the combination of the Tsutsuki clan's chakra and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, possessing the power to destroy and create. But then questions arise. Why didn't T. Kagaya Tsutsuki have a Rinnegan? Why didn't T. Tsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Ishiki have it either? Even the ancestors of the Tsutsuki clan and Hyuga clan on the moon, Tsutsuki Kagaya, also lack the Rinnegan, which is truly perplexing. Furthermore, what exactly does the so-called creative power manifest in? With these questions in mind, Naruto began to examine the man's memories. However, after viewing them, his expression turned ashen. The reason was simple. The man himself was unaware of the reason for awakening the Rinnegan. He sought to take the Byakugan only because of his father's orders. As for the specifics, his father hadn't mentioned them. It seemed that everything required him to personally explore the moon to find out. Let's see what else there is. Naruto thought to himself. As he delved deeper into the memories, Naruto discovered the entrance to the moon. But then he stumbled upon the man's secret and was immediately taken aback. Time is truly a chaotic thing, Naruto murmured. It turned out that after the man arrived in this era, he handed the plow to his younger self and guided him to the future 20 years later. As for other details, he didn't mention a word. The young man traveled to the future but did not go to the moon. Instead, he wandered alone in the ninja world. He was blind, and no one knew his identity. The people of the ninja world only regarded him as an ordinary blind boy, indifferent to him. During his 10 years of wandering, he walked alone between various countries until one day, he encountered a mysterious person. That person gifted him a pair of eyes. When a man opened his eyes again, he saw Naruto with red hair. Naruto looked at this scene, feeling a surge of complex emotions. So it turns out, I was the one who dug out Hinata's eyes and gave them to him. He chuckled bitterly, but upon further thought, considering the style of that me, it indeed seemed likely he would do such a thing. At that time, the man had asked the future Naruto, "Why did you give me the Byakugan?" The future Naruto simply replied, "I have my own reasons." "Thank you. There will be plenty of chances for you to thank me later," Naruto added after a pause. "By the way, that thing can still be used 3 times, so use it sparingly." Looking back now, that sentence probably referred to this very moment. Later, the young man gradually grew up and witnessed the chaos and corruption of the shinobi world, becoming increasingly convinced that this world was flawed. One day, he arrived at the Lulon ruins in the Land of Wind, using the power of the Dragon Vein to travel to the future, the era of Sasuke. After wandering for a few days, he saw the one who inherited the power of the Sage of 6 Paths, Uchiha Sasuke. Seeing this, he was filled with rage and engaged in a fierce battle with Sasuke. However, at that moment, Naruto, wearing a death god mask, appeared. Sasuke had previously said that the future Naruto had killed a young man, but that was not the case. Just as the young man's strength was exhausted and he was on the brink of despair, another young man suddenly appeared and saved him. The reason he disappeared was that the power of the Dragon Vein was exhausted, forcing him back to the world 20 years later. After returning, the young man was filled with unwillingness and activated the plow again, returning to Sasuke's time. Coincidentally, this time he arrived just in time to save his other self when he was drained of energy. After this battle, the young man realized deeply that he was no match for the masked man. Thus, he fled towards Lulon without hesitation, attempting to use the power of the Dragon Vein to return to the time when Sasuke and others were still weak. However, Sasuke's pursuit was too fierce, and he could not get close to Lulon at all. In desperation, he activated the plow for the second time and arrived in the era where Naruto was now. Upon arrival, He immediately ascended to the moon, handed the plow to his younger self, and activated it for the third time, sending his past self to the world 20 years later. Soon after, when he arrived in Konoha and prepared to kill Sasuke, he appeared. This is his memory. Seeing this, Naruto said, "Have I become Madara?" "Ugh, no, I become Kagaya." However, one thing always bothered Naruto when a young man traveled to Sasuke's future. Naruto had said to him, "Sure enough, Yumira's power is the key." Chapter 99, Otsutsuki Yumira. The future memories. Should be clues left by my current self, right? It seems I need to find time to investigate the moon. Time to sleep. In the early morning light, a thin mist enveloped Konoha. "Boruto, wake up." Sasuke's voice was deep and clear, and he unceremoniously lifted Boruto's blanket. "Ugh, let me sleep 5 more minutes." Boruto groggily turned over, burying his face in the pillow. Sasuke frowned and directly grabbed him by the back of his collar. Pulling him up, "It's time to go back." "Where are we going back to?" "Back to our era." "Oh, if we're going back, let me sleep a bit longer." Boruto instantly woke up, his eyes wide. "Go back." "But the young man hasn't tea. It's already been dealt with." Sasuke interrupted him. His tone is flat, as if discussing today's weather. "Dealt with? When did this happen?" Boruto looked confused. "Last night, while you were sleeping." Boruto blurted out. Slap. A crisp slap made him spin in place. Uncle Sasuke, why did you hit me?" Boruto covered his face, looking aggrieved. "No squitting." Sasuke retracted his hand, expressionless. At that moment, footsteps came from the stairs. Naruto, ruffling his messy hair, came down and raised an eyebrow at the two. What's going on so early in the morning? After hearing the news of their departure, Naruto was taken aback. "You're going back already? How?" "The future, you said that after dealing with the young man, we will return automatically in 5 hours, Sasuke explained. "Oh." Naruto scratched his head. "Then let's eat first." After having a nap, 3 hours had quietly passed. With less than 2 hours left, Naruto insisted on preparing a proper farewell meal for them. Soon, the sounds of pots and pans clanging filled the kitchen. Before long, a steaming plate of fried eggs, fragrant bacon, fluffy thick toast, and a large bowl of miso soup were served on the table. "Wow, Dad, you can actually cook?" Boruto looked at the table of dishes in surprise. "Of course, I've been living alone for so many years. I can't just eat instant noodles every day," Naruto said proudly, placing the largest piece of bacon into Boruto's bowl. Sasuke quietly sipped his miso soup and suddenly spoke. "It tastes good." Naruto grinned. "I never thought I'd hear you say that in my lifetime." The dining table fell into a brief silence. The three of them understood that this might be the last time they sat together like this for a meal. After dinner, they went to the yard. Boruto hesitated, finally just scratching his head. "Thanks for the hospitality." Naruto smiled and ruffled his hair. "When you go back, remember to treat the me from that world and your mother a bit better." Sasuke suddenly stepped forward, looking directly into Naruto's eyes. "About the moon." "I know." Naruto nodded. "I'll handle it." Just then, their bodies began to emit a soft white light. "Time's up." Naruto took a step back, raised his hand and waved. "Safe travels." Boruto instinctively tried to grab something, but his fingers only passed through a patch of light. In the last moment before they completely disappeared, he saw Naruto standing in the morning light, a familiar, carefree smile on his face. Naruto looked at the place where they had vanished and murmured to himself, "I guess it's time to pay that visit." He turned around and went back inside, the sunlight stretching his shadow long. At the entrance, he casually picked up the headband placed on the cabinet, its Konoha symbol gleaming. As Naruto was preparing his ninja tool bag to go out, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the iron fan leaning quietly in the corner. He slapped his forehead, the sound echoing loudly in the silent room. "Oh no," he lamented, running his fingers through his hair. "After such an intense fight yesterday, I actually forgot about Kurahana." Naruto quickly changed into his combat outfit, solemnly tying Kurahana around his waist. Then he formed a hand sign, leaving a shadow clone behind before disappearing from the spot with a whoosh. Now he was at the outskirts of the land of waves, the old place. Today wasn't about burying someone. Today was about heading towards his destination. Lightning release. Lightning armor. The azure chakra instantly enveloped his entire body, and Naruto transformed into a bolt of lightning, cutting through the sky, tiny electric sparks lingering in the air. The chakra of the Nine Tails continuously transformed into propulsion, making his speed so fast it was almost about to break the sound barrier. In less than a day, as the sunset painted the sky orange, Naruto finally arrived at his destination. Before him lay a crystal-clear lake, its surface as calm as a mirror reflecting the vast evening glow. This is it. Thus, Naruto jumped in, slowly sinking into the lake. As the depth increased, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. When he awoke, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Byakugan. His azure pupils instantly turned white, observing this place. Through the panoramic view of the Byakugan, he saw the enormous Rinnegan glowing like jade. And not far away was the solemn grave of Akatsuki Yumura. As the water rippled, Naruto fell into a brief contemplation. Ultimately, he decided to first visit that legendary brother of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, some answers might only be found there. Naruto walked slowly towards the silent grave that had been undisturbed for 1,000 years. When he stood before the tomb, time seemed to freeze. The mottled patterns on the stone tablet recorded the traces of time, and Naruto could feel the powerful chakra fluctuations contained within. He took a deep breath. Is there anyone here? Since you sense my arrival, don't you want to show yourself? As soon as the words were spoken, a sudden change occurred. The stone tablet suddenly erupted with dazzling fluorescence, like stars suddenly lighting up in the night sky. In the light, a phantom figure gradually took shape. It was an old man with white hair, whose face bore a striking resemblance to that of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto instinctively held his breath. This was the legendary Akatsuki Yumura, the figure who sealed Kagaya alongside his brother 1,000 years ago. At this moment, the ancestor was gazing at him with a kind yet probing look. Child, the old man's voice had a peculiar tone, as if it came from a distant time and space. What is your situation? Naruto almost choked on this down-to-earth opening line. Cough, what do you mean? Yumura's ethereal finger gently pointed at Naruto's chest. You carry both my bloodline and my brother's bloodline. That is quite rare. Why is that? Naruto thought for a moment and replied calmly. Maybe it's because of my parents. After all, both my parents are within me, so I might as well lie. I see. Yumura stroked his long beard thoughtfully and suddenly sighed. I wonder if inheriting our bloodline is a blessing or a curse for you. However, you came all this way to find this old man. Is there something you want? Naruto looked directly into Yumura's eyes and asked the crucial question. I just want to know one thing. How do you awaken the Rinnegan? Yumura's figure noticeably swayed, and his kind expression gradually turned serious. The Rinnegan? Huh? His voice suddenly became deep. That is a long story. Then please make it brief. Chapter 100. Fetal movement. Akatsuki Yumura slowly opened his mouth, his voice heavy with the weight of time, and began to recount the history of his descendants. Naruto looked at the weathered old man before him, feeling a mix of helplessness and a strong desire for the truth, and settled down to listen. The past that Yumura recounted was not very different from what Naruto already knew. It mainly revolved around the conflicts and entanglements between the main family and the branch family. The members of the main family upheld the idea of peace, wholeheartedly adhering to Yumura's will, while the branch family distorted Yumura's intentions, driven by extreme ideologies, advocating for the destruction of the ninja world to achieve their so-called new order. As time passed, the branch family members took an astonishing action to achieve their goals. They invested the power of their entire clan to contribute every member's Byakugan, attempting to condense a powerful force. Countless Byakugan gradually fused in a mysterious ritual, ultimately forming a peculiar spherical stone on which the Akatsuki family crest was clearly visible. This stone was the powerful, large Rinnegan. When Naruto heard this, he was moved and quickly asked, "Old man, is there any way to directly evolve the Byakugan into the Rinnegan?" Yumura was slightly taken aback, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Oh, you want to know how to awaken the Rinnegan? But I see you don't seem to have the Byakugan. Naruto smirked, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Byakugan. In an instant, his eyes underwent a remarkable transformation, turning from clear to pure Byakugan, with the veins around his eyes slightly bulging from the surge of power. Yumura looked at Naruto and showed no signs of doubt, instead revealing a pleased smile. Indeed, you carry the bloodline of both me and my brother. So, can you tell me now? Yumura pondered for a moment. Ah, yes. But you must promise me one thing. Say it. I sense that the magic statue on the moon has disappeared, meaning someone must have summoned it to that piece of land. It seems someone is meticulously plotting everything behind the scenes. I hope you can stop that person. Naruto immediately replied without hesitation. Sure, no problem, just tell me. Yumura looked at Naruto, feeling that this kid had agreed too readily, as if he were brushing him off. You brat, agreeing so quickly. Are you trying to fool this old man? Naruto, with a serious expression, swore. I swear. Yumura helplessly shook his head, still harboring doubts in his heart. But he decided to reveal the secret to Naruto. All right, I'll tell you. It turned out that there were two ways to awaken the Rinnegan. First, absorb all the chakra of the large Rinnegan. Second, inherit the chakra left by Yumura for his descendants. Yumura's chakra was left in the spherical stone engraved with the Akatsuki family crest. After hearing this, Naruto understood that the method for Sharon to awaken the Rinnegan must be the second one. It was likely that Sharon or his parents had infused Yumura's chakra into Sharon's body, which is why Sharon awakened the Rinnegan after obtaining the Byakugan. This was similar to how Madara awakened the Rinnegan. Everything was ready, just lacking Ashura's chakra. But Naruto soon thought of a crucial question. Old man, what will happen if I inherit your chakra and then absorb that large Rinnegan? I'm not sure. Maybe your ocular power will become unimaginably strong, or perhaps you might explode and die from being unable to withstand that power. Naruto fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he posed the last question. Old man, why does absorbing your chakra awaken the Rinnegan? I see you don't have the Rinnegan either? Yumura nodded. That's right. I indeed do not have the Rinnegan, and neither does my mother. In fact, the only way to evolve the Byakugan into the Rinnegan is to combine the Byakugan with Yumura's chakra. Tsutsuki Yumura inherited Kagaya's power, and he also possesses the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. The proof is the chakra balls behind him. This Rinnegan was also an idea he had while alive, but he was too old at that time and couldn't get out of bed, so he informed his descendants and passed away. Later, with Yumura's detailed explanation, Naruto understood the anomaly of Sharon's Rinnegan. After Sharon obtained Yumura's chakra, the chakra remained in his body. Later, after he acquired the Byakugan, the power of the Byakugan combined with Yumura's chakra within him, thus evolving into the Rinnegan. But this Rinnegan was merely a half-finished product. Evolving the Rinnegan also requires a large amount of time and chakra for gradual evolution. Sharon simply stopped evolving after obtaining the Rinnegan. The evidence is the chakra mode and the fact that the eyes turned back into Byakugan after leaving Sharon. If it were a perfect Rinnegan, then even after leaving the host, the eyes would still remain as Rinnegan, just like the Sharingan. Furthermore, the chakra feedback from the Rinnegan should directly return to the host, rather than appearing in the so-called chakra mode. To reach this level, simply absorbing Yumura's chakra isn't enough. It would take a long time. The best way to quickly awaken the most perfect Rinnegan is to absorb the already perfected giant Rinnegan. Seeing this, a strong desire surged within Naruto, and he looked at Yumura and said, Then, old man, can you help me awaken the Rinnegan? Yumura smiled slightly. Of course, young man, raise your dominant hand. Naruto raised his left hand. Yumura gently placed his right palm on Naruto's left hand, and in an instant, a powerful and mysterious chakra of the Sage of Six Paths surged like a torrent, continuously flowing into Naruto's body. Naruto felt as if his eyes were ignited. Beginning to react strongly, he immediately closed his eyes, immersing himself in the flow and fusion of this power within him. This is fetal movement? Naruto was startled. This strange and unfamiliar feeling left him somewhat at a loss. Yumura slowly lowered his hand, looking at Naruto with eyes full of expectation. Boy, I'll leave the future to you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto felt his body lighten and found himself back in the original graveyard. Oh no, now that my eyes are closed, how do I get out? Naruto inwardly lamented, as there was no one around and the surroundings were eerily silent. He couldn't sense even a hint of chakra. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with this place, making it nearly impossible to walk with his eyes closed. Well, let us give it a try. Naruto took a deep breath, suppressing the anxiety in his heart, and decided to use the Kuramain's eye to sense the surrounding environment. The moment he concentrated and activated the Kuramain's eye, his expression changed drastically because he sensed an incredibly vast chakra. That is that giant Rinnegan. Naruto was both surprised and delighted. Although he had pinpointed the location of the Rinnegan, a new problem immediately arose. How to get there? Naruto racked his brains, and suddenly a good idea struck him. He slowly sat down on the ground, and with a whoosh, he entered the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The golden chakra around him gradually expanded, forming a small version of the Nine-Tails beneath him. At this moment, Naruto was steadily sitting on the small Nine-Tails, controlling it to dash towards Yumura's shrine. Before long, Naruto clearly felt a powerful chakra fluctuation in front of him. He knew that the Rinnegan was right ahead. Naruto walked forward slowly and gently reached out to touch the giant Rinnegan. At this time, the movement in his body was not yet complete, and he could not withstand the power of absorbing the Rinnegan. Since that's the case, let us seal it. Naruto resolutely made up his mind and quickly formed hand seals. With his movements, The giant Rinnegan slowly shrank and ultimately entered Naruto's belly. In an instant, in the ceiling space within Naruto's body, a Rinnegan emitting a mysterious glow appeared before the One Tail and the Nine Tails, quietly floating there. After doing all this, Naruto, feeling exhausted, made his way to the room of the person he was living with, slowly lay down, and quietly felt the movement in his body that had not yet finished. Chapter 101. Joining the Umbu in a quiet corner of Konoha village, Naruto's shadow clone was at home, in a familiar setting. Thanks to the powerful chakra of the Nine Tails within him, this shadow clone did not have to worry about disappearing mysteriously like a regular shadow clone. It had an extraordinary stability. However, when faced with fierce battles, it still had a fatal weakness. Once harmed, it would instantly dissipate into a wisp of smoke. Because of this, the shadow clone could only avoid the dangerous missions assigned by Kakashi. After all, even a slight mistake would erase its existence. However, the specific decision still depended on the thoughts of the original Naruto. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With Naruto's low shout, another new shadow clone instantly appeared. This newly created shadow clone not only inherited all the memories of the previous one, but also, with this information, used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly travel to the moon. Upon arriving on the moon, it immediately conveyed everything it knew, in detail, to the original Naruto. After listening to the report from the shadow clone, Naruto fell into deep thought. He pondered to himself, would everything in the future still follow the plot of the original anime? No, a brand new idea suddenly surged in his mind. He yearned to explore the Umbu. Recalling the plot of the Hokage in the manga, it was relatively straightforward. After Sasuke left the village, Naruto followed Jiraiya on his training journey, interspersed with a few episodes of flashbacks, quickly entering the Shippuden arc. However, the anime's plot was entirely different, aside from lengthy flashback segments. Most of it involved Naruto and his friends going to small villages in neighboring countries to carry out trivial and boring tasks. Naruto thought to himself, rather than wasting time and energy on meaningless tasks, it would be better to join the Umbu, where he could possibly achieve true growth and experience. Moreover, Naruto knew that ninjas emerging from the Umbu were all elites among elites. They would be directly promoted to Jonin without undergoing the harsh examinations and would gain unconditional trust from the higher-ups. The most crucial point was that newly joined Umbu members would not take on overly important missions. They were mostly involved in gathering intelligence and monitoring suspicious individuals. This was the safest option for a shadow clone. Thinking of these enticing prospects, Naruto finally made up his mind and said to the shadow clone, "Let him join the Umbu." The shadow clone accepted the order and replied, "Understood." Naruto added, "By the way, ask Sasuke if he wants to join as well." The shadow clone nodded. Okay. Thus, this mission-burdened shadow clone, upon returning to Konoha village, immediately found the shadow clone that remained in the village and detailed this important idea and plan. The next day, while Naruto's clone was accompanying Sasuke in training as usual, he casually asked, "Sasuke, what are your plans for the future?" At that moment, Sasuke was fully focused on his training, constantly using lightning release to stimulate his body's cells, trying to enhance his physical quality with the violent and vibrant power of lightning. Hearing Naruto's question, he slightly panted, paused his movements, thought for a moment, and finally said slowly, "I don't know. Right now, all I can think about is killing that man. As for my specific future plans, I haven't thought about it in detail yet." After saying this, he looked up at Naruto and asked in return, "What about you?" "Me? I plan to join the Umbu." Naruto spoke with determination, not hesitating to express his thoughts. "Umbu? Then I'll go too." Sasuke almost didn't hesitate at all. Although he didn't understand why Naruto was so fixated on the Umbu, he believed that Naruto's decisions must have their reasons, and as long as he followed Naruto, it certainly wouldn't be wrong. Thus, after finishing a day of training, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, understanding each other, and agreed on a time to head toward the Hokage's office together. At this moment, Tsunade was sitting at her desk, busily dealing with a mountain of paperwork. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke suddenly walk in, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback, her face showing a look of confusion as she asked, "It's you two? What's the matter?" Naruto stepped forward, his expression serious as he said, "Sasuke and I want to join the Umbu." "The Umbu? What's the reason?" Tsunade looked at them with interest, curiously probing further. "To protect Konoha," Naruto replied with righteous fervor, his voice firm. Tsunade, upon hearing this answer, her face instantly showed an expression of disbelief. Her exaggerated expression seemed to say, Have you been possessed? Sasuke. Sasuke also looked confused. He understood Naruto's intentions. But this grandiose reason was somewhat amusing to him. Ignoring Sasuke's reaction, Naruto looked at Tsunade's strange expression, feeling dissatisfied, and muttered, "What kind of expression is that?" "Of course. Do you think I will believe that? Tell me the truth." Tsunade was not buying Naruto's act, bluntly exposing him and demanding to know the real reason. "It's just to become stronger." Naruto, realizing he couldn't hide it anymore, had no choice but to honestly reveal his true thoughts. Upon hearing this reason, Sasuke nodded solemnly, clearly agreeing with it. At this moment, Tsunade glanced at Sasuke, and seeing his expression return to normal, she believed Naruto's words. Actually, for Naruto and Sasuke, wanting to enter the Umbu is a win-win situation for both of them and for Tsunade herself. By joining the Umbu, they can undergo more rigorous training and face various dangerous missions, allowing them to grow stronger more quickly. As for Tsunade, she can cultivate her own reliable team, just like the second and third Hokages did, adding a strong assurance for the future of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, the most critical question remains, does Kakashi know about this? Sasuke firmly stated, "This is our own business. We don't need Kakashi's approval." Tsunade then looked at Naruto, who echoed, "Me too." Seeing this, Tsunade sighed helplessly. She had anticipated the stubbornness of these two kids, as they both had their own beliefs and ideas. "All right, someone will take you there in a moment. I'll talk to Kakashi." Ultimately, Tsunade compromised and agreed to their request. After that, the two waited quietly for a moment until a fit Umbu member arrived at the Hokage's office. After Tsunade introduced Sasuke and Naruto to him, the two followed the masked ninja out of the room. They quickly navigated through the winding corridors, and after what felt like a long time, they finally arrived at a dimly lit room. Inside the room, a series of complicated and rigorous tests followed one after another. Sasuke and Naruto focused intently, tackling each challenge one by one. They successfully passed all the assessments and finally stepped into the core area of the Umbu. When they exited the room, two ninjas with black and red hair appeared, both wearing mysterious masks, and they were Naruto and Sasuke. At this moment, they had changed into the Umbu's special attire, equipped with weapons that shimmered menacingly, as if telling of the adventures to come. They even wore uniquely designed masks that added a touch of mystery to their appearance. Sasuke's mask resembled a spirit cat, while Naruto's mask was that of a fox. Of course, the mask Naruto wore now was not the one he was given for free earlier, but one prepared by the Umbu. At first glance, it looked similar to the one worn by Inosuke from Demon Slayer. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that there were no scars by the lips, giving a unique style of its own. Additionally, both of their left arms bore the distinctive tattoos of the Umbu. This tattoo was not inked, but rather applied, as Naruto was a shadow clone. If it were actually inked, what would happen when the clone dispersed? Therefore, Naruto, in his capacity as the prince, told them, "I'm the son of the fourth Hokage. Do you dare to tattoo me?" This identity was enough to render them speechless, so the tattoo was made to be applied instead. Seeing this, Sasuke requested to have one as well. After they were all applied, they walked out. The ninja leading them, named, looked at their outfits and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Now that you both have successfully entered the Umbu, from now on, your original identities and names must be thoroughly concealed. We can only refer to each other by code names. I am, and as for your code names, you can figure it out yourselves." Sasuke, without much thought, immediately declared, "My code name is Snake." Naruto quickly followed, "My code name is Shrimp." Sasuke. After all, Naruto spoke in Chinese, and they were completely baffled, not understanding what he was saying. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and an awkward atmosphere filled the room. Seeing this, gently cough to break the slightly awkward situation. "Say a code name we can all understand." "Shrimp is good, Naruto looked at, who was staring at him intently, and for some reason, he felt a hint of resentment emanating from him. It felt like if he didn't change it, he would want to fight him. Under the pressure of that strong aura, Naruto had no choice but to compromise. "Ahem, then my code name will be Death God." "No, that's unlucky. Change it." Mercilessly rejected Naruto's suggestion, as if he had an inexplicable aversion to that code name. "Damn it." Naruto silently cursed, feeling frustrated that nothing was acceptable. "Don't force me. If you do, I'll just call myself Cohen." Naruto half-jokingly, half-threateningly said, trying to break the deadlock. "Then let's call you Kuin," suddenly responded, catching Naruto off guard. "Damn." Chapter 102. Umbu mission. The next day, sunlight poured over the Hidden Leaf Village, and Kakashi suddenly received a summons from Tsunade. He hurried to the Hokage's office. As soon as he opened the door and steadied himself, Tsunade bluntly stated, "Kakashi, disband Team 7. Huh? Kakashi froze on the spot, barely believing his ears. At that moment, standing in the Hokage's office, this news hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Why on earth would Team 7 be disbanded? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, filled with confusion and disbelief. Tsunade, seeing Kakashi's shocked and speechless expression, couldn't help but smile. She decided not to tease him further and directly explain the reason. Naruto and Sasuke have decided to join the Yambu, and since he's so enthusiastic, I couldn't refuse. Sorry, Kakashi, you're gonna be a lone wolf now. Oh wait, you still have one disciple, right? Huh? Oh yes. Upon realizing he hadn't been abandoned without reason, Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he regained his composure, he thought, wait, how was this any different from being abandoned? No, this is more like liberation. Sakura is the one who has been abandoned. Thinking of this, Kakashi silently mourned for Sakura for a second in his heart. Confirming that he was free again, Kakashi stepped out of the Hokage's office. Once outside, he instinctively looked up at the sky. A few white clouds floated in the bright blue sky. Everything seemed so calm, yet his heart was in turmoil. He muttered to himself, what should I do next? At that moment, he felt like his name suggested, a lonely scarecrow in a field, suddenly lacking direction. He reached for the bag on his back, pulled out his beloved book, Aika Paradise, and while reading the words in the book, he leisurely strolled away. On the path, passers-by hurried by, but no one spoke to him, as if he had become the odd man out in this familiar street. Before long, he returned home. Lying on his bed, he suddenly remembered that Sakura still didn't know about this. But how should he bring it up to her? He absolutely couldn't reveal that Naruto and Sasuke had joined the Yambu. After a moment of silence, he sighed helplessly. I guess I'll just have to wait for another opportunity to tell her. On the other side, after Naruto and Sasuke joined the Yambu, they started with the most basic tasks. Every day, they secretly patrolled the streets, closely monitoring the movements of suspicious individuals, then reporting the detailed findings to their captain. In short, these tasks were extremely boring, repeating the same things every day, which made them feel a bit tedious. After a few days of doing these tasks, they finally welcomed a new mission. Intelligence indicated that spies from the Cloud Village had infiltrated the village and were now preparing to leave. Intending to take back information they did not understand. Their task was to intercept these spies and retrieve the information. In addition, they should try their best to capture the spies alive. If they can't catch them alive, then they should take their lives and bring back their heads to report. As soon as he heard about such a task, Naruto instantly became excited, thinking to himself, finally, the boring tasks are over. Let's go. At the captain's command, Naruto immediately rushed towards the village gate with the other team members. He activated his Kagaya Byakugan and focused intently on searching for unfamiliar chakra. Soon, he noticed something unusual. Found it. Naruto shouted excitedly. Kuin, what did you find? His teammate asked eagerly. Damn, you are Kuin. Your whole family is Kuin. The Grim Reaper is so cool. Why can't I use that codename? Oomph. Although Naruto was internally complaining, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and took a deep breath, saying, I sense those spies. There are 5 hiding in the east, and 3 others are quickly heading towards the gate. Oh, Kuin, it turns out you are a sensing-type ninja? That's awesome. His teammate exclaimed excitedly. The captain promptly made personnel deployments. A portion of the team, led by Naruto, went to search for the spies hiding in the east. The rest followed the captain to intercept the spies fleeing towards the gate. Then, Naruto led his team swiftly towards the direction where the spies were hiding. They stealthily approached the eastern area, moving lightly and quickly, afraid of making even the slightest noise and alerting the snakes. Soon, they got closer to the area where the spies were hiding. Naruto made a hand gesture, and the teammates instantly dispersed in a coordinated manner, slowly surrounding the area. Just then, one of the spies seemed to sense something unusual, suddenly stood up, and cautiously looked around. Who's there? Seeing this, Naruto knew he couldn't wait any longer, and with lightning crackling around him, he immediately jumped out from his hiding spot. Since Naruto's lightning armor was developed from Chidori, it was accompanied by a loud bird cry. The spies were startled by this sudden sound, but they were elite from Kumobikure, and their reactions were extremely quick. One of the spies, seeing Naruto chasing after them, flashed a fierce look in his eyes and quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release, Thunderfang. A thick pillar of lightning shot towards Naruto. Naruto's expression sharpened, and he sidestepped, allowing the lightning pillar to graze past the edge of his clothes. instantly splitting a nearby large tree in half. Without hesitation, Naruto drew his sword and, leveraging his speed advantage, directly decapitated the man. Due to Naruto's incredible speed, the others didn't even have time to react. However, the death of that spy instantly enraged his companions. Damn Konoha dog, you killed Ace Dai, but with a single Chidori sharp spear. Naruto took care of the one seeking revenge. Anyway, the mission didn't require leaving any hostages, and since a few people were left, killing them was fine. Thus, Naruto perfectly completed the mission. When they returned, the two teams merged together. At this moment, Sasuke walked over to Naruto's side, cooing, "Damn, whatever. How'd it go on your side, Snake? I killed them all. That's your style." After the mission, Naruto returned home. The next day, when Naruto reported to the Umbu headquarters, he received a new task to go to the border and check if any enemy ninjas had infiltrated Konoha. If there were, kill them directly. This time, a total of 7 people would act together, and they were headed to the land of waterfalls, while Sasuke was assigned to the land of grass. Just as they were about to set off, the action team leader, codenamed Hawk, came to Naruto. He couldn't help but comment on Naruto's conspicuous explosive hairstyle. "What is that thing on your head?" "It's a wig." "Nonsense. I'm asking why you're wearing that thing. I'm the only one with red hair in the whole village. Anyone who sees it will know who I am." "Well, what you said makes sense. Why wear such big hair?" "Because it's easy to take off." "Forget it. One last question. What is that iron rod hanging on your back?" After Naruto took it out and waved his right hand, the iron rod instantly unfolded into a black iron fan. Then, he placed the iron fan in front of his chest and slowly fanned himself, looking quite pleased with himself. Hawk looked at the iron fan, then at Naruto's smug expression, and was instantly filled with black lines. "Damn, we're about to go do a mission. What do you need a fan for?" "Who said this is a fan?" "What is it then? Is it your integrity?" "No, this is a weapon. I made it based on that female ninja from Sunigakure. How about it, cool, right?" Hawk was momentarily speechless, looking at Naruto with a face full of helplessness. Chapter 103. S-rank mission. A few lazy clouds floated above Konoha, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Naruto walked leisurely down the village street, his hands behind his head, a grass stem in his mouth, looking around in boredom. Ah, so idle. He yawned and squinted at the sky. Ever since he became a member of Umbu, most of his tasks had been patrols and surveillance, lacking intense battles or complex strategies. It was even easier than D-rank missions. If he had a phone at that moment, he would probably have been watching short videos and reading novels while executing his tasks. TSK, this kind of life is so boring. In stark contrast to his leisure, Sasuke was crazily taking on various high-difficulty missions. He pursued battle and strength, not this kind of challenge-less routine. Their ideological differences grew larger, and gradually, they had fewer opportunities to meet. One day, as Naruto lay on his sofa daydreaming, a sudden flurry of wings caught his attention from outside the window. He turned his head to see a pitch-black hawk landing on the windowsill, its sharp eyes fixed directly on him. An urgent summon from Umbu? Naruto raised an eyebrow and quickly got up. A few minutes later, he appeared at the Umbu base, where a masked ninja, codenamed Black Tiger, stood before him. Speaking in a low voice, "The Hokage wants to see you." "Oh, Granny Tsunade is looking for me?" Naruto shrugged and followed the ninja to the Hokage's office. Pushing open the door, Tsunade was sitting at the desk, her hands crossed under her chin, looking serious. 2 scrolls were placed on the table, and she looked up at Naruto, a slight smile on her lips. "You're here? Take a look. This is your new mission." Naruto picked up the first scroll, opened it, and his expression instantly froze beneath the mask. "Go to Kyogakure and secretly bring back the corpse of Hyuga Hayashi, with the requirement. Must not be discovered by Kyogakure." He paused for a moment, then quickly opened the second scroll. "Infiltrate Kirigakure. Investigate the policies of the Mizukage, the village's military strength, and political trends, and gather complete intelligence. Additionally, bring back the eyes of the Hyuga clan." Naruto slowly closed the scroll, raised his head to look at Tsunade, his voice deep. "Are you serious?" Tsunade crossed her arms, a playful smile on her lips. "Of course. Why me? Who else can use sealing techniques, the Flying Thunder God technique, and escape right under the enemy's nose other than you?" Naruto was silent for 2 seconds, then decisively tossed the scroll back onto the table. "I refuse goodbye. What kind of joke is this? The first mission, the corpse of Hyuga Hayashi? Kyogakure almost pulled a fast one on Konoha because of this matter back in the day, threatening to start a war. The body is definitely being tightly guarded now, and it might even be sealed in some forbidden area. Let him go steal it. If he's discovered, It would directly lead to a diplomatic crisis. The second mission is even more ridiculous, asking him to be a spy in the Mist Village? To gather intelligence? Such a task can't be completed in less than a year and a half. He's not an intelligence expert. As for that eye, it's not that he can't bring it back, it's just very troublesome, and there's no benefit, so why should he do it? Hey, don't run away. Tsunade slammed the table and stood up abruptly. Naruto didn't stop, waving his hand without looking back. Huh? What? I can't hear you, you bastard. This is an order from the Hokage. Huh? Strange. Why is someone talking without sound? Granny Tsunade, has your voice gone hoarse? You little brat. Don't push me. The forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds. It's really rare that someone talks without sound. Naruto pretended to be clueless while quickening his pace towards the exit. Tsunade was so angry that her forehead was throbbing, and she nearly ground her back teeth to dust. She slammed the table again. 5 million Ryo? Naruto paused for a moment, but then continued walking out. 5 million? He is now the richest ninja in Konoha. How could 5 million possibly bribe him? What do you want me to agree? Tsunade finally couldn't help but shout. Naruto stopped, glanced back at her. I can consider the mission from the Cloud Village, but the choice of executor must be decided by me. As for the mission in the Mist Village, no deal. No, this is an S-rank mission, not a joke. Whoosh. Naruto instantly disappeared, leaving only a gust of wind behind. You bastard. Boom. The table in the Hokage's office was smashed to pieces. Back at home, Naruto sat on the edge of his bed, his eyes deep in thought. The reason he was willing to consider the mission in the Cloud Village wasn't due to Tsunade's threats or the lure of money, but because he had his sights set on the bodies of the past Raikages. The first Raikage, although information is scarce, as the founder of the Cloud Village, his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. The second Raikage developed countless ninjutsu and may even have mastered certain secret techniques. The third Raikage, known as the strongest spear and strongest shield, even the Eight Tails couldn't defeat him, if he could obtain their techniques. Naruto muttered to himself. The lightning armor he had developed so far, while powerful, still had flaws. It produced a huge noise when used, making it unsuitable for stealth operations. The lightning release chakra mode of the Raikage and the Hell Stab would perfectly solve this problem. This mission, even without Tsunade's urging, I would go. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade's chest was heaving with rage, and Shizen cautiously advised her from the side. Lady Tsunade, calm down. That brat. How dare he ignore the Hokage's orders? And he even called me Granny. Tsunade gritted her teeth, so angry that her chest hurt. Shizen sighed. You also know that Naruto hates the Hokage the most. Damn Minato, and that old thief. Tsunade finally sighed deeply and rubbed her temples. Forget it. She looked out the window, her expression complicated. After calling someone over, she said, tell Naruto that I accept his conditions. But the mission in the Cloud Village must be completed as soon as possible. Yes. Soon, the news reached Naruto's ears. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sly smile. He immediately relayed this news to his original self on the moon. The original Naruto also showed a cold smile upon hearing it. Good, then let the shadow clone execute it. Find the body of Hinata Hayashi and also the remains of the past Raikages. The shadow clone nodded, then transformed into a beam of golden light and disappeared. The shadow clone Naruto, upon receiving the news, stood by the window, his gaze distant. He then began to prepare his equipment. Black Lotus, Flying Thunder God Kunai, Regular Kunai, Shuriken, Short Sword, and explosive tags were all ready. Naruto donned the fox mask, transformed his hair to black, changed into his outfit, and officially set off for the Cloud Village. Chapter 104 Cloud Village. Under the pitch-black night, the cliffs surrounding the Cloud Village were constantly washed by the fierce mountain winds. Uzumaki Naruto looked down at the brightly lit village, illuminated by the unique lightning release lighting devices of the Cloud Village, making the entire village as bright as day. Transform. Naruto formed hand seals, and the face beneath the mask gradually changed. Moments later, a dark-skinned ninja from the Cloud Village with a Mohican hairstyle characteristic of the Land of Lightning appeared in his place. He flexed his new muscles, confirming that his disguise was flawless, and jumped off the cliff. Upon landing, Naruto deliberately mimicked the bold stride of the Cloud Ninja, swaggering towards the village entrance. From a distance, he saw a burly man wearing a Jonin forehead protector reprimanding his subordinates, and he immediately put on an exaggerated smile. Yo, Brad. Saying this, he suddenly began to dance, singing in a tuneless voice, Brad, listen to me. The Jonin was startled by this sudden performance and took a step back. Are you crazy? I'm a fan of the great man Naruto, continued speaking in awkward rhythm, adding impromptu street dance moves. Superfan, I love the great man. Stop, stop, stop. The Jonin covered his ears in disgust. You really are a fan of the great man, singing just as badly. Naruto suddenly leaned closer and whispered, You don't understand us. You don't understand music. Our noble selves absolute art Bagi Yuru. Kono Yuru. Before he finished speaking, the Sharingan under the mask suddenly spun. The Jonin's eyes instantly went blank, standing there in a daze. Naruto immediately accessed all the key intelligence through him. Originally, he didn't expect to gather relevant intelligence from this person, but he never expected that the openness of the Cloud Village far exceeded that of Konoha. The body of Hinata Hayashi was stored in the specimen room on the third underground floor of the Raikage office building, and he could find it there. The cemetery of the past Raikage was also an open attraction. Anyone wishing to pay their respects to the past Raikage could come here to offer flowers. However, there was one issue. The bodies of the first and second Raikage were already gone. The reason is simple. The first Raikage once said, After I die, my body should be cremated and my ashes scattered throughout the village. I cannot let go of the village, and even in death, I want to protect the village. The second Raikage respected the first wishes and chose the same method during his lifetime. Originally, the third Raikage also wanted to do the same, but the problem was that the body of the third Raikage was too tough. It was unscathed by blades, unaffected by lightning, and impervious to fire. Such a strong body could not be processed at all, so he could only be buried. No wonder in the anime, Orochimaru only resurrected the third Raikage. It turns out the first and second were both gone. That's a problem. Without their physical bodies, it would be impossible to summon their souls from the underworld. Forget it. Having the third Raikage is also fine. After that, Naruto continued wandering around the Cloud Village, and before long, he encountered an interesting person. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, was currently training in a lightning waterfall training ground in the west of the village, completely ignoring whether anyone was watching her. The Two-Tails. I'll take her. Afterwards, Naruto walked to the center of the village and closed his eyes. Divine Eye. Hiding in an alley, Naruto closed his eyes to sense. And immediately a map of the chakra distribution of the entire village appeared in his mind. Outside the specimen room, for Jonin were playing cards. The tour guide of the Raikage cemetery was dozing off, and towards the lightning waterfall direction, the violent-tailed beast chakra was as conspicuous as a torch in the night. The first phase of intelligence gathering is complete. The second phase will begin tomorrow. After that, Naruto would gather intelligence in several places, and he had perfectly integrated into the daily life of Kimobikure. He transformed into a cloud ninja named Raiga, a real person confirmed to exist after 3 months of intelligence gathering. Naruto not only copied Raiga's appearance, but also mimicked his habits and speaking style through long-term observation. Hey, Raiga, didn't you go to the land of hot water for an escort mission? A bearded Cloud Jonin asked, patting him on the shoulder. Ha ha, I finished the mission early. Naruto laughed in Raiga's signature way, while quietly observing the other's micro-expressions. The merchant convoy moved much faster than expected. The bearded man showed a look of suspicion. Strange. The captain said that mission would take at least a week. Oh, you didn't know? Naruto immediately changed the topic. We encountered a leaf merchant convoy on the way. They provided a fast route. This lie was seamless since, according to intelligence, there indeed had been a leaf merchant convoy passing through the land of hot water recently. Speaking of a leaf, the bearded man was indeed led off track and spoke in a lowered voice. I heard the village is under martial law recently because of those damn leaf ninjas. Naruto appropriately showed a surprised expression. What's going on? Are they going to? The intelligence department received news, and the bearded man looked around before leaning in to say, the leaf might send someone to steal the corpse of the Hyuga clan member. Naruto feigned shock. Isn't that corpse already? Sure. The bearded man nervously pressed down on his shoulder. The higher-ups decided to strengthen the guard. And it said they set up a new sensing barrier. That's strange. How do they find out? Could it be that there are traitors in the Yambu? After some time, Naruto had perfectly probed the village's defense situation. He noted a few key points. Patrols passed important facilities every 15 minutes. There was a 3-minute visual blind spot at the southeast watchtower, and the ventilation system of the underground facilities was outdated, which would become his breakthrough point. With all the intelligence in hand, he could act tonight. So when night fell again, Naruto resumed his masked appearance. At that moment, he was hiding in a concealed cave outside the village. Shadow Clone Technique. Bang! 3 new shadow clones appeared beside him. Each clone carried different equipment. All three carried tools specifically for breaking seals, medical instruments for collecting cell samples, and storage scrolls. "We only have 15 minutes, Naruto calmly ordered. Clone 1 is responsible for the corpse of Hisashi. Clone 2 is responsible for the Reikage cell samples. Clone 3 is responsible for subduing the two Waimuki. Be aware that the Two Tails resistance will be fierce." The three clones nodded simultaneously. Naruto continued, "I will provide support from the central position, and contact me immediately in case of emergencies." "Understood." Then everyone set off. Upon reaching the location, they took a look. The first challenge was to break through Kumogakure's sensing barrier. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, chakra concealment technique, Tsun. This original jutsu combined the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and the stealth techniques of the Umbu, allowing him to completely mask his chakra fluctuations in a short time. A semi-transparent chakra membrane covered Naruto and all his clones, temporarily making them disappear from the sensing network. Using the cover of night, the three shadow clones stealthily approached their targets. Naruto hid on top of the water tower in the village center, where he had a clear view to monitor the movements of the three targets. Positions. Naruto sent instructions to the clones through their mental link, and the operation began. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three shadow clones quickly acted, each activating their Sharingan to closely observe the situation. Chapter 105, Action. Clone 1 silently made its way through the ventilation ducts toward the mysterious underground facility. As soon as it entered the duct, a cloud of choking dust rushed in. The ducts were filled with thick dust, and with each step, a haze of dust was kicked up. Without a mask, it would surely cause tears to flow. Naruto held his breath, relying on the deeply ingrained memory of the route in his mind, moving quickly. Soon, he stealthily arrived at the specimen room on the third basement level of the Reikage's office building. Upon entering the room, his gaze immediately locked onto the operating table in the center. On the table lay Hisashi Hyuga, quiet and still. The white kimono he wore was clean and new, without a wrinkle or stain. At the same time, Naruto keenly sensed the presence of four ninjas nearby. An excellent opportunity was right in front of him. Without any hesitation, Naruto leaped down from the vent and landed steadily in front of them, casually greeting them. "Hello, who are you?" "I'm your father." In an instant, his eyes burst with a strange light, transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan, Genjutsu Sharingan. The gazes of the four Jonin instantly became dazed and confused, and they promptly collapsed to the ground. Naruto quickly pulled out a storage scroll, performed hand seals, and, in the blink of an eye, sealed Hisashi Hyuga's corpse into the scroll. Then he used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly disappear, heading to a distant moon. At the same time, Clone 2 had quietly arrived near the grave of the third Reikage. The area around the grave was eerily quiet, with only the sound of wind softly whimpering in his ears. Naruto approached the grave, quickly forming hand seals before forcefully pressing his palm against the ground. Suddenly, the ground seemed to be torn apart by invisible giant hands, slowly revealing a coffin. Once the coffin was fully exposed, Naruto raised his hand to open the lid, revealing the third Reikage inside. Unable to resist, Naruto reached out to press against his body, feeling the hard and unyielding texture beneath his fingertips. The Reikage's corpse seemed to be in a deep slumber, not at all resembling that of someone who had been dead for a long time. As expected of the third Reikage, this body was simply abnormal. Naruto took out a surgical knife and fiercely stabbed it toward the Reikage's arm. With a crisp snap, the surgical knife actually broke. Damn, a steel body. Steel body? Superman. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Naruto's mind. No matter how hard the Reikage body was, there must be a flaw in the eyes. With that thought, Naruto quickly pulled back the Reikage's eyelid, and sure enough, the lifeless eyes appeared before him. He carefully pried the eyes out and placed them into a container filled with nutrient solution, completing the final collection task. Afterwards, he closed the coffin again, restored the soil, and similarly used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear in the blink of an eye, heading to the moon to reunite with Clone 1. Meanwhile, Clone 3 lurked like a ghost near the two Waimuki. At this moment, the two Waimuki were fully focused on chakra control training under the waterfall. The roar of the waterfall was deafening, and the chakra of the two tails fluctuated, indicating her extreme instability. Now's the time. Just as the Waimuki experienced another chakra disturbance, the shadow clone shot out like an arrow. "Who goes there?" The Waimuki reacted extremely quickly, immediately shouting and launching a counterattack, but it was already too late. The shadow clone was as fast as lightning, and with a powerful palm strike to the abdomen of the two Waimuki, it shouted, seal tail technique. 5 streams of chakra shot out from its fingertips like lively little snakes, forcibly suppressing the raging tailed beast chakra within her. Next, Jinjutsu, Sharingan. The powerful ocular power surged like a tidal wave, instantly invading the mental space of the 2Y Mookie. There, the two tails was roaring in anger, the sound waves causing the space to tremble slightly. Just a mere Sharingan. Yoru's roar suddenly stopped as it saw the familiar and terrifying pattern in the eye of the shadow clone. Immediately, Yoru's pupils also transformed into the 3-Tomo Sharingan, becoming quiet and docile in an instant. In the real world, the two Uzuki people, under the control of the illusion, rolled their eyes and immediately fainted to the ground. The shadow clone seized the opportunity and quickly initiated the technique, directly transporting the two tails Jinchuriki to the moon. The entire operation was executed flawlessly, taking only 14 minutes and 53 seconds, even better than expected. With 3 targets successfully captured, Naruto began the final cleanup. He carefully checked the operation records, confirming that no trace was left behind, then looked towards the direction of the Cloud Thunder Gorge. There, the 8 tails Jinchuriki was waiting for him. "Hey Chan, I'm coming." Inside the moon, Naruto's main body was focused on examining the spoils of this operation. The corpse of Hinata Hayashi, the eyes of the 3rd Raikage, and the unconscious 2 Uzuki people. "Let's heal the 2 tails first," Naruto murmured to himself, then walked in front of the 2 Uzuki people, pressing one hand against her lower abdomen while quickly forming hand seals with the other. As the sealing technique concluded, a stream of red chakra, like a lively little snake, coiled out from the lower abdomen of the 2 Uzuki people, continuously drilling into Naruto's palm. Meanwhile, within the mental space of the 2 Uzuki people, the 2 tails Uru was being rapidly absorbed by a mysterious black hole. Just as there were only 2 tails remaining, Naruto decisively ended the absorption. At that moment, in his mental space, besides the 1 tail and 9 tails, there was now an additional 2 tails. Once the sealing was complete, Naruto instructed his clone to send the 2 Uzuki people back and emphasized to bring back 2 living people. Soon, the clone returned, bringing back 2 individuals who were sound asleep. Although he didn't know who these 2 were, it didn't matter. Edo Tensei. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, successfully using the bodies of the 3rd Raikage and Hinata Hayashi to perform Edo Tensei. Shiki Fuin. He then activated the technique again, swallowing the souls of the 2 into his body. Once everything was finished, the clone efficiently tidied up the aftermath while Naruto lay down on the bed, his consciousness slowly sinking into the space of the Shinigami. There, he began to carefully watch the memories of the 2 and worked hard to inherit their ninjutsu. Hinata Hayashi's memories didn't attract Naruto much. Most of the ninjutsu he knew, Naruto already mastered. Therefore, Naruto focused on the memories of the Raikage. Hidden within the Raikage's memories were many secrets of the Cloud Village, secret techniques, ninjutsu, and codes. Naruto eagerly memorized them one by one, then began to focus on inheriting the Raikage's ninjutsu, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Chapter 106, Dual Focus. The Lightning Release Chakra Mode differs significantly from the Lightning Armor developed by Naruto. First, the Lightning Release Chakra Mode does not produce any noise during activation and use, while the Lightning Armor does. Secondly, the methods of use between the 2 are vastly different. The Lightning Armor mainly relies on thrusting speed, while the Lightning Release Chakra Mode depends on the speed of the user's body. For example, it's like in the anime Dragon Ball, where Tao Pai Pai throws a stone pillar first and then jumps onto it, using inertia to fly on the pillar. Whereas the Lightning Release Chakra Mode is similar to the flying technique, relying on its own energy to achieve flight. In terms of pros and cons, the advantage of the Lightning Armor is that it consumes less chakra and has lower physical quality requirements than the Lightning Release Chakra Mode. However, its drawbacks are also evident. It is difficult to control direction, accompanied by a huge noise when activated, making it less suitable for combat scenarios and more fitting for surprise attacks. In contrast, the Lightning Release Chakra Mode has the advantage of freely controllable direction, silent operation, and suitability for combat. But its drawback is that it consumes a large amount of chakra and requires extremely high physical strength, with the ability to use it for extended periods depending on the user's chakra reserves. Although the effects of the Lightning Release Chakra Mode and Lightning Armor are different, their principles have similarities. Naruto has long used the Lightning Release Chakra to train his body, so he easily mastered the Lightning Release Chakra while also mastering the Hell Stab. As the number of uses increased, he noticeably felt the power of this ninjutsu gradually strengthening. Thus, Naruto had a sudden idea. Could Chidori be combined with Hell's Stab to develop a stronger ninjutsu? With the thought in mind, he immediately put it into action. However, at this moment, Naruto found that his body was in a critical stage of awakening the Rinnegan and could not open his eyes. But in the Shinigami space, he could open his eyes freely, which provided him with an excellent place to develop new ninjutsu. The first step in Naruto's development of new ninjutsu was to enter the lightning release chakra mode. Then, he performed Chidori. In an instant, his right hand transformed into a sharp sword, gleaming with lightning. But unexpectedly, the lightning release chakra mode instantly failed. Clearly, these two techniques could not coexist. One had to use either the lightning release chakra mode or Chidori, just like one cannot do push-ups while simultaneously doing sit-ups. Although Naruto had mastered dual focus through extensive training, enabling him to perform the Rasengan Shuriken without using shadow clones, this situation was different. Once the Rasengan Shuriken was formed, it did not require distraction. One just had to maintain the technique and throw it out. However, maintaining the lightning release chakra mode, Chidori, and responding to an enemy all at once required constant mental focus, which was no easy task. In the Raikage's memories, the third and fourth Raikage did not emphasize the use of ninjutsu for this reason, focusing more on physical strikes, which they referred to as ninjutsu body techniques. After that, Naruto left the Shinigami space and used the chakra of the Nine Tails to perform the multiple shadow clone technique. With a bang, over 10,000 shadow clones appeared in an instant. Naruto shouted to the clones, "Brothers, I leave the training to you." The shadow clones responded in unison, "Oh." Then Naruto said, "All right, I'm going to sleep." The shadow clones all complained, "Damn." Thus, the clones began to train continuously. At first, it went smoothly, but they gradually realized that maintaining a highly focused state for dual focus was causing significant mental fatigue. Fortunately, the main body went to sleep. If he had to endure all that fatigue, they weren't sure if he would collapse from exhaustion. However, as time passed, suddenly one shadow clone had an idea. "Wait, why do we have to maintain a dual focus state? It's simply not something a person can do." "You're right. Do you have any ideas?" "It's actually like firing a handgun. If you keep shooting, the barrel will definitely break. But if you only fire when the enemy appears, then the gun will be fine." "Are you saying this is similar to the Rasengan Shuriken? Just use it when needed and not have to stay distracted all the time." "Damn. Then why bother training?" "Yeah, then why bother? Let's go." Bang. Nearly 10,000 shadow clones instantly disappeared, and the Naruto in the room frowned before continuing to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Village, Naruto's shadow clone arrived at the Cloud Thunder Gorge. Upon entering the room, he quickly saw the sleeping Killer Bee. Eight Tails Killer Bee found. At this moment, in Killer Bee's mental space, the Eight Tails directly woke him up. "Bee, there are enemies near you." Suddenly, Kurabi's figure vanished in an instant and appeared behind Naruto, saying, "Ran. When sleeping, youth. When disturbed, anger. When punishing, judgment. My methods are cruel." He thrust the short sword in his hand into Naruto's body. In an instant, Naruto's body turned into a wooden block. "Substitution jutsu, beautiful. My strength is the greatest," he said, then turned around to throw a punch. However, Naruto firmly caught his fist, and with his other hand, he quickly formed hand seals. Kurabi was startled. One-handed hand seals? Crisis. Time to counter. He immediately kicked out, trying to retaliate. Naruto turned his body, stepped forward with his right foot into Kurabi's center, and struck Kurabi in the chest with a powerful elbow. Top elbow. With a loud bang, Kurabi was instantly knocked out of the room, his chest caving in. Just as Naruto appeared in front of Kurabi, Kurabi's body was suddenly enveloped in red chakra, and his wounds healed instantly. He's saying, "You're pretty good, Strong." The Eight Tails. This lord is serious. The two then charged forward simultaneously. When their gazes met, Naruto's eyes instantly transformed into Sharingan. Kurabi exclaimed in surprise, "That's Sharingan? Uchiha, Konoha?" In an instant, Kurabi was trapped in an illusion. B. Naruto took the opportunity to place a hand on Kurabi's body and performed the B-sealing technique. Immediately, in Kurabi's mental space, the Eight Tails roared continuously, "Wake up quickly." But unfortunately, its voice could no longer reach Kurabi. Naruto coldly said, "It's too late." The Eight Tails asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Your master." In an instant, Sharingan appeared in the Eight Tails' dual pupils, and it was directly controlled by Naruto, along with Kurabi. Subsequently, Naruto took Kurabi to the moon, sealing the Eight Tails inside its original body, though he left the Eight Tails' tail behind. After that, Naruto erased Kurabi's memories and sent him back to the Cloud Village. By now, Naruto had already obtained the One Tails, 2 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails, leaving only the 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. The 7 tails would be brought to him by Danzo, while the remaining tail beasts would require him to personally head to the Rock Village and Mist Village to find them. As for the subsequent actions, Naruto planned to set off once his Rinnegan fully awakened. Chapter 107. The 7 tails in hand, the 8 tails and 2 tails from the Cloud Village had already fallen into his hands. The remaining tailed beasts were merely a matter of time for him. At this moment, aside from the 3 tails, he was confident he could bring them under his command. After all, once the Akatsuki organization moved, things could get quite tricky. As for the 3 tails, he could only wait for its revival before taking action. Shadow Clone Jutsu! Naruto shouted, and in an instant, 3 shadow clones appeared out of thin air. He quickly issued commands. We'll split into 4 groups. I'll return to Konoha with Hinata Hisashi's remains. You head to the Mist Village, target the 6 tails. You go to the Rock Village, capture the 4 tails. And you also go to the Rock Village, bring back the 5 tails. Alright, let's go. With that, everyone scattered. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Tsunade finished a day of busy work and went straight to an izakaya, ordering a bottle of sake. She tilted her head back and drank it all in one go, exhaling with satisfaction. Ah, so refreshing. Then, looking at the sake in her cup, she couldn't help but complain, being Hokage really isn't pleasant. That old man is such a weirdo, so obsessed with the Hokage position. Thank you for your hard work, Hokage-sama. A gentle voice came from behind. Tsunade looked up to see the izakaya owner. The owner held a sake jug, filled Tsunade's cup, and brought 2 plates of exquisite side dishes, gently placing them in front of her. Tsunade looked at the 2 plates of side dishes, confused. Boss, I didn't order these. The owner smiled and explained. This is a small gesture from our shop, complimentary. Huh, why? Thanks to Hokage-sama, the village is so peaceful. I've always wanted to express my gratitude, but didn't know how. So I hope you can accept these small dishes. Tsunade was slightly taken aback, a warm feeling rising in her heart. Actually, I haven't done anything special. Then I won't be polite. Saying that, she picked up the side dish and put it in her mouth. In that moment, she seemed to understand a bit why the 3rd Hokage was so obsessed with the Hokage position. What a vain old man, Tsunade murmured softly, her thoughts drifting back to the past. Old man, when did you start changing? She remembered that the former 3rd Hokage used to dress casually and wander around. She didn't know when he started wearing the Hokage robe and hat every day, as if it had become a part of him. As she thought about it, Tsunade unknowingly drank too much, her emotions becoming more agitated, and she couldn't help but curse. What an idiot. For such a meaningless title, he lost himself and left the village in this state. How could he face Grandpa? She continued to ramble on until she slumped over the table and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Tsunade slowly awakened to Shizun's urgent shaking. Hokage-sama, wake up quickly. Is that you, Shizun? Is it already morning? Tsunade rubbed her sleepy eyes. Hokage-sama, Naruto has returned. Huh? Where did he go? Wait, you mean he came back from the Cloud Village? Tsunade instantly woke up, looking surprised. Yes, Hokage-sama. That kid, he was gone for so long. I thought he wouldn't go at all, Tsunade murmured quietly. Afterward, Tsunade went to the mortuary and saw Hinata Hisashi's body. Her expression instantly darkened, and her hands involuntarily clenched into fists, the joints turning white. Shizun, notify the head of the Hyuga clan to come retrieve the body, Tsunade said, suppressing her inner emotions. Her voice low. Understood, Hokage-sama, Shizun replied and went to carry out the order. On the other side, when Hyuga Hayashi received the notification to go to the mortuary, he was filled with confusion. When he arrived at the mortuary, he immediately saw his brother's body. Hayashi's complexion instantly became somewhat older, severe pain showing on his face. Tsunade saw Hayashi's expression and gently sighed, saying nothing more. She simply nodded at Hayashi and quietly left the mortuary, leaving this sorrowful moment to him. Back in the Hokage office, Tsunade immediately summoned Naruto. When Naruto entered the office, Tsunade looked at the person with a wild hairstyle in front of her. Confused, who are you? It's me, Naruto said helplessly. Who exactly are you? Tsunade still looked puzzled. Naruto. Naruto raised his voice. Oh, it's you, Kun. Why do you have a wild hairstyle now? Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. What does it have to do with you? Naruto rolled his eyes in silence. Ha ha, just kidding. You did well on this mission, Tsunade said, putting away her smile and becoming serious. Is there something you need me for? Naruto asked. How about considering the mission to Mist Village? Tsunade asked tentatively. I won't do it. Naruto refused without hesitation. All right, I've already arranged for Kakashi to take care of it. If anything happens on his side, remember to support him in time. You'll also get a share of the rewards after the mission is completed, Tsunade said helplessly. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving, Naruto said, turning to leave the Hokage office and quietly heading towards the route. After arriving at the route, Naruto smoothly met Danzo. Sir, I heard you were looking for me. Yes, sir. The hero's water and the Jinchuriki from Takigakure have been brought to you. Subsequently, Danzo pointed to a bottle of clear water on the table and a little girl with dark skin beside it. Well done. This is my duty. By the way, Danzo, there may be an infiltrator from Kumogakure in the Umbu. Go investigate thoroughly and see who it is, Naruto said with a serious expression. What? There's actually an infiltrator in the Umbu. TSK, I shouldn't have handed the village over to that little girl back then. Danzo said angrily. I'll leave this matter to you. I'll take my leave now. After Naruto finished speaking, he took the people and the items, used the Flying Thunder God technique, and instantly disappeared from the spot, appearing on the moon. The shadow clone of Naruto quickly used the Sharingan to control the Seven Tails and successfully sealed it within the body of the original Naruto. Of course, he also intentionally left the tail sealed within the Jinchuriki's body. After everything was arranged, the shadow clone of Naruto returned to Takigakure with the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Meanwhile, the original Naruto tightly held the bottle containing the hero's water. Although it was not visible to the naked eye, he could clearly feel a strong desire from his body for this hero's water. He knew that once he drank this water, he would undoubtedly become even more powerful. However, it was not the right time yet. The Rinnegan was still awakening, and there had only been 3 movements so far. To perfectly awaken the Rinnegan, he needed to experience 9 movements. Drinking the hero's water at this crucial moment, he truly could not predict what kind of consequences it would bring. However, during the days of awakening the Rinnegan, Naruto did not let up at all. He followed the methods taught by Kushina, using the chakra of the tailed beast to continuously nourish his body. After months of unremitting effort, his body became stronger, and his chakra increased significantly. Not only that, he successfully mastered some abilities of the tailed beasts. One was the malicious perception ability of the 9 tails he had previously acquired, allowing him to keenly sense hidden dangers around him. The other was Shikaku's magnet release, granting him the power to manipulate sand. In addition, Naruto also continuously increased the intensity of his training. His goals were not limited to just these 9-tailed beasts. He was more eager to obtain the immense power of the 10 tails. However, he did not want to acquire the power of the 10 tails through the Outer Path Golem. After all, the Outer Path Golem contained Kagaya's will, and if he were to use it to revive the 10 tails, it was highly likely that he would become a sacrifice for resurrecting Kagaya. After much thought, Naruto turned his attention to the 10 tails of Akatsuki Ishiki. He remembered that in the Boruto manga, this 10 tails caused many incidents and even developed its own will. Such a powerful and dangerous existence. He had to take control of it and turn it into his own power. However, the biggest obstacle at the moment was Akatsuki Ishiki. With his current strength, facing Akatsuki Ishiki head-on would undoubtedly be like throwing an egg at a rock. That guy's taijutsu was monstrous. He could kick apart a Susanoo with a single kick. With his current power, it was still far from enough to defeat Akatsuki Ishiki, so he had to continue training to constantly improve his strength. Chapter 108. Destiny. A year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Naruto felt a strange fluctuation in his eyes. The 9th movement quietly arrived. At the moment the 9th movement came to a perfect end, Naruto clearly sensed a vast power surging in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, untied the bandages wrapped around it, while a shadow clone beside him instantly transformed into a mirror suspended in front of him. Once the bandages were completely undone, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of brand new eyes. The color of these eyes was identical to that of the Sage of 6 Paths, both blue. But Naruto could clearly feel that these eyes contained an immense power, different from those of the Sage. At the same time, several unfamiliar, yet powerful ocular techniques suddenly appeared in his mind. In addition to the basic abilities of the Byakugan and the ocular techniques used by the Sage, Naruto also awakened 2 brand new ocular techniques. The first was called the Rebirth Wheel Technique. The second was named the God of Fate. The Rebirth Eye, as the name implies, is an ocular technique that controls the power of reincarnation. Although it cannot manipulate life and death like the Rinnegan, it has a unique reincarnation ability. For example, if Asuma were to unfortunately pass away, Naruto could use the power of the Rebirth Eye to allow Asuma's consciousness to reincarnate in his child. Of course, the child's gender is determined by genetics, and Naruto cannot intervene. However, Whether the reincarnated individual retains their memories is within his control. This means that when Asuma realizes he has become the child of his wife, he would be quite shocked. Of course, Naruto would never do such a thing. The reason is simple. Why would he want to torment such a wonderful woman like Kuramain? The second ocular technique, the God of Fate, is considered to be heaven-defying. It can glimpse the trajectories of past and future destinies, and even ignore causality to influence the timeline. However, such powerful abilities often come with a steep price. With Naruto's current strength, if he were to use this ocular technique, he would be unable to use it again for 10 years. Of course, if he possessed Hashirama's cells, this cooldown time could be halved. If he could master the power of the 10 tails, perhaps it could be further reduced. Additionally, Naruto noticed that even if he did nothing after activating the rebirth eye, the chakra within him was continuously depleting. Therefore, he decisively closed the rebirth eye, and his eyes instantly returned to their original ordinary blue. Naruto secretly felt relieved that his eyes, like those of Akatsuki Urashiki, could freely control the opening and closing of both the rebirth eye and the Sharingan, thus avoiding the fate of Kakashi. After resolving the issue with his eyes, Naruto turned his attention to the hero's water that Danzo had given him. He reached for the bottle, opened the cap, and tilted his head back to drink deeply. As soon as he swallowed, Naruto felt the chakra within him instantly boil, and his body temperature rose sharply. This sensation was wonderful and comfortable, as if he were soaking in a warm and pleasant hot spring, completely relaxing both body and mind. At the same time, an indescribable joy surged in his heart, akin to the thrill of winning a fortune in a gamble. A day later, the unusual feeling in his body gradually dissipated. Feeling the surging power within him, Naruto clenched his fists tightly, clearly realizing that he was no longer the same. He walked outside and looked at the deserted city, clapping his hands together. Would release, birth of the tree world. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and countless sturdy trees burst through the earth, rising at an astonishing speed, turning the city into a dense forest in the blink of an eye. Yash, let us try this next. Would release, would dragon technique. As soon as Naruto's voice fell, a majestic giant dragon suddenly sprang out from a giant tree, soaring and circling above the forest. And this would release, would human technique. The dragon's body was engulfed in rapidly growing trees, which instantly coalesced into a towering wooden giant. Naruto controlled the wooden giant, making it strike a classic pose akin to Ultraman's entrance. Looking at the robust wooden giant, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Then, he manipulated his chakra to slowly retract the trees back underground, and the city returned to its original appearance. Having mastered perfect would release, it was time to try Sage Mode. Naruto thought to himself that now, with a perfect sage body like Hashirama's, natural energy would automatically and swiftly flow into his body, and he should be able to enter it in an instant. He quickly clasped his hands together, and the next second, a sage face similar to Hashirama's appeared on his face. Feeling the surging power within him, Naruto's expression was calm as he murmured, "Is this Sage Mode? It's not as difficult as I imagined." No wonder when Ban obtained the chakra back then, he was so calm. However, having the feeling of possessing great power is truly wonderful. From now on, my fate can finally be in my own hands. Wait a minute, fate. Naruto's expression suddenly changed, and the image of Gamamaru appeared in his mind. This old toad has been sleeping for years, yet can foresee the future in his dreams. Naruto's heart stirred. Now that the cooldown time for the Tenjin technique had passed, it was perfect timing to cooperate with the god of fate to control this old toad. After all, he didn't want to follow the old path of the child of destiny again. Who knows what kind of trouble this old toad might cause. Although he didn't know why Gamamaru had been silent for these years, Naruto was clear that once it woke up, it would surely sense the change in fate. After all, even Kagaya Akatsuki had been outsmarted by it. With his current strength, he really wasn't confident in confronting it. With that thought, Naruto gathered the chakra of the tailed beasts and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes sparkled. God of fate. In an instant, his consciousness traveled through time and space, and he saw his past self. At that time, he had just signed a contract with the Dragon Cave, and his face was beaming with excitement. Naruto shifted his gaze and saw Gamamaru suddenly open its eyes. The future has changed. Gamamaru's terrified voice echoed in the void. As expected, it had already noticed. Naruto sneered inwardly, his left eye instantly transforming into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan as he looked at Gamamaru. Tenjin. Gamamaru's eyes suddenly went blank. It looked around in confusion, then glanced at its own belly and questioned, why am I awake? What was I dreaming about just now? Seeing this scene, Naruto switched his right eye back to the Rinnegan, and his consciousness returned to his own body. He issued an order to Gamamaru. As long as you see anything related to the Child of Destiny and Naruto Uzumaki in your dreams, forget it all, and never think of it again. This way, Gamamaru would completely forget what it had just foreseen. After that, Naruto slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, no wonder it had been so calm. It turned out it was because of what I did now. If I hadn't traveled through time to control Gamamaru with its nature, it would definitely have told Jiraiya about this. And once Jiraiya learned that I am the Child of Destiny, he would surely pester me to take me as his disciple. As expected of me, everything is perfectly fine now. Chapter 109. Old Purple, the perfect sage body had been securely obtained, and the Rinnegan had successfully awakened. But this was merely a new starting point. The next phase was to gather the power of the tailed beasts and awaken the Rinnegan. Naruto slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the Sharingan appeared. In his pupils, 3 tomo were spinning. Soon after, the tomo rapidly connected to form a kaleidoscope. Naruto carefully felt every change in his body. However, as time passed, the anticipation in Naruto's heart gradually turned into disappointment. He had successfully infused Sasuke's cells into his body, and logically, there should be some changes. Yet at this moment, he couldn't capture any unusual feelings. Naruto frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. He tried to concentrate the surging chakra within him onto his eyes. Again and again, he attempted, but the result remained the same. No special sensations at all. Sigh. It really does need time. He remembered that Madara took a considerable amount of time to successfully awaken the Rinnegan after obtaining Hashirama's cells. Naruto knew well that awakening the Rinnegan was not an easy task. The most crucial condition was to obtain the 6 Paths chakra of the Sage of 6 Paths. The 6 Paths chakra was actually possessed by Waimura. But unfortunately, when he awakened the Rinnegan, he had already exhausted Waimura's chakra. And now, there was no surplus chakra to support the Sharingan, helping it evolve into the Rinnegan. If he wanted to obtain the Rinnegan, there were currently 3 methods. The first method was to kill Nagato and then devour his soul. The second method was to gather all the tailed beasts. Perhaps when all the tailed beasts were gathered, he could obtain the 6 Paths chakra, thus promoting the Sharingan's evolution into the Rinnegan. The third method was to find the 10 tails of Kagaya Otsutsuki. But thinking of this method, Naruto shook his head and dismissed it. He currently had no idea where Kagaya was hiding, and finding the 10 tails was even more elusive, with absolutely no clues. Implementing this method was indeed too difficult, almost impossible. In comparison, the second method, while requiring time, was currently the most feasible. Now, Naruto already possessed the powers of the 1 tail, 2 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails, but still lacked the 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, and 6 tails. Over the past few months, Naruto had sent numerous shadow clones to the Land of Water and the Land of Earth to thoroughly investigate the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki. After a long and arduous investigation, it was confirmed that the 3 tails was no longer present, and they could only wait for its revival to plan further. Meanwhile, the other tailed beast Jinchuriki were not in their villages, as if they had evaporated from the world. No one knew where they had gone. Obtaining information about them was also exceptionally difficult. The shadow clones inquired everywhere, but remained empty-handed. Fortunately, after months of relentless searching, there was finally a glimmer of a clue. As for the first method, Naruto was not in a hurry. He already had a detailed plan in mind, taking it step by step. After resting for a day, Naruto put on his mask and then left the moon. His first stop was the Land of Earth, and his first target was the red monkey known as Sun Wukong, who possessed the power of the 4 tails. Naruto arrived at a cliff in the Land of Earth, standing at the edge as the mountain wind howled, rustling his clothes. Naruto slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the Sharingan was activated. It had been a long time since he used Madara. Just in time to find someone, Naruto murmured softly, "Madara." In an instant, Naruto's eyes transformed into the kaleidoscope form, with strange patterns swirling within. As he activated Madara, the surrounding world seemed to change, and the entire sky and earth appeared to be dyed in an unusual red hue. After a while, in this red world, Naruto saw images continuously shifting, eventually freezing on a scene where he was engaged in a fierce battle with the 5 tails Jinchuriki. Found it, Naruto muttered to himself, and instantly his red pupils changed again, turning into a strange blue. There, Naruto locked onto his target, soared into the sky, and flew toward the direction of the Five-Tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, was experiencing an awkward and painful situation. He was squatting over a toilet. He didn't know what unsanitary food he had eaten today, but his stomach was in turmoil, causing him severe pain and cold sweat, resulting in a dire case of diarrhea. Old Purple clutched the paper, straining with all his might. His expression filled with agony. He had lost count of how many times he had squatted today, and his legs were so weak he could hardly stand. Meanwhile, within Old Purple, Sun Wukong watched Old Purple's miserable state and sighed helplessly. I told you long ago that if the food goes bad, throw it away. Yet you stubbornly refuse to, insisting on eating it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at you now. You deserve it. Sun Wukong's voice carried a hint of teasing and helplessness. I have no regrets. Old Purple gritted his teeth and said, although his body was uncomfortable, he remained stubborn. You're really stubborn. It's quite embarrassing. Sun Wukong shook his head and stopped talking. After a long while, Old Purple finally ended this battle and weakly walked out of the restroom. At that moment, he truly had no strength left. His legs felt weak, and he could barely stand. So tired. Old Purple gasped, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Could it really be due to age? Nonsense. You just overdid it, dehydrated and exhausted. Sun Wukong mercilessly exposed him. Looks like I'm really getting old. Old Purple muttered to himself. Damn. Forget it. I'm not talking to you anymore. Sun Wukong was utterly speechless at Old Purple's stubbornness. Just as Old Purple was about to sit down and rest, suddenly, something strange fell from the sky. It was a kunai, quite peculiar in style, one that Old Purple had never seen before. The words Death God were engraved on the handle, which looked very eerie. With a snap, the kunai plunged straight into the ground. Old Purple walked over in confusion, picked up the kunai, and was filled with questions. What is this thing? Old Purple had left the village too early, had no intelligence about the village, and had never dealt with Minato. So he didn't know about the Flying Thunder God technique at all. Just as he picked up the kunai, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared in front of Old Purple, grabbing his hand and calmly saying, "This is my thing, give it back to me." Whoosh! Naruto and Old Purple were instantly transported to the land of whirlpools. Surrounded by the vast ocean, this environment was just right to limit Old Purple's lava release ninjutsu. Old Purple reacted extremely quickly, and instantly his entire body was enveloped in high-temperature lava, the scorching heat continuously burning Naruto's hand. And the air was filled with the scent of charred flesh. But Naruto gritted his teeth and didn't let go. At this moment, the kunai began to burn due to the high temperature, quickly melting into a pool of molten metal. Old Purple smelled the scent of roasted meat in the air, looked at Naruto with a vigilant gaze, and asked, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" "I'm not looking for you, but for the monkey inside your body," Naruto said, staring intently at Old Purple. "Looking for the Four Tails? Then die." Upon hearing this, Old Purple's eyes widened in anger, his face suddenly puffing up, and then he violently spat out a stream of boiling magma towards Naruto. Chapter 110. Four-Tail Sun Wukong. Seeing this, Naruto immediately released Old Purple's hand. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. Whoosh! In an instant, 5 enormous water dragons erupted from the sea behind Naruto with overwhelming force, extinguishing the magma that Old Purple had spat out. Then, the 5 water dragons rushed towards Old Purple with their claws bared. Old Purple looked at the 5 gigantic water dragons, akin to tailed beasts, and was suddenly shocked, showing an expression of disbelief. Who the hell is this guy? With this amount of chakra, could he be a Jinchuriki? Old Purple speculated in his heart, but soon he denied this thought. No, he didn't sense any tailed beast chakra. On the other side, Sun Wukong was also startled by the size of the 5 water dragons. He suspected that the masked man in front of him was a Jinchuriki, so he carefully sensed it, but strangely, he didn't feel any tailed beast chakra, indicating that the person in front of him was not a Jinchuriki. However, since he wasn't a Jinchuriki, Sun Wukong didn't worry too much. He quietly sat in Old Purple's mental space, watching the battle with great interest. At this time, Old Purple kept dodging the attacks of the water dragons, while also countering Naruto's other water release techniques one by one. However, as the battle continued, Old Purple gradually felt overwhelmed. He knew in his heart that if he didn't rely on the power of the Four Tails, he might really die here today. Suddenly, his body was enveloped in dark red chakra, and 4 dark red tails slowly appeared behind him. He had entered a semi-tailed beast transformation state. When Old Purple plunged his hands into the ground, a pair of gigantic hands rose up from the ground, blocking in front of him. These hands blocked the surging seawater and then quickly charged towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto was secretly excited. Finally, I got him! Naruto clapped his hands. Would release. Birth of the tree world. In an instant, the ground around Old Purple cracked open, and several sturdy trees burst through the earth, growing at an incredible speed, quickly surrounding Old Purple tightly. The branches of the trees swiftly entangled the tailed beast's hands, and Old Purple's body was also tightly bound by the branches, unable to move. At that moment, the dark red chakra covering Old Purple and the arms gradually faded, and Old Purple felt his strength being drained little by little. What is this? My chakra. Why is it being absorbed? Old Purple cried out in panic, his face filled with fear and confusion. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback in the mental space. This is Would Release. It's that man. Sun Wukong looked at the terrifying Would Release outside, and his memories were instantly pulled back to the past. He recalled that man, the one who had once said something particularly shameless to him. I'm sorry, the power of your tailed beasts is too strong. For the peace of the ninja world, I have to do this. Then, he was entangled by a wooden cage and sealed. When he woke up again, he was already in someone else's body. Every time he thought of this, Sun Wukong wanted to curse. Damn it, I was just fine at home, and you inexplicably barged in, beat me up, and said I was dangerous? Who's really dangerous? Huh? Answer me. Look at my eyes. Tell me why. Why? Baby, why? He originally thought that since Hashirama was dead, it would all be over. But now he was seeing Would Release again. Damn it. The nightmare from the past was appearing before his eyes again. However, seeing the giant trees growing in front of Old Purple, Sun Wukong understood that if he didn't act soon, both he and Old Purple would fall into extreme danger. So, Sun Wukong immediately pulled Old Purple into the mental space. He looked at the extremely embarrassed Old Purple with a serious expression and said, Listen carefully. I'm only going to say this once. Pay attention. The ninjutsu that the masked man is using is Would Release. You should have heard of its reputation. Old Purple nodded, his face showing a grave expression. Ah, the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's famous ninjutsu. I do know this. He originally thought it was just a name, but unexpectedly faced it, and it was truly unsolvable. No wonder he was the god of ninjas. I was once defeated by Would Release as well. Now I can only pray that this man's Would Release hasn't reached Hashirama's level, or else we'll really be in danger. Sun Wukong's voice carried a hint of worry. Four Tails, are you going to help me? Old Purple looked at Sun Wukong. If we don't act now, we might really die here. Sun Wukong nodded. In that case, let's fight together. Old Purple clenched his fists, his eyes reignited with fighting spirit. Let's bump fists. Sun Wukong extended his fist. If I got it. Old Purple also extended his fist, heavily bumping it against Sun Wukong's. Just as the two fists connected, their hearts resonated with each other. But suddenly, Old Purple's expression changed. Not good. What happened? I need to use the restroom. Lao Zi felt his stomach rebelling against him, as if he were about to burst from the other end. Damn it, I don't want to talk about you anymore. Hold it in, give your body to me, and I'll fight. Suddenly, Lao Zi, entangled by the trees outside, began to grow rapidly, transforming into the form of the Four Tails Sun Wukong in the blink of an eye. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the air as the Four Tails officially joined the battle. Looking at the massive tailed beast before him like a mountain, Naruto's heart surged with excitement like a roaring tide. Here comes the little brother. Would Release. Would Dragon Jutsu. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and a gigantic Wood Dragon burst forth from the earth. The Wood Dragon charged towards the Four Tails at incredible speed, then opened its massive jaws, tightly wrapping around the Four Tails. However, the power of the Four Tails was no mere bluff. Its muscular body seemed to exude strength with every ripple of its muscles. Don't underestimate me. Roar! The Four Tails let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, shaking the surrounding air. Its enormous arms struggled with all their might, muscles taut and veins bulging, gradually breaking free from the Wood Dragon's restraint. The monkey and the dragon faced off, both roaring at each other, their thunderous roars intertwining in a contest of strength and will. Seeing the Four Tails daring to shout, Naruto felt a surge of joy in his heart, thinking this was a rare opportunity. Would Release, Flower Tree World descending. As he shouted, several flowering trees suddenly sprouted from the Wood Dragon's mouth. These trees grew at an astonishing speed, with one flower tree's branches rapidly heading towards the Four Tails' throat, while others concentrated in front of the Four Tails' nostrils. Ugh! The Four Tails felt an intense wave of nausea as the flower trees poked its throat, wanting to vomit. But just then, the flowers blooming in its nostrils and throat burst open, releasing a large amount of pollen. The pollen rushed into the Four Tails' nostrils and throat, and as the Four Tails inhaled sharply, it felt its entire body weaken, its limbs losing strength. As everyone knows, when a creature roars, it is exhaling. After exhaling, if suddenly stimulated, it will inhale a large amount of air. The Four Tails inhaled sharply, wasting no pollen, drawing it all into its body. Damn it, I should have known. I wouldn't have shouted randomly. Its body swayed, unable to support its massive frame, and finally collapsed to the ground. At the moment the Four Tails fell, Naruto quickly jumped onto its head. His left hand formed a seal and pressed against the Four Tails' head. Kurama's hand descending. The Four Tails felt its eyelids grow heavy, gradually losing consciousness. It understood that it was finished, revealing a hint of unwillingness in its eyes as it shouted, "Damn it, you really are that Hashirama." Before it could finish speaking, the Four Tails' body gradually turned dark red and disappeared, leaving only the still sleeping Lao Zi on the ground. Naruto released all the wood release techniques and slowly walked up to Lao Zi. First, he used his Sharingan to completely erase Lao Zi's memories of this battle. Then, Naruto successfully sealed the Four Tails within his own body. Of course, Naruto also left a bit of leeway in his heart, leaving Lao Zi with a tail, so he wouldn't lose all his power related to the tailed beasts. But speaking of which, why does it smell so bad? No way. Huh. After that, Naruto took Lao Zi and used the Flying Thunder God technique again to send Lao Zi back to where he originally belonged. Once everything was over, Naruto looked in another direction. Next up, it's the Five Tails. Chapter 111. Mu King. The Five Tails, named Mu King. It is a strange beast with a head like a dolphin and the body of a horse. Its voice is gentle like that of a kind ant. Unfortunately, it is currently sealed within a rough-looking man. At this moment, following the clues, Naruto arrived at the hiding place of the Jinchuriki Han. At a glance, he saw him. Han was a burly man, wearing a straw hat, a red mask over his mouth, and clad in red armor, exuding an imposing aura. Naruto activated his Kagaya's hard eye, carefully sensing the surroundings, and found that only Han was present, with no one else to disturb. This Han is really peculiar. The way he manages the village is unique. And the Jinchuriki isn't even in the village? Naruto thought to himself, no wonder the Akatsuki organization can easily capture Jinchuriki. It turns out the village doesn't value them at all. But then he thought, the strongest force in Iwagakure is not the tailed beasts, but the Tsuchikage, Inoki. His dust release techniques are unparalleled, making it difficult for any life to survive. Such strength brings pride that is not unfounded. And it is precisely because of this pride that Naruto could easily find the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. At this moment, Naruto looked at Han as if he were a hunter eyeing his prey. Then, Naruto stood up from the bushes and boldly walked toward Han. Hearing someone approaching, Han slowly opened his eyes and looked at the masked figure in front of him, feeling a strong sense of threat. "Who are you?" Han asked warily. "Me? You can call me the God of Death." Naruto replied in a low voice. "Is that so? Then what do you want from me? Looking for you? No, I am not looking for you, but for the one inside you." Naruto's gaze burned as he stared at Han's abdomen. "It seems you're not a ninja from Iwagakure. Since you covet the tailed beast, you must be prepared for the consequences, right?" Han clenched his fist, his muscles tightening. "Consequences? That's just something weaklings need to consider." Naruto replied disdainfully. "Then prove to me that you are strong." As soon as he finished speaking, Han's figure flashed, using body flicker technique to instantly appear in front of Naruto. Then his fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, struck fiercely at Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto remained calm, extending a hand to firmly catch Han's fist. Then, with a whoosh, Naruto used Flying Thunder God technique and instantly arrived in the land of whirlpools. As soon as he landed, Naruto threw a punch, directly sending Han flying. With a loud bang, Han crashed heavily into a small mountain behind him. Struggling to stand up, Han rubbed his aching right wrist, secretly amazed. What terrifying power! Can you be more serious? This is boring, although I don't know where this is. If I don't defeat you, I probably won't be able to escape, right? That's right, Naruto succinctly responded. Then, just as he was about to finish his sentence, steam suddenly erupted from behind Han. At that moment, all the power within him tensed up, and he charged at Naruto like a speeding train. Then Han leaped high, raising his leg to kick at Naruto with great speed. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes sharpened, and he clenched his fist tightly, striking back a Han's shoe. Another loud bang echoed, and Han was once again sent flying by Naruto's overwhelming power. This time, Han's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Naruto and shouted, "Incredible strength? You have incredible strength. Oh, you have quite an eye." Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, "Who is Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas to you?" Han was filled with confusion. In his knowledge, only Tsunade possesses the strength of monstrous power. How could this masked man also have it? Could he be a ninja from Konoha? Naruto tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up as he teasingly said, "My granddaughter?" Han was momentarily speechless, his face filled with disbelief. "Any other questions?" Naruto asked with a half-smile. "You must be joking. You mean to say you're the first Hokage? Hashirama Senju? Are you insulting me? How dare you insult me?" Naruto pretended to be angry, his eyes wide open. "What's wrong with insulting you? All right, you're amazing. You're so noble." Naruto clapped his hands. Would release. Birth of the trees. In an instant, countless sturdy trees broke through the ground, quickly surrounding Han. Han looked at the dense forest that blocked out the sun, muttering in shock, "You can't really be the first Hokage, can you? Forget who he is. Han, run. You're no match for him." At that moment, the anxious voice of Mu Wang echoed within Han, fully aware of the terror of Wood Release and the strength of Hashirama Senju. If Han continued to fight, they would surely fall into an irretrievable situation. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Han followed Mu Wang's suggestion and instantly activated steam evaporation, transforming into a stream of steam and fleeing in one direction like a train. During his escape, Han used his immense strength to break through all the trees blocking his path. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a powerful gravitational force pulling at his body from behind. "What's going on? I'm halted in panique. Why are you running? Come here and face me." At this point, Naruto's eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan, using its gravitational ability to forcibly pull Han back. Seeing he could not escape, Han made a decision and turned around, immediately enveloping himself in dark red chakra. Leveraging the gravitational force, Han charged toward Naruto like an enraged beast. Just as he was an arm's length away from Naruto, Naruto's eyes suddenly changed to Sharingan. When Han saw the eyes glowing eerily beneath the mask, a strong sense of foreboding surged within him. Then, Naruto tilted his body slightly, and Han felt as if he had lost control, crashing heavily to the ground. Instantly, dense trees grew rapidly from the ground, wrapping around Han in circles, leaving only his head exposed. Naruto switched back to the Rinnegan and slowly approached Han, placing a hand on his head. The dark red chakra was drawn towards Naruto as if pulled by an invisible force, continuously being absorbed. At the same time, Han's face gradually became visible. "Who the hell are you?" "Hanru warid angridi." "Oh, did the six tails help you break the illusion? But it's useless under these eyes. You can only obediently submit to me." After saying that, Naruto cast a technique and entered Han's body, seeing the five tails, Mu Wang, sealed with iron chains. At that moment, upon seeing Naruto, Mu Wang did not react with the excitement Naruto had imagined. On the contrary, she appeared unusually calm. "You're here," Mu Wang said. "Have you resigned yourself?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Mu Wang replied softly. "Why?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "For me, it's just a change of residence, nothing significant." Mu Wang spoke in a flat tone, as if it had nothing to do with her. "Is that so? But just to be safe, you should completely submit to me first." After Naruto said this, the Sharingan in his eyes locked onto Mu Wang's. In an instant, three Tomo Sharingan appeared in Mu Wang's eyes as well. After that, Naruto successfully sealed Mu Wang within himself, leaving Han with a few tails. Then, Naruto cast an illusion to erase Han's memories and dispatched a shadow clone to send Han back. At this moment, within the ceiling space inside Naruto, the 1 tails, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails gathered together. Except for the 4 tails and 5 tails, the other tail beasts had already grown tails. Moreover, the broken horn of the 8 tails had been found and properly dealt with by its clone months ago, and now the 8 tails was flawless. They circled around a massive yellow Rinnegan floating in the center, slowly rotating. After arriving in the ceiling space, Naruto looked at this scene and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Just 3 tails and 6 tails are left." Chapter 112. Changes. At that moment, Naruto's shadow clone suddenly appeared beside him. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the ground, where a person was lying. "Oh, this guy looks familiar," Naruto said in confusion. "Yes, this is the 6 tails Jinchuriki. Hurry up and absorb him," the shadow clone urged. "Huh? You got him that easily?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "What else?" the shadow clone retorted. "Forget it. I'll handle the six tails first. Naruto stopped asking questions and began to absorb the six tails. Moments later, Naruto had added the six tails to his collection. After sending back the six tails Jinchuriki, the shadow clone dispelled itself. The moment it did, Naruto received a flood of memories from the shadow clone. As he processed the memories, he couldn't help but scratch his head in disbelief. It turned out that when the six tails Jinchuriki was blowing bubbles, one almost touched the shadow clone Naruto. The shadow clone thought it had been discovered, and even that the bubble could explode. Without thinking, it directly attacked him. After the beating, the shadow clone thought, since I've been found out, I might as well fight. Finally, just before the six tails Jinchuriki fainted, he exclaimed, "What did I do to deserve this? Why are you hitting me?" XX. Naruto scratched his head, smiling wryly. Well, it doesn't matter. He won't remember any of this. Besides, the shadow clone healed him. Then Naruto stretched and sighed, "Ah, so comfortable. Speaking of which, I haven't been home for a long time. It's time to go back." But before that, would clone technique. In an instant, 5 wooden clones rapidly sprouted from Naruto's body. He instructed the wooden clones, "You guys go monitor the land of water. As soon as the 3 tails revives, immediately send it to the moon." After finishing, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly returned home. It was broad daylight, and the house was empty. Naruto activated his Rinnegan, quietly observing the village's situation. The village hasn't changed much," Naruto murmured. The shadow clone is here. Looks like it's monitoring someone. Judging by their headbands, they should be from the land of grass. Not bad. Seems like the shadow clone did well. But what's up with that explosion head?" Naruto scrutinized the situation further, and suddenly his brow furrowed tightly. "Where's Kakashi? And where's Sasuke?" Naruto searched all over Konoha, but could not find either of them. When night fell and the shadow clone returned home, it saw the original Naruto already in the house. Looking at the original Naruto, it joyfully exclaimed, "You finally made it back." "Yeah, I have." Just as Naruto was about to ask, the shadow clone dispelled itself. In an instant, a year's worth of memories surged into Naruto's mind like a tidal wave. Damn, Naruto couldn't help but curse. The memories of the past year were too overwhelming that even he felt dizzy, and he blacked out instantly. After a night, when Naruto woke up, he rubbed his aching temples. He finally understood the reason behind everything. Kakashi disappeared because he went to the hidden mist village to gather intelligence in his place. Sasuke is not in the village because he was dissatisfied with the boring life of the Umbu and decided to leave the village to train. Originally, he wanted to defect, but fortunately, he consulted his master for advice before doing so. Naruto's suggestion was to inform Tsunade in advance and ask her to give Sasuke a mission to leave the village. This mission should ideally be long-term and challenging, such as going to the hidden mist village to meet up with Kakashi. After much thought, Sasuke went to find Tsunade. Then he left the village, not knowing where he went. The next day, Tsunade called Naruto and directly asked, "Did you suggest to Sasuke that he go monitor Orochimaru?" He's going to monitor Orochimaru? Naruto said with a surprised expression. "Yes, he suddenly told me yesterday that he wanted to leave the village to monitor Orochimaru." Tsunade nodded and said, "Did you agree?" Naruto asked, puzzled. "Of course, I agreed," Tsunade said matter-of-factly. "Why?" Naruto pressed. "You're his master, and you agreed. What opinion can I have?" Tsunade looked at Naruto and said seriously, All right." Naruto sighed helplessly, realizing that Sasuke had chosen Orochimaru after all. It makes sense. The Hidden Leaf Village is too peaceful. Even with his help, Sasuke couldn't quickly become stronger relying solely on his own power. Unless there is a war, his strength will never grow rapidly. As for Sakura, she is currently apprenticing under Tsunade, learning medical ninjutsu. Just like in the anime plot, there's nothing much to say. The same goes for the others. There are basically no changes. No, 2 people have changed. One is Niji. He is no longer as irritable as before. Perhaps it's because he found his father's body and saw his father's last words, which greatly changed his mindset. The second is Karen. Her transformation is astonishing. Naruto can hardly believe his eyes. A few days ago, Naruto's shadow clone had just visited her in the Land of Waves. Now she is helping Zabuza manage the company. She is no longer that fierce woman. Her personality is quite stable, and Zabuza often listens to her opinions on many matters. However, according to Zabuza, in front of Haku, Karen still turns into a lovesick girl. Besides that, she has also started to learn how to dress herself, and with the help of Naruto as shadow clone, all her scars have disappeared. As for the others, there are basically no changes. After confirming all the memories, Naruto got out of bed. He picked up the clothes that had fallen off after a shadow clone was dispelled yesterday. Besides the mask, the explosive hair, the Umbu outfit, arm stickers and weapons, he also found his Black Lotus iron fan. After changing into his clothes and putting on the mask and explosive hair, he walked out the door. When he arrived at the Umbu, a bald man wearing a mask approached him. "Kuin, the Hokage is looking for you." "Oh," Naruto replied and headed towards the Hokage's office. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, he directly asked, "You were looking for me?" Tsunade nodded, but then frowned, because the Naruto in front of her felt completely different from the previous Naruto. The Naruto in front of her felt like she was looking at her grandfather. "You are Kuin." "No, you're Naruto?" Tsunade asked with a puzzled expression. "It's me. What happened last night?" "What happened?" "I was sleeping." "No. My intuition tells me something is off with you," Tsunade said seriously, staring at Naruto. "Do you dare to bet?" "Okay." At that moment, Shizen coughed in dissatisfaction. "Ahem. Tsunade-sama. Don't forget the important matter." Chapter 113. Conditions. The betting matter quietly came to an end, with no follow-up. Tsunade then explained the reason for calling Naruto. It turned out that there was trouble in the Hidden Cloud Village. According to spies, the Hidden Cloud Village was preparing to send people to the Leaf Village to seek justice. The reason is that something happened to their Jinchuriki. One of the Jinchuriki is the Reikich's younger brother, named Killer Bee. Killer Bee is the perfect Jinchuriki. He can maintain consciousness even after fully transforming into a tailed beast. Even without fully transforming, achieving partial transformation is easy for him. For example, growing a tail from his back is just a piece of cake for him. However, months ago, the situation suddenly changed, and Killer Bee found himself unable to transform into a tailed beast. According to the spies, Killer Bee reported that although he could clearly feel the 8 tails still within him, he could no longer communicate with it. Coincidentally, the 2 tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, also experienced the same situation. Upon hearing this news, the Reikage became furious and immediately ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. After several months of investigation, they discovered 3 unusual situations. First, the body of Hyuga Hizashi mysteriously disappeared. Second, Killer Bee's residence showed signs of a fierce battle. Third, an unidentified person had inexplicably appeared in the village. All these signs indicate that someone must have secretly tampered with Killer Bee and Yujito ni. From the disappearance of Hyuga Hizashi's body, it can be inferred that this person is very likely from the Leaf Village. Therefore, the Reikage decisively ordered that they go to the Leaf Village to seek an explanation. Facing the Reikage's accountability, Tsunade responded without hesitation. "This is your own business in the Hidden Cloud Village. What does it have to do with us in the Leaf Village? If you can't even protect your body and Jinchuriki, what can you achieve?" Hearing such a reply, the Reikage was furious and smashed the table with a punch, shouting, "Damn Leaf Village! Damn Tsunade! Let's see if I won't beat your Leaf ninjas into a mess." "Reikage-sama, please calm down," the nearby Mabui hurriedly advised. Then, Mabui carefully analyzed the current situation for the Reikage. "Now is not the time for war. We cannot easily start a war. Although the strength of the Leaf Village and the Sand Village has been significantly weakened, the Rock Village and the long-closed Mist Village are watching closely. If Reikage-sama rashly starts a war, not to mention other villages, that Tsuchikage will definitely take advantage of the war to attack the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, the third Reikage died at the hands of the Tsuchikage. Such a tragic event must not happen again. Furthermore, just as Hokage Tsunade said, someone attacked the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village. But the key point is that the Jinchuriki is not in any life-threatening danger and can still feel the presence of the tailed beast. This is not sufficient justification for starting a war. Similarly, the situation with Hyuga Hizashi is only a suspicion that is more likely to point to the Leaf Village. But there is no conclusive evidence. If we rashly start a war, the 4 great nations of Earth, Wind, Water, and Fire will have an excuse to attack the Hidden Cloud Village, which is undoubtedly a move that would backfire. Moreover, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning will certainly not support this war and will not allocate funds to help them fight. After listening to Mabui's analysis, the Reikage sighed heavily. Mabui's points were indeed reasonable, but how could he easily let it go? In the end, the Reikage still sent someone to the Leaf Village to gather intelligence. However, he never expected that every move he made was being closely monitored by Tsunade. Tsunade then informed Naruto of the matter in detail, and after finishing, she closely watched Naruto to see how he would react. "Why are you looking at me?" Naruto asked with a puzzled expression. "What did you do to the Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village?" Tsunade asked directly. "That wasn't me." "Really not you?" "Really not." Then you still have to take responsibility. I won't. You must do it. After all, you failed your mission. Huh? The task requirements cannot be discovered by the cloud-hidden village. Look, things have gotten so big now. After that, Naruto fell into silence, quietly watching Tsunade, who also remained silent, staring back at him. After a while, Naruto asked, "What do you want to do?" I can help you with this. But you have to do something for me," Tsunade said with a sly smile. "What is it?" "Withdraw from the Umbu and become a guiding Jonin." "How about that?" "Huh. In fact, there is only 1 year left until Konohamaru graduates. As the grandson of the third Hokage, Tsunade naturally places great importance on him. Therefore, selecting a teacher for him requires careful consideration, preferably a Hokage-related teacher. Take Tsunade herself, for example. She is a disciple of the third Hokage. Minato is a disciple of the third Hokage's disciple, and Naruto is a disciple of the fourth Hokage's disciple. Tsunade searched through the files, but could not find a suitable candidate. Originally, the third Hokage had arranged for Ebisu, but he was just a special Jonin, introverted and lecherous, with only 1 S rank and 1 A rank mission in his record. The key point is that the file stated that his method of teaching Konohamaru was supposedly the way to cultivate a Hokage, and he always insisted that you could only become Hokage by listening to his teachings. Tsunade thought to herself, how dare he claim to cultivate a Hokage? What is he? He has never been a Hokage, nor does he have any relatives who have been Hokage. He just read a few books and thought he understood how to become Hokage. It's simply ridiculous. Such a person is only suitable for empty talk and cannot properly teach Konohamaru. She must find a new teacher for him. After thinking it over, Tsunade felt that Naruto would be quite suitable. Of course, it wouldn't be immediately. She would have to wait a year until Konohamaru graduated. However, during this year, Naruto would also have to undergo assessments. The assessment methods were quite simple. First, defeat Tsunade, and she would promote Naruto to Jonin. Second, he would be responsible for the next Chunin exam. After listening, Naruto nodded and agreed. The next day, Naruto and Tsunade arrived at the training ground. At this moment, Naruto was wearing his usual black outfit, a black stick hanging at his waist, and a black forehead protector tied on his head, looking energetic. "How's the preparation going?" Tsunade asked casually, looking relaxed and confident. "Ready to start any time," Naruto confidently replied. "Then, here I go." As soon as she finished speaking, Tsunade leaped forward and swung a punch at Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was instantly enveloped in blue chakra, with flashes of lightning flickering around him. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared in front of Tsunade. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly crossed her arms to protect herself. Bang! Naruto's punch landed heavily on Tsunade's arms, and the tremendous impact sent her flying. Tsunade stabilized herself in midair, looking at Naruto with shock. "Is that the lightning shadow technique? You actually learned this technique?" Chapter 114. Jonin Who Knows? It's Chidori. Naruto did not answer directly. With the memory gained from his shadow clone research, Naruto successfully combined lightning release chakra mode with Chidori. As he quickly dashed in front of Tsunade, his right hand formed a sharp blade shape, thrusting rapidly towards her. "Don't underestimate me." Tsunade stomped her left foot down hard, causing the ground to collapse. Then, she grabbed a nearby tree and swung it towards Naruto. But how could this tree withstand the piercing power of lightning release? Naruto shot forward like a spear, instantly arriving in front of Tsunade. Tsunade's lips curled into a slight cold smile as she attacked Naruto. Unfortunately, despite her incredible strength, Tsunade's speed was not fast enough, and every punch was easily dodged by Naruto. "Damn it, stop dodging," Tsunade shouted in annoyance. "Can't hit me, huh? You just can't hit me," Naruto teased while skillfully evading. "Damn it." Tsunade gritted her teeth in anger. Seeing this, Naruto deactivated the lightning release chakra mode and started a close-quarters contest with Tsunade. Of course, Naruto did not use his incredible strength at that moment. He seemed to embody Ip Man, using skill to counter strength, and Tsunade's punches couldn't touch him, while his own stomach frequently took hits. But after a few exchanges, Tsunade noticed Naruto's attack patterns and began to consciously protect her stomach. Seeing this, Naruto cursed inwardly. Why is her chest so big? Slapping her in the face wouldn't be appropriate. After all, this was just a sparring match. No need to slap. But without slapping, it was hard to attack elsewhere. And the only place he could hit, her stomach, was being protected. Damn! The two continued to spar for a long time, and Tsunade gradually realized that Naruto was holding back. After all, she hadn't landed a single hit on him, while Naruto had almost hit her every time. "So," Tsunade stopped and scolded, "as a man, don't be so soft. If you're gonna hit, then hit hard. Hearing Tsunade's provocation, Naruto no longer held back, raising his hand to give Tsunade a hard slap. The force of this slap was not small, directly smashing Tsunade's face into a nearby tree. Now that you've said that, I can't hold back, Naruto said. But just then, a large tree came flying toward Naruto. He instantly used body flicker technique to evade. Looking at Tsunade's furious face, he realized that she was genuinely angry. TCH, is this what it takes to get angry? Naruto muttered. Let's talk. How dare you hit my face? Tsunade shouted angrily, pulling out several trees and hurling them at Naruto. With no choice, Naruto had to spread his hands. He quickly gathered a blue chakra ball in his right hand, and soon, the chakra ball crackled with electricity, causing Tsunade to feel a shiver down her spine. Lightning release. Lightning exploding spiral sphere. Naruto shouted the name of the technique and threw the chakra ball. Tsunade hurriedly dodged, but the chakra ball exploded instantly, and a violent lightning impacted everything around, hitting Tsunade despite her timely evasion. At that moment, Tsunade's body suddenly vanished. Shadow clone? Naruto murmured. At this moment, he was squatting on a nearby tree branch, but suddenly, the tree began to collapse, and right beneath it was Tsunade. Tsunade punched through the large tree and charged towards Naruto's direction. Whoosh! Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash past and appear next to Tsunade. Flying Thunder God technique? Where did you learn it? Tsunade asked, surprised. Just now. When I was hitting you, Naruto replied, throwing a punch at Tsunade's back. However, this Tsunade suddenly turned into a wooden board, easily dodging the attack. Looking at the vanished Tsunade, Naruto asked, Tsunade, can I stop now? At this moment, Tsunade, puffing up her cheeks, said, fine, but you have to deal with the words on my face first. Oh, okay. Naruto walked up to Tsunade, gently placing his right hand on her face. In an instant, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Tsunade's face slightly flushed, and seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but turn red as well. Hey, are you done yet? Tsunade urged, blushing. Ahem, done. Naruto lowered his hand, and at that moment, the patterns on Tsunade's face not only disappeared, but also the injuries on her face vanished as well. Tsunade touched her face and realized she had been healed. Remembering the green light on Naruto's hand just now, Tsunade immediately asked, did you just use Healing Palm technique? Yeah. What's up? Naruto, do you want to be my disciple? No way. Naruto didn't think twice and directly refused. Why? If I become your disciple, wouldn't I be Sakura's junior? Oh, that's not a problem. She's not my disciple yet. I'll only take her as my student once she fully masters the healing techniques. So what can you teach me? Medical ninjutsu, super strength, summoning techniques. Anything you want to learn, I can teach you. All right, then you'll be my master from now on. Let's do the formalities. Yes. As your disciple, I respectfully, it's me accepting you as my disciple. Why does it feel like you're the one accepting me? That's true. Naruto also chuckled. After that, Naruto followed the agreement and withdrew from the Umbu, restoring his original name, and as per Tsunade's request, officially became a Jonin. Over the following year, Naruto studied medical ninjutsu while working as a doctor at the hospital. After a year of hard work, Naruto had mastered the medical knowledge taught by Tsunade, and in the village, his medical skills were already on par with Tsunade, becoming a well-known attending physician in hospital. Whether it was treating wounds or curing diseases, Naruto handled everything with ease, and the number of patients he healed was countless. Meanwhile, Sakura also became Naruto's junior as she wished. One day, while Naruto was resting at home, he suddenly received a summons from Tsunade. When he arrived at the office, he found Shikamaru and Shino were also there. Everyone is here, Tsunade said when she saw Naruto. The reason I've called you all is for the new Chunin exams. Naruto is the main person in charge, and Shikamaru, Shino, you will assist him. Shino nodded and calmly said, I see. The Chunin exams are starting. Shikamaru, with a helpless expression, complained, this is so troublesome. At this moment, Naruto patted Shikamaru's shoulder and smiled. I'll leave it to you, buddy. Shikamaru looked confused and questioned Naruto. Naruto thought to himself, now that he has become the leader, he naturally has to do what a leader should do. What he needed to do was make decisions. Since the Chunin exam was so complicated and Shikamaru was smart, it was only natural to leave this troublesome matter to him. Tsunade had no objections to Naruto's arrangement, and Shino completely agreed. Can I refuse? No. I'm the main person in charge. I understand now. Don't be down, let's go, it's on me. You can eat as much barbecue as you want. Can I bring someone? No. Chapter 115. Orochimaru's humiliation. Orochimaru has made many decisions in his life that he regretted deeply. Like joining the Akatsuki, that was a nightmare. He had to deal with a group of strange and powerful individuals every day, and in the end, he left in disgrace. Then there was provoking Itachi, which was like hitting a wall. Itachi's power still sends chills down his spine. But if you ask him what he regrets the most, it would definitely be the day when Uchiha Sasuke came to him voluntarily. That day, Orochimaru was, as usual, pondering his evil and profound research in a room full of bottles and strange experimental equipment. Suddenly, he heard a slight commotion outside, and soon after, a subordinate rushed in, shouting, "Sir, Uchiha Sasuke is here." Orochimaru's eyes widened instantly, nearly dropping the experimental bottle in his hand. He scrambled outside and saw Sasuke standing at the base entrance with a cold expression. Orochimaru, excited, stammered, his voice sharp like a whistle cutting through the night. "Sasuke-kun, you've finally come to your senses. Have you defected from Konoha and come to my embrace?" Sasuke, expressionless, replied as if stating the most mundane thing. "No, I'm just here to train." "Huh." Orochimaru's smile froze instantly, as if he'd been hit by a paralysis jutsu. Kabuto, who had appeared out of nowhere, adjusted his glasses and quietly reminded, "Sir, it seems he just came to leech off resources." Orochimaru's smile gradually stiffened, and he gritted his teeth to squeeze out a response. "It's fine. Now that you're here, you won't be leaving." However, a year later, he realized he was too naive. Orochimaru soon discovered that Sasuke was like a stubborn rock, not using the cursed seal he gave him at all. Throughout the year, whether Sasuke faced life-threatening battles or won easily, the cursed seal remained inactive, as if sealed away. Later, when Orochimaru observed closely, he found a strange sealing technique on Sasuke's neck. So, he dug out various forbidden jutsu scrolls, researching and forming seals, working up a sweat. After a long time, the seal remained unaffected and couldn't be undone. Orochimaru's rage boiled over. What kind of rogue seal is this? Sasuke, however, responded calmly, "Oh, that's the 8 trigram seal." "The 8 trigram seal? Isn't that Minato's technique? I didn't expect that kid to have mastered sealing techniques." Orochimaru's heart sank as he realized he was in big trouble. This sealing technique couldn't be undone without the key. But then Sasuke added, "Well, it's a pretty good seal. I have a key." "Oh, the key is with you? That's great. Sasuke-kun, this cursed seal can give you power beyond Itachi. Hurry up and unlock it." "I don't need it. I don't want this external power." Sasuke firmly rejected, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Sasuke-kun, with the help of the cursed seal." Orochimaru still refused to give up. "Shut up." Sasuke coldly interrupted, his gaze freezing. Orochimaru completely lost his temper and could only swallow his anger. In the days that followed, to get Sasuke to willingly use the cursed seal, Orochimaru initiated his devilish training plan, which was nothing short of a series of farces. In the first week, Orochimaru sent the Sound 5, hoping to give Sasuke a shock and force him to use the cursed seal. The result was that Sasuke knocked them all down, and the Sound 5 lay on the ground like a pile of mud, unable to get up for a long time. In the second month, Orochimaru had Kabuto pretend to sneak attack. Kabuto stealthily approached, thinking he was undetected. The result was that Sasuke reacted extremely quickly, countering with Chidori, blue electricity crackling and nearly blowing up the laboratory. Orochimaru watched as his beloved experimental equipment was almost destroyed and stomped his feet in pain. 6 months later, Orochimaru decided to take the field himself. He believed his appearance could definitely persuade Sasuke. He pulled out his trump card, Akatsuki Intelligence, trying to tempt Sasuke. The result was that Sasuke completely ignored him, smashing his experimental table with a single strike, shouting, "Don't waste my time." Orochimaru looked at the shattered experimental table, on the verge of tears. A year passed, and Sasuke grew stronger and stronger, but the cursed seal remained dusty. Orochimaru's complexion changed from pale to ashen, and finally, he turned completely dark like the bottom of a pot. One day, Kabuto cautiously approached and asked, "Sir, how about putting some medicine in his food?" Orochimaru wearily glanced at him and weakly replied, "Do you think he would care?" At that moment, Sasuke was outside grilling fish with fire release, completely uninterested in the cafeteria's food. But Kabuto didn't give up. He was like a persistent salesman, trying every possible method. However, when faced with Sasuke, he encountered a career Waterloo, as all his tactics were easily countered by Sasuke. Strategy 1. Temptation. Kabuto smiled broadly, like an overly enthusiastic salesman. "Sasuke-kun, if you unlock the cursed seal, you can gain power beyond Itachi." Sasuke coldly glanced at him and retorted, "Does Itachi have a cursed seal?" No. Why should I rely on the cursed seal? I, Sasuke, will never be weaker than Itachi in my lifetime. Kabuto was left speechless, his face alternating between white and red. Tactic 2, provocation. Kabuto's eyes turned, and he came up with a plan. Your brother used a similar power back in the day. Sasuke instantly drew his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. Do you think you understand him better than I do? Dare to spread rumors. Do you want to die? Tactic 3, information temptation. Kabuto was not discouraged and brought out his final card. I have the latest information on your brother. Sasuke didn't even turn his head, directly turning to leave. I don't need it. I will find him myself. Kabuto watched Sasuke's departing figure, tears streaming down his face. Lord Orochimaru, this client is too difficult to handle. A year later, on this day, the sun was shining brightly, but Orochimaru's mood felt like a storm was approaching. Sasuke suddenly kicked open the door of Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru, I've made up my mind. Sasuke's voice broke the silence of the lab. Sasuke-kun, you finally want to use the cursed seal? No, I want to return to Konoha. Sasuke's words were like a bomb, instantly shocking Orochimaru. Orochimaru was completely dumbfounded. Kabuto's hand, which was adjusting his glasses, trembled slightly as he hurriedly stepped forward. My lord, calm down. The lab equipment is very expensive. Sasuke-kun, this is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Orochimaru snapped back to reality, speaking fiercely. I'm leaving. Sasuke turned and walked away without a second thought. Don't think about leaving. Orochimaru wanted to take action, but with a single Sharingan glance, he fell into a Jinjutsu. Seeing this, Kabuto immediately dispelled Orochimaru's Jinjutsu. Release. Orochimaru, in front of this eye, nothing you do will work. Sasuke said coldly. Orochimaru trembled with anger. Damn it, not again. It was because of this that Orochimaru became increasingly obsessed with the power of the Sharingan. Therefore, he must obtain Sasuke's body, no matter the cost. Chapter 116. Returning to the village. Sasuke's decision to return to Konoha was not made on a whim, but for a reason. When he left Konoha, he promised Tsunade that he would return once a year. Today was the perfect time. Staying here wouldn't help him grow stronger. So it was better to return to the village and take a look. He could visit Naruto in Konoha, and then leave the village to find Itachi and complete his revenge. Before departing, Sasuke informed Orochimaru of his plans. He was proud, and it was rare for him to proactively tell Orochimaru he was leaving. As for the specifics of his trip and purpose, he said nothing. After a year of hard training, Sasuke's strength had greatly increased, and now Orochimaru was no match for him at all. Moreover, Orochimaru's health was deteriorating, and he urgently needed to switch bodies. Previously, Orochimaru had been coveting Sasuke's body, thinking that in a few months he would get his wish. But he never expected that the current Sasuke had become strong enough to leave him in the dust. Lord Orochimaru, your time is running out. You must change bodies quickly. Kabuto reminded anxiously. It's fine, Kabuto. I still have a chance to get Sasuke. If I miss this opportunity, there will be no second chance. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Kabuto thought of Sasuke's displayed strength and agreed, asking, Lord Orochimaru, what do you mean by opportunity? The current Sasuke will definitely go to find Itachi for revenge. When he seeks revenge, that will be our chance. Orochimaru sneered. But Lord Orochimaru, let's not even discuss whether we can deal with Itachi. It seems we can't even handle the current Sasuke. Hehe, that's not certain. Orochimaru knew well that there was a significant gap in strength between Sasuke and Itachi. Itachi was a true genius, and even Orochimaru had to admit this. In his view, Sasuke would undoubtedly lose in a battle against Itachi, unless Itachi held back. Oh no, it's letting him win. Otherwise, with Itachi's ruthlessness, he would never care about his brother's life. Therefore, Orochimaru was convinced that once Sasuke was defeated, he could see Sasuke's body and achieve his wish through the technique of impure world reincarnation. At this moment, Sasuke was heading towards Konoha without any obstacles. He also wanted to know just how strong he was now and what his chances were against Naruto. Naruto, I hope you won't disappoint me. Sasuke murmured to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation and fighting spirit. After several days of travel, Sasuke finally arrived at Konoha, since he had left the village on a mission. The guards at the village entrance did not stop him, nor did anyone harbor any hostility towards him. As he walked into the village, familiar scenes greeted him, and soon, Sasuke stopped in front of the Ichiraku ramen stand. It's been a while since I've had this. I should eat first before looking for Naruto. He walked in the stall and found a spot to sit down. Oh, isn't this Sasuke? Long time no see. The ramen chef greeted him warmly. Yeah, uncle, the usual. Sasuke replied. The noodles were quickly served, and Sasuke began to eat heartily. In the Sound Village, the food was rough and hard to swallow. It was good enough just to fill his stomach, let alone be delicious. Now, eating Ichiraku ramen, the familiar taste made his appetite soar, one bowl after another. "Hey, Sasuke, is that really you?" A familiar voice came, and Sasuke turned to see Shikamaru and Temari from Sunagakure standing nearby. "Shikamaru? Were you guys on a date?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow and asked. "No, it's not like that." Shikamaru hurriedly denied. Then, he told Sasuke about the Chunin exams. When Sasuke heard that Naruto was the main person in charge of this exam, he couldn't help but wonder if Naruto is the main person in charge. "Then what are you doing here?" "TCH, he handed everything over to me and went off to do something else," Shikamaru said helplessly. "Oh, I see. But where did he go? By the way, you still don't know. Naruto is working at the hospital now. You can find him there." "The hospital? He's become a medical ninja?" "Yeah. This guy is proficient in Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, and now he's mastered medical ninjutsu. I really don't know what he can't do," Shikamaru said with a look of admiration. Listening to Shikamaru's praises of Naruto, Sasuke's expression darkened slightly. He quickened his pace of eating noodles, secretly pondering. "Naruto, you haven't stopped training, have you? If that's the case, then you might disappoint me." After finishing his meal, Sasuke stood up and headed towards the hospital. Upon entering the hospital, Sasuke bumped into Sakura, who had just come out. "Sasuke? Sasuke, long time no see," Sakura exclaimed in surprise and joy. "It's Sakura. Is Naruto inside?" Sasuke got straight to the point. You didn't come to see me? Boo-hoo." Sakura looked a bit disappointed. "Cut the nonsense. Is Naruto in there or not?" Sasuke impatiently urged. "Yeah, go to room 301 on the 3rd floor. Naruto is inside." Sakura pointed upstairs. At that moment, Naruto also walked out from the door, and upon seeing Sasuke, he greeted him with a smile. "Yo, Sasuke, you finally came." "Naruto." Sasuke looked at Naruto, and suddenly cold sweat began to flow down his back. He could clearly feel that Naruto had become stronger, even just standing there. He exuded a powerful aura. However, amidst the shock, Sasuke's expression began to turn frenzied, a smile spreading across his face. The stronger Naruto became, the more excited Sasuke felt. "Naruto, let us have a match. I want to know how strong I am now." "Sure, let's do it." Naruto readily agreed. "Sasuke, no, the current Naruto." Sakura tried to stop him. When she studied with Tsunade, she was deeply shocked by Naruto's talent. Naruto could always understand medical knowledge and knew many things she had never even touched upon. In terms of combat talent, Naruto is even more astonishing. When learning the technique of monstrous strength, Sakura struggled for a long time before mastering a bit, but Naruto learned it after just one look. Now, in the application of monstrous strength, he is no less than Tsunade. Tsunade once said, "After Naruto learned monstrous strength, I am no longer his opponent." Sakura understands Tsunade's thoughts. Originally, Naruto's physical skills were not inferior to Lee's, and he also had lightning armor, making his speed incredibly abnormal. Now that he has also learned monstrous strength, Tsunade might indeed not be Naruto's match. However, just as Sakura was about to speak, Sasuke shot her a cold glance, as if warning her, "If you keep talking, I want to be polite." Seeing this, Sakura had no choice but to swallow her words and silently follow them out. She quietly walked behind Naruto and whispered, "Naruto, can you go easy on me later?" "Don't worry, I will," he replied. "Oh, thank you. You're really a good person." "Go easy?" Of course. He would go easy, would release Susanoo, Rinnegan, tailed beasts. All these powers could crush Sasuke. If Naruto really didn't hold back, one set of moves would be enough to take Sasuke down. But what does Sakura mean by suddenly handing out a good person card? Soon, the three arrived at the place where Team 7 once conducted survival exercises. This place holds many memories for them. The venue is spacious with dense woods, making a great place for sparring. "Let's do it here." "Junior sister, you announced the start," Naruto said to Sakura. "Junior sister?" Upon hearing this term, Sasuke recalled that Naruto was Tsunade's disciple, and his expression instantly darkened. He felt like he had lost a generation. Chapter 117, Black Lotus. "Forget it. It doesn't matter. Naruto, at this moment, nothing is more important than competing with you." Sasuke fixed his gaze on Naruto, slowly extending his hand to grasp the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist, pulling it out at a steady pace. This sword, the Kusanagi gifted to him by Orochimaru, has a long blade that gleams with a cold light. Seeing Sasuke draw his sword, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile as he quickly pulled out his iron fan from his waist. With a crisp sound, the metallic clang echoed in the air as Naruto skillfully opened the iron fan and held it up in front of his chest. He fanned it gently, looking quite dashing. A fan? Naruto, are you really planning to fight me with that? Sasuke frowned slightly, a hint of doubt and disdain flickering in his eyes. Reflecting on all his past experiences, although he had once joined the Umbu, after the team scattered, he had no knowledge of this new weapon Naruto had acquired, making it hard for him to imagine the terrifying power that this seemingly ordinary iron fan contained. Naruto did not respond, merely closing the fan silently, gripping the handle firmly with his right hand, while extending his left hand forward, palm up, with his fingers slightly bent, making a provocative gesture. Come at me. Whoosh. Almost as soon as Naruto's words fell, Sasuke moved like lightning, swinging his sword towards Naruto without hesitation, the sharp blade cutting through the air, showcasing its fierce offensive. Naruto remained calm, his eyes reflecting composure and tranquility as he swiftly waved the iron fan to meet the incoming blade. With a loud clang, sparks flew as metal clashed. Naruto effortlessly blocked Sasuke's powerful strike. Immediately afterward, the two entered an intense phase of physical combat. Sasuke's Kusanagi danced up and down, the light from the sword flashing, almost overwhelming. However, no matter how swift and varied Sasuke's attacks were, Naruto's iron fan always managed to perfectly neutralize them, easily blocking every fierce assault. After several rounds, Sasuke's dissatisfaction grew stronger, his attack rhythm becoming increasingly chaotic, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Naruto, is that all you've got? It seems I've completely surpassed you. Oh, now that the sky is clear and the rain has stopped, you think you can handle it? Naruto's anger was thoroughly ignited by Sasuke's words. He then stopped holding back, swinging the iron fan fiercely, retaliating against Sasuke with overwhelming force. With Naruto's monstrous strength and the weight of the iron fan, the power of this strike was terrifying. With a loud bang, Sasuke's Kusanagi was directly knocked away. Soaring high into the air, Sasuke himself was sent flying backward by the tremendous force, rolling several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to stand up, his expression was dark enough to drip water, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Sasuke picked up the Kusanagi that had fallen and returned it to its sheath, then quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Naruto looked at the fireball rushing towards him, a faint smile appearing on his face. He opened the iron fan again, directing it at the fireball and fanning it hard. Wind release. Vacuum wave. With Naruto's motion, a powerful wind blade shot out from the iron fan, like a sharp giant sword, instantly tearing through the air and cutting straight towards the fireball. The wind blade accurately struck the fireball, resulting in a massive explosion as the fireball was forcibly split in half, with scorching flames splashing out in all directions, creating a spectacular scene. Seeing this, Sasuke was shocked and panicked. He had no time to think and instinctively turned his body, trying to avoid the wind blade that was rebounding back towards him. Although he reacted quickly, the power of the wind release was not to be underestimated. Even if he successfully dodged the direct attack of the wind blade, he was still hit by the powerful residual wind, sending him flying away. However, fortunately, while this gust of wind left Sasuke somewhat disheveled, it did not cause him any serious harm. He adjusted his posture in the air and landed steadily on the ground. This time, he no longer underestimated the iron fan in Naruto's hand, but instead stared at it with a serious expression. Sasuke thought to himself that this iron fan was very similar to the fan of that woman from Sunagakure. Both could release powerful wind release ninjutsu without the need for complicated hand seals, merely by fanning. Moreover, they were both made of sturdy material and could serve as powerful weapons. The only difference was that Naruto's iron fan was much smaller than the one from Sunagakure. But the more ordinary something appears, the more likely it hides unknown secrets. He absolutely did not believe that this fan only had the capabilities that were visible on the surface. Are you not coming? Then I'll take the initiative. Seeing Sasuke remain inactive for a long time, Naruto once again provoked him. Before his words fell, he charged forward swiftly, swinging the iron fan at Sasuke. As the iron fan came crashing down before Sasuke, he could clearly feel a fierce wind rushing past his skin, the chilling aura making him shiver involuntarily. Just as Sasuke was fully concentrated, preparing to block this strike, Naruto suddenly smiled coldly, a smile seemingly hiding some deadly trap. In the moment Naruto drew the iron fan in the opposite direction, it swiftly opened up. The originally ordinary fan now resembled an incredibly sharp blade. Swiftly slicing through Sasuke's clothing and leaving a long gash, exposing his fair skin. Sasuke widened his eyes in terror, instinctively darting backward as cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. He looked at the iron fan in Naruto's hand with shock, his voice trembling as he asked, "What on earth is that? What do you think? Not bad, right? This iron fan was designed and crafted by me personally. It has many functions." Naruto proudly boasted, his eyes filled with pride. "Is that so? Then let me see for myself." Sasuke gritted his teeth, his competitive spirit completely ignited. He drew the Kusanagi sword again, continuously infusing lightning chakra into the blade. In an instant, the sword glimmered with lightning, crackling loudly. Seeing this, Naruto followed suit. He quickly closed the iron fan and then infused it with lightning chakra. In the blink of an eye, a mysterious layer of lightning also appeared on the iron fan, responding to the Kusanagi sword in Sasuke's hand. As Sasuke swung his sword, Naruto accurately blocked the deadly strike with the iron fan. With a loud clang, the sound of metal striking metal was deafening, and the tremendous force caused small cracks to appear on the ground beneath their feet. Chapter 118. The all-purpose Iron Fan. Naruto was not satisfied with just that. Taking advantage of Sasuke's moment of exhaustion, he suddenly flipped the Iron Fan open and, using the powerful rotational force, quickly swiped it toward Sasuke again. The speed of this sudden attack was so fast that even Sasuke, with a Sharingan capable of predicting his opponent's movements, could not evade effectively. With a series of crackling sounds, Sasuke's body was instantly struck by lightning, the intense current spreading throughout him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably, rendering him paralyzed and unable to move. However, in this critical moment, Sasuke quickly came up with an idea and swiftly plunged the Kusanagi sword into the ground. In an instant, the electric current flowing through his body was channeled into the ground through the sword, allowing him to gradually regain control over his body. Seeing Sasuke slowly recovering, Naruto revealed a smug smile and teased, "How about that? This fan is pretty impressive, right? What the hell is that fan?" Sasuke questioned loudly, his face filled with confusion and shock. The fan, when closed, had a hard texture that could serve as a blunt weapon to strike enemies powerfully, each swing carrying immense force. When opened, the fan's surface acted like an indestructible shield, easily deflecting various powerful attacks and protecting Naruto from harm. Of course, the fan's tip could transform into an incredibly sharp blade, delivering tremendous cutting power. Casually waving the fan would create a gentle breeze, providing a pleasant feeling, perfect for dispelling heat. When chakra was infused into the fan before waving it, it would instantly release a powerful wind release, vacuum wave. This technique could be continuously executed, and its power could be entirely controlled by Naruto's chakra amount. Of course, the fan's remarkable features didn't end there. In addition to releasing ninjutsu by fanning, it could also display astonishing combat abilities like a super sharp blade. For example, when Naruto infused it with lightning chakra, the fan would instantly become an incredibly sharp blade capable of slicing through rock effortlessly. If infused with wind chakra, the fan's cutting distance would greatly extend, allowing it to attack enemies from afar, catching them off guard. Furthermore, when the fan was plunged into the soil, it would instantly activate Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, raising a solid earthen wall from the ground, which could be used to defend against enemy attacks or provide cover, creating favorable combat conditions for Naruto. Naturally, this fan had many other miraculous functions, far too numerous to count. Subsequently, Naruto unreservedly detailed these marvelous functions of the Iron Fan to Sasuke and Sakura. After hearing this, both of them looked at the seemingly ordinary Iron Fan in Naruto's hand with disbelief, their expressions becoming quite strange, filled with shock and confusion. Sasuke looked down at his Kusanagi sword, then back at Naruto's Iron Fan, his gaze shifting in an instant. He raised his sword, and his disdain was quite apparent. Sakura, meanwhile, was internally complaining, "Hey, that fan is way too overpowered." After a brief silence, Sasuke slowly put away the Kusanagi sword. Seeing this, Naruto showed a hint of confusion and asked, "What is wrong? Not going to fight anymore?" "I'm tired. I'm not in good shape today. We'll talk next time," Sasuke replied dismissively, though his tone carried a hint of stubbornness. He knew deep down that continuing would not yield any benefits for him. A wise decision. Naruto nodded with a smile, then, with a flourish, spun the fan in a graceful motion, smoothly folding it back up and securely inserting it at his waist. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly asked with a serious expression, "Naruto, do you think I can kill that man now? You learned Kirin?" Naruto frowned slightly and countered, "Yeah." Sasuke nodded, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. "That's good, but still far from enough." "Why?" Do you have the Mangeki Sharingan? Naruto looked intently into Sasuke's eyes, asking seriously. Mangeki Sharingan? What is that? Wait, is it that? Sasuke, initially unclear about the Mangeki, recalled the patterns he had seen in Itachi's eyes as a child. Could be that? If that's the case, how'd I get those eyes? Seeing the bewildered expression on Sasuke's face, Naruto shook his head helplessly, deciding to take Sasuke back to his home to explain the details of the Sharingan. Naruto turned to Sakura and said, Sakura, go find Tsunade and tell her that Sasuke is back. Sakura nodded and quickly left. On the way home, Sasuke took the opportunity to buy some new clothes. He was now wearing a light gray short-sleeve shirt with a stand-up collar and a zipper, with a purple rope belt tied around his waist. Since this shirt had been torn by Naruto, Sasuke simply changed into the same type of shirt. Naturally, as a member of the Uchiha clan, the clothes had to bear the clan emblem. Therefore, at Sasuke's strong request, he spent some money to have the clan emblem printed on the clothing. When they finally got home, Sasuke eagerly urged Naruto to start discussing the secrets of the Sharingan. Naruto did not hold back at all and began, let's start with the Sharingan. The origin of this is actually related to the Sage of Six Paths. Wait a minute. How does it relate to the Sage of Six Paths? Sasuke couldn't help but interrupt Naruto, his face full of surprise. Don't interrupt. I was just about to say. Naruto shot Sasuke an annoyed glare. All right, go ahead. Sasuke reluctantly closed his mouth, eagerly waiting for Naruto to continue. The Sage of Six Paths had the body and eyes of a sage, and his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Naruto was about to unveil the mysteries of the Sharingan, there was a sudden, rapid knocking at the door. Immediately, Sakura's voice came through. Naruto, Sasuke, Lady Tsunade wants you both to come over. Can I not finish speaking? Naruto sighed helplessly, looking up at the sky. Well, we have to go see the Hokage. It won't take long, Sasuke said, glancing at Naruto's helpless expression, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Chapter 119. Popularity rising in Konoha Village. Naruto's status was now nearly equal to Tsunade's. Tsunade had publicly announced Naruto's identity without reservation. Meanwhile, Naruto's identity as the disciple of the fifth Hokage was no longer a secret. As a result, Naruto's status seemed closely linked to the Hokage, and everyone began to speculate whether this Naruto would be the future Hokage. Naturally, Naruto noticed all of this, but he did not seek out Tsunade to discuss the matter. After all, whether or not to become Hokage depended on personal will, and Naruto did not want to become Hokage. Who could force him? Just like Boruto said, if his father is the Hokage, there is no need for the son to follow the same path. Moreover, the position of Hokage was mentally and physically exhausting, and Naruto did not want to bear that burden. However, the exposure of his identity also brought some unexpected joys. When Naruto went shopping, merchants often took the initiative to offer discounts, and some even gave him things for free. Some shopkeepers warmly invited him to sit in their stores. Naruto was like a celebrity, very popular. This huge transformation from being overlooked to being pursued by everyone made Naruto somewhat unaccustomed. In fact, Naruto's rise to fame was part of Tsunade's plan. After all, it was difficult for an ordinary ninja to be qualified to teach the grandson of the third Hokage. Having Naruto serve as Konohamaru's teacher was also greatly beneficial for Naruto's own growth. Not only that, during this year, as Tsunade's disciple, Naruto also worked in the hospital. With his unique healing methods, he easily cured many patients and invented acupuncture treatment. This was inspired by memories from his past life. Since no one here took acupuncture seriously, it was just right for Naruto to promote it. However, the problem was that Naruto knew very little about acupoints. The only one he knew was, what was it called again? Oh right, the temple. As for the other acupoints, he could see them through the Byakugan and know the function of each acupoint thanks to the memories of the Hyuga clan. However, recklessly disclosing this knowledge would likely lead to questioning from the Hyuga clan, but solving this was quite simple. So that day, Naruto sought out Hinata to ask her about acupoint-related knowledge. When Hinata and Hayashi learned that Naruto wanted to use acupoints to treat and save people, they generously shared everything they knew. After learning, Naruto treated many people with acupuncture and generously passed on this technique to others, which made his reputation even louder. And now the people in the village sincerely respected him. One day, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were walking in the village together, and both Sasuke and Sakura could feel Naruto's immense popularity. Naruto, we just got some fresh pork at home. I saved a big piece for you. Naruto, I have some fresh fish here. Saved quite a bit for you. Naruto, some new girls came to my store. After politely declining one by one, Naruto headed towards the Hokage's office. Sasuke looked at Naruto with confusion and complained, "Naruto, why have you suddenly become so popular?" Sakura quickly began to explain to Sasuke. After hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke calmly looked at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, you must have made progress in more than just medical ninjutsu over the past 2 years, right?" "Of course, my progress has been rapid and remarkable. By the way, you can call me the god of ninjas," Naruto replied. "God of ninjas? What is that?" "I'll explain later." The three arrived at the Hokage's office and met Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the refreshed Sasuke with delight, saying, as expected of the Uchiha clan, "You look really handsome. Hokage, did you want to see me about something?" Naruto asked. "It's nothing big. Just wanted to ask if you're willing to be an examiner in the Chunin exams." "Not interested." "I knew it. I'm not joking with you. Let's talk about information on Orochimaru." Sasuke began to detail Orochimaru's situation, from his forbidden jutsu to his physical condition, the location of the Sound Village, and its personnel composition, informing Tsunade without reservation. Tsunade listened seriously, nodding occasionally. After Sasuke finished, Tsunade scoffed, "TCH, that Orochimaru really brought this upon himself, to seek so-called immortality. He turned himself into this state. How ridiculous." "That's all I know. I'm not clear on anything else," Sasuke said. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work. What is your plan next?" "To find Naruto for training and then take revenge." "Revenge? Ah, you mean Itachi, right? But do you have confidence?" Sasuke's gaze turned to Naruto. He himself was unsure if he could succeed in revenge, and it depended on Naruto. "Why are you looking at me? Don't you have some idea in your mind?" Naruto replied, "No idea." "Seriously? I've already told you the training method. If you master lightning armor, that should be enough." "It's too difficult. Think of another method for me," Sasuke said with a bitter face. The lightning armor jutsu was really unfriendly to him when entering the lightning armor state. His body not only had to endure the damage from lightning, causing unbearable pain, but also a strong sense of numbness. Furthermore, when using lightning armor, he could only use taijutsu, and chidori could not be executed simultaneously, making it practically useless. Upon hearing this, Naruto understood the problem. There was an important prerequisite to training lightning armor. Either have an extremely tough body, like the third and fourth Raikage, or possess the ability to heal wounds quickly like Naruto or Hashirama. Sasuke did not meet these conditions, so he suffered a lot while learning Chidori. If Sasuke wanted to become stronger without the aforementioned conditions, there was only one solution: the cells of Hashirama, used by characters like Obito and Madara in the anime. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Naruto's face. "I've thought of a solution. Sasuke, when we get back, I'll arrange it for you." "Master?" "All right, Sasuke. Since I'm your master now, what should you call me?" Tsunade suddenly remembered this and eagerly anticipated Sasuke calling her grandmaster. But Sasuke didn't care about that, bluntly replying, "Hokage." Tsunade was momentarily speechless. "You really aren't cute at all." After a while, Tsunade first arranged for Sasuke to stay in the village, as there was currently no suitable team for him. Since Sasuke didn't want to serve as a proctor for the Chunin exams, he could only remain in the village for now. Sasuke had no objections to this. He was solely focused on revenge and pushed everything else aside. After Naruto and Sasuke left the office, Sasuke eagerly pulled Naruto to the training ground. "Naruto, as my master, hurry up and help me train." Disciple. "You finally call me master. I'm so pleased." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face instantly turned red. "Cut the nonsense. Hey Aku, don't be anxious. You have to promise me one thing before I can help you." Chapter 120. The unveiling of would release the date of the Chunin exams was approaching, and various meetings followed one after another. As the main responsible person, Naruto had to attend every meeting. Now another meeting was about to start, but Sasuke's training had also reached a critical moment. However, the solution was quite simple. Naruto's mouth curled up slightly as he softly called out, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." Instantly, a shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. Naruto patted the shoulder of the shadow clone, gave a few instructions, and then the shadow clone hurried off to the meeting, while he himself turned to face Sasuke, telling him to go home and rest first, promising he would arrive shortly. After hearing this, Sasuke, though somewhat reluctant, nodded and turned to head home. Not long after, as soon as Sasuke entered his house and hadn't even had a sip of water, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear right in front of him. Sasuke had long been accustomed to Naruto's habit of appearing in his house without knocking and only shot him a glare without saying much. "Naruto, how do you plan to help me improve my strength?" Sasuke asked directly. Naruto's expression turned serious as he said, You have to promise me first that no matter what the command is, you will absolutely obey it once I give it. Can you do that? Sasuke nodded without hesitation. I promise. All right. Naruto smiled with satisfaction. He then carefully took out a syringe filled with a white liquid from a small pouch at his waist and waved it in front of Sasuke, saying, "This is what will make you stronger." "What is this?" Sasuke asked, looking confused as he leaned in for a closer look. "Hashirama's cells." "Whose cells?" "The cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju." Sasuke frowned. "What do I need his cells for?" "You don't want them? If you don't want them, then forget it." As Naruto spoke, he pretended to put the syringe away and turned to leave. Seeing this, Sasuke felt anxious and instinctively reached out to stop Naruto. Grabbing the syringe from his hand and, without saying a word, stabbed it into his left arm, injecting Hashirama's cells into his body. Naruto stood quietly beside him, his gaze fixed on Sasuke, not speaking but silently observing his reaction. Moments later, Sasuke's face suddenly turned pale as paper, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He clutched his left arm tightly, screaming in pain. The pain was unbearable, and Sasuke gripped so hard that he tore his new clothes to shreds. His left arm began to turn white, and a blurry face slowly appeared on his arm, looking extremely eerie. "Sasuke, quickly use your Sharingan chakra to suppress your left arm," Naruto urged. Enduring the intense pain, Sasuke gritted his teeth and activated his Sharingan. In an instant, 3 black tomo spun rapidly in his eyes, and the yin-yang chakra within him clashed violently. With the infusion of Sharingan chakra, the face on his left arm gradually became blurry, and the color of his arm slowly returned to normal. An hour later, Sasuke's screams abruptly ceased. Then he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha! This power! This power! Ha ha!" His laughter was filled with excitement and madness, his mouth wide open, and the Uchiha-style crazy laughter echoed in the room. Naruto looked at Sasuke and thought to himself, now Hashirama's cells should have completely merged with his body. From the outside, his body had returned to normal, showing no signs of abnormality. However, through his sensing ability, Naruto could clearly perceive that Sasuke's chakra level had significantly increased. Nevertheless, compared to Madara Uchiha, he was still far behind. Madara had implanted parts of Hashirama's flesh directly into his body, and even with that, he couldn't suppress it, resulting in Hashirama's large face appearing on his chest. However, due to this misfortune, Madara also gained Hashirama's perfect power and could use perfect wood-release techniques. The Hashirama cells Sasuke used were prepared by Naruto after several dilutions. Not only was it far from reaching Madara's level, but it was also inferior to Obito's. Nevertheless, Hashirama cells still significantly enhanced Sasuke's ocular power and chakra amount. Now, he should be capable of using Kirin more than twice. As for how effective it would be in actual combat, that would depend on how much Itachi held back. Suddenly, Naruto felt a surge of curiosity about whether Sasuke could use wood release now. With this thought, he said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, follow me. Let's do an experiment." Sasuke smirked confidently. "Naruto, I've surpassed you now. It's the perfect time for you to see just how strong I am." Naruto looked at the sky and said, "It's a sunny day." After that, he took Sasuke to the devastated land of Whirlpool. Sasuke looked around at the ruins and nodded in satisfaction. "This place is good, Naruto. But don't worry, if you get hurt later, I'll take you back. TSK. Don't get too cocky just yet." Naruto scoffed, clapping his hands together. Wood release. Birth of dense forest. Instantly, countless thick giant trees burst from the ground, rapidly growing toward Sasuke. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, quickly drew his Kusanagi sword, and covered it with lightning chakra, causing the blade to flash with blue lightning. With his speed, he could have easily dodged and cut through these trees, but the growth speed of the giant trees was just too fast, surrounding him in an instant. Just as Sasuke was being pushed into a corner by the trees, he suddenly felt a peculiar power surging within him. He was inspired and shouted, "Naruto, I'll gladly take your technique." Saying this, he mimicked Naruto's actions, clapped his hands together, and shouted, "Wood release. Birth of dense forest." The ground trembled slightly, and a few slender little trees slowly sprouted from the earth. Sasuke looked at the small trees and said, "What are these?" These small trees were in stark contrast to the towering trees Naruto summoned, like a grown man standing next to a tailed beast, appearing incredibly insignificant. Seeing his wood-release technique so weak, Sasuke's expression instantly darkened. However, he couldn't think too much about it now. He strained himself to control the few small trees for defense. Yet, The small trees were too weak and were quickly broken through by the giant trees Naruto summoned. Thick branches wrapped around Sasuke like ropes, binding him tightly and leaving him unable to move. Damn it, let me go. Sasuke struggled angrily, but it was futile. This was a joke. Hashirama's would release was a terrifying technique that even Madara needed the power of a Mangekyo Sharingan to deal with. With Sasuke's current 3-Tomo Sharingan strength, he was simply outmatched. At this moment, Naruto slowly walked up to Sasuke, looking at his disheveled appearance, and said, "You can use would release. But right now you can only perform techniques on a small scale." After saying this, Naruto lifted the jutsu, looked at Sasuke, and teased, "Are you still arrogant now?" Sasuke lowered his head, panting heavily. After the earlier ordeal, his eyes had cleared up significantly. He lifted his head to look at Naruto and asked, "Naruto, how did you train? How many of Hashirama's cells did you use to perform such powerful wood release techniques?" Naruto shook his head and said seriously, "No, I'm different from you. I didn't use Hashirama's cells." "Huh? Are you joking?" Sasuke looked incredulous. No, this is our reincarnator's special bloodline limit. Just like how you have the Sharingan," Naruto patiently explained. Sasuke realized and nodded, "I see." Then he thought suspiciously, the Uzumaki clan can actually use wood release. Could it be that the first Hokage was from the Uzumaki clan? After that, Naruto planned to arrange for Sasuke to learn wood release from Yamato. However, to get Yamato's guidance, they first needed Tsunade's consent. Naruto instructed Sasuke that if Tsunade asked about the origin of the Hashirama cells, he should say that it was Orochimaru who injected him. After all, in the village, if anything happened, they could seek Orochimaru and push the bad things onto Danzo. After hearing this, Sasuke nodded silently and agreed. Thus, under Naruto's arrangement, Sasuke went alone to the Hokage's office to see Tsunade. When Tsunade learned that Sasuke could use wood release and saw him perform it with her own eyes, she was immediately shocked and widened her eyes, sternly questioning what was going on. Sasuke maintained a calm expression and replied lightly, "This is the power Orochimaru gave me." "Orochimaru? Damn it, it was indeed that guy's doing. So what do you want from me?" Tsunade frowned and asked, "I want to ask if there are any ninjas in the village who can use wood release." Tsunade pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, there are indeed some. All right, I'll arrange it for you." After saying that, she called for Tenzo and on the spot renamed him Yamato, ordering him to teach Sasuke wood release. Yamato was shocked to hear that there was still someone who could use wood release. "I didn't expect there would be someone who could use wood release." At this moment, Sasuke suddenly said something that shocked everyone. "No, Naruto can also use wood release, and the range and power of the technique are terrifying." "Ah!" Tsunade was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped. Meanwhile, in the distance, Naruto suddenly sneezed. Achoo! Chapter 121. The origin of wood release. As soon as Naruto stepped into the Hokage's office, he sensed an unusual tense atmosphere in the air. Tsunade was sitting behind the Hokage desk, arms crossed, with an unhappy expression on her face, her sharp gaze directed at him, harboring ill intentions. Naruto instinctively scratched the back of his head, full of confusion. "Strange, I haven't done anything recently. Why does she have this expression?" He turned his gaze to Sasuke, who was standing beside him, silently asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" However, Sasuke just quickly turned his head, giving him no chance to respond. That guilty attitude made Naruto feel something was off. "What has this guy done?" "Senju Naruto, you've arrived." Tsunade's voice was cold and sharp, carrying a hint of questioning. "Huh? Senju? Why did you change my surname without permission?" Naruto's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Tsunade, completely not expecting to hear such a title. Tsunade slammed the table, causing the documents on it to shake. "Then explain to me, what do you mean by your special bloodline limit? How come I didn't know that wood release has become the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan?" Naruto was instantly stunned, then slowly turned his head, glaring at the back of Sasuke's head. He was burning with anger inside. "Damn it. Sasuke, you just told her like that. You better watch out. Just wait until I go back and beat you up." "Naruto, don't look at Sasuke. Look at me now." "Huh? Oh, Master, you're really beautiful. Did I ask you to say that? Don't try to change the subject. Explain it to me properly." Tsunade's voice rang out again, carrying an undeniable authority. "This statement is not right. Wood release is not the bloodline limit of the Senju clan." "Still talking back. Tell me honestly." All right. Before that, let me ask a question. Clearly, the first Hokage awakened the bloodline limit of wood release, so normally, as his brother or descendant, you should also inherit wood release. But why haven't you awakened it? How would I know? And I'm the one asking you. Confess, and you'll be lenient. Resist, and you'll be harshly punished. Let's put it this way. Strictly speaking, What Sasuke can use is called wood release, while my bloodline limit has already detached from wood release. To be more precise, it should be called tree release, Naruto said calmly, trying to clarify his thoughts. Is that what I'm asking? I'm asking you to explain how you can use wood release. Tsunade impatiently interrupted. Can you stop interrupting? I am explaining. If you interrupt me again, I'm leaving. This is like borrowing money right now. Naruto is like someone who is being borrowed from, and he has to stand firm. On the side, Shizen couldn't take it anymore and gently coughed twice. Ahem, Lady Tsunade. Please be quiet. It's best to keep quiet and let Naruto finish. Tsunade then realized she had lost her composure a bit. Although she was still anxious inside, she knew she couldn't continue like this. She sat back in her chair and said irritably, Fine, you go ahead. Don't interrupt again. I am continuing. Where was I? Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shizen gently reminded. You said that your wood release should be called tree release. Oh, right. Tree release and wood release are different. Wood release is a combination of water and earth, but tree release is not that simple. If you want to awaken true wood release, which is tree release, there is a condition. Naruto said seriously. Tsunade couldn't help but ask, what condition? You must be the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto said slowly, word by word. Ashura? Tsunade frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Naruto knew she couldn't comprehend this information all at once. But he felt this was something he could tell Tsunade. She was the Hokage, different from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, there was a future crisis with the Akatsuki, so it was good to prepare Tsunade in advance. She was not weak. On the contrary, she was very strong inside, and her decisions were very wise. Just like in the anime, when Tsunade was Hokage, Naruto received unprecedented support. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade firmly believed in Naruto and together with others persuaded Raikage. Although she still had a phobia of blood now, she would still make wise decisions when facing significant issues. Therefore, Naruto began to tell Tsunade in detail about Kagaya Akatsuki, the Akatsuki brothers, the grievances between Ashura and Indra, and the matter of reincarnations. Among these, the most important was the threat of the Akatsuki, a huge crisis lurking behind the ninja world. As for Uchiha Madara, Naruto didn't mention it. After all, the Rinnegan and Nagato were things he planned, and he couldn't let Tsunade get involved. Tsunade listened quietly, her face showing little expression. But her heart was already surging with waves, her mind racing, trying to sort through what Naruto was saying. Those pieces of information that exceeded her understanding were like a surging tide, constantly impacting her thoughts. When she finally sorted it out, she slowly opened her eyes and looked directly at Naruto. Naruto, I have a question now. How do you know these things? Because I, like the first Hokage, am also a reincarnation of Ashura. Then why did my grandfather ever mention these things? Tsunade pressed on. Who knows? Maybe the first Hokage thought this matter wasn't as important as building the village. Naruto shrugged helplessly. This sentence seemed to touch a certain chord deep within Tsunade's heart. For Hashirama, whether family or brothers, even his own children, were insignificant compared to the village. The village was everything to him. For the village, he could pay any price. If anyone posed a threat to the village, he would never show mercy. And this is what is known as the will of fire. Of course, if there is no threat to the village, then Hashirama is the gentlest person in the world. Tsunade understood Hashirama's gentleness very well, so Naruto's reasoning was well accepted by her. After that, when Naruto finished asking his questions, he took Sasuke and walked out together. In a dim room, Naruto forced Sasuke to stay for special training. Sasuke gritted his teeth, struggling against the pressure Naruto was applying, but Naruto's strength was simply too overwhelming, and he couldn't break free. Naruto, I warn you. Let me go quickly. Still have the strength to talk. Double the training. Naruto, wait until I have the strength. Would release. Would dragon technique. No. Chapter 122. Speculations on the Sharingan while struggling desperately. Sasuke suddenly asked a question. Naruto, since you are a reincarnation of Ashura, does that mean I am a reincarnation of Indra? It should be why. Naruto stood aside, watching Sasuke struggle with great interest. Then why am I so weak? Sasuke's voice carried a hint of unwillingness and confusion. Who knows? I'm not Indra's reincarnation. You have to study it yourself. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. In fact, Naruto had long had his own ideas. After all, inheriting the research of Hashirama Senju, combined with his experience from watching anime in his previous life, Naruto had his own speculations. Whether it was Ashura's sage body or Indra's sage eyes, both originated from the power of the god tree. If Ashura's reincarnators need to awaken through a part of the god tree, then could Indra's reincarnators also be the same? According to the anime storyline, this speculation is definitely true. When Uchiha Madara saw Sasuke with the Rinnegan, he said, "He is the only one who, like me, has awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Between Sasuke and me, there may be a relationship that is different from blood ties." Combining these two statements indicates that Madara discovered a special relationship between them. And from a conclusion, this relationship is Indra's chakra. In other words, at that time, Sasuke had already obtained Indra's power. And to unlock Indra's power, one needs a perfect Mangeki Sharingan, which is the eternal Mangeki. Therefore, after obtaining this eye, it is very likely that Sasuke would gain true Indra's power. Before that, if he wanted to become stronger, he might need other means. At this moment, Naruto thought of Obito. He was not a reincarnator, but he could use the ocular techniques of his right eye infinitely through a half-Hashirama body. From this, it can be concluded that the power of the god tree can indeed significantly enhance ocular power. If one were to obtain part of the god tree's power on the basis of the eternal Mangeki's strength, even without awakening the Rinnegan, one can imagine how terrifying that pair of eyes would be. Currently, Sasuke already had some of Hashirama's cells in his body, and the power of his eyes had also been enhanced. If he obtained the Mangeki Sharingan and then transplanted Itachi's Mangeki, he would become a powerhouse not inferior to Hashirama's Senju. However, this Sharingan indeed has a problem. It requires the transplantation of another person's eyes to possibly become the eternal Mangeki. Regarding this, Naruto also had some thoughts through Hashirama's research. When fighting Ashura, Indra was already able to use the complete Susanoo, which indicates that his eyes were the eternal Mangeki. But Indra certainly did not need to awaken the eternal Mangeki by changing eyes. After all, he was the only one with the Sharingan. This proves that Indra did not have the problem of blindness. Therefore, Naruto's speculation is that the reason the Uchiha clan currently faces the problem of blindness may be due to the rarity of their bloodline. This speculation has very clear evidence. Evidence one can be seen from Kushina Uzumaki and the Naruto in the anime. Both are separated from the Nine Tails, but Naruto in the anime dies directly. However, Kushina managed to do many things and ultimately died because her abdomen was pierced by the Nine Tails claw. This vitality is not on the same level at all. It can be seen that due to Minato Namikaze, the powerful bloodline ability of the Uzumaki clan was directly weakened, greatly inferior to Kushina. Thus, it can be inferred that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan is the same. The Nine-Tomo Rinnegan became the Rinnegan, and then the Rinnegan was castrated into the Sharingan. Then Indra, through marrying an ordinary woman and having children, reduced this bloodline by half again. Through generations of inheritance, this bloodline has been diminished significantly, and the awakened Mangeki is merely an incomplete Mangeki. Perhaps because of this, the awakened Sharingan is at risk of becoming dark. The transplantation of other people's eyes is likely due to the need to complete the power that is missing from the eyes. However, completing this power is not easy. Naruto was able to awaken this eye, not only due to the power of the two souls, but more importantly, because he is the Shinigami. The Shinigami's power forcibly fused the two eyes, thus awakening the eternal Mangeki. Among the Uchiha clan, there are not many who have awakened the eternal Mangeki. According to Hashirama's memories, the Uchiha clan historically had the eternal Mangeki, but those who awakened it were extremely rare. Those who awakened it could be counted on one hand. But every time such an eye appeared, it was a disaster for the Senju clan. Not to mention, the power of Susanoo is truly unmatched, and the Senju clan simply cannot compete. If it weren't for the help of the Uzumaki clan and Myobo cousin, the Senju clan might have been exterminated at any time. One can imagine how terrifying this eye is. Once someone truly awakens the eternal Mangeki, their combat power, chakra, agility, ocular power, and various aspects will be greatly enhanced. The Uchiha clansmen refer to this eye as the Shitaba S. Regarding the essence of the Shitaba Sharingan, I believe it is more likely the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Here are three aspects of the argument. First, from the analysis of Uchiha Madara's lines, Madara clearly stated when evaluating Sasuke, he is the only one who, like me, has awakened the Shitaba Sharingan. Between Sasuke and me, there may be a relationship that is different from blood ties. The terms only and like me carry significant meaning. Considering the rarity of the eternal Mangeki, this expression aligns more with the characteristics of the eternal eye. However, if analyzed by the pattern, there is a contradiction. Madara's original Mangeki is not the Shitaba pattern. His brother Izuna's is. Therefore, the claim of only becomes invalid. Second, From the analysis of naming logic, although Shitaba in Japanese can indeed be understood as a straight pattern, in Naruto, many names often do not adhere to literal meanings. For example, 1. Izanagi, originally the creation god in Japanese mythology, becomes a technique that rewrites reality in the work. 2. The original meaning of Sharingan is a windmill, but it manifests as a tomo shape. 3. From the examination of the work's setting. Throughout the original manga, anime, and official data collections, there has never been any mention of curved ba or bending ba aside from Shitaba. I checked, and the terms curved ba, bending ba actually originated from early fan speculative discussions, not official settings. Based on the above analysis, understanding Shitaba Sharingan as the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is more reasonable. Chapter 123 Sand. At this moment, Sasuke noticed that Naruto had been silent for a long time. He turned his head and saw Naruto with his eyes closed, looking serious, as if he were pondering something. Remembering Naruto's earlier nonsensical question, Sasuke couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that Naruto already has an idea? At that moment, Naruto opened his eyes and his gaze landed on Sasuke. He was hesitating whether to tell Sasuke his speculation. Although he was not interested in the ninja world, the safety of a ninja world could not be ignored. If the ninja world were destroyed and Konoha was gone, where would he find comfort? So even if he didn't want to intervene personally, someone had to protect this world. And that candidate could only be Sasuke. In the original anime, he became the 7th Hokage, while Sasuke became the guardian of the ninja world, searching for information on the Tsutsuki while hidden in the shadows to protect peace. However, directly telling Sasuke this would be too abrupt. This guy thinks too straightforwardly and can easily get stuck in a rut, which might lead to misunderstandings. A flash of inspiration struck Naruto. I have a suggestion. Although I don't know the specifics, Uchiha Itachi might know something. Upon hearing that name, Sasuke fell silent instantly. Sasuke, he left you alone in the end. He must have his plans. You could ask him about his intentions. Perhaps you might gain some insight. A few days later, the Chunin exams officially began. Naruto handed over all matters to Shikamaru. They're all buddies, and a buddy's business is Shikamaru's business. Shikamaru's business? It's still Shikamaru's business. After offloading a pile of mess onto Shikamaru, Naruto leisurely sat down and watched the excitement. Although Shikamaru grumbled about this, considering Naruto promised to treat him to a week of barbecue, he ultimately said nothing more. The content of this Chunin exam was roughly the same as in the anime, and Shikamaru remained calm and wise as always. The first round was still a written test. The last test was about information gathering, and this time it was about information transmission. There were 3 questions on the paper, worth 30, 40, and 50 points respectively, for a total of 120 points. If a team scored over 100 points, they were considered unqualified. However, if they scored below average, they were also unqualified. This bizarre rule caused an uproar on-site, with everyone complaining about the unfair system. At this moment, Naruto was staring at the monitoring screen, noticing 2 individuals who caught his interest. One was Fu from Takigakure. From her nonchalant demeanor, it seemed Takigakure was still unaware of the abnormality of the 7 tails. Looking to the other side, there was a girl from Amigakure. He couldn't recall her name at the moment, but her appearance was that of the one who later became the animal path of pain. An interesting girl. It's a pity she passed away young later. But that is also the sorrow of the small ninja villages. Time passed little by little, and gradually some teams deciphered the mystery of the rules and began to answer. After the exam ended, some teams successfully passed the first round. The second exam took place in Sunagakure, as the successful candidates set off one after another. Naruto also got up and left the exam hall, heading towards the Land of Wind. Coincidentally, he had seen the plot of the second Chunin exam before. Although it had been a long time and many details were blurred, he still remembered some key events. It seemed Gaara and Fu would encounter a bald man trying to steal the tailed beast along the way. With such a good show, he couldn't miss it. Watching team after team leave, Naruto leaped out and quietly followed. After running for a while and exiting the woods, a vast desert appeared at the end of his sight. As he stepped into the desert, he immediately felt a familiar yet strange sensation. This is magnet release? Now, Naruto's body had long been nourished by the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, not only boasting incredible recovery abilities, but also experiencing a continuous surge in chakra. Even better, each tailed beast granted him unique abilities. The 1-tail gave him magnet release, the 2-tail speed, the 4-tail lava release, the 5-tail boiling release, the 6-tail strong acid, the 7-tail defense, the 8-tail strength, and the 9-tail perception. Upon reaching the desert, Naruto instantly sensed he could manipulate the sand here. He walked into the center of the sand sea and began to channel his magnet release chakra. In an instant, the sand particles on the ground trembled, rising and falling like waves. With Naruto's mental guidance, the sand began to change shape. First into a tiger, then into a nine-tails, then into a hunting falcon, and finally, Naruto had a flash of inspiration. He condensed the sand into a Chinese dragon. Although the shape changed endlessly, Naruto found that his chakra was hardly consumed. With the current amount of chakra he was using, even Kakashi could play all day without getting tired. Soon, Naruto took out a scroll, spread it on the ground, and quickly formed seals. The moment the last seal was completed, the sand in the desert seemed to awaken, rapidly pouring into the scroll. The sand sea continued to collapse, and the ground gradually sank. When Naruto felt it was enough, he stopped sealing and put the scroll back in his backpack. Just then, he suddenly sensed a strange chakra fluctuation from underground. Frowning, Naruto immediately pressed his palm against the sand. Sand waterfall, funeral. Boom! The ground shook violently. The tremor spread like an earthquake. Even the candidates participating in the Chunin exams from afar could feel this terrifying shake. As the tremors continued, Naruto could feel that chakra quickly dissipating. Naruto manipulated the sand again, turning over the ground, revealing the corpse of White Zetsu. Meanwhile, at a hidden base in the land of water, Obito sat by the campfire, with his mask set aside, eating a simple lunch. At this moment, White Zetsu poked his head out from the wall. Obito, another White Zetsu has gone missing. Call me Madara. Obito replied. All right, Obito. Black Zetsu impatiently interjected. Enough small talk. Let us get to the point. What is going on? Not clear. All I know is that guy lost contact on his way to Sunagakure. Sunagakure. Could it be that a Jinchuriki of the One Tail discovered him? There's that possibility. If he is dead, then he is dead. After all, Nagato's side is already prepared. The One Tail will eventually be ours. That's right. Nagato has set off and is currently on his way. With those useless legs of his, he'll have to rely on machinery wherever he goes. I wonder how long it will take. It's likely to be a while. Once he arrives, let him take action immediately. Understood. As soon as the words fell, Zetsu once again sank underground. Obito gazed at the flames, murmuring, Rin, it's almost time. I will soon create a world with you in it. At that time you meet Kakashi, Sensei, and teacher. We can all be together forever. Rin, just wait for me a little longer. Chapter 124. Itachi's defeat. Looking at the corpse of White Zetsu, Naruto realized he needed to conceal his identity. He changed into unfamiliar attire, dyeing his golden short hair black and donning a strange mask. Sanjiu debut. With a new identity, he could act with more freedom. Now, possessing magnet release abilities, he wanted to try out the gold panning technique of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Although he was quite wealthy, he didn't have much gold jewelry. Raza's gold panning technique was undoubtedly the most direct way to get rich quickly. After selecting a patch of sand, Naruto calmed himself and began to sense the existence of gold particles within the sand. Found it. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he took out a scroll and sucked a handful of gold sand into it, securing it. However, at that moment, a familiar and powerful chakra presence suddenly intruded into his senses. This chakra, Uchiha Itachi? He frowned, turning his gaze to the distance. And that one is Kisame Hashigaki. Strange. Why does the plot seem off? At this time, Itachi and Kisame were heading towards the land of rivers, passing through the land of wind, but coincidentally encountered Naruto, who was shopping in this area. The three finally met. Oh my, another masked guy. Kisame grinned. Mr. Itachi, don't you think this is a fateful encounter? Kisame, don't complicate matters. Itachi said expressionlessly. We have important business to attend to. Naruto looked at the two and a thought crossed his mind. Shursue's eye is currently in Itachi's hands. Uchiha Itachi, just in time. His tone turned serious. Hand over Uchiha Shursue's left eye. Itachi's eyes immediately sharpened as a Sharingan appeared. Who are you? Naruto chuckled lightly. Me? Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Taijima? Itachi was taken aback, feeling like he had heard that name somewhere before. No wait. Uchiha. At that moment, Naruto revealed his Sharingan, immediately confirming his suspicion. Oh my, you're also from the Uchiha clan? Mr. Itachi, it seems that you were still soft-hearted when you exterminated my clan back then. No matter. Itachi responded calmly. It's the same now to finish the job. Naruto laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Since we've met, it's fate. Come on, please me to your heart as content. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly transformed into a kaleidoscope, and white chakra erupted violently. with the earth trembling. A gigantic complete Susanoo stood between heaven and earth. Kisame widened his eyes, staring at this nearly perfect chakra giant. This chakra is too stable. Impossible. Itachi also broke into a cold sweat. This Susanoo is even more complete than his. This chakra. Could it be that you are Uchiha Bito? Naruto looked down from above, coldly responding. Who I am doesn't matter. I must obtain Shusui's eyes. As the hand seals were completed, the surrounding dust swirled, and countless sands transformed into shadow clones identical to Naruto. Sand clones. Then came the ninja technique. 4 Crimson Yang formation. The crimson barrier instantly rose, trapping the 3 of them inside, sealing off all escape routes. As the inevitable battle approached, Kisame revealed a fierce smile. To fight against such a strong opponent is truly an honor. I'll assist you. Itachi slowly spoke. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Water style. Great exploding water wave. Flames and tidal waves surged toward the Susanoo, while Naruto remained completely still. Boom! The flames burned out, the tidal waves surged, and Naruto still stood unmoved. To actually create such a large source of water in the desert, Naruto murmured, Kisame, use your strongest technique. All right, Mr. Itachi. Amaterasu. Water style. Great shark bomb technique. Black flames and shark bombs surged forth, yet Naruto remained unperturbed, his eyes turning into the Rinnegan. He extended one hand. He actually absorbed both Amaterasu and the shark bomb into his body. Nanny, how is that possible? The two were utterly shocked. Itachi knew he could no longer hold back. Red chakra surged, and he released his own Susanoo. You can use Susanoo too? Naruto smiled faintly. But is it only the upper half? That's enough. The red Susanoo wielded the Tenketsu sword, standing atop the sea of sand. Kisame, lift me up. Understood. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. The water dragon lifted Itachi, soaring upward, heading straight for Naruto. Naruto controlled the white Susanoo and suddenly swung his sword. Itachi's expression changed drastically, quickly raising the Yata mirror to defend. Boom! With one strike, Itachi was forced back, the Susanoo armor cracking. Naruto's second sword followed closely, stabbing toward the Yata mirror, the immense power actually penetrating the shield, directly stabbing Itachi's Susanoo core. Itachi caught a glimpse of the white sword piercing beside him, shocked. No, he can't die yet. He hasn't redeemed himself yet. He hasn't left his eyes for Sasuke yet. But his trump cards were down to 2. One was the Kotoa Mitsukami reserved for Sasuke, and the other was Izanami. At this moment, Naruto spoke coldly. Itachi, are you still not planning to hand over Shusui's eyes? That can't happen. I see. Then you will die here. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited again, obscuring Naruto's vision. However, Naruto's expression remained unchanged. Wood style. Wood dragon technique. Nanny. The wood dragon crashed through the sea of sand, opening its massive mouth and suddenly entangling the waist of the red Susanoo, the immense power causing the steel-like chakra giant to slightly lose balance. Wood style. Impossible. Itachi exclaimed. This is the power of Senju Hashirama. How can you master wood style? The wood dragon is just an appetizer. And haven't you noticed something unusual? How could I not notice? The invulnerable Susanoo has started to develop cracks. Suddenly, Itachi felt a pain in his body, covering his eyes and spitting out blood. The red Susanoo rapidly faded, and Kisame quickly rushed to Itachi's side. Mr. Itachi, you can't use the Sharingan anymore. Kisame, I'm not done yet. Soga, Mr. Itachi, as expected of you. Since you want to fight, I will accompany you. At this moment, Naruto had already dissipated the Susanoo and landed in front of the two. What's with the life and death talk? I've said it. Why want to Shusui's eyes? That can't happen. Shusui's eyes are too dangerous to be given to someone of unknown origin like you. Even if it means death? Exactly. Naruto quietly looked at Itachi, watching his stubborn demeanor, and suddenly said, Are you planning to use Izanami on me? From your expression, I guessed right. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Itachi also lost strength. After a moment of silence, Itachi used the summoning technique to summon a crow. The eye of this crow is Shusui's eye. I give it to you. Caw. Chapter 125. Identity exposed. The crow's cawing pierced the night sky, shrill and ear-piercing, as if heralding an ominous omen. Among them, one of the crow's eyes was indeed the Sharingan. The crimson Sharingan with 3 comma-shaped tomo spun rapidly, gradually twisting and deforming, ultimately transforming into a pinwheel-like pattern. It's over, accept the strongest illusion, and protect Konoha. Itachi silently recited in his heart. The Crow gazing at the mysterious masked man before him. The ultimate illusion that can rewrite will Kodoamitsukami. This was his last trump card. The power entrusted to him by his best friend Shursui Uchiha with his life. However, just as the illusion was about to complete, the masked man's figure suddenly became blurry. Itachi's pupils constricted sharply. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and Itachi didn't even see what happened. He suddenly turned his head, only to see that the crow containing Shursui Sharingan had been decapitated, its black feathers slowly falling through the air. What shocked him even more was that the Sharingan in the crow's eye socket had vanished without a trace. This is impossible. Itachi's voice was barely audible. He crouched down, picking up the crow's corpse, his fingers trembling slightly. Kisame, carrying Samahata, walked slowly to Itachi's side, his shark-like eyes squinting into a slit. This is a familiar technique. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Raikage's body flicker technique. Right, mysterious Uchiha? Itachi and Kisame turned around simultaneously, only to see that the masked man had unknowingly stood 10 steps behind them. He held a blood-red eyeball between his slender fingers. It was Shursui Sharingan. Sorry, Itachi. The masked man's voice came through the mask, laced with mockery. All your plans are futile before my eyes. Wanna know why? Because my eyes can see the future. Beneath the mask, Naruto secretly let out a sigh of relief. In fact, the moment Naruto activated Susanoo, he had already used the Madara technique to peer into the future. After all, even the invincible figure of Six Paths Madara had suffered painful lessons from being ambushed by Black Zetsu. The battles in the ninja world have never been just a contest of power, but also a battle of information and strategy. And Uchiha Itachi is no simple character. Uchiha Itachi has too many trump cards. Naruto pondered in his heart. The seal of the Tenketsu sword, the rewriting of reality with Izanagi, the cyclical illusion of Izanami, and the most dangerous Kodoamitsukami. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. It was precisely through foresight that Naruto had seen Itachi planning to use Kodoamitsukami to control him. So he played along and staged this act. Now that Shursui Sharingan was in hand, Naruto decided to withdraw. As per our agreement, you can leave now. Naruto put away the Sharingan, his tone flat. Kisame tilted his head. Just like that. You're letting us go? You went through so much trouble just for this eye? You don't leave, I will. Naruto turned to walk away. Stop. Itachi suddenly appeared in front of Naruto, his Sharingan fixated on the masked figure. Last question. What is your relationship with the one who calls himself Uchiha Obito? Naruto halted, the corner of his mouth slightly rising beneath the mask. We're quite familiar. As for the specifics, you can ask that brat. Brat. Itachi frowned. Before he could continue questioning, Naruto had vanished in a puff of smoke. On the way back, Itachi's mind replayed the battle. Every word and action of the masked man lingered in his thoughts like a puzzle. Uchiha Taijima. Why does that name sound so familiar? And what do you mean by asking about that brat? Itachi-san, we've arrived. Kisame's voice interrupted Itachi's thoughts. Ahead was the Akatsuki's temporary base in the Land of Rivers, with Pain's figure faintly visible. When reporting the mission, Itachi and Kisame tacitly omitted the details of their encounter with the masked man. After the meeting, Itachi directly approached the one who claimed to be Uchiha Obito. You called for me? Obito's voice came through the vortex mask, deep and authoritative. Itachi stared directly into the only opening of the mask. I encountered someone who calls himself Uchiha Taijima. He seems to know you well and has a close relationship with you. Uchiha Taijima? Obito's voice paused slightly. A name he had never heard before. Probably an imposter. Nearby, Kagaya, hidden underground, almost exclaimed. Uchiha Taijima. Isn't that the name of Uchiha Obito's biological father? This idiot Obito doesn't even know the most basic family history. Truly, he is the tail end of the crane. Kagaya's thoughts raced. I must find a way to remedy this. But Itachi is too clever and may already be suspicious. Itachi's expression showed no signs of disturbance. But he was already aware. He deliberately continued to probe. Is that so? But he seems to know you well, saying ask that brat to find out your relationship. Obito fell silent for a moment, then suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, you actually left as survivor during the night of the massacre? When did you become so soft-hearted, Itachi? That wasn't me who left them alive, Itachi replied calmly, and the night of the massacre was not solely my action. That's true. But that person, with your strength, should have already dealt with them, right? No, I'm no match for him at all. Itachi stared at Obito, observing his reaction. Obito remained silent for a few seconds before suddenly chuckling. They're actually such experts. Interesting. After the conversation ended, Itachi returned to his room and retrieved an ancient scroll from deep within his bag. The Uchiha clan's family tree. Uchiha Taijima, Obito's father. Itachi's fingers gently traced the name on the family tree. Did that masked man deliberately tell me this name to imply that this Obito in front of me is an imposter? Itachi's mind worked like a precision instrument, connecting all the clues. The person calling himself Obito doesn't recognize Taijima, only revealing his right eye, possessing the ability to penetrate attacks. Not someone from the village, someone who has already died. Itachi flipped through the family tree, his gaze eventually landing on a name, Uchiha Obito. According to the records, Obito was the disciple of the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself during the Third Shinobi World War to save his comrades, dying at the age of 13. However, the body was never found, and before his death, he gifted his left eye to his friend, Kakashi Hitaki, only revealing the right eye. The ability to penetrate attacks, the hatred towards Konoha. A sharp glint flashed in Itachi's eyes. So that's how it is. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Akatsuki base, Obito removed his mask, revealing his scarred face. Kaguya emerged from the ground. Her tone serious. Obito, Itachi has already guessed your true identity. What? Obito turned sharply. How is that possible? White Zetsu poked half of his body out from the wall, grinning. Who told you that you don't even know who Lord Obito's father is? Just a tail in a crane. Shut up. Kaguya snapped, then turned to Obito. Itachi is clearly testing you. Uchiha Taijima is Obito's biological father. Obito's expression darkened, but soon returned to calm. It doesn't matter. Even if he knows I am not Obito, it won't affect our plan. The Eye of the Moon plan will not change because of this. Kaguya said gravely, don't be careless. Uchiha Itachi is not an ordinary character. And that mysterious masked man, why is he helping Itachi uncover your identity? I will handle Itachi, Obito said as he put the mask back on, his voice regaining its deep authority. As for that mysterious person, Kaguya, investigate his origins. Understood. Kaguya slowly sank into ground, while White Zetsu whistled. Looks like there's a good show to watch chapter 126. Rescue Girl Itachi's fingers lightly traced the name of Uchiha Obito on the family tree. A complex emotion flashing in his eyes, as he pondered why this deceased person had reappeared and what his true purpose in impersonating Obito was. The air in the room suddenly warped, and a pitch-black vortex appeared out of nowhere. Itachi's expression remained unchanged as he quickly closed the family tree and tucked it into his sleeve. He stood up and calmly watched the masked man emerge from the vortex. No, he should now be called Uchiha Obito. What do you want? Itachi's voice was low and indifferent. Obito stood in the center of the room, the single eye beneath the mask, gazing intently at Itachi. Nothing much, just wanted to see what choice you would make now that you know the truth. Finally decided to stop pretending. Uchiha Obito, Itachi said lightly. Obito fell silent for a moment, then reached up to remove the mask, revealing his scarred face. His right eye was a Sharingan, while the left was tightly closed. Obito or Uchiha, names are merely code names. Obito's voice no longer disguised itself as the deep tone of Obito, but returned to its original timbre. I am not anyone. I simply want to create a truly peaceful world. And you, Itachi, what role do you play in this? A hint of coldness flashed in Itachi's eyes. I am merely a traitor to my clan, a traitor to my village. Everything I do is just to test my own capacity. Obito stared at Itachi, seemingly judging the truth of his words. After a moment, he slowly spoke. I've already said, my only goal is to create a world without war. He did not mention the stone tablet, nor did he explain the truth of the infinite Tsukuyomi, because in his view, Itachi was different from him. Everything Obito did was for Rin, to create a peaceful world with Rin, Kakashi, his teacher, and everyone. He was willing to believe that the infinite Tsukuyomi was the only redemption, even if it was just an illusory dream. But what about Itachi? He could personally kill his own parents, and even use his brother Sasuke to enhance his own power. Would such a person truly care about a so-called peaceful world? The two stood in silence, the air in the room seemingly solidified. Finally, Obito spoke first. In that case, will you continue to stay in the Akatsuki? Itachi nodded slightly. As long as your actions do not interfere with my goals, I will naturally fulfill my duties. Obito narrowed his eyes. Your goals? My affairs have nothing to do with you. Itachi's tone was unyielding. Obito did not press further, only coldly smiled. Very well. I hope we can cooperate happily. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure was once again swallowed by the vortex, disappearing from the room. Itachi stood in place, the Sharingan in his eyes slowly rotating. He knew that Obito would never fully trust him, and he wouldn't trust Obito either. But at least on the surface, they had reached a kind of subtle balance. A few days later, the news that the Chunin exams had ended reached the Akatsuki organization. Nagato immediately ordered Scorpion and Deidara to head to the Sand Village to capture the one-tail Jinchuriki, Gaara. Meanwhile, in Akatsuki's secret base, Obito was staring darkly at Black Zetsu in front of him. What? You still haven't found any intel on that mysterious person? Obito's voice was suppressing his anger. Your clones are all over the ninja world, and you can't even find a single clue? White Zetsu said with a grin. They don't eat. Obito, call me Madara. Obito suddenly turned his head, a hint of killing intent flashing in his single eye. Black Zetsu said solemnly, Obito, that person's movements are extremely bizarre. It's as if he doesn't exist. We even suspect he might be using some kind of space ninjutsu. Obito was silent for a moment before coldly saying, keep looking. Even if we have to scour the entire ninja world, we will dig him out. At the same time, in Konoha village, Naruto was lazily lying under a tree, chewing on a blade of grass, squinting at 3 genin in the distance, Konomaru, Udon, and Moegi, who were working hard on a D-rank mission, catching a cat. So relaxing. Naruto stretched lazily, a smile creeping on his face. No wonder Kakashi-sensei always hid in the trees to watch the paradise of affection. It turns out being a leading jonin is so enjoyable. He reminisced about his own experiences doing D-rank missions back in the day, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Neat-san, we caught a cat. Konomaru ran over excitedly, holding a struggling calico cat. Naruto waved lazily. Good job, go turn in the mission. Udon adjusted his glasses, puzzled. Sensei, aren't you going to help? Naruto grinned. That's the privilege of a jonin, you little brats. Once the mission is submitted, the reward will be split evenly. I get 5. The rest is for you 3. The joy of a capitalist. That's true joy. A few days later, Tsunade suddenly summoned him to the Hokage's office. Naruto, the Kazekage was attacked, Tsunade said with a serious expression. Who is the assailant? Akatsuki. Naruto turned to look at Temari beside him, who appeared anxious, clearly having rushed over from the Sand Village for help. Wait, before he could finish, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared from the spot. Temari stood there, astonished, asking, where did he go? Tsunade revealed a mysterious smile, saying meaningfully, don't worry, just wait and see. At that moment, high above the vast desert, Deidara was controlling his clay bird, flying swiftly towards the land of rivers. Gaara was tightly bound next to him, unconscious. Just as Deidara was humming a tune, a hand suddenly slammed down on his shoulder and a voice rang out in his ear. Buddy, that's my brother. I'm taking him. Oh fine, you can take him. Huh? No way. Deidara shuddered and turned around, finding a red-haired figure appearing behind him. He immediately exploded with rage. Who the hell are you? Guess. Naruto teased, then reached out and pressed his hand on Gaara's chest, and in the blink of an eye, the two vanished without a trace. Where are they? Where did those two go? Deidara looked at the empty space beside him, furious and ready to explode. Damn it, don't let me run into you. At that moment, Scorpion caught up from below, controlling his crimson, flowing jade, and shouted, Hey, Deidara, Murata. A moment later, what? You actually lost the Jinchuriki. You idiot. Why didn't you lose yourself instead? It's not my fault. He suddenly appeared, and then suddenly took the person away. What could I do? Shut up. It's still because you're useless. So what do you want? Deidara was also infuriated, defiantly shouting back. I want to kill you. Scorpion drew his poison blade. Killing intent evident. Come on, who's afraid of who? Deidara quickly formed hand seals, ready to launch an attack. Just as the two were about to come to blows, a white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, hurriedly stopping them. You two, stop arguing. The leader has ordered you to return first. We have a new plan. Chapter 127. Akatsuki's Invasion Whoosh. Naruto arrived at Konoha Hospital with Gaara in an instant. He first created a shadow clone and sent it to the Hokage building to inform Tsunade. His real body then personally treated Gaara's injuries. Fortunately, Gaara only had external wounds. After Naruto used the healing palm technique, most of the wounds were healed, and he just needed to apply medicine and bandage them. Meanwhile, Temari and Tsunade arrived at the hospital. Upon seeing Naruto, Temari immediately asked, Where did you go? Naruto replied, I brought Gaara back. Brought him back? Where is he? My real body is treating him in the hospital. You'll see him soon. That's great, Naruto. Thank you. Tsunade nodded and smiled. Well done, Naruto. But tell us what happened. Naruto scratched his head. Not much, I just went and brought him back. It took only a few seconds. Did you see the attacker? A rogue ninja from a Wagakure with yellow hair. Any others? Didn't see any. At this moment, Temari thought that since they were already there, they should find some help to go to the sand village. Tsunade's gaze turned to Naruto. Naruto is skilled in medical ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu, and is proficient in taijutsu and jinjutsu, making him the perfect candidate to lead a team to the sand village. Naruto, I'm not going. You must go. I refuse to go. Reason? I just don't want to go. What if I say you must go? Then I'll just lock myself in or go on a trip. After hearing this, Tsunade could only sigh helplessly. All right, I really can't do anything with you, so let others go instead. Meanwhile, in a cave somewhere in the land of rivers, Akatsuki was holding a secret meeting. Pain, Konin, Sasuke, Kisame, Deidara, and Zetsu were present, while other members attended via projection. Deidara expressed his dissatisfaction. Leader, Zetsu said you changed the plan. What's going on? Pain spoke up. Don't rush. I'm about to explain. It turned out that Itachi Uchiha had reported his contact with a masked man to Pain and informed him of Obito's true identity. Despite learning about the other's past and hidden motives, Nagato remained unshaken. Under the powerful ocular prowess of the Rinnegan, Nagato looked down on everyone. Even if Obito had some scheme, he confidently believed he could handle it. However, compared to Obito, he was more concerned that the mysterious person might also be eyeing the tailed beasts. Furthermore, according to Itachi, this mysterious person possessed Sharingan and could use the first Hokage's jutsu. Although not as powerful as the Rinnegan, it still required further investigation. Thus, Akatsuki adjusted their deployment strategy. Pain and Konin would be responsible for finding the mysterious person, persuading them to join Akatsuki while capturing the 2 tails and 8 tails. Kakuzu and Haiden would capture the 4 tails and 5 tails. Deidara and Scorpion would aim for the 6 tails and 7 tails. Itachi, Kisame, and Obito would target the 1 tail and 9 tails. Upon hearing this arrangement, Deidara directly expressed his discontent toward Obito. Leader, who is this guy? Uchiha Obito. I've never heard of him. Is he reliable? What if he dies halfway? Obito quietly glanced at him. Want to give it a try? Then come on, let me show you my art. In the next second, Deidara was controlled by the Sharingan, unable to move. Damn it, it's Sharingan again. I can't stand it. Pain. All right, this is the end of the matter. It's all arranged like this. If there are no objections, we set off immediately. And Obito quietly reminded, the 1 tail is in the Konoha hospital. Now is the perfect time to act. Obito responded, then I'll go first. Itachi, Kisame, let's take action together for the 9 tails. Inside the hospital, Temari saw Gaara safe and sound, sighed in relief, and left the ward. Just as she was closing the door, a vortex-like distortion in space appeared, and the masked man silently emerged. The Akatsuki attire was instantly recognizable. Akatsuki, Obito said coldly. The 1-tailed Jinchuriki, I won't hold back. Just as Gaara was about to be sucked into the Kamui space, Temari swung her iron fan, and a wind release technique broke through, interrupting the space transfer. A fierce wind swept through, and the wall behind Obito shattered. But he phased out in time, unscathed. The wind release from Sunagakure is indeed powerful. Temari's expression was serious, her knuckles turning white as she gripped the iron fan. I didn't expect you to chase us here, Akatsuki, Obito said indifferently. It seems I have to deal with you first if I want to take the 1 tail. He flashed forward towards Temari, and black chains shot out from the void. Temari reacted quickly, flipping backwards to evade. The chains brushed past her hair, plowing a half-meter deep trench in the ground. She countered with an explosive tag, and amidst the booming explosion, Obito's body transformed into a shadow, traversing the void unharmed. Too slow. A voice came from all directions, and Temari's heart skipped a beat as she turned and swung her fan, the strong wind dispersing the spatial fluctuations. But Obito had already stood by Gaara's bed. His Sharingan was as red as blood, captivating. He reached out, about to touch Gaara's forehead, when someone quietly appeared behind him. Chidori. Then, as Chidori hit Obito, it directly penetrated his body. Obito focused and saw that the other party was a boy with red hair, dressed in black, emanating a chakra charged with lightning. The 9 tails. You also came. Just in time, we can take him together. Saying this, the space in Obito's right eye began to distort, and Naruto immediately grabbed Gaara's body, turning to look at Obito, coldly saying one sentence. Uchiha Obito, you have chosen the path to death. Then, with a whoosh, both he and Gaara disappeared. Obito was surprised, flying Thunder God technique. As expected, he is the teacher's son, He has also mastered this damned space-time technique. But he sneered, "However, Naruto, no one is stronger than me with space-time techniques." Naruto placed Gaara safely with Tsunade, said nothing more, and left the office. Tsunade looked at Gaara and suddenly had a bad feeling. At this moment, Naruto arrived at Sasuke's house, looked at Sasuke, and directly left a sentence before disappearing. That sentence was, "Get ready, Uchiha Itachi is coming to Konoha soon." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's smile turned twisted. Itachi. On the other side, Naruto arrived at the Valley of the End, standing atop the statue of Hashirama Senju. He knew the enemy would definitely chase after him. Sure enough, moments later, Obito appeared on the statue of Uchiha Madara. Obito looked at the statue of Hashirama and said, "The Valley of the End, a nice location." Naruto coldly responded, "Uchiha Obito, I hope you can accompany me for a good fight." Both hands formed seals, would release. Nanny? Looking at Naruto's hand signs, Obito's expression changed drastically. Flower Tree World descends. In an instant, the surrounding valley's trees grew wildly, giant flowers bloomed, and pollen spread like mist. Chapter 128. Battle with Obito and Kisame. At this moment, the pollen filled the sky like a golden storm, scattering and enveloping the valley, blocking out the sun. As the pollen continued to fall, the air seemed to freeze. That pollen was not a natural substance, but was released from Naruto's would release, Flower Tree World, having hallucinogenic and paralyzing effects. Once inhaled, ordinary ninjas would find their chakra flow slowed. Uchiha Obito stood at the center constructed by the dense forest and pollen, appearing as steady as a mountain. But in reality, he had entered a phasing state. Meanwhile, several meters away, Naruto sat cross-legged, smiling as he watched the unmoving Obito. Kamui is indeed a good ocular technique. Naruto looked at Obito opposite him, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. "But Obito, how long can you hold out?" Obito snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a chilling intent through the gaps in the pollen. "Humph, then come and try." "Good. A friendly reminder, I have the Nine Tails helping to supply chakra." As soon as he said this, Obito's expression stiffened noticeably. He certainly understood what Naruto meant. With the near-endless chakra of the Nine Tails, the pollen could be released continuously, making it easy to trap him. Another guy who can use would release. Obito's anger surged within him. Just then, a familiar chakra fluctuation came from behind Naruto. A shadow descended from the sky, landing steadily beside Naruto. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke looked around, and his gaze finally landed on Obito, who was sealed by the pollen. Frowning, "Why isn't that guy moving?" "It's not that he can't move," Naruto replied flatly. "He's waiting for reinforcements." "Who?" "Uchiha Itachi." Upon hearing this name, Sasuke's expression stiffened, and after a moment, he nodded, sitting cross-legged beside Naruto. "Then I'll wait too." In front of them, Obito was firmly sealed by thick roots and vines, trapped like in a cage. Boom! Moments later, two extremely powerful chakra sources surged from the other end of the Valley of the End, and the figures of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki broke through the forest, flying over. However, what came into their view was a nightmarish forest. Trees were dense, pollen surged, and Obito was in the center. "This is would release?" Kisame grinned, looking surprised. The scale is indeed terrifying. Itachi's gaze sharpened, his eyes heavy. He subconsciously thought that the mysterious person was here. But the next second, a piercing shout broke the silence. "Itachi!" A bolt of lightning struck from the side, and Sasuke, wielding the lightning-flashing Kusanagi sword, charged straight at Itachi. Itachi instantly drew a kunai to block. Clang. Sparks flew, and the lightning on the Kusanagi sword shattered the kunai. But in the next moment, Itachi's body shattered into a flock of crows, flying into the air. "Caw! Caw! Itachi, come out! Sasuke, you've grown up," Itachi said faintly, his voice drifting from the sky. "Itachi, today, I will personally end you." Sasuke, surrounded by lightning, activated his Sharingan, which suddenly burst with light. The flames of battle were about to ignite, and at the same time, Kisame also moved. He charged towards Sasuke, holding the Samahata, but Itachi stopped him. "Kisame, leave Sasuke to me. Go help that poor guy." "Itachi-san, is your body all right?" "Don't worry, my brother. I understand." "All right then." After that, Kisame glanced at Sasuke before running toward Obito. Kisame first acted obediently, quickly forming seals with both hands. Water release, great waterfall technique. Instantly, torrents of water surged toward the forest, attempting to wash away the wooden structures confining them. But the next second, the ground shook. Wood release, birth of the tree world. Naruto suddenly brought his palms together. With a loud bang, the ground cracked, and thousands of trees rose from the earth again, vines coiling around Kisame's limbs like venomous snakes. The entire valley of the end seemed to be reshaped into a prison in an instant, engulfing the invading enemy. Kisame snorted coldly, swinging Samahata violently, cleaving through the trees. But the vines seemed to have a consciousness of their own, multiplying with every cut, endlessly. It truly would release, a troublesome technique indeed. Kisame's gaze darkened as he suddenly sensed a faint electric current in the air. Lightning release. Lightning bomb Rasengan. Naruto's figure instantly flashed to Kisame's front, with lightning and chakra wildly converging in his right hand. The lightning bomb Rasengan, like the center of a storm, slammed down with devastating force. Here it comes, Kisame roared, meeting the attack with Samahata. The two forces collided violently, and an explosion echoed throughout the valley. Trees shattered, shockwaves rolled, and dust flew up as Kisame was pushed back several meters, his expression finally turning serious. What terrifying power, what terrifying ninjutsu. At this moment, Kisame's clothes were already scorched and torn by the lightning. He took off his coat and slung Samahata over his shoulder. There's water everywhere, which is advantageous for me. Water release, great explosive water shockwave. However, at that moment, Naruto's lightning release chakra mode suddenly activated, blue chakra wrapping around his body as lightning coursed over his surface, transforming him into a flash of lightning. Then his body abruptly vanished. Even Obito in the distance couldn't track Naruto's movements. Invisible, Kisame could only perceive the flickering lightning shadows before him, as Naruto's speed had surpassed the limits of the naked eye. Instantly, Obito sensed something was wrong, his pupils constricting as he phased out. Suddenly, he realized he was in a predicament. His body was attacked no less than 10 times. At this moment, Naruto was attacking him, constantly forcing him to use Kamui, depleting his chakra. In just a few dozen seconds, the rhythm of the battle was completely controlled by Naruto. Just then, Obito decided to go all in. Naruto, you're not the only one who can use wood release. On the other side, Kisame also took action. Water release, 1,000-feeding shark. Wood release, cutting technique. Seeing the two use large-scale ninjutsu against him, Naruto withdrew from lightning release chakra mode. Wind release, great Rasen, shuriken. After Naruto launched his ninjutsu, the three techniques collided. The great Rasen shuriken immediately expanded, exploding, and a tornado swept through like a hurricane. At this moment, cold sweat dripped from Obito and Kisame. Looking at the continuous explosions, Kisame broke into a cold sweat. What a terrifying ninjutsu. Obito, damn it. How can this guy be so abnormal? He actually fully developed the teacher's Rasengan. At this point, Obito realized something. Their mission was to capture the One Tail and Nine Tails. Now, the One Tail was unconscious, so they should capture the opponent first. Thinking of this, Obito looked at Kisame and asked, Kisame, can you hold on? Of course. I'll leave the Nine Tails to you. Huh. Chapter 129. Sasuke and Itachi Obito decisively turned his back, abandoning the still fighting Kisame. His figure instantly blurred and disappeared into the distortion of space. What is going on? He just left me here alone? This scene fell into Kisame's eyes, and his already fierce, shark-like face was filled with confusion and shock. Even a rare glimpse of anger and self-mockery appeared in his eyes. As one of the few in the Akatsuki organization still holding onto a sense of teamwork, he couldn't quite accept this reality for a moment. As expected, this world is really terrible. Naruto also paused, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Huh? Did this guy just run away? But soon he collected himself, his expression gradually turning cold. After pondering for a moment, he murmured, well, Obito was indeed a passionate and kind-hearted kid when he was younger. But after Rin's death, he completely changed, from a bright youth to a despicable person consumed by hatred and darkness. It's only natural for him to run away when he can't win. His gaze returned to the battlefield, and Naruto no longer hesitated. At this moment, only Kisame remained. This muscular shark man had already shed his Akatsuki black and red cloud coat, revealing his robust upper body. For Naruto, taking off the coat also meant it was time to send him on his way. Black Lotus. Naruto slowly drew a fan-shaped weapon from his waist, swirling vortex patterns crackling with lightning. His aura erupted in an instant. Lightning release chakra mode fully activated. Kisame's eyes widened, Samahata sweeping upwards to block Naruto's attack. At this moment, the Black Lotus had not yet unfolded, and the tip of the lightning chakra struck like a hellish thrust, targeting the core of Samahata. A piercing sound of metal clashing with flesh rang out as Samahata let out a painful cry, its center pierced by Naruto's Black Lotus, a bolt of lightning exploding within its body. Samahata struggled violently, as if a beast had gone mad. I know you have the ability to absorb chakra, but... Naruto suddenly withdrew and evaded. Then, he abruptly unfolded the Black Lotus, the fan rapidly expanding into a vortex of lightning. The lightning danced like snakes upon it as Naruto raised the fan blade high, his eyes narrowing. Chidori blade. Before the words fell, the Black Lotus flashed past. Crack! Lightning tore through the sky, slicing across Kisame's neck. An incredibly precise strike, both fast and fierce. In an instant, the battlefield fell silent. Naruto sheathed the Black Lotus and walked toward Sasuke without looking back, as if completely unconcerned about the outcome of the battle. Meanwhile, Kisame, in shock and unwillingness, slowly knelt to the ground. His head slipped from his neck, rolling on the ground, carrying disbelief at the moment of death. At this moment, even the earth seemed to fall silent. Just then, Naruto stopped, his expression changing abruptly as if he thought of something interesting. He quickly formed hand seals. But strangely, after forming the seals, nothing happened. Naruto walked away without looking back. Moments later, a black shadow emerged from the ground, Kagaya slowly appearing. Looking at the fallen Kisame and Samahata, I didn't expect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to be this strong. Even Kisame couldn't match him. White Zetsu. Obito is really unfair, leaving Kisame behind like this. Truly heartless. Black Zetsu squatted down to check on Samahata, but suddenly paused, whispering, "This sword. It's crying?" Samahata's body trembled violently, roaring in pain. That was not the roar of battle, but a wail from the soul. Due to its master's death, Samahata instinctively released its emotions. It was a living entity, mourning like a beast that had lost its mate. Its red tongue exposed in its cries, saliva splattering, emotions surging. Black Zetsu looked at this scene and shook his head. Forget it, looking at it this way, it can't be taken. Let Obito handle it himself. Now let's deal with the bodies. White Zetsu sighed, and the two pulled Kisame's corpse underground. At this moment, on the other side, Naruto was hastening toward Sasuke's direction. He opened his Rinnegan, his gaze penetrating through layers of tree shadows, instantly locking onto the distant battle between Sasuke and Itachi. Sasuke was being suppressed by Itachi. Whether it was the speed of hand seals, the use of the Sharingan, or battle experience, Sasuke was far inferior to Itachi. Itachi's fighting style flowed like water, each action executed with utmost precision, while Sasuke seemed to always be a beat behind, being led by the rhythm. However, Sasuke was not without advantages. He had cells of Hashirama injected into him, giving him a chakra reserve far beyond that of ordinary people, greatly surpassing the ailing Itachi. Additionally, in terms of stamina and physical condition, Sasuke was far superior to his brother in this current state. The burden brought by the Sharingan has become a fatal oppression for Itachi. However, just as Naruto was about to step forward, he suddenly noticed two unexpected presences. Orochimaru, Kabuto. Those two figures were quietly lurking between the trees, their eyes fixed on the battle, clearly waiting for Sasuke to reveal a flaw, waiting for the right moment to act. In the next moment, the battle suddenly escalated. Itachi's eyes transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan, blood tears silently flowing down, and Amaterasu erupted. Black flames burned like the underworld, hot and merciless, as if they wanted to consume everything, leaving nothing but ashes in their wake. Naruto stood at a distance, watching the battle, frowning. Although the location had changed, the method remained the same. It was still a test with Jinjutsu first, followed by a barrage of Shuriken, then Ninjutsu suppression, and finally Amaterasu, to conclude. Next, it was likely that Kirin would make its appearance, and Susanoo would take the stage for the final battle. He didn't rush to intervene, but calmly stepped closer to the battlefield. Sure enough, Sasuke unleashed Kirin, transforming lightning into a dragon that tore through the heavens and the earth, its power astonishing. However, Itachi immediately activated Susanoo, using its absolute defense to block Kirin. But the cost of Susanoo was heavy. Itachi's coughing became more severe, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth, his fighting strength rapidly declining. Seizing the moment when Susanoo briefly dissipated, Sasuke suddenly drew his sword, aiming directly for Itachi's vital point. However, Susanoo reappeared, its giant shadow blocking Sasuke's strike. Sasuke was slightly taken aback, but did not show fear. Unexpectedly, you still have this trick, but I have more than just this. Before his words fell, Sasuke pulled open his shirt and suddenly released his own seal. The seal released. The pitch-black chakra erupted instantly. The cursed seal's black patterns slithering across his body like a venomous snake, covering his limbs and face. His skin gradually turned gray, his hair grew longer. His pupils became more menacing, and behind him, a pair of large wings unfolded. In the distance, Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and he let out a sinister laugh. Sasuke, you finally used the power I gave you. Kabuto beside him was incredulous. I can't believe. He can autonomously enter the second stage. At this moment, Sasuke soared into the sky, slowly raising his left hand, the wings folding in front of him. This technique I have studied for a long time. Itachi, you will die under this technique. As chakra crazily gathered, a violently swirling blue sphere formed between the two wings, rapidly expanding, even larger than Susanoo. Itachi's pupils constricted. Shocked as he whispered, Rasengan? How can you use the fourth Hokage's technique? Sasuke coldly smiled. No, this is not the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. This is the technique created by my comrades, my teacher. The name of the technique is Super Rasengan. With a furious shout, Sasuke blasted the Rasengan toward Itachi. As if the heavens were collapsing, the momentum overwhelming. Itachi hurriedly activated the Yata mirror to block the attack. In an instant, a powerful rebounding force pushed Sasuke back half a step. He gritted his teeth, infusing more chakra, forcing the Rasengan to increase in size and intensity. But the Yata mirror, as one of the legendary artifacts, could completely negate the properties of the opponent's attack, neutralizing all physical attacks. Even Sasuke's Super Rasengan was ultimately consumed by the mirror, crashing down in an explosion. Since it was Sasuke's first time using the cursed seal, the state of the cursed seal was very unstable. And having used such a chakra-consuming ninjutsu, Sasuke's chakra was immediately exhausted, and the cursed seal state also collapsed, causing him to sway unsteadily. In the distance, Orochimaru suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha! An opportunity has come. Suddenly, Sasuke struggled violently, howling, as his body began to undergo a transformation. In the next moment, he transformed into a massive 8-headed serpent, lunging towards Itachi. Itachi expressionlessly looked up, his 10 Kusanagi sword suddenly unsheathing. A red light flashed, and the long sword pierced directly through the 8-headed serpent, which was then sucked into the gourd. The 10 Kusanagi. Orochimaru's smile abruptly vanished. He jumped up, his face pale, murmuring, No, it can't be. It's actually the 10 Kusanagi. Uchiha Itachi, you are indeed terrifying. Kabuto asked gravely, My lord. What should we do? Orochimaru gritted his teeth and growled, Retreat. The cursed seal chakra within Sasuke completely dissipated, no longer emitting any fluctuations. At this moment, he weakly fell to the ground, utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, Itachi, dragging his heavy body, slowly walked towards his brother, leaving a trail of blood with every step. Still persistent, Sasuke looked at that figure, his consciousness fading, and a deep sense of fear and powerlessness finally arose in his heart. So it turns out, I have never been a match for my brother. No wonder Naruto would stop me like that. He already knew. Am I going to die? Just at this moment on the brink of life and death, Naruto instantly appeared between the brothers, raising one hand to block Itachi's advance. Enough. This ends here. Itachi's gaze sharpened. Who are you? I am his comrade. I'm also his teacher, the one who created the Super Rasengan. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 130, Sin So That It. You are the legacy of the fourth Hokage. Itachi, dragging his heavy body, had an icy gaze, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue, but undeniable killing intent. Then just right, Kurama, I will take you in. Can you do it? Naruto stood firm, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Of course. Before his words fell, Itachi suddenly opened his eyes wide, the Manjiki Sharingan instantly radiating a ghostly red light. A powerful Jinjutsu quietly activating, aiming directly at Naruto's mental world. However, in the next second, Itachi's pupils shrank. His limbs were suddenly bound tightly by invisible iron chains. His chakra in turmoil, his consciousness trembling, as if his body was being pressed into an abyss, unable to move. How is this possible? He was horrified, trying to break free, but it was futile. The Jinjutsu rebounded. It was forcibly countered by Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's eyes slowly emitted a strange brilliance within the Jinjutsu space. That was a pair of eyes like those of a deity, the Rinnegan, with a light blue hue that seemed to pierce through life and death, unraveling fate. Itachi was stunned. He was unaware of the existence of the Rinnegan, but he could sense the terrifying power hidden within those eyes. Naruto slowly raised his head, looking at the still hovering Susanoo, his tone indifferent, yet carrying an irresistible pressure. I said, "The battle is over. Since Susanoo refuses to retreat, then I will assist it." He raised his palm, quickly gathering a silver chakra wind wheel in his palm, and with a whisper, he declared, "Silver will rebirth explosion." Boom! The silver light will suddenly erupted, transforming into a massive tornado as it swept towards Susanoo with a devastating might. "Yada mirror!" Itachi shouted, trying to mobilize the divine shield to defend. However, Naruto was not Sasuke. Behind him were the chakra supports of eight-tailed beasts. He himself was also a vessel of immense chakra, and that Rinnegan was the core, carrying the power of the six paths. The head of Susanoo exploded in that silver storm, and the Yada mirror also shattered, turning to dust, dissipating in the howling wind. If it weren't for Naruto deliberately redirecting the attack's angle, that strike would have been enough to completely annihilate Itachi. The wind calmed, and the silver light faded. Naruto stood quietly there, as if a deity had descended, while Itachi finally showed unprecedented shock and exhaustion. Afterward, Itachi slowly sighed, whispering, "I didn't expect you to be this strong. Kill me." Naruto walked up to him, looking down at this man, his voice cold as frost. "Itachi Uchiha, as the traitor of the Uchiha clan, as the sinner of Konoha, you have no right to decide your own death." Itachi remained silent, slowly closing his eyes as if accepting his fate and waiting for the end. Silence? A hint of sarcasm flashed in Naruto's eyes, and he immediately questioned angrily, "I ask you, is Shinsuke's will to wipe out the Uchiha clan? Is the third Hokage's will to erase the entire Uchiha? Do you think that the will of Konoha is to destroy a great clan that has bled for the village?" Itachi opened his eyes, his gaze profound. "What exactly do you know?" Naruto's lips curled coldly. "Humph. I know much more than you can imagine." "Ridiculous. The Uchiha clan is one of the foundations of Konoha, the backbone that has supported Konoha through countless wars. The third Great Ninja War, the second Great Ninja War, the first Great Ninja War. When has the ground not been stained red with Uchiha blood? However, after the war, the third Hokage faced their achievements and only offered verbal praise each time. On the other hand, Danzo repeatedly suppressed the Uchiha, framing them, spying, and coercing. He could be said to have committed every evil deed. Do you think the third Hokage was unaware of his actions? Of course, he knew. It's just that when facing the Uchiha clan, he preferred to believe his friend. When faced with the uncontrollable Uchiha, he chose the self-deluded Danzo instead. Did the Uchiha want a coup? They are not to blame. Anyone pushed to the limit would find it ridiculous not to resist. Does Sarutobi Hiruzen want to eliminate the Uchiha clan? No, he wouldn't think that. He knows all too well that once he takes action, it is equivalent to declaring that the village has severed one of its own arms. This would undoubtedly be more harmful than beneficial for the village. But in the face of this situation, did he not try? No, he tried. But why is there still such an outcome? Itachi remained silent, for he knew what the answer was, because this answer was told to him by Shinsuke. Shinsuke once said that Danzo does not believe in the Uchiha at all. When Itachi heard Shinsuke's words, he also understood that Danzo was not trustworthy. He was the root of the problem. Therefore, when he left Konoha, he threatened Danzo for Sasuke's safety. Naruto continued, "I believe you understand that the root of the problem lies with Danzo." This answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows, but he has never truly dealt with Danzo. Instead, he continued to promise the Uchiha, delaying and shirking responsibility. And the result? The Uchiha clan was exterminated. Konoha lost a wing from then on. The borders and public safety collapsed overnight, and the village was severely weakened. Naruto's voice lowered. Like a biting cold wind, the villagers panicked, and the ninja village, sensing blood, began to probe. The enemies knew that Konoha had lost one of its greatest fighting forces, and immediately sent spies and scouts to secretly observe. To cope, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to send all remaining high-end combat forces to the borders, leaving the village with no strength to defend itself internally. During that time, Konoha was truly on the brink of life and death. He looked back at Itachi, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Your so-called protecting the village was merely handing the knife to the enemy. And who caused all of this? It was Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. One was cowardly, the other cruel. Together, they conspired to destroy the hope of the village, to destroy your Uchiha, and to ruin the foundation of Konoha's future. And you, Itachi Uchiha, are still willing to clean up after their crimes, even offering your own life? Naruto's words struck like thunder. You are not a hero. You are a tool they use to destroy the village. At this moment, after hearing Naruto's words, Itachi slowly spoke. Although I do not know where you learned all this, it is also an unavoidable result. The Uchiha's capacity was too small. Extermination was their destined fate. Damn it! Naruto shouted angrily. I've said so much, and you still haven't grasped the main point? What's wrong? Are you Danzo's lackey or Sarutobi Hiruzen's loyal follower? Just as the atmosphere became tense, Sasuke approached, his voice trembling slightly. Naruto, what you're saying? What's going on? He had been listening for a while and felt something was wrong. At this moment, he could no longer hold back his question. Naruto took a deep breath and slowly recounted everything he knew. Sasuke stood still, more and more shocked as he listened, ultimately falling into silence. Itachi saw his brother's reaction and felt a pang of bitterness. He knew that his plan had completely collapsed. Originally, he intended to die at Sasuke's hands, allowing his brother to carry his justice and become a hero of Konoha. But all of this was shattered by Naruto. Itachi, I only ask you one thing. What he said, is it true? Sasuke's voice trembled, but his gaze was more confused than ever. Itachi remained silent for a long time, finally nodding with difficulty. What he said is true. Sasuke, all of this is for the honor of the Uchiha, and also for the future of the village. Huh? Naruto scoffed. Sasuke, did you hear? Your brother really is completely out of his mind. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Naruto narrowed his eyes and slowly explained. Do you know how Konoha was established? It was jointly created by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. But how is it written in the textbooks? Sasuke sneered. Of course I know. The textbooks say that the first Hokage established the village, completely omitting the Uchiha clan. Naruto nodded. That's right. The creation of the village was Hashirama and Madara's dream. It was through their efforts that the village was established. But what happened afterward? After the village was established, Uchiha Madara was targeted by Senju Tobirama at every turn, even being framed and expelled from the village. Faced with this, Madara lost hope and left. Madara saw through the essence of this village. As a result, Hashirama and Madara fought to the death at the Valley of the End. And afterward, the Uchiha clan began to be treated specially by Tobirama. However, Tobirama was not a completely evil person. While he was wary of the Uchiha, he at least still had reason. The one who truly plunged the Uchiha into the abyss was Shimura Danzo. Danzo distorted Tobirama's will, turning vigilance into hatred, and prevention into extermination. He treated the Uchiha as a threat, secretly suppressing, scheming, and sowing discord. And what about Sarutobi Hiruzen? He neither opposes nor supports. He just wants to be a nice guy. The Uchiha bleed and sacrifice, and he turns a blind eye. When Danzo assassinates Uchiha elites, he pretends not to know. Do you think the Ninetales incident was a coincidence? That was precisely the turning point for Danzo to escalate his persecution. Shursui once wanted to prevent the tragedy. He was willing to believe in the village, willing to believe in Sarutobi and Danzo. And the result? He was ambushed by Danzo, had his Sharingan taken, and was framed with the crime of betraying the village and died by suicide. Fugaku bore humiliation and suppressed his clan. But when the entire clan became lambs to be slaughtered, he could no longer hold back. Danzo did not dare to act personally, and Sarutobi Hiruzen feared taking the blame. So they trained her brother, Itachi Uchiha, to be a blade. Who is the greater evil? Itachi? No, he is just a tool. The real evil is Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. They not only killed the Uchiha clan, but also destroyed the village's hope. Naruto's gaze was sharp as he continued. Kakashi's father, Kakashi Itachi, was driven to suicide by Danzo. Niji's father, Hyuga Hayashi, was treated as an object and sent to Kumogakure to preserve Konoha. Is this the so-called will of Konoha? And you, Itachi, still believe they're doing it for the good of the village? At this moment, Sasuke's eyes trembled violently, his fingers clenched into fists, veins bulging. Meanwhile, Itachi's expression gradually froze. Even he was hearing these inside stories for the first time, as if the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid. This is impossible, he muttered. Naruto slowly approached, speaking word by word. Do you really think you are protecting Konoha? What you are protecting is a morbid system, a decaying power that survives on slaughter and sacrifice. Not only have you failed to protect Konoha, but you have also made it weaker and more chaotic, making our enemies underestimate us and making the villagers fear us. Do you think Awagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure dare to provoke us? It's because they know that Konoha has already been hollowed out from within. They should thank the second Hokage. He trained Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, two heroes who have brought disaster to Konoha. Chapter 131, Itachi's Punishment. The third Hokage was never wrong. Even when faced with Sasuke and Naruto's unabashed anger, Itachi remained calm and resolute. There was no trace of wavering on his face. Even after Naruto had shattered the head of his Susanoo with the Silver Wheel rebirth explosion, even after his Jinjutsu had been reflected, even though he was already heavily injured, he still held onto his deepest conviction. I admit, Danzo is indeed a problem. He has done many things that exceed his authority. But I have never doubted that this was the Hokage's arrangement, a choice made by the third Hokage after painful sacrifices. Sacrificing the Uchiha clan for the village is necessary. Hearing Itachi's words, Naruto was stunned. Even if he doubted Danzo, he still firmly believed in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is he a follower of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Are you out of your mind? Naruto stepped forward, his mesmerizing Rinnegan swirling like the deep sea, carrying an almost suffocating sense of oppression. His voice was cold as frost. Are you still trying to excuse him? Then tell me, was Shinsuke's will meant for you to annihilate your clan? Even if the third Hokage wanted to persuade the Uchiha clan to coexist peacefully, you personally destroyed his hope, and you are still talking about the Hokage's arrangement? Did he instruct you to slaughter your own clansmen? Do you know that your so-called loyalty is the greatest betrayal to the Hokage? You don't understand. Itachi's lips trembled, but before he could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted. Naruto, enough. Sasuke stepped forward, his expression as cold as night. I've heard enough of this nonsense. Sacrifice, arrangement, it doesn't matter. Itachi's eyelids twitched, but he did not defend himself. Itachi, I should have killed you long ago. Sasuke stared at his brother's face, speaking word by word. But I won't kill you. I want you to watch with these hollow eyes as I step by step personally take down that old fool Danzo and the fifth Hokage. I will destroy Konoha. Kill everyone in the village. Sasuke, no. Itachi instantly wanted to rush forward to stop him, even without his ocular techniques. He still tried to grab Sasuke's shoulder, but Naruto did not move. He just stood aside, watching coldly, with no intention to stop him. It was this very point that made Itachi feel a deep sense of unease. Naruto, he shouted sharply, are you not going to stop Sasuke? Aren't you a ninja of Konoha? Why should I stop him? Itachi's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized something. He quickly formed hand seals, preparing to activate that forbidden technique, Izanami, even without Kodoame Tsukumi. This was the only way he could think of. As long as he could trap Sasuke in a Jinjutsu, he would have a chance to turn the situation around. However, just as he was halfway through the hand seals, a hand suddenly shot out, piercing accurately into his eye socket like a ghost. You thought I would be unprepared? Naruto's voice was right by his ear. Izanami? Do you think I would let you activate it? Ah! With a low roar, blood splattered, and Itachi staggered back, covering his bleeding eye socket. His face twisted in agony. His eyes were completely gouged out. Naruto, you! Itachi! Naruto placed the bloody Sharingan into a vessel containing a potion. In fact, Naruto had long guessed that Itachi would think this way, because this time it was different from the anime. In the anime, although the Jinjutsu protecting Konoha was used, Shinsuke's eyes could no longer be used. However, with the anime Naruto around, Itachi believed that under the powerful Jinjutsu of Kodoame Tsukumi, Sasuke would definitely take the right path. Therefore, when he last saw Sasuke, he said, I will not run away, because I have entrusted things to my companions. No matter what choice you make, you are still my beloved brother. Because of the help from anime Naruto, Itachi predicted the ending, which is why he could leave with peace of mind. But reality was different. This Naruto would not stand by his side. Whether Sasuke wanted to kill Danzo, kill the higher-ups, kill the commoners, or judge the village, Naruto would not stop him. They're all murderers. Dying is their deserved fate. But since Shinsuke's eyes were gone and no one was there to help Itachi, the only possibility was for Itachi to activate his Izanami, allowing Sasuke to realize on his own that he needed to protect Konoha. However, what Naruto did not expect was that he also wanted to use Izanami on himself. Fortunately, he acted fast. So, Naruto turned around and said indifferently, you have no right to decide others' futures, nor do you have the right to decide other people's lives. You are a sinner of the Uchiha clan and a sinner of Konoha. Now, I want you to atone for your sins. You want me dead? Itachi gritted his teeth and asked, no, I will not let you die. Naruto smiled with a strange smile, suddenly waving his hand. A branch rapidly spread from the ground, wrapping around Itachi and hanging him in midair. You exterminated the Uchiha of Konoha, so you have an obligation to bring a new Uchiha to Konoha. I hope to see over 100 newborns next year. What do you mean? No way. Are you joking? Itachi was stunned, and so was Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Naruto in surprise and blurted out, "You? What do you mean?" Suddenly, Sasuke thought of a possibility. "Oh my god." Sasuke's expression twitched. "You wanted to die from exhaustion. He deserves it." Naruto shrugged. The Uchiha clan was almost wiped out, and he was the executioner. If he wants to atone, he has to rely on reproduction. "You are crazy." Sasuke's mouth twitched. "You are really crazy." Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. "Why don't you come? Don't you want to revitalize the Uchiha clan?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke shook his head wildly. No, no, no. Let Itachi do it. He is the sinner." "Naruto." Itachi gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you insulting me?" But Naruto only smiled and walked closer to him, leaning in to say, "No, this is not an insult. It is atonement. You exterminated the Uchiha clan, causing the village to suffer greatly. Now that you are alive, it is to allow the Uchiha clan to be reborn. Your life is no longer yours. It belongs to the entire Uchiha and Konoha. You cannot escape." "Itachi." "Sasuke, what do you plan to make a move? I think you should find Danzo first. He hasn't shown up on the route recently." Sasuke was still in shock, but the killing intent in his eyes had already burned like flames. "Danzo, the Hokage, and those higher-ups," Sasuke murmured slowly. "Not a single one of them will escape." At this moment, Naruto reminded him, "Danzo can be killed, other higher-ups can be killed, but the fifth Hokage cannot be killed." "Why?" "Because she has not wronged anyone." Chapter 132. Gaara is captured. Tsunade. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, she is the one who truly inherits the will of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, the one who truly deserves the title of Hokage. When war comes, she will not be like Sarutobi Hiruzen, hiding in the Hokage office, leisurely smoking a pipe, draped in the Hokage cloak, wearing that crown hat, sitting on a soft cushion, issuing orders to her desperate subordinates outside. Whether it's war or a crisis in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen never personally puts himself in danger. He always stands in the safest place, watching from the sidelines. If the enemy harms the village, yet happens to be his friend, disciple, or family, he wouldn't even bother to lift a finger, simply turning a blind eye. Danzo and Orochimaru are the best examples of this. But Tsunade is different. Though she is a woman, she possesses a decisiveness and ruthlessness that far surpass ordinary people. When facing enemies, she never compromises, shows no mercy, and only cares about right and wrong. Her consistent style is, if you don't agree, fight. During Tsunade's tenure, Danzo couldn't stir up any trouble, and Mito Minyin and Koharu Udatane could not sway her decisions. When she said to attack, they attacked without dragging their feet. When dealing with Jinchuriki, she chose to trust rather than control. When it came to the ninjas and comrades of the village, she chose to protect rather than sacrifice. One could say that Konoha could survive without Sarutobi Hiruzen, but without Tsunade, that would be a real crisis. More importantly, Tsunade's attitude toward Sasuke is clear to Sasuke himself. She not only fully supports Sasuke's training, providing him with the highest level training resources, but also approves of him joining the Anbu and is even willing to send Yamato to develop Sasuke's would-release abilities. This trust and affection are genuine. Therefore, Naruto told Sasuke all of this without reservation. The master has not wronged you, nor has she wronged Itachi, and she certainly hasn't wronged the Uchiha clan. If you want to kill Danzo to settle the darkness of Konoha, I won't stop you. But Naruto's voice suddenly deepened, his rinnegan slowly rotating in its sockets, blue and gold lightning spilling from his palm. If you want to touch Tsunade, then don't blame me for being ruthless. This is Naruto's choice, not out of politics or someone else's will. It's from his own heart, because Tsunade has truly treated him well. She doesn't use the guise of peace and tolerance like Sarutobi Hiruzen, but instead sees him as the vessel for the Nine Tails, coldly abandoning him in the shadows. Tsunade is like his older sister, even more like a mother. She cares about every move Naruto makes and never overlooks his feelings. She respects every decision he makes, even if it shocks Konoha's higher-ups. More importantly, her kindness towards him is sincere, devoid of any ulterior motives. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, while using the resources and money left by Naruto's parents, pretends to be a kind old man. He talks beautifully, but actually refuses to provide even the most basic living guarantees. If Naruto hadn't awakened early and proactively sought to know his background, he might have ended up just like the foolish Naruto in the original story, malnourished, weak, and intellectually delayed, like a complete joke. This kindness, Naruto will never forget. For both emotional and rational reasons, he must protect Tsunade. Even if it means falling out with Sasuke, he is willing to do so. Sasuke remained silent for a long time, looking at Naruto's resolute gaze, and finally nodded. I understand. Danzo can be dealt with. Others can be dealt with, but Tsunade, a 1T touch. This is his promise to Naruto, and also his remaining respect for Tsunade. Seeing Sasuke agree, Naruto nodded and felt a slight relief in his heart. Subsequently, Naruto grabbed Sasuke and Itachi, using the Flying Thunder God technique to meet with Tsunade. Upon arriving at the Hokage office, Naruto saw Tsunade angrily slamming her hand on the table, her brows furrowed, as if she were about to flip the entire building over. He was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head and asked in confusion, Master, what is wrong? Who provoked you? Tsunade looked up, and upon seeing Naruto, her expression changed slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Naruto, are you alright? What could happen to me? Naruto shrugged, then smiled. By the way, look, I brought you a surprise. Who? Huh? Tsunade followed his gaze, and her face changed in an instant. Uchiha, Itachi. You brought him here? Yeah, brought him back for punishment. As Naruto spoke, he informed Tsunade of Itachi's true identity as a Konoha spy, while also detailing the punishment arrangements for Itachi. After listening, Tsunade fell silent for a few seconds. Then her mouth couldn't help but twitch. She took a deep breath, sighed long, and looked at Naruto with a tired expression. Speaking in a complex tone, Naruto, although your punishment is very creative, very on point, there's a very important problem with this punishment. What problem? Naruto looked innocent. You want him to have 100 children. Where will the women to have children come from? Oh, isn't that simple? Just post a job advertisement. Men and women, as long as they can give birth, any type is fine. Good looking, ugly, old, young, no restrictions. What the heck? Are you trying to ruin him? Huh. Isn't it obvious? Tsunade's mouth twitched, and she rubbed her forehead, sighing. All right, you have your ideas. But I need to ask Sasuke's opinion first. She turned to Sasuke, her tone softening. Sasuke, what do you think? Sasuke, who had been cold-faced, was taken aback when he heard Tsunade actually consulting him, a hint of emotion appearing in his eyes. He nodded. I agree. Let him atone for his sins. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded slightly. But Sasuke immediately added, Hokage, I have one more request. Go ahead. Please let me kill Danzo with my own hands, to avenge my clan. Tsunade's face instantly cooled down. No, I also hate Danzo and even want to kill him. But he is a high-ranking official in Konoha, has military merit, influence, and loyal subordinates en route. He cannot die. Sasuke's gaze grew colder. He deserves to die. I know. Tsunade slammed the table, but now is not the time. If he dies, the village will be thrown into chaos. The two stared at each other, the atmosphere suddenly tense. As the anger flared up, Naruto raised his hand to interrupt their confrontation. Wait, if Danzo is not in the village and Sasuke kills him, will there still be an impact? Tsunade frowned and thought for a moment, then said, if it can really be done without leaving a trace and without anyone knowing, then it would indeed be fine. But that old guy is currently holed up in the underground base of Root, heavily guarded, making it difficult to take action. Naruto revealed a meaningful smile. The mountain man has his own clever plans. Sasuke, wait for my news. The matter of killing Danzo, leave it to me to arrange. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Sasuke's eyes, and he quietly said, Thank you, Naruto. Naruto waved his hand. What for? No need to thank me, my good disciple. He then turned to Tsunade. By the way, master, what were you so angry about earlier? Tsunade gritted her teeth and slammed the table again. Naruto looked at the table and suddenly felt sympathy for it. The Kazekage was taken away by that masked guy. Gaara was taken from our Konoha village. And guess what? Mito Minion and Koharu Utatane, those two old geezers, actually came to blame me, saying I was negligent in defense and derelict in my duties. What? Naruto's expression darkened, and he immediately closed his eyes, trying to sense the Flying Thunder God technique on Gaara. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his expression serious. I can't sense him anymore. Tsunade furrowed her brows. What do we do now? Don't worry. Naruto's expression turned cold. Gaara should have been hidden away, but as long as he appears, I will be able to sense his location. Tsunade let out a slight sigh of relief. All right, then I'll leave this to you. After all, if something happens to the Kage of another village in our village, it would be too difficult to explain. Okay, leave it to me. Chapter 133. The true culprit. A month passed, and Naruto finally sensed the residual Flying Thunder God technique mark on Gaara. His eyes narrowed, but he did not immediately use the Flying Thunder God technique to head over. If he rushed over now, and the opponent happened to be casting the illusionary Dragon 9 seals, he would be trapped as well, which would mean death. So, Naruto put on a specially made mask to conceal his identity, slightly closed his eyes, and activated the Rinnegan. In the next second, he abruptly soared into the air, heading straight for Gaara's location. Just flying at that speed wasn't fast enough. He shouted, activating the lightning release chakra mode, with golden blue lightning wrapping around his body. The air crackled with explosive sounds as he tore through the clouds like a bolt of lightning, his speed suddenly increasing several times. In a short moment, Naruto arrived over the land of rain. Without any hesitation, he locked onto his target, and his figure plummeted like a meteor towards a towering building. Boom! The entire skyscraper was instantly blasted open, a massive hole appearing as dust and smoke billowed, and the structure shook violently. What the hell? Deidara exclaimed, activating his clay in an instant. Shut up, Sasori coldly retorted, his puppet under the cloak slightly swaying, now on alert. The rolling smoke obscured everyone's vision. But through the Rinnegan, Naruto clearly saw each person present. Not only Deidara and Sasori, but there were also multiple Jinchuriki gathered here. 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails. They were all here. This is bad. Naruto's expression slightly changed. His gaze fell on the bound killer bee nearby. The real body? Not a clone? After carefully sensing the chakra fluctuations, Naruto confirmed that this was Killer Bee's true body. Clearly, after the 8 tails separated, he had completely lost his ability to resist and was captured here. In the center of these Jinchuriki, a figure caught Naruto's great attention. It was a pair of eyes Rinnegan, staring intently at the ceiling array in the center. Is that the Rinnegan? Just as he was about to step forward to greet and probe, his expression suddenly changed. Damn, why now? Naruto's clone suddenly transmitted a message. 3 tails had been revived. Damn it, isn't this a slap to the face? Naruto instinctively cursed. Wait, I haven't made my appearance yet, so it doesn't count as a slap to the face. He paused, and his expression changed. Then Gaara will have to wait a bit longer. Before his words fell, Naruto instantly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the clone near the 3 tails. At this moment, the smoke slowly dispersed, yet it was empty. Everyone was stunned, looking at each other. No way. What was that earlier? Deidara squinted, puzzled. It was a person, Pain said calmly, but his brows were furrowed tightly. Obito said nothing, but like Pain, he saw clearly. There was indeed a shadow that had fallen. Moreover, that person's eyes were remarkably strange, resembling the aura of Nagato's Rinnegan. No, that's not the Rinnegan. It looks like a deeper transformation. Forget it. Let's seal the tailed beast first. Obito said softly, forcibly pushing back his thoughts. Everyone immediately formed seals, and Pain spoke indifferently. Sealing technique, illusionary Dragon 9 seals. In an instant, the magic statue opened its mouth, and a chakra illusionary dragon soared out, wrapping around Gaara. The chakra of 1 tail slowly seeped out of Gaara's facial features, like mist entering the giant mouth of the magic statue. Everyone thought everything was progressing smoothly, but in the next second, Gaara was completely drained and fell to the ground. Everyone. What, that's it? Haiden frowned. There's a problem, Zetsu said quietly. Obito's expression changed, and he instantly jumped to Gaara's side. Checking for a moment, his face darkening. 1 tail is gone. They tried to seal 2 tails next, but the result was the same. The statue opened its 2 eyes. But they appeared hazy, as if just waking up, looking nothing like it had absorbed 2-tailed beasts. Noticing something was off, Obito checked the other Jinchuriki one by one. The conclusion was shocking. All the tailed beasts within the Jinchuriki were incomplete, leaving only a tail. At this moment, they finally realized they had been set up. Just as everyone was in shock, White Zetsu's clone suddenly emerged from the ground. Young Mina-san, I have good news and bad news. Which you want to hear first? Just say it. Obito replied impatiently. White Zetsu waved his hand with a grin. The good news is the 3 tails has been revived. Yosh. Pain's eyes lit up. Then let's hurry and go capture it. And the bad news? Black Zetsu asked in a low tone. Well, the bad news is the 3 tails has already been captured by someone else. Obito and Pain's expressions darkened immediately. But White Zetsu wasn't finished, adding, Young Mina-san, I have another piece of good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear? Boss, can I kill him? Haiden had already raised his scythe. I would love to let him taste the flavor of art. Deidara coldly smirked, pulling out his clay. White Zetsu quickly stepped back, still wearing that sly smile. The good news is that person sealed the 3 tails inside a girl before leaving. And the bad news? Black Zetsu coldly pressed. White Zetsu pointed behind them. He is currently right behind you. Huh? Everyone turned around sharply. They saw a man wearing a fox mask crouching next to the corpses of the one-tail and two-tail Jinchuriki. "Oh, young Minasan, you've discovered me." He waved his hand, his voice lazy and relaxed. "Bye-bye." Whoosh. In the next second, that person, along with the two corpses, vanished without a trace. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at each other, utterly bewildered. Who is this? Who dares to be so arrogant? Pain frowned and ordered, "Zetsu, find out his identity. Also, investigate where that Jinchuriki is. I brought him." White Zetsu's clone smiled and waved his hand, the ground cracking open again, and another clone dragged out a new Jinchuriki. "Wait." Obito stepped forward to verify, personally. Moments later, he shouted with a pale face, "Damn, it's just another tail." At this point, the truth was revealed. The mysterious man in the fox mask was the mastermind behind everything. Meanwhile, the real culprit, Naruto Uzumaki, was walking alone into the vast desert of the Land of Wind. After using the Rinnegan, he infused his powerful yang release chakra into Gaara and the girl from Mizuki. Taking advantage of the fact that the girl had not yet awakened, he sent out a shadow clone to return her to the hidden cloud village. As for Gaara, he was quietly taken to a hospital in Konoha. Once everything was arranged, Naruto returned to his secluded place deep in the desert, sitting on the sofa, and his consciousness sank into the ceiling space. Chapter 134. Konoha Crisis. At this time, in the ceiling space, the nine-tailed beasts had gathered together. In their center floated a giant golden Rinnegan, like the eye of a god, overlooking all things. The eyes of the nine tails and the other tailed beasts were no longer the Sharingan, but had returned to their original clarity. Their will had long been altered by Naruto, using the Kodoematsukami, willingly submitting to him. Thanks to Naruto's now awakened perfect sage body and the Indra's cells from Sasuke, his ocular power was growing at an astonishing rate. The previously long-cooling Kodoematsukami could actually be used again at this moment. Perhaps it was due to Sasuke's cells that significantly reduced the cooldown time, he pondered, as the tailed beast chakra gathered. They injected their power into Naruto without reservation. In an instant, Naruto felt chakra surging through his entire body. Suddenly, the Six Paths Sage mode awakened. The face of the sage appeared on his visage, golden light swirling on his cheeks. He looked as though the sun had descended into the mortal realm. Wrapped in a golden chakra cloak, with 9 truth-seeking orbs floating and rotating behind him, Naruto opened his eyes, the light in his Rinnegan swirling. His ocular power stronger and deeper than ever before. He could feel that it was a power capable of overturning the ninja world and reshaping the heavens and earth. It was as if he had become the sage of 6 paths, he murmured. But the next moment, the Rinnegan switched to Sharingan state. At the moment it transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan, the cooldown from using Kodoematsukami on the three tails actually vanished. His ocular power surged once again, almost reaching a new level. However, the Rinnegan still had not awakened. Naruto frowned, quietly contemplating, calculating the direction of his state and power. Eventually, he nodded slightly and muttered, Maybe Indra's chakra is still not enough. No, it's not that the chakra is lacking. It has already reacted. Then the question is, the 6 paths chakra of the feather robe. If he wants to obtain 6 paths chakra, he must find the soul of Uchiha Obito. But the problem is, without Obito's physical tissue, he can't summon his soul from the underworld using the summoning technique. In other words, right now, the only choice is to seize the Rinnegan from Nagato. With that thought, Naruto exited the 6 paths sage mode, his consciousness slowly returning to reality. A day passed, and Gaara finally woke up from his coma. But the problem was the chakra of the tailed beast, Shikaku, within him had completely disappeared. Although Gaara himself seemed indifferent, the Sand Village clearly would not be as calm as he was. Other people aside, that old lady Chiyo would definitely not let this matter go easily. At this thought, Tsunade felt a tightness in her chest, nearly choking. Gathering her composure, she asked, Naruto, how did you save the Kazekage? Naruto shrugged, his tone calm. I don't know. When I found him, he was in the desert. I saw he was still breathing, so I brought him back. Tsunade frowned. Then where did Shikaka go? Naruto spread his hands. How would I know? At this moment, Gaara spoke. Lord Hokage, it's okay. Losing Shikaku won't have too big an impact on me. It's just. He lowered his head slightly, his tone serious. In fact, when he was captured, he was not completely unconscious. He clearly heard the conversation between Obito and the others. He relayed the information he heard. Except for Naruto, almost all other Jinchuriki had fallen into the hands of Akatsuki, to Tsunade. After hearing this, Tsunade's expression instantly darkened. Although it was still unclear what Akatsuki was planning, one thing was certain. Naruto was in extreme danger. If they continued to sit idly by, the consequences would be unimaginable. According to the information previously sent by Itachi, Akatsuki was not an ordinary enemy. That leader was said to possess the legendary Rinnegan, and that Uchiha Bito, who had long been dead, but personally orchestrated the Nine Tails attack, indirectly leading to the death of the fourth Hokage couple. The other members were also notorious monsters, each with terrifying strength and ruthless hearts. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, both Tsunade and Gaara's gazes fell on Naruto. Naruto frowned. "Why are you looking at me? Naruto, why don't you hide for a while?" Gaara advised in a calm tone. "Hide? Why should I hide? Because right now, you're the only one who hasn't been captured." Gaara said slowly, "Once Akatsuki finishes with the other Jinchuriki, they will surely turn their sights on you." Naruto snorted lightly, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Then let them come. Just a bunch of misfits. You need to know your limits." Tsunade finally couldn't hold back, signed a summoning contract immediately, go to the wet bone forest, and stay there. No unauthorized actions. Tsunade did not know that Naruto had already established a summoning contract with the Richi Cave. Therefore, despite her repeated requests for Naruto to sign a contract for the wet bone forest, Naruto never relented. It wasn't that he had any prejudice against the slug. He just felt that a summoning beast that could only spit strong acid and heal was really not that interesting. He admitted he was a bit curious about the slug size, but to ask him to sign a contract? Forget it. Moreover, he already had his own summoning beast, Kiba. Kiba was a unique creature from the Richi Cave, and Naruto was very fond of it. After mastering medical ninjutsu and awakening the Rinnegan, he personally went to the Richi Cave to treat Kiba's eye injury. Once healed, Kiba became even closer to Naruto. The only complaint Kiba had was that Naruto never took him along. "Why don't you let me go out and fight? I'm about to mold here." Kiba would complain every time they met. Despite the complaints, the bond between Kiba and Naruto grew deeper. It was precisely for this reason that Naruto consistently refused to sign a contract with the slug. But now the situation was different. Tsunade firmly believed that the wet bone forest was Naruto's safest refuge. She was determined to force Naruto to sign. However, Naruto would not easily give in. "I hate bugs," he said with a look of disdain. "Damn," Tsunade exploded, "then go to my Bokuzen. Aren't you afraid I'll eat those frogs? You dare. I really dare. I won't allow you to eat. Then I'll sneakily eat. You. Damn." Tsunade was so angry she covered her chest, feeling like she was about to spit blood. Of the three great sage lands, neither of the two was appealing to Naruto, leaving only the Richi Cave. But thinking of the danger level of that place, she originally would never consider it. But now, upon reconsideration, with Naruto's strength, it seemed there was nothing to worry about. "Then you go to the Richi Cave?" "I'm not going. I just want to stay at home." "You must go." "I'm not going. Besides, if Akatsuki really comes knocking, who in the village can suppress them?" "I can. Kakashi can too. Jiraiya is here. You don't need to worry about it." TCH. Naruto did not respond, merely pouting. Then he silently thought, Uzumaki Naruto will guard the Richi Cave, but the Shinigami will harvest souls. Afterwards, Tsunade sent Anko to supervise Naruto and the wet bone forest contract. But Naruto used a Jinjutsu, making Anko mistakenly believe that the summoning ceremony had been completed. The next day, under Tsunade's direct witness, Naruto was reverse summoned to the Richi Cave. Finally, she could feel a bit more at ease. Tsunade murmured, but her expression soon became grave. The moment Naruto disappeared, she immediately ordered, "Notify Kakashi, Jiraiya, to return to the village at once. We're going to have a tough battle." Chapter 135. Battle with Akatsuki. Naruto never expected that Tsunade would actually send Anko to monitor him, fearing he would run away. However, Tsunade had somewhat overestimated her. Naruto directly brought her before the blue snake. Then he pointed at the green snake and said, "Look, isn't that snake cute?" "Huh? Where?" "There's a flaw." Naruto directly struck down with a knife hand, hitting hard. Hondo's eyes rolled back, and she fainted again. Naruto took out a few silver needles and inserted them into Hondo's acupoints. "All right, as long as the needles aren't pulled out, she won't wake up." At this moment, the green snake crawled over, looked at Naruto and Hondo, and asked, "You guys are here. What's wrong with her? Why is she sleeping here?" "Oh, young people can sleep well, just fall down and sleep." "Oh, I see. Green snake, can you do me a favor? Keep an eye on her." "No problem." TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the green snake, the most easygoing big snake in the dragon cave. Good personality, looks cute, and if she had a girl's voice. She would definitely outshine all the slugs. After completely handing over Hondo to the green snake, Naruto went to meet Shinya. Last time, it said it wanted to fight together, and now it was just as it wished. Shinya, are you awake? Oh, Naruto, why are you here again? What is the matter? In a while, a powerful person is going to fight. How about it? Are you in? Of course. We must fight. When? Just wait a bit. It won't be long. I'll summon you when the time comes. Great. I'll be waiting. But I need to say in advance, I will hide my identity. So don't call my name when the time comes. What should I call you then? Just call me brother. No problem. You and I are brothers. Lifelong brothers. After that, Naruto put on a mask and disguised himself as Uzumaki Minma again. Whoosh. Naruto suddenly appeared in the Valley of the End, slowly waiting for the arrival of the Akatsuki members. Now, they had obtained a small portion of the chakra from the one tail to the 8 tails. The 9 tails was with him, and they should have guessed that he had taken the other tail beasts. Therefore, they would definitely track him down. So, no matter what, they would definitely come to Konoha. The question was when they would come. Since he didn't know then, Madara, after his eyes transformed into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. The 3 Tomos connected and transformed into the eternal Mangeki. He saw a fragment. In that fragment, he saw himself activating the complete body Susanoo, wreaking havoc everywhere. And Shinya was wrapped around the Susanoo just like a wooden figure. Only, one was a wooden dragon, and the other was a red snake. However, this Shinya had no manners, constantly spitting saliva. Opposite him were the members of the Akatsuki. Pain's 6 paths, Uchiha Obito, Deidara, Sasori, Haiden, Kakasu, a total of 12 people. This place seemed to be in the land of rain. Amigate Cure? Then let's go to Amigate Cure. After all, it's someone else's territory. No matter how much destruction happens, it's their business. It's better to be a preventive than a revenger. Thus, Naruto stood up and flew towards the land of rain. At this time, in the land of rain, due to Nagato's inability to move, they had been preparing for a long time. Just as everyone guessed, Nagato's next plan was to go to Konoha and capture the 9 tails Jinchuriki. This time, the Akatsuki would move out in full force and succeed without fail. Moments later, Nagato's expression changed, and he said through pain, "Someone is coming." "Who is it?" Deidara asked. "That masked man is coming," White Zetsu replied. "Isn't he always over there?" Deidara pointed at Obito, causing Obito's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. "I meant the one who took the 1 tail last time," Nagato clarified. "Oh, him? Then let's go out." Saying that, everyone rushed outside. Outside, the never-ending rain was still falling. A guest has arrived. Naruto slightly tilted his head, the 3 Tomos in his Sharingan slowly spinning. The space twisted, and Uchiha Obito, wearing an orange swirling mask, appeared on a large rock not far away. What a rare guest. Daring to provoke the entire Akatsuki by yourself? Obito's voice held a mocking tone. "Let me see your true face." "Want to see my face?" Naruto's voice was deep and magnetic. "That depends on whether you have the ability." Arrogant. A furious shout came, and Haiden attacked from the side with his scythe. "Let me offer you to Lord Jashin." Naruto didn't even turn around. He simply raised his hand and accurately grabbed Haiden's scythe handle. "Too slow," he said, then kicked Haiden away for several dozen meters. Cough, cough, this guy. Haiden spat out a mouthful of blood, but he laughed maniacally. Pain. What a wonderful pain. Kakuzu emerged from the shadows, his green eyes flickering with cold light. "Haiden, don't embarrass yourself. This prey is mine to harvest." Behind him, 4 Earth Grudge Fear masks stirred restlessly. Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, great fireball. 2 powerful ninjutsu simultaneously struck towards Naruto, a devastating combination of wind and fire. However, Naruto merely raised his right hand, and a massive white skeletal structure appeared out of thin air, blocking all the attacks. "Susanoo?" Obito's voice finally showed fluctuation. "Are you from the Uchiha clan?" "Who knows?" Naruto's eyes under the mask had transformed into the pattern of the eternal Mangeki. "Warm-up is over. It's time to get serious." The white Susanoo instantly completed its 2nd stage transformation. A giant clad in armor rose from the ground, swinging its gigantic sword. Kakuzu hurriedly retreated, but was still cut through 2 of his Earth Grudge Fear masks. Damn it! Kakuzu's expression was grim. Could this guy really be Uchiha Madara? "Art is an explosion," Deidara shouted. In the sky, Deidara rode a clay giant bird and dove down, countless small clay spiders raining down. Naruto looked up, and Susanoo's left hand blocked in front, shielding all the explosions. Fire style, great fire extinguishing. Flames far surpassing the scale of ordinary Uchiha clan members surged into the sky. Deidara quickly ascended, but still got grazed by the flames. One side of the clay giant bird's wing was burned off. This scale of fire style. Daidora's forehead was sweating. It's art. What art? Sasori stepped out from behind. HY. Let me dismantle that ridiculous mask of yours. Hundreds of puppets surged from all directions, each carrying deadly poison blades. Red secret technique. 100 machine operation. Naruto sneered. Susanoo suddenly disappeared, and his true body moved through the puppet swarm at a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye, his Sharingan accurately predicting every attack, his taijutsu ruthlessly destroying each puppet. Impossible. Sasori was shocked to see his puppets being destroyed one by one. No one can break my 100 machine operation with taijutsu. Your Suna's toys are nothing but trivialities to a true strongman. Chapter 136. Kilometers, Susanoo. Naruto's voice echoed in Sasori's ear, delivering a precise knife hand that split open HY's outer shell, revealing Sasori's true body. Sasori immediately jumped out, glaring at Naruto and angrily shouting, "You dare to say that puppetry is nothing but a toy?" He immediately launched a counterattack, but unfortunately, to Naruto, his counterattack was nothing but a laughable struggle. Art is eternal beauty, and you dare to say this is a toy? Since that's the case, then your body will be my new collection. Naruto didn't give him a chance to continue, delivering a Rasengan that directly shattered Sasori's core. Scorpion didn't even use the third generation of Wind Shadow's puppet and just died at Naruto's hands. Blabbering. Scorpion Senpai. Deidara shouted angrily. You bastard. My ultimate art will turn you to dust. C4. Garuda. A massive clay puppet descended from the sky, about to unleash countless miniature bombs. Naruto sighed. Boring. Art is an ephemeral explosion. Deidara smiled wryly during his fall, but at least my final performance is spectacular. Boom! After the explosion, Naruto was seen safe and sound under the protection of Susanoo. Two useless fools just died like that. Haiden had recovered from his injuries and came over with the scythe, looking like he would have to rely on himself. Kakazu had a gloomy face. Don't let your guard down. This guy's strength is unfathomable. Do you know why I let you live until now? Naruto suddenly spoke because I was waiting for everyone to gather. At this moment, Pain's 6 paths and Konin appeared in the center of the battlefield. Tendo Pain coldly stared at Naruto, daring to challenge God alone. Your courage is commendable, but utterly foolish. Finally here, the corners of Naruto's mouth curled up under the mask. Then, it's time for my partner to make an appearance. Summoning technique. The ground suddenly shook violently, and a gigantic red serpent burst forth from the water, its golden slit pupils coldly surveying everyone. Brother, you made me wait too long. Shinja, don't complain. Naruto chuckled lightly. These guys are enough for you to play with. Summoning beast? Konin frowned. No, this is the snake from the dragon cave? Good eye. Shinya suddenly opened his mouth, spraying a large amount of venom like rain. Kakazu hurriedly used earth release for defense. But one of the earth grudge fear masks was splashed with venom and instantly petrified. Petrifying venom? Kakuzu's face changed drastically. Get away. Too late. Naruto clapped his hands. Wood release. Birth of the World Tree. Countless giant trees surged from the water surface, turning the entire battlefield into a forest. The Akatsuki members were forced to scatter and fight separately. Universal pull. Tendo Pain tried to pull Naruto over, but Naruto simply leaped lightly, instead using the force to charge towards Pain. Almighty push. A powerful repulsive force erupted, but Naruto had already predicted it, retreating in advance to avoid it. Then, he clapped his hands again, and a wooden dragon suddenly appeared, directly sending Tendo Pain flying. To display the Rinnegan to this extent is a bit disappointing. Is this what you call a god? Who exactly are you? Pain asked sternly. Just a person here to correct mistakes. Naruto said, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan spinning rapidly. Let me show you what true divine power is. Susanoo, a white giant rose from the ground, instantly reaching a height of over 100 meters. Even more shocking, Shinya's massive body coiled around Susanoo, with the serpent's head parallel to Susanoo's head, forming a stunning scene. Armor of Susanoo, Naruto shouted, the white chakra armor also covering Shinya's body. What is this? Shinya exclaimed in panic. It's your protection, Shinya. Let's dance together. Oh, everyone looked up at the sky-blocking white giant, feeling fear for the first time. What? What kind of monster is this? Retreat, Obito decisively ordered. This is not an enemy we can deal with. What the hell? Isn't that Madara's Susanoo? He had no confidence in blocking this move. Wanna run? Naruto controlled Susanoo to slash down with a sword, cleaving the entire sea surface. Haiden and Kakuzu couldn't dodge in time and were directly torn to pieces by the sword energy. Summoning technique. The animal path pain summoned a large number of summoning beasts. Dream on. Uchiha. Shinya's venom petrified them all. Earth Explosion Star. Tendo Pain unleashed the strongest sealing technique. A massive gravitational sphere rose into the sky, trying to seal Susanoo. Boring. Naruto snorted coldly, and Susanoo slashed the black core of the Earth Explosion Star in half. Impossible. Nagato, through Pain's vision, saw this scene and was shocked beyond measure. Even the Earth Explosion Star. Inside the tower of Amigakure, Nagato coughed violently, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Conan, we might be in big trouble. On the battlefield, Naruto looked at the remaining Pains, 6 paths, and Obito, deciding to end this battle. Earth Explosion Star? Too weak, just like the copy ninja Kakashi, using someone else's eyes. The power of the eyes he can exert doesn't even reach half. Also, Madara places eyes on you just to allow you to nurture his eyes. What? Nagato was shocked to hear Naruto's words. But at this moment, before Nagato could fully process this information, Naruto continued. Let you see true power. He joined his hands together, a face pattern appearing, entering Sage mode. Natural energy surged wildly, and the white Susanoo expanded again, instantly breaking through a height of 1 kilometer. Resembling the Sage of 6 Paths reborn, Nagato, Conan, and Obito looked at this kilometer giant, their faces filled with fear. Is this the power of a god? Nagato murmured as he looked at Susanoo. Can the Eye of the Moon plan really be realized? Obito's heart shattered at this moment. At this time, Kagaya looked at this kilometer Susanoo, recalling a scene from the past. Damn it! HK, is it you again? Naruto, controlling Susanoo, drew his sword, and the dark clouds above the land of rain were instantly dispersed by this momentum, the long-lost sunlight pouring through the gaps in the clouds. This slash is for you, Naruto said calmly. Susanoo raised the giant sword and then suddenly slashed down. Run! Obito decisively activated Kamui, pulling himself into the space-time. Pain's 6 paths tried to defend with all their strength, but under this sword strike, all resistance was futile. Wherever the sword energy passed, the earth cracked. When the dust settled, the terrain outside Amigakure was permanently changed, a canyon dozens of kilometers long witnessing the brutality of this battle. Inside the tower of Amigakure, Nagato spat out a large mouthful of blood. Conan, hurry and take me away. This person, we are not his match. Conan nodded with tears, turning into countless paper pieces wrapping around Nagato. We need to leave here. In the distance, Naruto released Susanoo in Sage mode, and Shinya also landed beside him. Let them escape. Shinya flicked his tongue. It's okay. Naruto removed a corner of his mask, revealing his iconic sunny smile. This is just the beginning. Obito, Nagato, we will meet again. He put his mask back on and turned to walk into the distance. Behind him, the rain that had persisted in the land of rain for decades finally stopped. Chapter 137. Jiraiya heads to Amigakure. Tsunade stood by the window of the Hokage office, the teacup in her hand long since gone cold. It had been 3 months since she guessed that the Akatsuki organization was targeting the Nine Tails, and the entire Konoha had been on high alert, but the enemy seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Shizune, has Kakashi returned? Tsunade did not turn around, her voice laced with fatigue. Just received word, Kakashi-senpai has arrived at the village entrance. Shizune, holding a piglet, hesitated for a moment. Lady Tsunade, you haven't slept in 3 days. Tsunade waved her hand, turning back to her desk. The sunlight streamed through the window onto her face, illuminating the fine lines at the corners of her eyes. In her 50s, she still maintained the appearance of a 20-year-old, but at this moment, the fatigue in her eyes could not be concealed. The office door was gently knocked on. Come in, Tsunade said. Kakashi pushed the door open, his umbu uniform still covered in dust from a long journey. He knelt on one knee, his voice low. Lord Hokage, I'm back. Get up and talk. Tsunade gestured for him to sit down. How was the situation in the Mist Village? The 4th Mizukage, Kuratsuchi, was indeed, as reported, once an idealistic young leader. Tsunade's fingers lightly tapped the table. Once? The strangest thing is his sudden personality change. Kakashi's one eye flashed with sharpness. It's as if he was manipulated. Since a certain day, he has enacted a series of cruel policies, turning the mist into the village of Blood Mist. Manipulated? Tsunade pondered. What about the current Mizukage? The 5th Mizukage, Terumi-me. Kakashi's tone suddenly became subtle. She indeed possesses both the boil release and dissolution release bloodlines. However, he hesitated for a rare moment. Speak plainly. She has an unusually strong reaction to the word marriage, Kakashi recalled. Once at a banquet, a merchant jokingly said he would introduce her someone, and a third of the banquet hall was evaporated by her boil release. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Sounds like a difficult character. Also about the Byakugan. Kakashi lowered his voice. The other party has a strong perception ability. I couldn't get close. Moreover, they placed a special seal on their Byakugan. Tsunade frowned. We need a sealing expert. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang against the wall. Jiraiya swaggered in. A small frog perched on his shoulder. Tsunade, I can't take it anymore. Jiraiya plopped down on the sofa, causing the documents on the coffee table to jump. Is the Akatsuki organization playing mind games with us? It's been 3 months, and we haven't seen a ghost. Tsunade's forehead twitched with veins. You idiot, don't you know to knock when you enter? Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. I found some clues, need to confirm them outside the village. No, Tsunade flatly refused. It's too dangerous to leave the village now. Listen, Jiraiya suddenly became serious, his usual frivolity gone. I heard information about Pain in the land of soup. If it's really him, I must confirm it. No, I want to allow it. Tsunade, I must go. You can't stop me. I said no means no. Tsunade, you will regret this. Jiraiya, I am a Hokage. The air in the room instantly froze. Kakashi discreetly retreated to the corner, and Shizen quietly closed the door while holding Taunton. You know what this means? Tsunade's voice suddenly softened. Jiraiya nodded. The prophecy of the great sage, to find the child of prophecy, the future of the village. I owe it to Naruto. You will die. Tsunade stared directly into his eyes. Jiraiya smiled. That cynical smile returned to his face. I am one of the legendary Sannin. How could I die so easily? The two stared at each other for a long time, and Tsunade finally sighed. Come back alive, that's an order. Jiraiya stood up, and suddenly stopped at the door. Don't worry, I haven't found the child of prophecy yet. How could I die? Tsunade didn't respond, only watching his figure disappear at the end of the corridor. 3 days later, a thundercloud-patterned messenger hawk landed on the windowsill of the Hokage office. Tsunade noticed her fingers tremble slightly as she unfastened the scroll. An urgent letter from the Raikage, Shizen whispered. Tsunade unfolded the letter, her expression growing increasingly grim. The wording in the letter was so harsh it bordered on provocation. Raikage AI accused Konoha of allowing the Akatsuki organization to grow stronger, which put his brother, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, in danger, demanding an immediate 5 Kage summit. Huh, a demand for a 5 Kage summit? Tsunade crumpled the letter into a ball. Get ready. I'll take Kakashi and Yamato to the Land of Iron. Aren't you bringing more guards? Shizen asked worriedly. This is clearly a trap. Kakashi has the Sharingan, and Yamato has would release. With the two of them with me, it won't be dangerous. Tsunade gazed out the window. Besides, I'm worried this is a ploy to draw us away. The Akatsuki might attack Konoha while I'm gone. Shizen hesitated, then finally nodded. I'll arrange it right away. Tsunade walked to the window, looking at the sky. At this moment, a wave of unease surged in her heart. I hope I'm overthinking this, she murmured softly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was already standing outside the rain village. Jiraiya stood at the village entrance, gazing at the desolate scene before him, his pupils slightly constricting. The sky was glaringly clear, without a cloud in sight, and the sunlight directly struck the split earth. Most of the village's buildings had collapsed, and 2 massive ravines extended into the distance, as if slashed by some unimaginable weapon. What the hell happened here? Jiraiya muttered to himself, his brows furrowed. He entered the village and found the surviving villagers looking terrified, whispering among themselves. Jiraiya disguised himself as a wandering merchant and approached a group of villagers repairing their homes. Hey there, how did the village end up like this? He feigned surprise. A middle-aged man looked up at him, fear evident in his eyes. Are you an outsider? Ah, yes. A few days ago, a giant white figure descended from the sky, swung its sword twice, and almost leveled the entire village. A giant white figure? Jiraiya's heart tightened. Yeah, at least 1,000 meters high, with wings on its back. Another villager interjected, if it weren't for the great angel and the god acting in time, we all would have died. Angel? God? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. He continued to gather information in the village and ultimately confirmed a few things. 1. The white giant appeared suddenly a few days ago, swung its sword twice, and nearly destroyed the entire rain village. Villagers described it as a moving mountain, completely snow-white, with wings, and its strength was unimaginable. 2. A god and an angel were protecting the village. 3. The Akatsuki organization had vanished. Jiraiya had originally thought the Akatsuki's headquarters was in the Rain Village, but after lurking for several days, he had not seen a single Akatsuki member. Something's not right. Jiraiya stood on a piece of rubble, looking around. If the so-called god and angel were still around, why was the village destroyed like this? What was that white giant? Where had all the Akatsuki members gone? He decided to investigate further. As night fell, Jiraiya infiltrated the central area of the village, searching for possible clues. Chapter 138. Declaration of War. The cold wind of the land of iron whipped up tiny ice crystals, hitting Tsunade's determined face. She stood before the towering gate, flanked by the vigilant Kakashi and Yamato. The leader of the Iron Country, Samurai, Mifune, had been waiting at the city gate for a long time. Lord Hokage, sorry to keep you waiting. Mifune slightly bowed, the clanking of his armor ringing clearly. The other four Kage had already arrived. Tsunade nodded, her gaze sweeping over the neatly lined-up samurai on either side of the city gate. These heavily armored warriors all had solemn expressions, their right hands never straying more than 3 inches from the hilt of their swords. Inside the conference hall, the 5 Kage sat around a round table forged from cold iron. Tsunade's face was as serious as water, with Kakashi and Yamato, the guards from Konoha, standing behind her. The wind shadow Gaara was calm, as if nothing in the world could shake his emotions. The water shadow, Mei Terumi, frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping across the table. Her thoughts inscrutable. The earth shadow Anoki was seated in his chair. Only the lightning shadow AI was full of anger, unable to contain his fury. As Mifune announced the start of the meeting, the lightning shadow erupted. I came here today not to listen to your nonsense. AI slammed his hand on the table, causing the cold iron to resonate. My brother, Killer Bee, was attacked by members of Akatsuki and is still missing. His tone was like thunder, and his gaze cut through the crowd like a blade. You villages, who usually hire Akatsuki to handle the dirty work of assassinations, espionage, and cleansing, are you not their partners? It is your support that has allowed that organization to grow to this extent. Tsunade frowned, about to speak, but AI did not give anyone the chance to interrupt. Therefore, I, the Land of Lightning, officially demand compensation. He stood up, raising a finger high. Each village owes 100 billion ryo, plus all copies of forbidden jutsu scrolls from your village. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. AI continued, not only that, I also demand that each of you hand over 2 members of your clans who possess bloodline limits, to be sent to the Land of Lightning for our research and the formation of a shinobi army, to make up for the combat vacuum left by our lost Jinchuriki. A burst of laughter, completely out of place, echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see that the one laughing was none other than the Earth Shadow, Anoki from Awagakure. Old man, my hearing isn't great at my age. Did I just hear someone demand that a Awagakure hand over forbidden jutsu in shinobi? Have you lost your mind? What did you say? AI stood up abruptly, lightning chakra surging around him, distorting the air. I said you've lost your mind. Anoki was unyielding, snorting coldly. Lord Raikage, if compensation can just be talked about, then I want to ask you why you never compensated a single Ryo when you took the lives of my Awagakure shinobi during the 3rd Great Ninja War. Now that it's your turn, you start talking about justice and responsibility? You old fool. AI was seething with anger. The water shadow also snorted. Lord Raikage, all of our major ninja villages have suffered from your Kumogakure's invasions, ambushes, and thefts, and we haven't said a word. Yet you're the one playing the victim? Mifune spoke up sternly. Enough. This is still a 5 Kage summit, not a cockfight for you, Raikage. Tsunade added, Raikage, you should cool your temper first. If you truly want compensation, then you should also compensate for the losses caused by the wars you initiated and the theft of shinobi and forbidden jutsu from each village. It's a joke. If anyone has done the most wrong, it's you, Kumogakure. If we really get into it, even the compensation for Kumogakure would not be enough. Tsunade, AI turned to her, and don't think I haven't noticed your little tricks in Konoha. Now among the 5 great ninja villages, only your Konoha still has the 9 tails. And I strongly demand that you hand over the 9 tails for our protection. Tsunade's expression turned cold, a hint of killing intent in her eyes. The 9 tails? That's truly amusing. Our Konoha is safe and sound. But let me ask you, have you considered the flaws in your Land of Lightning's defense mechanisms? You let Akatsuki easily take away your 2 tails and 8 tails, and you still have the audacity to complain to me? You. AI clenched his fists, his muscles trembling, lightning chakra erupting. The wind shadow Gaara spoke up at this moment, his voice deep yet powerful. Lord Raikage, anger will not solve anything. If we truly want to resist Akatsuki, we should discuss how to join forces. rather than blame each other. The water shadow, Meitarumi, chuckled lightly. I partially agree with the Reikage. Akatsuki is indeed growing stronger, and we should be vigilant. However, let's forget about compensation and the exchange of shinobi. We of the Mist Village are not pushovers, and if it comes to the worst, we can sink together. AI snorted coldly and returned to his seat, his anger still simmering. If that's the case, then don't blame the Land of Lightning for acting alone. He gritted his teeth. I will reorganize my forces and strike at Akatsuki myself. If you do not cooperate, don't blame me for bringing up old scores. Haha, I look forward to seeing how the Land of Lightning plans to eliminate Akatsuki on its own. Inoki continued to mock. Just don't dig your own grave. AI gritted his teeth, and Tsunade, with a serious expression, finally spoke. Our goal today is to work together to deal with the Akatsuki problem. Lord Reikage, your anger is understandable, but any excessive demands will only exacerbate the rifts between our villages. The Wind Shadow added. The Sand Village will do its utmost to provide assistance, because the threat of Akatsuki is no longer just a single village's enemy. Tsunade nodded. What about the others? She looked sharply at the water and earth shadows. What is your choice? Meitarumi smiled, her words gentle. We of the Mist Village are willing to assist. However, our finances are also strained at the moment. We can consider cooperation methods, such as technology, sharing, and strategic support. Inoki snorted coldly. I'm too old for war. It's too exhausting. But I can send a few Jonin over to observe. But money, we need to discuss. Tsunade's eyes turned icy. She understood that these people were saying nice things, but in their hearts, they were calculating their own interests. None of them truly wanted to put in the effort to fight against Akatsuki. They only wanted to profit from it. However, just as the tension reached its peak, a swirling distortion of space quietly appeared. Uchiha Obito had arrived. Enough. A low male voice seemed to come from nowhere, resonating with a chilling pressure. In the next moment, a vortex-like distortion of space slowly unfolded in the center of the meeting room. A spinning black hole silently emerged, from which stepped a man clad in a black robe with red clouds, wearing an orange spiral mask. Uchiha Obito. Tsunade's gaze sharpened, her fists slowly clenching under the table. What are you doing here? AI was the first to stand up, lightning chakra surging around him, ready to strike. Obito ignored the furious glares from everyone, his gaze sweeping across the room, finally landing on Tsunade, slowly speaking. I am here for one purpose. To hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The room fell silent, and then erupted with thunderous rage. You're dreaming, Tsunade shouted angrily, her body leaping forward like a fierce tiger. Hokage. Before Gaara could stop her, Tsunade had already swung her fist towards Obito. Brute force was ultimately just brute force. Obito scoffed. Tsunade's punch was like a thunderclap, the air vibrating visibly, but in the next second, her fist passed through Obito's body, as if he were merely a shadow, completely insubstantial. Damn space ninjutsu. Tsunade gritted her teeth and retreated a few steps, her eyes cold as frost. You can't hit me. Obito's voice was icy. I didn't come to argue with you, but to announce, hand over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade cursed angrily. Go to hell. You treacherous scoundrel. You not only harmed your friends, you even caused the deaths of your teacher and his wife, and now you still want to harm the only child they left behind. You bastard. If Rin knew you were doing this, do you think she would ever forgive you? Kakashi stepped forward, saying, Obito, why? Why are you doing this? Hearing these words, the water and earth shadows were stunned. Meanwhile, AI was enraged. So it turns out all of this is because of you, Konoha, causing my brother to die at the hands of Akatsuki. Naruto, you must give me an explanation. Suchikage, we also need an explanation. Tsunade angrily retorted. Go give your damn explanation. The Akatsuki's rogue ninjas aren't just from Konoha, they're rogue ninjas from your village too. Upon hearing this, the Suchikage was left speechless. After all, that brat Deidara is in the Akatsuki. But the Reikage was not pleased. My village has never had rogue ninjas, let alone rogue ninjas that joined the Akatsuki. The Reikage said proudly. However, Tsunade's next words instantly shattered his pride. Then how did your second Reikage die? Who killed him? Reikage. At this moment, Obito saw that they were arguing among themselves again, not taking themselves seriously. He said coldly, no matter what, I have no expectations for this broken world anymore. If Hokage, you insist on not handing over the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then from this moment on, the Akatsuki officially declares war on Konoha. The words of Obito were dismissed by the Mizukage, Reikage, and Suchikage. But what Obito said next broke their defenses, because Obito stated that he had an army of 100,000, and also had reanimated ninjas. Some were battlefield legends, some were rogue ninjas from various villages, and some were powerful kages. Reanimation. Mizuki Tsurumi may gasp. That's Orochimaru's technique. We have already reached an agreement. Obito nodded. The hidden secrets of your shinobi villages. The fallen strong will all be used by me. Kazekage Gaara suddenly stood up, his tone resolute. Sunagakure will not stand by and do nothing. We will fight alongside Konoha. Obito quietly glanced at him, seemingly assessing an unimportant variable. After a moment, he ignored everyone again, and his figure disappeared once more into the vortex, leaving only his voice echoing in the air. The war has begun. The hall fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, the Raikage slammed his fist on the iron table. We Kumogakure can send troops to support, but this is not for free. Konoha must bear the costs. The Mizukage also nodded with a smile. Well, in war, resources are crucial. We Kirigakure are willing to send a team of mist ninjas to assist, but on the condition that your side pays for the equipment and supplies. The Tsuchikage squinted and said, I'm too old to fight, but ninjas can be rented. Listening to the unabashed greed and calculations of the three Kages, Tsunade's face turned cold as ice. Konoha does not need your mercenaries. She coldly responded, you want battle power? We have our own ninjas. The three Kages exchanged glances, understanding each other's unspoken thoughts. Since you're unwilling to pay, then after the war, resources should be redistributed, right? The Tsuchikage said lightly. For example, the western mines of the Land of Fire. I heard that the chakra stone output there is not low. The Raikage chuckled. Don't blame us for coming to collect taxes then. Tsunade remained silent, her eyes already brimming with killing intent. But she knew it was not yet time to explode. The meeting thus concluded. She coldly stood up, flicked her cloak, turned, and left. Konoha would face everything alone. At the same time, far away in Konoha, Naruto opened his eyes, which glimmered with the light of the Rinnegan. He sat atop the high tower of Konoha, cloaked, gazing into the distant void. Through the sensory ability of the Rinnegan, he had absorbed the entirety of the 5 Kage summit, including the greedy faces of the 3 Kages and Obito's declaration of war. So that's how it is, speaking of justice while secretly plotting worse than anyone else. He chuckled lightly, as if seeing through the world's hypocrisy. Lowering his head, he watched the illusory images of the Iron Country's conference gradually fade, then stood up and spoke softly. This group of people all deserve to carry a bag of rice up several floors. Chapter 139. None in the past when watching anime. The most disliked, apart from Danzo, was the Cloud Village. The entire village was like a den of robbers, burning, killing, and looting, committing all kinds of evil, always putting on the airs of the leader of the ninja world, with a thickness of skin that was simply unbeatable. Even more ridiculous was that the people in the village were either white or black, making it hard to take them seriously. Back then, I immediately associated them with a certain country in the real world, thinking of themselves as the boss of the world, preaching justice, while actually engaging in the dirtiest and most disgusting deeds, committing all sorts of evils, and still feeling smug about it. Next was Awagakure. Under the leadership of the 2nd Tsuchikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage, they turned a ninja village into a den of thugs. Wherever there was a bargain, they would squeeze in. Wherever they could resort to underhanded tactics, they would do so, acting as if they were invincible and committing crimes as if it were their right. Under the banner of respecting the strong, they engaged in rogue activities everywhere. Then there was Kirigakure. During the reign of the 4th Mizukage, the village had become a killing group, and under the blood mist policy, it was either you die or I die, turning slaughter into the village's daily routine. It can be said that at that time, Kirigakure was the most inhumane place in the entire ninja world. Sunagakure wasn't much better. Under the leadership of Raza, Sunagakure became a notoriously petty village. With the 3rd Kazekage missing, they didn't investigate internally, but instead slandered Konoha for dark deeds, passing the buck faster than anyone else. Even more ridiculous was that Raza heartlessly used his own son Gaara as a weapon, torturing the child into that state. Truly a disgrace among fathers. Fortunately, later on, Gaara rose to power, and everything gradually improved. He abolished the tyranny, reshaped the image of Sunagakure, and restored relations with Konoha significantly. The people in the village became kinder and more benevolent, finally resembling normal villagers. Similarly, Konoha also had its issues. During the tenure of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Konoha plunged into its darkest era, with countless dirty and dark dealings. If it weren't for Tsunade taking over and gradually cleaning up the mess, who knows how bad the village would have become. Therefore, for these shameless individuals who only think about profit, there is no need to talk about any feelings. They should have been dealt with a long time ago. Just in time, need a bag of rice. A few days later, Naruto quietly arrived at Awagakure. Today's purpose was clear: to find the grave of the second Tsuchikage, Mu. Naruto had always been very interested in Mu's bizarre splitting technique and the incredibly powerful dust release. Although the splitting technique would weaken the body's strength, as a means of self-preservation, it was simply ingenious. The dust release was even more terrifying. Capable of erasing would release, and Susanoo, a top-tier defense. No wonder it was known as a bloodline elimination. After several days of covert observation, Naruto finally pinpointed Mu's grave. Under the night sky, Naruto quietly dug open the grave with a shovel. As the soil was gradually removed, a body that was almost completely decayed appeared before him. Sure enough, just as the rumors said, Mu's upper body and head were wrapped in thick bandages, looking like a poor person who couldn't afford clothes, utterly miserable. Naruto chuckled lightly, took out a small knife, and carefully cut off a portion of Mu's body tissue. After completing this, he covered the grave back up and restored it to its original state. As he left Awagakure, Naruto casually grabbed a white zetsu from the nearby forest and then vanished into the night. Finding a remote and deserted place, Naruto began his plan. He quickly formed hand signs with both hands and softly chanted, "Reanimation Jutsu." With a scream, the body of the white zetsu rapidly transformed, gradually taking the form of Mu. Unfortunately, the newly summoned Mu did not regain consciousness and was still in a semi-dazed state. Naruto chuckled coldly, formed hand signs again, and directly swallowed Mu's soul into his body. At the moment the soul dissipated, the newly formed Mu collapsed and disintegrated, returning to being an ordinary white zetsu corpse, quietly lying on the ground. After entering the Death God space, Naruto quickly absorbed all of Wu's memories and ninjutsu. After a while, Naruto woke up and smiled. The gains are immense. The ninjutsu accumulated by Awagakure over hundreds of years now all fell into his hands. Among them, what caught Naruto's attention the most, besides the terrifying dust release and splitting technique, were two supportive ninjutsu: lightweight rock technique and heavyweight rock technique. Without any hesitation, Naruto immediately tried them out. Earth release, lightweight rock technique. As the technique was activated, Naruto instantly felt his body become incredibly light, and he slowly floated up. He carefully controlled the flow of chakra, adjusting his direction according to Wu's memories, and after a moment, he was flying freely in the air. Naruto grinned. This method of flight was completely different from the one he used in the Rinnegan mode. Rinnegan flight relied on repulsion to forcibly hover. While convenient, it required the Rinnegan state to use, which had many limitations. Now, with the lightweight rock technique, he could fly freely in any state, whether ordinary or Sharingan, or any form. As for the other ninjutsu, the heavyweight rock technique, this ninjutsu could train his muscle strength, like in Dragon Ball, allowing him to train in a high-gravity environment, making him stronger quickly. Thus, even if he encountered Kagaya Otsutsuki in a gravity space, he wouldn't be like in the anime, unable to move due to gravity. If Vegeta were to come and see their miserable situation, he'd probably laugh and say, "Can't handle this little gravity?" After dealing with the matters of the three villages, Naruto could use this ninjutsu to train. With this thought, Naruto felt great joy, looking at the silvery moon in the night sky, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He could hardly wait to take action against Awagakure. Afterwards, Naruto lurked near Awagakure for a few days. He was waiting for the return of the old Tsuchikage. Finally, after sensing Inoki's chakra, aura returning to the village, Naruto decided to officially start his action. This time, he put on the mask again, concealing his true appearance. He slowly ascended, silently flying towards Awagakure. Under the night sky, Naruto hovered in the center of Awagakure, quietly looking down at the entire village, as if the god of death was about to descend. Soon, Inoki sensed the anomaly and quickly flew up with his disciples Akatsuki, his son Kuratsuchi, and his granddaughter Sekiai, confronting Naruto. The four of them watched the stranger in the air vigilantly, on high alert. Inoki narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the masked Naruto, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is your purpose in Awagakure?" Naruto slightly tilted his head, his tone calm and indifferent. "Who I am is not important." Inoki frowned, pressing further. "Are you here to provoke? Think carefully. Young man, this is not a place for you to act recklessly." In the face of this threat, Naruto remained unfazed, merely extending a finger and pointing at the entire Awagakure below him. His voice resonated in the quiet night sky, from today onwards. The Wagakure will be erased from the ninja world. Chapter 140. The judgment of a Wagakure. The night was thick, with dark clouds gathering, and a figure floated above a Wagakure. He wore a strange mask, with a rich and profound chakra fluctuations swirling around him, like a god of death looking down on the world from the heavens. This night would mark the beginning of a Wagakure's nightmare. Not long after, several sounds of breaking air shattered the silence. Inoki, along with Kurotsuchi, Akatsuki, and Seikei, soared into the sky to confront this unexpected guest. Inoki stared at the mysterious person floating in midair, his brow furrowed. In the darkness, he faintly sensed the overwhelming amount of chakra from the other party, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, even making him an old and established shadow-level ninja. Feel a sense of heavy pressure. Who are you? Inoki asked in a deep voice. Kurotsuchi, Akatsuki, and Seikei also watched Naruto warily, their chakra quietly flowing, ready to attack at any moment. Under the mask, Naruto did not rush to answer, but slowly raised his hand, an invisible pressure sweeping over them, making it hard to breathe. Inoki's eyes narrowed, and he stepped forward, shouting, "Are you an enemy?" The Wagakure never fears challenges, but if you are an enemy, don't blame me for being rude. In response, Naruto slowly formed a hand sign, dust release original world separation technique. The space trembled, and a dazzling cubic dust release appeared in Naruto's palm, its brightness so intense it was nearly unviewable. Inoki's pupils shrank. Kurotsuchi, Akatsuki, and Seikei also changed their expressions dramatically. Inoki immediately used dust release original world separation technique as well. When a cylinder and a cone collided, white light erupted. Akatsuki whispered, "This is our dust release?" Kurotsuchi looked incredulous. "How is that possible?" Akatsuki was more direct. "Grandpa, he can't be a traitor from our village, right?" Dust release, bloodline elimination. The highest secret technique of a Wagakure, with very few masters, besides Inoki and the past second Suchikage, almost no one could use it. Yet this masked man could easily perform it. In response to his disciples' questions, Inoki snorted coldly, categorically denying, "Impossible. The Wagakure would never cultivate such a nonsensical person. Moreover, only I learned Wu's dust release." Though filled with doubt, Inoki firmly believed that the masked man could not have come from a Wagakure. "Bull madman!" Inoki shouted angrily, immediately leading the charge upwards, with Kurotsuchi, Akatsuki, and Seikei following closely behind. The four combined their efforts to attack Naruto. However, in terms of both physical skills and ninjutsu, the four were no match for Naruto. This person was experienced in battle, incredibly agile, with monstrous strength and seemingly boundless chakra. Such a terrifying enemy. Inoki had only seen in the two other figures. One was his nightmare, Uchiha Madara. The other was the nightmare of the tailed beasts, Senju Hashirama. But couldn't be either of them. After all, they were both dead. "Who exactly are you?" But Naruto merely looked at them calmly and replied in the darkness, "I am the god of death, here to judge the sins of a Wagakure." His tone carried endless indifference and authority. These words made Inoki laugh out of anger, and Kurotsuchi, Akatsuki, and Seikei also showed mocking expressions. "Crazy," Kurotsuchi scolded. "You talk big? Let me smash you with one blow." Akatsuki shouted. Seikei coldly stated, "We will let you know what true IWA ninja power is." Naruto quickly formed hand signs with one hand and raised it, unleashing a dust release slash. Boom! The earth was torn apart, shockwaves sweeping in all directions, boulders rolling, and dust flying. Kurotsuchi, Akatsuki, and Seikei all changed color and quickly avoided the direct attack. Inoki braced himself against the pressure, barely using dust release to counter the attack. But deep down he sank. This masked man's dust release was even more powerful than his. After just a few exchanges, Kurotsuchi, Akatsuki, and Seikei were already panting, unwilling to approach carelessly. They knew that once hit by the dust release directly, they would undoubtedly die. Inoki could still manage somehow, but his forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and his breathing was becoming heavier. After all, age was a factor, and his chakra was no longer what it used to be. Meanwhile, Naruto remained calm and unhurried, as if the chakra within him would never run out. After another exchange of dust release, Inoki quickly pulled back, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Wait, what do you want?" Naruto hovered in the air, slowly raising his head, and answered indifferently, "I said, I am the god of death." His tone was icy, and his voice seemed to come from the depths of the underworld, carrying an undeniable authority. The Hidden Stone Village had long been steeped in sin. Today, I will settle the score. Haido, Black Earth, seethed with anger. What right do you have? Kuratsuchi, Yellow Earth, gritted his teeth. You're just a madman. Akatsuki, Red Earth, shouted even louder. The Hidden Stone Village is not a place you can touch. Naruto merely watched them quietly, and suddenly his eyes burst forth with a brilliant blue light. Rinnegan. In an instant, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth as he slowly uttered a nonsensical phrase. A bag of rice needs to be carried to the second floor. A bag of rice needs to be carried to the second floor. A bag of rice is so heavy. A bag of rice need me to wash it. It's muddy. Who gave you a bag of rice? Everyone was taken aback, not understanding why. However, the next moment, boom! A horrifying, repulsive force erupted from within Naruto. The entire Hidden Stone Village seemed to be struck by a giant hammer. The ground cracked, the earth shook, and mountains crumbled. Haido, Kuratsuchi, and Akatsuki hurriedly activated their earth-release shields to barely hold on. Noki, the Tsuchikage, used all his remaining strength, utilizing dust release and chakra to protect himself. Yet he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. The buildings in the village collapsed as if made of paper, disintegrating in an instant. The once prosperous Hidden Stone Village was reduced to ruins under this devastating repulsion. When the dust settled, the Hidden Stone Village no longer existed. Only broken rubble and charred earth remained. Noki stared blankly at all this, as if his heart were being torn apart in agony. This was the homeland he had protected his entire life. Damn it! Noki roared, his hands trembling as he formed hand seals, pouring his last bit of chakra into it. Dust release, limit removal technique. A gigantic dust release cube coalesced in his palm. This was his final power. He wanted to perish together with this god of death. But Naruto calmly extended his hand, and an invisible force suddenly surged into Naka's body, swiftly draining his remaining chakra. No! Stop! Noki shouted in horror, but it was futile. His dust release technique crumbled. His chakra was completely drained, and his body went limp. Falling from the air, Akatsuki rushed to catch Noki, barely saving his life. Naruto looked down at the ravaged Hidden Stone Village and coldly spoke. This is the judgment of the god of death. Feel honored. After saying this, he turned without hesitation and flew toward the distant Hidden Cloud Village, leaving behind shattered earth and 4 heartbroken Hidden Stone ninjas. Chapter 141. Destruction of the Hidden Cloud. The Hidden Cloud Village, shrouded in thick fog before dawn, had towering peaks that pierced the clouds like giant fingers. The village's lights flickered sporadically, with most villagers still lost in sleep. No one noticed that on the highest Raikage rock, a figure wearing a fox mask was overlooking the entire village. Uzumaki Naruto. No. At this moment, he should be called the god of death. He stood quietly at the mountain's peak. Let us start from here, Naruto murmured to himself, his voice becoming hoarse and unfamiliar through the mask. He slowly raised his right hand, palm up, and a ball of white light began to coalesce. Dust release, original world removal technique. Without warning, a massive cubic light column descended from the sky, enveloping nearly a third of the Hidden Cloud Village. With a light past, houses, trees, and human bodies, all matter was disassembled at the atomic level. The sleeping villagers didn't even have time to scream before turning to nothingness in the white light. The blinding light tore through the night sky, and a tremendous explosion awakened the entire Hidden Cloud Village. Survivors watched in terror as the once bustling streets transformed into a massive square pit, the edges smooth as a mirror. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Medical team, quickly save people. Alert! All personnel on alert. The chaotic shouts echoed throughout the village. Naruto coldly observed all of this, his blue eyes behind the mask showing not a flicker of emotion. Bastard! Who are you? A thunderous roar came from the direction of the Raikage building. Immediately afterward, a figure crackling with lightning shot into the sky, racing toward Naruto at an astonishing speed. The 4th Raikage, A, was enveloped in lightning release chakra mode, his hair standing on end, and his anger made his chakra burn like a solid. Dust release? That old man Noki is tired of living. The Raikage recognized the traces of the attack and immediately identified it as the unique bloodline limit of the Tsuchikage. His roar was filled with killing intent. No matter who you are, you want to leave the Hidden Cloud alive today. Naruto did not respond, merely leaping lightly from Raikage Rock and landing in an empty space on the village outskirts. He intentionally slowed down, ensuring the Raikage could catch up. Trying to escape? The Raikage sneered, his body surging with lightning release, lightning body flicker technique. In an instant, the Raikage vanished from his original spot and almost simultaneously appeared in front of Naruto, his lightning-wreathed fist striking directly at the mask. Bang! Naruto did not dodge. Meeting the punch with his own, the two fists collided, producing a deafening roar, and the shockwave cracked the ground around them. To everyone's astonishment, Naruto was also surrounded by lightning chakra similar to the Raikage's, with blue electric light intertwining with blue lightning. What? The Raikage's pupils constricted. You can also use lightning release chakra mode? A low, deep laugh came from beneath the mask. Surprised? Are you Raikage? The Raikage quickly jumped back to create distance, warily sizing up his opponent. The figure was small and slender, but the feeling of chakra was strange yet powerful. What shocked him the most was that the opponent not only used dust release, but could also perfectly mimic the Hidden Cloud Village's secret ninjutsu. Who exactly are you? The Raikage asked in a deep voice. What is Naka's purpose in sending you? Purpose? Naruto tilted his head. Very simple, take your life. Before he finished speaking, Naruto initiated the attack. Though his speed was not as fast as the Raikage's, every punch contained terrifying strength. The ground shattered beneath his feet, and the air was torn apart by the wind of his punches. The Raikage continuously dodged, leveraging his speed while looking for a chance to counterattack. Huh, you think you can hit me with that speed? The Raikage taunted as he evaded. Looks like you've only learned the surface. Naruto suddenly stopped his assault, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. You're indeed fast. Then I'll be more serious. Suddenly, Naruto clapped his hands together. Natural energy surged into his body like a tide, and a special facial pattern appeared on his face, enhancing his sensory abilities exponentially. In Sage mode, Naruto's speed, strength, and defense reached an entirely new level. Are you ready? What? The Raikage barely had time to react before a heavy punch struck his abdomen. The force of this punch sent him flying hundreds of meters, crashing through 3 hills before finally coming to a stop. The Raikage coughed up blood, struggling to stand from the pile of rubble. His lightning release armor absorbed most of the damage, but his internal organs were still shaken. What shocked him even more was the change in his opponent. The feeling of chakra had already surpassed that of an ordinary ninja. What kind of monster are you? The Raikage wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, focusing all his lightning release chakra into his right hand. Me? I am the god of death. TCH, calling yourself the god of death. You're not worthy, but you are strong. Since that's the case, I'll have to go all out. Naruto stood quietly in place, his Sage mode-enhanced sensory abilities allowing him to clearly capture every subtle movement of the Raikage. When he saw the Raikage concentrating lightning release chakra in his right hand, the smile beneath his mask widened. Hell stab, is it? Naruto whispered exactly. I'm also very good at this move. Raikage's pupils suddenly contracted. How do you know? Without giving Raikage time to think, Naruto's right hand gathered high-density lightning chakra, his 4 fingers coming together to form the exact same posture as Raikage. Impossible. Raikage roared. Hell stab 4 books. This is my father's ninjutsu. This one? Naruto's voice suddenly became young and clear, as if he had removed some kind of disguise. No, this is 1 book stab. No, it should be Sage Art Hell stab 1 book stab. Under Raikage's shocked gaze, Naruto's fingers reduced from 4 to 1, and the concentration of lightning chakra instantly increased several times. This was exactly the strongest ultimate move of the 3rd Raikage, concentrating all power into 1 finger for the ultimate thrust. The 2 figures rushed towards each other like lightning, the lightning illuminating the night sky as bright as day. At the moment of contact, Raikage's 4 books were completely suppressed. His arm pierced by Naruto's 1 book stab, followed by his chest. Puffed, blood sprayed from Raikage's mouth as he looked in disbelief at the arm piercing through his chest. This move was all too familiar to him. It was his father's strongest technique during his lifetime, known as the strongest spear, the Hell Stab 1 book stab. WY. Raikage struggled to speak, life force rapidly draining away. Who exactly are you? Naruto slowly withdrew his arm, and Raikage's body fell limply. He looked down at the dying Raikage, his voice returning to its initial hoarseness. I told you, I am the Grim Reaper. At that moment, Raikage's guards arrived at the scene, all frozen in place upon seeing this. Their invincible Raikage had actually been defeated by a mysterious masked man. Raikage-sama, bastard. What have you done? Kill him to avenge Raikage-sama. The guards yelled as they rushed forward, but Naruto just waved his hand lightly, and a lightning barrier repelled them all. Why? Raikage used his last bit of strength to ask, why attack Kumogakure? Naruto was silent for a moment, then used Earth Release. ultra light heavy rock technique to fly into the sky. Naruto's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a group of stunned Kumogakure ninjas. The reason he killed Raikage was due to Madara's prediction, as Raikage's arrogance and ambition had led to the premature outbreak of the Fourth Shinobi World War. After losing the Two Tails and Eight Tails, he chose to plunder the resources of small nations to regain strength, even planning to attack Konoha to seize the Nine Tails. He was a bandit, believing in the survival of the fittest, thinking that power was everything. It was this mindset that caused the entire ninja world to fall into war. If he had just started a war, Naruto wouldn't have done anything to him. But he made the mistake of targeting himself, wanting to recreate that scene with Hinata. Well then, he paved his own way to death, and he had to die. As for the Tsuchikage, the reason he was still alive was that he wasn't stupid. Although he was stubborn, his life creed was to take action only when there was profit, and not to act when there was none. With the village in such a state, rest was needed, not plunder. Moreover, during his tenure, such a major event occurred. He would not continue to serve as Tsuchikage and would definitely pass on the position to his son or granddaughter. And his son and granddaughter were both upright individuals. Whoever ascended to the throne would be a good thing for the village, Konoha, and the ninja world. Therefore, the Tsuchikage had no reason to die. Furthermore, with such strong combat power, he would eventually change his stubborn temperament and would undoubtedly be the best fighter in future wars. Chapter 142. Kirigakure. A thin mist enveloped the land of water, and the damp sea breeze brought a salty smell. Naruto stood at the bow of a small fishing boat, his eyes behind the fox mask gazing at the faint outline of an island in the distance. Kirigakure, once known as the cruel ninja village in the blood mist, was now the next target on his Grim Reaper list. I hope you are ready, Naruto muttered to himself, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the mask. The memories of Kumogakure were still vivid. The shocked expression of Raikage, the warm sensation of blood gushing out, and that strange feeling of having control over his life and death. After the fishing boat docked, Naruto did not disturb anyone, blending into the morning mist like a ghost. He formed a hand seal, and his body gradually became transparent. Sage Art, Mist Concealment Technique, a new move he developed by combining Sage Mode with Kirigakure's traditional ninjutsu, allowed him to completely conceal his figure and chakra fluctuations in the mist. The scene of Kirigakure gradually became clear. Unlike the eerie and oppressive atmosphere in Naruto's memories, the village now brimmed with the vitality of reconstruction. Workers were repairing damaged buildings, vendors' shouts echoed through the streets, and children could be seen playing in the newly built square. Most notably, all the ninjas had removed the masks symbolizing the blood mist era, revealing their true faces. What a big change. Naruto was secretly astonished. He remembered that in the future timeline, Kirigakure only began such reforms after the Fourth Shinobi World War. Had the trajectory of history changed because of his actions? Following the chakra sensing, Naruto quietly infiltrated the Mizukage's office building. In the conference room on the top floor, he saw Terumi, the fifth Mizukage, presiding over a meeting. She was very young and beautiful, with wise green eyes and long reddish-brown hair, cascading like a waterfall. Notably, the mountain of documents piled in front of her and her processing speed. She could make precise judgments with just a glance at each document. Ching, tell the Elder Council that the compensation for the families of ninjas persecuted during the Fourth's rule must be fully distributed by next month, Terumi said without looking up, stamping a document with the Mizukage seal. The Byakugan ninja Ching, standing beside her, nodded respectfully. Yes, Mizukage-sama. However, the Elder Council may dodge this by claiming financial difficulties. Financial difficulties? Terumi sneered and finally looked up. Those old geezer's secret stash is richer than the national treasury. Tell them, either cough up the money obediently, or I'll personally bring people to audit. Naruto, hiding in the shadows, raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. This Mizukage style was completely different from Raikage's, tough yet wise, with authority tempered by humanity. After the meeting ended, Terumi stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of her office, gazing at the village that was being rebuilt. Naruto hesitated for a moment before deactivating his invisibility. Have you observed enough, mysterious masked man? Terumi suddenly spoke, a hint of teasing in her voice. You've been wandering around the village since 3 days ago. I thought you would continue to be a peeping Tom today. Naruto's body stiffened. He was certain his concealment was flawless, and even in Sage Mode, he had not detected any signs of being monitored. No need to be surprised. Terumi turned around, a charming smile on her lips. Although I can't sense you, a woman's intuition is quite accurate. especially toward the handsome peeper. Her gaze swept over Naruto's robust figure, her tongue lightly licking her lips. How about taking off your mask and having a cup of tea? I have some fine green tea here. Naruto did not respond to her flirtation, but coldly asked, you said at the Iron Country Conference that you would unite other ninja villages to confront Konoha. Yet now you are promoting peace and reconstruction in the village? Zhao Meiming's smile faded a bit as she walked to her desk and picked up a document. It was just formal words meant for that reckless rakage. Look at this, she said, tossing the document to Naruto. He caught it and quickly skimmed through it, discovering it was a secret cooperation agreement between the village of Mist and the village of Leaf, dated a week after the Iron Country Conference. During the years when the fourth Mizukage was controlled by Uchiha Bito, the village of Mist had suffered greatly. Zhao Meiming's voice grew serious. What we need most now is to recuperate, not to get involved in a new war. As for the rakage, she shrugged, let him make a fuss. When he and Konoha are both weakened, Mist can reap the benefits. However, what I want to know is, who exactly are you? Zhao Meiming suddenly asked, a hint of vigilance flashing in her eyes. There are no more than 5 people in the entire ninja world who could silently infiltrate the Mizukage's office. Naruto paused for a moment and then said, I'm here to kill you. Zhao Meiming was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, her abundant chest shaking gently with her laughter. You're really straightforward. So, why haven't you made a move yet? Because I found out the intelligence was wrong, Naruto replied calmly. The village of Mist is actually a pretty good village. Oh, Zhao Meiming tilted her head with interest. So how did you originally plan to kill me? Like you dealt with the rakage? You know about the rakage? Zhao Meiming walked back to the window, turning her back to Naruto. 3 days ago, news came from the village of Cloud that the rakage was killed by a masked mysterious person. And today a masked mysterious expert appears in my office. She turned around, a cunning light flickering in her eyes. I have to say, your taste is much better than the rakage's. At least you chose a good-looking mask. Naruto ignored her teasing and asked the most critical question. If one day, the village of Mist becomes strong, what will you do? Start a war? Zhao Meiming's expression turned serious as she looked directly into Naruto's eyes, despite the mask. No. War only brings a chain of hatred, and Mist has had enough of hatred. She pointed to the children playing outside the window. I want to give them a different future. Sunlight streamed through the window, outlining Zhao Meiming's graceful figure. I hope you mean what you say, Mizukage, Naruto finally said, turning to leave. Wait, Zhao Meiming called out to him. At least tell me your name? Naruto paused for a moment and replied without looking back, the Grim Reaper. Mr. Grim Reaper, Zhao Meiming's voice suddenly softened. If one day you grow tired of killing, the village of Mist welcomes you. I always lack a strong assistant. The last 2 words she said with a meaningful tone. Naruto did not respond, and his body gradually disappeared into the air. After leaving the Mizukage's building, he secretly observed the village of Mist for another 4 days. Confirming that Zhao Meiming's reforms were genuine, and the atmosphere of the entire village had indeed undergone a fundamental change. On the 7th morning, Naruto stood on a cliff outside the village of Mist, taking one last look at the village that was being reborn. Zhao Meiming's figure appeared atop the tallest Mizukage tower, seemingly gazing in his direction. Naruto gently nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to leave. Sound Ninja Village, Orochimaru. Naruto murmured, chakra gathering beneath his feet. I hope you don't disappoint me. Meanwhile, far away in a secret base in the Land of Rain, Orochimaru was standing with Kabuto in front of a complex sealing array. The area around the array was filled with various offerings and scrolls, and the air was thick with rich chakra and the scent of death. Let's begin, Kabuto. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement flashing in his golden slit pupils. Let's see how this improved version of the Edo Tensei performs. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a strange light. According to our research, the new version should be able to summon the deceased with powers closer to their living strength. However, some powerful souls seem particularly difficult to capture. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. Let's try summoning members of the Akatsuki first. The 2 formed hand seals simultaneously, channeling chakra into the sealing array. The array emitted a ghostly blue light, and the bodies of the offerings began to twist and transform. The deceased members of the Akatsuki were resurrected, but only Kisame Hashigaki did not appear. Where's Kisame? Lord Orochimaru. Should we try again? Then let's try again. However, several minutes passed, and nothing happened. Strange. Orochimaru frowned. Try again, increase the chakra output. The 10th attempt also ended in failure. Kabuto quickly flipped through the materials he had. It shouldn't be like this. Kisame's soul should still be in the Pure Land. Let's try someone else. Orochimaru's eyes flickered with unease. The second Tsuchikage, Inoki. The sealing array was activated again, but still, there was no response. The third Reikage. Orochimaru's voice sharpened. The array remained silent. Even the chakra fluctuations became weak. Orochimaru and Kabuto exchanged glances, both seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Other Kage could be summoned normally, yet these two could not be called forth. They were both renowned, powerful figures in the history of the ninja world. Their souls could not have simply vanished without reason. What do these uncallable deceased have in common? A deep voice suddenly came from the shadows. Uchiha Obito stepped out of a space-time vortex, his single eye staring at the failed sealing array. Kabuto quickly flipped through the materials. They all died normally in war. There is nothing in common and nothing particularly special. Meanwhile, far away in Sound Ninja Village, Naruto stood in an empty laboratory, his fingers brushing over the still warm experimental equipment. They run really fast. Where did they go? Chapter 143. Sasuke's transformation in Konoha Village. The sun was shining brightly, with not a cloud in the sky. The usually bustling streets seemed eerily quiet, as if an invisible pressure had silenced them. Have you heard? He's back. Who? Naruto Uzumaki. Whispers spread among the crowd. At that moment, the main character himself, Naruto Uzumaki, was swaggering down the main street of Konoha, in the Hokage office. What? Tsunade's documents fell to the ground with a thud as she jumped up from her seat. No, I have to see this for myself. Without waiting for the messenger ninja to respond, she dashed out, creating a gust of wind. On the other side, Naruto walked slowly into the Hyuga clan's territory. He quickly found Hinata, who was practicing. Hinata. Naruto's voice was gentle and low. Hearing the familiar voice, Hinata turned her head, her pure white eyes filled with surprise. Naruto-kun. Hinata happily rushed over, but then stopped halfway, shyly lowering her head. Why, you're back. Naruto couldn't help but smile, reaching out to pat her head. Gentle, cute, well-developed, and with a kind and innocent personality, Hinata was simply a gift from heaven in this cruel world. If he had a nitpick, her only flaw might be she had a big appetite and couldn't be satisfied. Naruto silently chuckled to himself. But this little issue was nothing for a strong man like him with abundant resources. Did you miss me? Hinata shyly nodded, her cheeks flushed. Naruto felt her passionate emotions, and his heart softened. He didn't rush to say anything else, but gently accompanied her in practice. Today's Hinata was no longer the weak little girl from before. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms, returning to heaven, the double lion, soft step fist. She practiced each one with great momentum. However, Naruto quickly noticed a problem. Hold on a second, Hinata. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Your strikes are too soft. Naruto shook his head. Huh? Hinata looked up with an innocent expression. Your killing move should be more ruthless, Hinata. The enemy won to show mercy just because you're soft-hearted. At his words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Hinata's eyes, but she ultimately nodded. Okay, Naruto-kun, I will work hard. Naruto smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and decided to teach her another skill he had long mastered, Wing Chun. Wing Chun is characterized by short strikes and quick attacks, close-range control, and explosive power, making it very suitable for smaller individuals with average strength but exceptional skill, like Hinata. Moreover, this martial art emphasizes using softness to overcome hardness and speed to achieve victory, which perfectly fits Hinata's innate talent, yet soft striking style. It just so happens that this martial art was created by women, making it ideal for Hinata. Wing Chun. I didn't know there was such a fighting style. Hinata learned diligently, sweat trickling down her forehead, soaking her collar and revealing an alluring outline. Naruto couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight, but forced himself to focus on training. If Hinata could integrate Wing Chun into the double-line soft step fist, coupled with monstrous strength, her combat power would completely surpass the traditional peak of the Hyuga clan. Unfortunately, monstrous strength isn't that simple. First, the training is extremely tedious and painful. Second, without medical ninjutsu assistance, it's easy to injure oneself. I'll find a chance for you to learn monstrous strength later. Naruto thought to himself. Just as Naruto was getting into teaching Hinata, suddenly, boom, a dull tremor descended from the sky, as if the earth was shaking. Naruto and Hinata both stopped their movements and looked up, only to see a golden-haired figure plummeting from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into the ground before them and kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Hinata choked on the dust, coughing. As the dust settled, standing in the center of the crater was none other than the Hokage, Lady Tsunade. Her golden hair was disheveled, and the proud presence on her chest rose and fell with her anger, making her look like a volcano ready to erupt. Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade said each word through gritted teeth, her anger soaring. How dare you swagger into the village? Do you want to give me a heart attack? Naruto shrugged and replied lazily. The dragon cave was too stuffy. Is it wrong to come out for some fresh air? Fresh air. Tsunade was so furious she felt like her lungs would explode. Do you know what your identity is right now? That guy Obito is looking for you all over the ninja world. What if you get targeted by Akatsuki or enemy villages? So what if I get targeted? If worst comes to worst, I'll just take them out, Naruto said nonchalantly. You. Tsunade was so angry she stomped her feet. Come back with me right now. No. Naruto decisively refused. Tsunade's eyes widened. What did you say? I said I'm not going back. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, wearing a look as if to say, what are you going to do about it? Hinata nervously tugged at Naruto's sleeve and softly advised, Naruto-kun, Lady Hokage is doing this for your own good. Naruto smiled and patted her hand. I know, but I have more important things to do. Seeing that her persuasion was ineffective, Tsunade trembled with rage and was about to strike, but Naruto suddenly waved at Hinata. Hinata, go back and rest first. Don't worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in a flash. Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade missed and nearly fell into the ground. That damn brat. Tsunade was so furious that she raised her hand to smash the ground, but stopped herself when she remembered this was the Hyuga clan's territory. After all, if she destroyed this place, that stubborn old man Hayashi would definitely come after her. Humph. Once I catch you, I'll break your legs. Tsunade gritted her teeth and left with a fierce remark. Meanwhile, Naruto had already appeared beside Sasuke. The sunlight poured down, and in the training ground stood a black-haired boy dressed in casual clothes, practicing sword techniques with a cold, sharp aura in every move. Naruto quietly made his presence known. Sasuke sensed the movement, sheathed his sword, and turned around. Seeing Naruto, he smiled slightly. Naruto, what brings you here? That tone, that voice. Why is it so gentle? Naruto's heart skipped a beat. The Sasuke in his memory was cold, proud, aloof, and even a bit unruly. But the Sasuke before him felt like an composed, middle-aged man. Sasuke, how have you been lately? Naruto asked tentatively. Pretty good. Sasuke nodded, his expression gentle. Thanks for asking. How about you? I'm okay. I guess, Naruto responded awkwardly, feeling increasingly that something was off. After chatting casually for a bit, Naruto felt even stranger. Sasuke lacked that arrogance, that gloominess, and that hostility toward everything around him. It was as if his personality had changed entirely. Sasuke, Naruto asked in a deep voice, do you feel like you've changed in any way? Sasuke paused, thought for a moment, and replied, I guess. My temper has improved a lot. I don't get angry as easily anymore. Naruto frowned. This didn't seem like a simple personality change. It would be fine if it was just growth, but this change felt too unnatural. To be safe, Naruto activated his Rinnegan. The azure eyes instantly revealed mysterious patterns, as if they could penetrate the soul and see the essence of the world. In the next moment, Naruto was shocked. Inside Sasuke, he saw two massive chakra sources. One was deep as night, cold and powerful, Indra's chakra. The other was blazing as the sun, warm and vast, Ashura's chakra. These two chakras were not repelling each other. Instead, they were slowly merging, not like opposing poles, but rather intertwined like yin and yang, as if they were a married couple. How is this possible? Fusion? Naruto's heart trembled. He couldn't help but rush to a nearby small house and looked at himself in the mirror. Then he also saw the scene inside his body. Similarly, Indra's and Ashura's chakras had merged even more perfectly within him. Chapter 144. Pain surprise attacked. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror, his gaze gradually deepening. The Indra chakra and Ashura chakra within him had already fused seamlessly. And over on Sasuke's side, the trend of fusion had also begun. This indicated that fate was quietly changing. But strangely, since Indra's and Ashura's chakras had already fused, according to the Sage of Six Paths design, the Rinnegan should have awakened by now. Yet no matter how Naruto tried to stimulate his power, even using Tailed Beast Chakra, Sage Mode, Rinnegan Mode, or even the power of the Shinigami, he couldn't manifest the Rinnegan on himself. It was as if he was missing a crucial step. No, Naruto murmured, the power of the Six Paths cannot awaken just through simple fusion. There is also some kind of guidance. But what exactly is the guidance? He pondered, unable to figure it out. Naruto furrowed his brows, and secluded himself in a hidden corner of Konoha for 3 full days and nights, continuously testing and trying various ways to stimulate the chakra fusion, but he could not break through that final barrier. On the 4th day, in the early morning, a strange tremor suddenly shook the village. Boom! A loud bang echoed from the center of the village, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes and rushed outside. He saw countless clouds of smoke rising, buildings collapsing, and numerous ninjas fleeing in all directions, ready to fight. In the sky, 6 figures looked down coldly at the entire village. They wore black cloaks with red clouds, their expressions indifferent, with strange Rinnegan eyes flickering in their gaze. Pain's 6 paths. Oh, they have arrived. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Tsunade's face was pale as she quickly directed various teams to face the enemy. Kakashi Might Guy, Hinata, and Inuzuka Kiba also rushed over. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Where's Naruto? In response, the Hokage's aide said, Naruto hasn't appeared yet. The Umbu reported. Tsunade clenched her fists, anxious in her heart. If it were in the past, she might not have hoped for a child like Naruto. But now, that child has already changed beyond recognition. He possesses the power to change the tide of battle. Since the enemy has come, and Naruto is unwilling to leave, then let him fight. Send the order down to prioritize protecting the villagers, and all Jonin and above ninjas are free to act against the enemy. Tsunade decisively commanded. Understood. Everyone went to carry out their orders. In the distance, Pain's 6 paths had already dispersed. Deva Path Pain stood high in the air, looking down at Konoha. Bring out the 9 tails Jinchuriki, he said coldly. Immediately, figures flew out from around him, charging straight for the center of the village. Huge mechanical puppets self-destructed, turning into flames that engulfed the surroundings. Asuma, Narutoshikamaru, and others engaged in battle, and chaos ensued. But no matter how brave the ninjas were, they were still retreating in the face of the overwhelming attacks from Pain's 6 paths, especially the various bizarre monsters summoned by the animal path, which made the ninjas exhausted. At this moment, Naruto silently appeared at the edge of the battlefield. He stood high, coldly observing the whole battlefield, his eyes clear on every change in the situation. Pain 6 paths, huh? Naruto narrowed his eyes. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, activating his sage's sensory abilities to perceive the surroundings. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a slight smile on his lips, and said softly, Found it. He turned his head, his gaze fixed on a conspicuous large tree on the distant mountaintop. If one did not observe carefully, this tree seemed unremarkable, blending into the surrounding environment. But Naruto keenly sensed that within the trunk, there was a rich and enormous chakra fluctuation. Hidden quite deep, huh? A cold smile crept across Naruto's face as he gathered violent wind chakra in his right hand, and then swung it out fiercely. Wind release, spiral shuriken. Boom! Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking air, a massive spiral shuriken flew towards that large tree. At this moment, Nagato and Konin, hidden in the tree, immediately sensed the anomaly. Konin, come behind me, Nagato said with a serious expression. Without hesitation, Konin stood behind Nagato. In the next instant, the giant tree was violently torn apart by the spiral shuriken, shattering into countless fragments, while the spiral shuriken, carrying a destructive aura, charged towards the two. Nagato's expression darkened as he raised his hands in front of him. Hungry Ghost Path. Whoosh! A visible absorption barrier appeared in the air, forcibly stopping the spiral shuriken and rapidly draining its chakra. Konin looked at the terrifying ninjutsu from earlier, shocked. He found it so quickly. Not over yet, Konin, Nagato said in a deep voice. Boom! As if to respond to his premonition, hundreds of shurikens suddenly rained down from the sky, densely packed, blocking out the sun as they dove towards them. Nagato's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and shouted, Shinra Tensei! Boom! An invisible force swept out, instantly sending all the shurikens flying, clattering to the ground. In that instant, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared in front of Nagato, his body surrounded by lightning and sage chakra, a cold smile on his face. Just you? You think you can catch me? Nagato narrowed his eyes and coldly asked, You are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Just in time, you've come to me. Nagato said coldly, Just surrender. Huh! Naruto chuckled, lightly clapped his hands, stepping forward with eyes sharp as blades. Rinnegan, let's see how much power you can exert. As his words fell, Naruto quickly clapped his hands, and the wood release chakra surged from within him. Wood release, flower tree world. Boom! The ground trembled as hundreds of giant trees burst forth from the earth, their branches and leaves growing wildly, instantly transforming into a vast forest. Flowers bloomed, releasing rich pollen that quickly spread throughout the area. Chunin and Nagato instinctively inhaled the pollen, suddenly feeling dizzy and weak. Damn it! Nagato gritted his teeth, struggling to unleash Shinra Tensei to try to disperse the pollen. But the pollen kept gushing out from the sea of flowers, and although Shinra Tensei was powerful, it simply couldn't disperse at all. Seeing this, Chunin immediately manipulated her paper to cut down the surrounding trees one by one. But despairingly, after the trees were cut down, they grew back at an astonishing speed, seemingly endless. Chunin's expression finally turned serious. Meanwhile, Naruto stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at them from above, calmly saying, "So, would you like to admit defeat?" Nagato was panting, his face pale, but a cold smile crept onto his lips. "Too naive. Don't underestimate me." Saying this, he clapped his palms together, and a black sphere formed in his palms, emitting a terrifying gravitational wave. Planetary devastation. Boom! The black sphere ascended, crazily attracting everything around it, the ground cracking, and boulders flying. Chapter 145. Akatsuki appears. The earth trembled, and debris flew. A gigantic black rock sphere, like a planet, hovered high in the sky, seemingly ready to absorb the entire battlefield. "You think you can trap me with this? You're underestimating me," Naruto said softly, chakra rapidly gathering within him. He flipped his right hand, revealing a red spiral sphere in his palm, like a star core about to explode. Fire release. Exploding spiraling sphere. Boom! With a loud explosion, Naruto hurled this spiraling sphere capable of destroying mountains into the sky. The flames trailed like an afterimage as it shot into the clouds, crashing into the black meteorite that was slowly absorbing the Earth's surface. How is this possible? Nagato in the sky felt the intense and violent chakra fluctuation, his pupils constricting sharply. The next moment, boom! Like stars exploding, flames consumed the sky, turning the entire atmosphere red. The planetary devastation disintegrated in the air, debris falling like rain, and Nagato, hiding nearby, also coughed up blood due to the backlash. "He actually easily broke my planetary devastation." Nagato's face turned as pale as paper, even blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. He realized that he was facing an existence more troublesome than Madara. "Chunin," Nagato gasped, his voice low, "go retrieve the Deva Path's body. I'll deal with him." "You alone?" Chunin widened her eyes. "Your current body. Don't worry. I have my means." Nagato clapped his left hand on the ground. Summoning technique activated. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. Boom! Amidst a thick cloud of smoke, the Outer Path Golem reappeared. Roar! As soon as the Outer Path Golem appeared, it began to roar violently. This terrifying roar echoed throughout Konoha. At the same time, the villagers of Konoha, upon seeing the Outer Path Golem, were filled with fear and wondered what kind of monster it was. The Outer Path Golem now possesses a portion of chakra from 1 to 8 tails. "For me, it won't be too much of a burden," Nagato said softly. "This is our chance." Chunin knew she could no longer persuade Nagato and could only give him a deep glance before turning away with unease. Dust flew, and the mountains trembled. As the Outer Path Golem appeared, the earth seemed to mourn. "Trying to crush me with it?" Naruto coldly smiled, swiftly forming hand seals. Would release. Would man technique. Boom! The ground instantly cracked open, roots of trees grew wildly, and in an instant, a towering giant wooden figure, several dozen meters tall, was formed, its shape fierce, muscles defined, and its arms as heavy as mountains. The wooden figure roared to the sky, leaped with all its might, and charged at the golem. Boom! The two massive entities collided violently, the sound of the explosion echoing through the skies, as if two gods of war were clashing. The Outer Path Golem opened its mouth and spewed out purple energy balls, while the wooden figure struck back with its fists, both sides exchanging blows. Nagato controlled the golem. Although his body was weak, he relied on the powerful mental strength of the Rinnegan to momentarily suppress the wooden figure. It seems the power of this golem has indeed increased significantly. Naruto narrowed his eyes. However, this is starting to get interesting. He formed hand seals again, pouring chakra into the wooden figure, which sprouted several thick branches from its back, wrapping around the golem's limbs. Would release. Binding roots. Bang! One of the golem's arms was ensnared and crashed to the ground, the earth cracking, thick smoke rising. A cold light flashed in Nagato's eyes. You underestimate me too much. Boom! 9 chains flew out of the golem's mouth, piercing through the joints of the wooden figure. The explosion sounds continuous. Naruto gritted his teeth and endured, forcing the wooden figure to break free from the chains, while simultaneously raising his foot to kick, sending the golem flying 100 meters away. At this moment, Nagato was above the golem. At this distance, he sighed, as expected of the secret technique of the god of ninjas. No wonder the first Hokage could stabilize the chaotic world. But even though he is the god of ninjas, he is not a true god. I will use my eyes to bring suffering to the world and usher in a new peace. Just then, the sky shifted and the space distorted. Naruto frowned and looked up sharply. In the sky, a blue crack appeared. From it emerged a man dressed in white, walking on air, with long silver hair blowing in the wind, gazing down with white eyes and a faint smile on his face. He held a strange fishing rod in his right hand, and his aura was so strong that it made the space tremble slightly. Akatsuki Urashiki has appeared. This aura, Naruto's heart shook. A member of the Akatsuki clan? How could they appear here? Urashiki looked down at the battlefield and chuckled lightly. I've been looking for you for a long time, Uzumaki Naruto. What do you want with me? To take the 9 tails from within you, that's all. Before Urashiki's words fell, he suddenly swung the fishing rod, and a light hook whistled through the air. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique instantly, his figure blinking out of existence. Hook missed, seeing Naruto run away. Urashiki did not panic. At this moment, he squinted his eyes, looking at the golem that once contained the 10 tails, his eyes full of mockery. This is the shell of the 10 tails? It has actually been turned into this state. How pitiful. Hey, inferior creature, he suddenly leaned down, pointing the fishing rod at Nagato, who was standing on the golem. Do you know what is going on? Nagato coldly stared at him, the light of the Rinnegan flickering with anger. Inferior creature? You really have a big mouth. His voice was deep, filled with an uncontrollable killing intent. In the distant ruins of Konoha, amidst the crumbling buildings, the fallen Pain's 6 paths suddenly opened their eyes and slowly rose. Konan frowned at this sight, looking towards the wheelchair behind her. Nagato, what are you doing? Her voice carried a questioning tone, mixed with urgency. She knew that Nagato's body was already overburdened, and each time he used the Pain's 6 paths, it was a drain on his life. A new enemy has appeared. Deva Path Pain replied in a low voice, I need Pain to fight. In the next second, the Azura Path activated its mechanism, its arms transforming into cannons, with a dull roar, directly launching the Animal Path into the air. The Animal Path flipped in the air and landed steadily on the battlefield, coming to Nagato's side, and immediately formed hand seals for summoning. As smoke rose, the remaining 4 paths of Pain appeared one after another, lined up behind Nagato. The 7 figures of the Rinnegan stood atop the outer path golem, resembling true deities descending into the mortal world. Opposite, Urashiki looked at them with great interest. Huh? He squinted at everyone. You inferior creatures. Each of you actually has a Rinnegan? A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. Then he chuckled. Truly interesting. Nagato stared at Urashiki's white eyes, frowning. White eyes. He whispered, then suddenly scoffed, controlling Deva Path Pain to speak. White eyes. Are you from the Hyuga clan? Hyuga? What is that? All right. I haven't introduced myself to you yet. Inferior creatures. My name is Akatsuki Urashiki, and I am here to kill the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Will you cooperate obediently? The voice of Deva Path Pain carried supreme pressure, saying, I am a god, whether it's the Hyuga clan or whatever Akatsuki in front of me. You're like ants. You, attempting to judge a god and command a god, is truly foolish. Hearing this, Urashiki suddenly burst into laughter, his voice growing louder, shaking the surroundings. A god? You? He laughed until he almost cried. A mere inferior life form dares to call itself a god? Ha ha ha. Chapter 146. Rinnegan Ridiculous. Heavenly Spiral Meteor. In the next instant, Urashiki lightly turned the fishing rod in his hand, and countless fish hooks shot out, aiming directly at Deva Path Pain. Boom. The Azura Path opened its chest, launching several missiles. Deva Path Pain formed hand seals with both hands. Universal pull. The space distorted. Urashiki's body was suddenly pulled towards Pain. But just as he was about to get close, he suddenly disappeared. What happened? Conan exclaimed. A technique, Nagato whispered, his expression serious. That momentary teleportation-like movement he had never seen in the ninja world. Urashiki reappeared, this time behind the golem. He did not attack, but slowly raised his head, his eyes glowing with a ghostly light. In an instant, the light in his white eyes faded, replaced by blue Rinnegan. Nagato suddenly stood up, holding onto the golem's bone spikes. Exclaiming in disbelief, "This is impossible." Nagato's pupils constricted, his heart shaking violently. And this unfamiliar enemy actually possesses a Rinnegan as well? Moreover, it's blue? What's going on? The Rinnegan actually has other colors. Conan whispered in shock behind the pained six paths, looking at those ocean-like blue pupils, feeling an unfathomable pressure. TSK, inferior creatures are just inferior creatures. Look at your shocked expressions. Urashiki smirked slightly, as if mocking a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Attack, Nagato said coldly. Deva Path Pain moved. Shinra Tensei. Boom. An invisible shockwave rushed towards Urashiki, shattering the rocks in its path. However, Urashiki did not dodge or evade, just watching calmly. The next moment, his body suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Deva Path, the fishing rod silently stabbing out. Azura Path, Nagato shouted angrily. The Azura Path suddenly opened its arms, mechanical armor quickly shielding the back of Deva Path. Clang. With a metallic sound, the hook was deflected. Indeed, he can teleport, but this is not space-time ninjutsu. Nagato's eyes became sharp. He was trying to analyze Urashiki's combat mechanism, the blue Rinnegan. Indeed, it was a special ocular technique. He judged in his heart, but why? Was he not using any six paths power? Urashiki seemed to see through his doubts and said with a smile, "Six paths power? Do you think that's all there is to the Rinnegan? The lowest level of ocular techniques is something only lowly creatures like you would use." Before he finished speaking, he disappeared again. Boom! The animal path was sent flying with a single blow, crashing to the ground, its body shattered and face twisted. Urashiki moved between the six Rinnegan users, his speed beyond imagination, and with each appearance, he could almost hit his target. But each time, just a second before killing, he was stopped by one of the pain bodies, the vision sharing of the Rinnegan. What a bother. After yet another failure, Urashiki frowned. "Is this what you call tactics?" Nagato said nothing, controlling the Azura Path, Human Path, and Deva Path to launch a siege. Three pain bodies surrounded him. Urashiki sneered, the Rinnegan glowing, and with a flick of his fishing rod, whoosh, he disappeared again. He dodged again. Nagato gritted his teeth. This was already the fifth time. He was certain that Urashiki's blue Rinnegan was not for attacking, but for evading, a special transfer ocular technique. Every time he disappeared, he reappeared at a blind spot, but the next moment he denied his guess. With vision sharing among the Rinnegan, there are no blind spots. That means predicting in advance? Or, he thought, some kind of spatial folding? Could it be the core of his ocular technique? Urashiki's movements began to become frantic. He started moving frequently, attacking, moving, then attacking again. But no matter what, he could not break through Pain's siege. He frowned and murmured, "You can completely lock onto me. Is this your Rinnegan?" The Deva Path Pain coldly replied, "This is the eye of a god." Urashiki was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, 6 crimson Tomo appeared in his red Rinnegan. 6 Tomo Rinnegan. What? Nagato seemed struck by lightning, his whole body trembling. He has 2 types of Rinnegan, Conan exclaimed. 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Nagato gasped, how could 2 different Rinnegan appear on a member of the Hyuga clan? No, you are not from the Hyuga clan. Nagato pointed at him and shouted, "Who exactly are you?" "Me?" Urashiki lowered his head and said nonchalantly, "Oh dear, how rude of me. I didn't expect to have fought for so long without introducing myself. My name is Akatsuki Urashiki, not the Hyuga you speak of, so please take note." At this moment, the Deva Path Pain said, "Is that so? We are all pain. We are gods. Akatsuki Urashiki, although I don't know where your Rinnegan came from, but for the peace of the ninja world, join us." Hearing this, Urashiki burst out laughing. "Ha ha, are you out of your mind? A mere lowly creature dares to call itself a god in front of a god? You want a god to join the organization of ants? Ha ha, what a foolish thing to say. Ha ha. Very well, then I'll play with you seriously, lowly creature." As he spoke, a black portal appeared, and Urashiki entered and completely vanished. The 6 paths of pain were momentarily stunned, and this time, it wasn't just a disappearance, he vanished completely. Like evaporating, he was no longer within the sight of any pain. Disappeared? Nagato frowned. He closed his eyes, trying to find the enemy by sensing chakra, but only felt an empty void. Damn! He controlled the Deva Path to stand in front of the golem and said solemnly, "Defensive formation. The battle is not over yet." Before he could react, a red light suddenly shot out from the void. It was a fishhook. That seemingly ordinary fishing rod revealed its true terrifying nature at this moment. The red fishhook glimmered ominously as it pierced directly into Nagato's chest. Ugh! Nagato let out a muffled groan, his face instantly pale as paper. Conan exclaimed, "Nagato!" At this moment, Akatsuki Urashiki stepped out from a black portal. Urashiki gently pulled, and the fishhook was slowly withdrawn from Nagato's body, a mass of purple-black chakra swirling on the fishing line. A really nice flavor. Urashiki licked his lips and chuckled softly. But why does this chakra seem a bit off? Nagato suddenly slumped on the golem, which shook violently as if sensing its master's weakness. "Conan, run!" Nagato whispered weakly, his voice barely audible. Just then, Naruto appeared on the battlefield, wielding a giant black iron fan. Black Lotus. Iron fan slash. Naruto's figure moved like lightning, swinging the fan down heavily onto Nagato's arm. Nagato cried out in pain as his entire arm was cleaved off, blood splattering onto the golem. "Kid, are you crazy?" Conan shouted, rushing forward. At the same moment, the space suddenly twisted, a spiral-shaped black hole appearing out of nowhere, with a Sharingan materializing within it. Kamui. It was Obito. He stepped out from the black hole, a cold gaze visible beneath his mask. "Opportunity," he whispered, attempting to grab Naruto and pull him into the Kamui space. But Flying Thunder God Technique. Naruto's figure suddenly vanished, leaving a flash of lightning behind that exploded in front of Obito. Obito was taken aback, muttering, "Teach this technique again." The fourth Hokage's, a shadow of the yellow flash, crossed his mind. He hesitated no longer, turning to pull the weakened Nagato into the Kamui space, his gaze sweeping over the two on the battlefield. "You." He glanced at Urashiki. "Byakugan? Hyugas?" He did not think much of it, snorting twice with habitual superiority. Speaking in Madara's tone, "It doesn't matter. After all, this world is destined for destruction." Then, his figure merged into the spatial vortex and completely disappeared. The outer path golem also dissipated, leaving only a bloody arm on the ground. Naruto bent down, sealing the severed arm into a scroll, his movements clean and swift. He slowly stood up, looking at Urashiki across from him. Their gazes met, and the air seemed to freeze for an instant. "What are you laughing at?" Urashiki squinted and asked. "Laughing at you walking into a trap." Naruto replied coolly. "Oh." Urashiki raised an eyebrow and asked playfully, "You recognize me?" "Of course." Naruto smirked, his gaze sharp. "Akatsuki Urashiki, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Urashiki's smile finally froze. For the first time, a look of seriousness and alertness appeared in his eyes. "You, how do you know my identity?" Naruto did not answer, only slowly stepped closer to him. Chapter 147. Akatsuki's body. Naruto stood amidst the ruins, coldly staring at Urashiki before him. "How I know doesn't matter." Naruto's voice was calm and confident. "What matters is that you came from the future to find me. You must have suffered quite a bit at my hands in the future, right?" A hint of disdain appeared on Urashiki's face as he replied nonchalantly, "You're not wrong. The future you is indeed terrifying. My predecessors all died tragically at your hands. But fortunately, the you now is not the you of the future." Naruto smiled leisurely. "How do you know I'm not the future me?" Urashiki paused slightly, then shook his head. "No, you're just the past you." Naruto replied, "You're right. But unfortunately, you came at the wrong time." "What do you mean?" Pusher slightly frowned, feeling an uneasy sensation in his heart. Naruto slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a strange brilliance. "I tell you, even as I am now, I am still very strong." After saying that, Naruto's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. Pusher looked at it and scoffed. "The Rinnegan? You, a lowly being, actually obtained the Rinnegan?" He paused for a moment and continued, "But is the Rinnegan your crutch? Do you think that having the Rinnegan makes you my opponent? You are too naive." Naruto was taken aback, feeling puzzled that Pusher did not regard the Rinnegan as a threat. This was completely different from his previous expectations. "Aren't you afraid of the Rinnegan?" Naruto couldn't help but ask. Pusher's lips curled slightly. Although the Rinnegan has the power of the six paths, it is ultimately just a mutation of the Byakugan. Hearing this, Naruto thought for a moment. It seemed that whether it was the Byakugan or the Jaegon, they were all just mutations of the Byakugan. In other words, just as he said, the Rinnegan was merely one of those mutations. However, upon thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. The Byakugan was indeed special. It could transform into unique forms like the Kaleidoscope Sharingan and possess unique abilities. Even without mutation, it could still have special ocular techniques. For example, Kagaya's Byakugan could release pressure, Momoshiki's Byakugan could peer into fate, and Kinshiki's Byakugan sometimes had space techniques. Hey, wait a minute. As a pure-blooded Akatsuki clan member, why does Pusher's Byakugan have no abilities at all? He neither has mutations nor special abilities, but instead possesses 2 Rinnegan. Wait a minute. No way. Naruto had a bold guess. He looked at Pusher, suddenly feeling a strong desire to obtain him. Bushi, I must get you. Ha! Bushi shook softly, appearing somewhat confident. Lowly being, you call them my words? Just surrender obediently. Come on, let me show you my strength. Naruto shouted loudly and immediately launched an attack. Flying Thunder God Slash. Pusher's blue Rinnegan flickered with an eerie brilliance in the sky, effortlessly dodging Naruto's first wave of attack, laughing with this level of power. You can't threaten me at all. However, Naruto showed no signs of wavering. He calmly continued his attack, quickly performing the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from his original spot. Pusher's eyes sparkled with blue light as he began to counterattack using the Rinnegan's abilities. His speed was extremely fast, and every dodge made Naruto's attacks miss. What's wrong? Lowly being, is this all the strength you have? Pushimo kid, do you think you've won? Naruto suddenly sneered, his eyes radiating an even more dazzling light. His 6 paths chakra mode was fully activated, and 9 truth-seeking orbs appeared, surrounding him. Immediately, Naruto's whole body flickered with golden lightning, and his aura became even more fierce. He clapped his hands, and a mysterious mask appeared on his face. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Pusher felt something was wrong. Naruto's current aura was very similar to the future Naruto. Not good. There's danger. Just as Pusher was preparing to dodge, Naruto's figure suddenly vanished into the air. What? Pusher's gaze sharpened, feeling a strong threat. Bang! Naruto appeared in front of Pusher and mercilessly slapped him. Pusher quickly retreated, trying to use the blue Rinnegan's abilities to evade, but Naruto's speed was too fast, leaving him no time to react. Once Pusher steadied himself, he touched the face that had just been struck. Looking at Naruto, he angrily shouted, "Damn lowly being! How dare you? How dare you? Slap my face!" Pusher roared in rage and began to counterattack. However, Naruto no longer gave him any breathing room. Due to his speed, Pusher's eyes simply couldn't keep up with Naruto's movements. The time reversal technique was also ineffective. At that moment, Naruto suddenly appeared behind Pusher. When Pusher turned his head, he saw Naruto sneering, holding something ominous in his hands. What the hell? Why is it so big? Senjutsu Scorch Style Super Large-Tailed Beast Rasengan Shuriken. Boom! With a loud noise, Pusher was sent flying, his body hurtling toward the distance like a shooting star. Feeling as if his body was being torn apart, he knew that if he didn't act quickly, he would be in danger. The thing that was constantly tearing at his body was burning and expanding. Damn it! Pusher's eyes turned red with the Rinnegan. His figure disappeared into the distance of the battlefield, successfully escaping through a portal. Naruto looked at the black portal, and at that moment, Pusher's voice came from within. Naruto, I'll let you go this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Try to run. Naruto chuckled coldly, no way. Naruto immediately used Wood Release to summon 10 Wood clones, instantly appearing in front of Pusher with the Flying Thunder God technique. Previously, Naruto had left a Flying Thunder God mark on Pusher's face, allowing him to accurately teleport next to Pusher. 2 Wood clones quickly took action, each digging out Pusher's eyes. The remaining 8 clones used black rods to firmly restrain Pusher, inserting them into his forehead, limbs, neck, chest, and lower abdomen, completely trapping Pusher's body. Pusher had not yet reacted, his heart filled with shock and anger. He never expected that Naruto could enter his space and trap him. Let me go! Pusher roared, but he was already powerless to break free. Naruto formed hand seals with his hands, a cold smile appearing on his lips. I will take your soul. Before he finished speaking, Naruto directly used the power of the Shinigami to pull out Pusher's soul and swallowed it in one bite. As Pusher's soul was devoured, his body immediately stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Taking advantage of the portal not yet closing, Naruto immediately donned Pusher's body and walked out. He then used the Flying Thunder God to arrive on the moon. At this moment, he looked at Pusher's body as if seeing a treasure. Clones, you're responsible for studying Pusher's body and eyes. I will go digest Pusher's memories and abilities. Chapter 148, the Akatsuki clan at this moment. Naruto's main body had already stepped into the Shinigami space, beginning to absorb Akatsuki, Pusher's memories and powers. Meanwhile, The several Wood clones left behind surrounded Pushur's remains, conducting a series of studies. Suddenly, Wood clone number 1 seemed to remember something and clapped his hands. Oh, that's right. If the main body wants to awaken the Rinnegan, it still needs Nagato's soul. He looked around, his expression serious as he added, Nagato was rescued by Obito, most likely for his Rinnegan. We need to keep a close eye on the movements in the ninja world. Wood clone number 2 immediately responded. I'll go to the ninja world and find a white Zetsu to use as a sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation. Number 3 nodded and added. Then we'll continue handling Pushur's corpse here. As soon as he finished speaking, clone number 1 sat cross-legged, his eyes transforming into the Rinnegan. Gazing at the chakra fluctuations across the ninja world, clone number 2 quickly departed, rushing toward the land of waves to search for the lurking white Zetsu. The remaining 8 clones began systematic research on Pushur's corpse. One was specifically responsible for safeguarding Pushur's eyes, closely monitoring to prevent any accidents. The other 7 had clear divisions of labor, starting to extract blood, cells, nerve tissues, internal organs, and even bone sample from the corpse for in-depth dissection and analysis. Although Naruto is not a professional biological researcher, he has devoured a part of Orochimaru's soul and has gained considerable basic knowledge in live experiments and bloodline studies. With this experience, combined with the tacit cooperation among his shadow clones, 7 Wood clones quickly engaged in the research, their techniques skilled and efficient. On the other side, in the realm of the Shinigami, in the silent and desolate space, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Surrounding him was an endless darkness. With only the floating soul sphere, Akatsuki Urashiki, quietly suspended in the void. Naruto raised his hand, and chakra rippled outward, wrapping Urashiki's soul layer by layer. In that moment, a violent tremor came from the edge of the soul, and all of Urashiki's memories flooded into Naruto's mind. The intense influx of information made Naruto gasp, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He finally understood. The following is purely personal speculation. Please just enjoy it. Why? Despite having devoured the fruit of the god tree and possessing godlike power, did Akatsuki Kagaya still fear the Akatsuki clan? Those people were neither Urashiki nor Momoshiki, but the true core existence hidden within the Akatsuki clan, the main family. They are the true rulers of the Akatsuki, the inheritors of divine techniques, the designers and harvesters of the entire universe's life cycle. They're the ones Kagaya truly feared. Urashiki's memories detailed the structural system of the Akatsuki clan, main family, masters of all divine techniques and cosmic resources, the original direct heirs of the Akatsuki. Their power far surpasses that of others, and each member of the main family inherits the core of divine techniques left by Akatsuki Kagaya, crushing the branch families in individual strength. The key point is that they control the mother tree. Mother tree, the source of the god tree, the fundamental basis for the survival of the Akatsuki clan. Every time the mother tree bears fruit, it births a seed, and that seed is the 10 tails. The branch and collateral families are merely tools and executors. The branch family is responsible for delivering the fruit seeds to target planets to construct new god trees. If the plan fails and death occurs due to unforeseen circumstances, they also have wedges as a method of resurrection, allowing them to be reborn through parasitic rebirth. The collateral family, on the other hand, are the lowest level sacrifices. They do not have wedges, and once they die, they return to nothingness. They are the sacrifices for the god tree, existing as biological fuel for the main family's eternity. Naruto took a deep breath, his gaze trembling slightly. So, Urashiki was actually part of the main family, and Kagaya was not even part of the main family, but a collateral family member? Urashiki's memories revealed an extremely ironic yet true history. Kagaya was originally a member of the collateral family, meant to be sacrificed as nourishment for the 10 tails. Because she was a woman, she had emotions, she feared death, and she did not want to die. Thus, she betrayed the executor assigned by the main family, Akatsuki Ishiki, devoured the god tree fruit, escaped the control of fate, and became the only variable that broke the identity of a sacrifice. She who was supposed to die chose to betray because she feared death. This was a disgrace for the Akatsuki clan. Kagaya also knew the thoughts of the main and branch family members. She understood that the moment she chose betrayal, she was in danger. The main family, those who truly inherited the will of Akatsuki Kagaya, would one day follow the chakra pathway of the mother tree to find her. They were enemies Kagaya could not defeat. Even if she devoured the fruit, before the main family members, she was still like an ant. They did not need to descend personally. Just a fragment of divine techniques could turn the entire ninja world to dust. This was the root of Kagaya's fear. It was not Ishiki, not Urashiki, and certainly not Momoshiki. It was those who could truly rewrite the laws of the universe, the main family deities. Naruto clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white. He finally understood Kagaya's choice and felt her despair at that time. It was truly an inescapable despair. Kagaya, I see now. Is this how you resisted Black Zetsu? In the face of unbeatable divine techniques, Kagaya chose to create a means of survival, which was White Zetsu. Although White Zetsu's combat power is very weak, their true function is not to fight. They come from the God Tree. Possessing the ability to absorb chakra and transfer it to others, they can also change into the same chakra after absorbing someone else's chakra. In other words, the existence of White Zetsu is to confuse the main family's perception. In a battlefield where friend and foe are indistinguishable and chakra is chaotic, perhaps the main family might die due to misperception. Even if they do not die, Kagaya can escape the main family's pursuit through White Zetsu. This is a gamble in an extremely asymmetrical war. However, the gamble has already been lost. With the help of her son and grandson, in the future, White Zetsu will be destroyed, Black Zetsu sealed, and Kagaya's power scattered. The current ninja world has no defenses left. The future ninja world will inevitably face destruction. Naruto raised his head, looking towards the end of this empty world, murmuring, "So, we are not victors at all, just prey delayed for harvest." He finally understood that suffocating sense of oppression. It was not the tension of facing a strong enemy, but a fear of confronting an inescapable fate. The main family. He can fight. The branch family he can cut down. But the main family, those who possess divine techniques, even if just one appears, can plunge the ninja world into eternal night. I can't wait any longer. I must obtain divine techniques. Naruto's gaze gradually became resolute, the light of his Tensigen blooming in the darkness. Right, Amato. That mysterious scientist once secretly traded with Akatsuki Ishiki to obtain fragments of Akatsuki Kagaya's cells. Not only that, Amato also used these cells to create several special artificial beings. They possess divine techniques. If copying divine techniques is possible, then Amato's technology is the only breakthrough. I must find him at all costs. But before that, I should finish digesting Urashiki first. Chapter 149, Awakening of the Tensigen. Naruto began to absorb all of Urashiki's residual abilities. As their souls merged, vast and unfamiliar powers surged from the depths of Urashiki's soul into Naruto's body. And as the chakra flowed, fragments of memories also surfaced. At the first moment, he verified a previous hypothesis. Urashiki's Byakugan ability is a technique specifically used for plunder. That pair of Byakugan has a strange stripping ability. He can forcibly strip others' ocular power, seize it, and embed it into himself. As for those two pairs of Rinnegan, they were not awakened by eating the God Tree fruit. They were stolen. This guy is truly a bona fide traitor. He had secretly ambushed two members of the Akatsuki main family, forcibly extracting their Rinnegan for himself. The reason he followed Momoshiki was not out of loyalty or belief, but because he coveted the Rinnegan on his hands. He had always intended to benefit from the situation, planning to strike at Momoshiki at a critical moment to seize the gains. So you are not just a fisherman. You are also a professional eye thief. Naruto raised an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. Ever since he followed Momoshiki to the ninja world, various accidents occurred, preventing Urashiki from having the chance to act against Momoshiki. He originally intended to watch the tiger fight from the mountain, but instead he was caught off guard by a series of human operations, causing his plans to be stalled. He didn't catch any fish and ended up losing himself. Naruto let out a low hum, his expression disdainful, but the light in his eyes grew colder. Then, Naruto began to fully inherit the power left behind by Akatsuki Urashiki. Boom! A massive force surged into Naruto's body. It was a change that could not be described in words, like a flood rushing back, as the chakra, soul, and ocular power core that originally belonged to Akatsuki Urashiki were absorbed and fused into Naruto bit by bit in the realm of the Death God. Each fusion was a rebirth. Every inch of flesh and every strand of chakra was being reshaped. First was a Sharingan. The two pairs of Rinnegan that Urashiki possessed contained highly pure Six Paths chakra, which was not ordinary Rinnegan chakra, but rather a fusion of the divine bloodline of the Akatsuki clan. Because of this, when this power resonated with Naruto's Azura and Indra bloodlines within him, his Sharingan which was originally at the kaleidoscope level, instantly evolved. A purple light spread in his eyes, transforming into circles of purple Rinnegan. But that wasn't all. Within these brand new Rinnegan, 6 black tomo appeared on each pupil. Naruto closed his eyes, then reopened them, and the familiar gentle light was replaced with a divine might capable of overwhelming the heavens and the earth. He quietly felt the changes in his ocular techniques. First was the complete awakening of the 6 paths abilities: planetary devastation, universal pull, Deva path, Azura path mechanical body, human path soul extraction, animal path summoning contract, and even the hell path soul judgment were all within reach. Moreover, the inherent ocular techniques of the kaleidoscope Sharingan were not erased by the new eyes. Instead, they were strengthened. The Kodo M Itsukami and M-Do that he originally possessed were firmly retained in the purple Rinnegan. Unfortunately, Urashiki's ocular techniques could not be inherited, which was the only regret. However, it wasn't all bad. Although he lost 2 ocular techniques, he gained a brand new one, Indra's Arrow. This was not a power inherited from anyone, but rather an ultimate ocular technique born out of Naruto's deep fusion with Urashiki's soul, driven by fear and a sense of powerlessness. Indra's Arrow, the ultimate ocular technique that controls the essence of space. Its essence is absolute control over space itself. Abilities include space cutting, can tear apart reality as easily as cutting tofu. Space exchange, can swap any 2 points in space. Space transfer, can instantly transport a target to any spatial dimension. Space devouring, creates a closed space, completely erasing everything within it. Space creation, creates new spatial domains, with the ability to set rules. The birth of this ocular technique is inseparable from the moment of despair Naruto faced against the original clan's power. He wanted to escape. He wanted to resist. He wanted to take control of this war that was destined to be lost. Thus, Indra's Arrow was born. It was both a sublimation of Naruto's self-will and a blade of rebellion against the divine born from fear. Truly worthy of the Rinnegan, this power was terrifying. Let me see how the Rebirth Eye works. This time, Naruto switched to the Rebirth Eye. Under the infusion of Urashiki's massive chakra and the Byakugan's ocular power, Naruto's Rebirth Eye suddenly emitted an unprecedented brilliance. The bluish-white pupils vibrated violently, and the ocular power surged, and in an instant, Naruto felt that the ocular power contained in his eyes had greatly increased. No, wait, the God of Fate, it evolved. Originally, the God of Fate could glimpse the trajectories of past and future fates, could ignore causality, and affect timelines. Now, the God of Fate not only had a greatly reduced cooldown time, from 10 years to 5, but he also gained the ability to rewind time. Wow, it turned out it wasn't lost, but transferred. In addition, Naruto gained a crucial technique from Urashiki's memories, a technique that could transform Akatsuki clan members into chakra fruit. The moment he mastered this technique, a bold idea flashed in Naruto's mind. He suddenly opened his eyes in the realm of the Death God, looking around at the many clones busy analyzing, and said, "Everyone, stop for a moment, I have something to say." Several clones paused their actions, looking over in confusion. First, let's put his eyes back in. Huh, why? One clone frowned. "We haven't finished studying yet." Another pouted. "You have to give a reason, right?" Someone couldn't help but complain. Naruto smiled slightly. "Do you remember how Momoshiki turned Kinshiki into a fruit?" "You mean?" The clones instantly understood. "That's right," Naruto nodded. "I'm planning to eat him." "Wow, that's awesome. Too bold." "All right, then we won't research it, just put it back," Naruto added with a smile. After putting his eyes back in, not only can I absorb his Akatsuki bloodline, but his ocular techniques and chakra can also be maximally utilized, which will greatly help in the growth of my Rebirth Eye and Rinnegan. Sounds reasonable, but just in case, let's first draw 10 samples of blood and cells for backup. "Yes, better safe than sorry." "Thanks for your hard work," Naruto nodded. "What are you thanking us for?" "We're all you," the clones responded in unison, their tone quite harmonious. After that, the clones quickly took action, putting Urashiki's eyes back in place and completing the basic processing. Then, Naruto followed the method he remembered from Urashiki's use of the technique, placing his palm on Urashiki's forehead. A subtle sense of distortion came, and as the chakra circulated, Urashiki's body began to undergo a transformation. In a swirl of red light and chakra, Urashiki's body slowly shrank and condensed, ultimately turning into a fruit that was entirely red and glowing, as if burning with divine light, floating in midair. Naruto gazed at the fruit, a flash of light in his eyes, and swallowed hard. He unhesitatingly reached out and grabbed it, taking a bite. Chapter 150. A brand new image. The moment Naruto consumed the fruit, the chakra within him seemed to boil, surging endlessly and skyrocketing rapidly. Boom! That massive and violent power washed over his body and mind like a tidal wave, and he could barely stand. At that moment, a helpful clone transformed in front of him into a mirror. Naruto focused and saw. What the hell? In the mirror, his skin and hair had turned snow white. Sharp horns like a deer's antlers sprouted from his head, and an aura of pressure not belonging to a human emanated from him. At the same time, Naruto clearly felt that the rebirth, eye, and Rinnegan in his eyes were both undergoing intense changes. First was the rebirth, eye. The originally blue pupils began to merge with a deeper power. Under the triple infusion of Urashiki's Soul's Byakugan, Physical Byakugan, and Naruto's gigantic rebirth eye. Naruto's rebirth, I was completely sublimated, transforming into a golden rebirth eye, shining brilliantly. Next, he switched to the Rinnegan. The original 6-tomo purple Rinnegan also became dazzlingly golden, the ocular power soaring, surpassing any previous state. Both pairs of eyes broke through their limits, with their power, range of application, and cooldown time fully enhanced, resembling the eyes of a deity. Naruto looked at the face in the mirror that could no longer be called human, reached out to touch the horns on his head, then touched his face, and with a wry smile, quietly said, "It's over. I seem to no longer be human. Can't you just seal yourself?" A nearby clone joked, "There are so many sealing techniques in the Uzumaki clan. There must be one that suits you." Naruto was taken aback, then smiled. "That's true." After thinking for a moment and searching his mind for a suitable sealing technique. "Got it. This is it." He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Six-pad sealing god technique." In an instant, white light enveloped his entire body. His skin and hair color returned to their original state, and the sharp horns on his head quietly disappeared. The massive chakra was sealed and gathered at his forehead, eventually condensing into a pure white diamond pattern at the center of his brow. However, although his appearance had returned, his Tenseigan and Rinnegan remained golden, unchanged. Soon after, his eyes also transformed back to ordinary blue. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror and chuckled. "Wow, I have a white wedge now. Hey, by the way, the tailed beasts are okay, right?" Naruto hurriedly checked within his body. After seeing that the 9-tailed beasts were still safe and sound inside him, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Wait, where's my Tenseigan? Where did my gigantic Tenseigan go?" At this moment, Kurama said, "That Naruto, after you ate the fruit, your Tenseigan disappeared." "It disappeared when I ate the fruit?" "Oh, I see. It was probably completely absorbed by my eyes." Then Naruto snapped out of his contemplation and transformation. He tidied up a bit and turned to the 2 shadow clones guarding nearby, instructing, "If there are any movements from Nagato's side, call me immediately." Understood. The remaining 8 clones were assigned to continue researching the Uchiha cells. After everything was settled, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly disappeared from the spot. Returning to his home in Konoha, he slowly walked out of his house, and before him lay a village in ruins. Broken streets, collapsed buildings. Everywhere were traces left by war. Along the way, many injured people were crying out in pain. Naruto merely glanced at them and did not linger. He was not the saintly Naruto from the anime. Even if the village was destroyed, he would not be angry. The only situations that could make him angry were 2. One was destroying his home, and the other was harming his family and friends. In his past life, he had been a person of misfortune, and in this life, he wanted to be a free person and a happy one. Destroying his home and harming those around him? Wow, who could tolerate that? However, aside from these things, Naruto would not care. Therefore, he directly ignored the scene before him and walked toward his goal. He immediately headed to the Hyuga clan's territory to personally confirm Hinata's safety. When he arrived, he was surprised to find that the entire Hyuga clan territory was completely intact, as if the disasters from the outside had never affected it. The streets were as clean as ever, the courtyards were orderly, and there was even a faint aroma of tea in the air. Naruto couldn't help but pause, murmuring, "This place, from the Nine Tails turmoil, Orochimaru's invasion, to Pain's destruction, it has somehow remained unscathed every time?" He squinted his eyes, clicking his tongue. "Wow, what kind of divine land is this?" Naruto ventured deep into the Hyuga clan territory and quickly found Hinata. She was safe and sound, sitting in the courtyard. Upon sensing Naruto's presence, she immediately stood up to greet him, her expression full of concern. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" she asked anxiously. "I saw you fighting that enemy with my Byakugan. You were injured, right?" Naruto chuckled lightly, raising his hand to ruffle her hair, his tone gentle. Don't worry, I'm fine. I wasn't injured. Hinata's eyes still showed unease, but seeing him smile naturally, she could only reluctantly set her mind at ease. Just then, a deep voice came from nearby. Naruto, you're here again? Hyuga Hayashi walked over, his expression dark and his tone not very friendly, although he actually admired Naruto's will and strength. Every time he saw this kid getting close to his daughter, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Especially when he thought about this guy taking Hinata away in the future, he felt even more anxious. However, since Naruto had just saved the village and was here to see Hinata, he really couldn't get angry. So, he merely snorted, put on the air of a clan leader, said a few polite words, and then excused himself, leaving the time for the young people. Naruto and Hinata chatted for a few moments when suddenly he frowned, sensing someone approaching nearby. After a while, a servant from the Hyuga clan came over and bowed to Naruto, saying, Lord Naruto, there's an Umbu looking for you outside. Did he say anything? Yes, he said the hospital is short on personnel, there are too many injured, and we lack efficient medical ninjas. The Hokage ordered you to provide immediate support. Ugh, what a hassle, looks like I have to go. While getting up, Naruto looked apologetically at Hinata. I'm sorry, Hinata. I'll come find you after I finish. Hinata nodded, her gaze filled with reluctance. You have to be careful too. Naruto smiled and waved his hand, his figure flickering as he instantly disappeared from the courtyard, heading straight for the hospital. Chapter 151. Sasuke's revenge. The Konoha village after the flames of war was filled with pain and wailing. The hospital was overcrowded, blood and sweat mingled in the air, and screams echoed. Medical staff rushed back and forth, their faces tense and exhausted, striving to snatch as many lives as possible from the hands of death. Every corner was packed with the injured. Some had lost limbs, and some could barely breathe, their breaths almost imperceptible. In the midst of this chaos, Naruto Uzumaki pushed the door open and entered. Naruto, you're here. Sakura rushed over, her forehead and arms stained with blood, unsure if it was hers or that of the injured. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, but her gaze remained resolute. Naruto nodded, saying nothing. He took off his outer coat and changed into a white lab coat. I'm here to help. Sakura was slightly taken aback, then revealed a relieved smile. I've already handled the arrangements at the hospital, you just need to focus on healing. Facing this endless stream of injured, their two hands were far from enough. Naruto stepped forward, formed hand seals, and quietly said, Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. Hundreds of Naruto appeared throughout the hospital, orderly diving into the healing process. The number of injured was immense, but with the assistance of the shadow clones, the healing speed increased significantly. In the wards, medical staff showed expressions of surprise, then quickly returned to their tense work. Even so, there were still some who had quietly stopped breathing. These recently deceased individuals, along with those who had died earlier, could be completely resurrected with Naruto's current strength. Unfortunately, it was unnecessary. He didn't know these people and had no obligation to expend such energy for them. His kindness had not disappeared, but his maturity and reality had already told him that not everyone was worth saving. The reason he came here was that Tsunade had promised him that for every person he saved, he would receive a task reward, along with additional merit records. It was precisely for this reason that Naruto had come here. By the way, I need to hurry and find my master. Naruto slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering this. He had saved over 100 people this time. He didn't know how much reward Tsunade had prepared. At this time, the sky had turned dark, and the noise of the hospital had yet to cease. On the high floors of the Hokage office, the lights were bright. Naruto stood at the hospital entrance, looking up at the light, silently wondering, is she still busy? Sigh, never mind, if I go now, she'll just assign me more work. Thus, he turned and left, heading towards his dilapidated yet warm home. As night deepened, the stars were sparse. The streets of Konoha were empty, with only the shadows under the street lights stretching long. Naruto had his hands in his pockets, walking on the way home, still calculating how much mission bonus he could get from Tsunade this time. But just as he turned the corner, a familiar figure stood at his doorstep, silent as stone, as if waiting for a long time. Sasuke? Naruto was taken aback. Sasuke slowly turned his head, his eyes still deep as night, but with a bit more composure than before. You looking for me? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded, his tone low but firm. Naruto, this is the opportunity. Do you remember what you promised me? Naruto raised an eyebrow, pausing. What opportunity? To kill Danzo. Sasuke's words were without hesitation, like a sharp knife, pointing straight to the target. Naruto's heart tightened as he stared at Sasuke's face. You haven't let it go yet? Sasuke's fingers tightened slightly, his fists slowly clenched, his tone suddenly turning cold. No, I will never let it go. I haven't forgotten the hatred of my family for a moment. This statement left Naruto silent for a moment, and then he surprisingly smiled, as if relieved. He looked at Sasuke, as if seeing the boy who was once obsessed with power and revenge, moving forward alone. The difference was that the current Sasuke was no longer impulsive, but calm, laying down steps like a chess player. Yes, he had changed, but he had become more like the man who learned to think and wait in the darkness. Just like the Sasuke in Boruto, he hadn't let go of his hatred. He had only learned to hide and wait. Naruto had once worried whether Sasuke would truly step out of the shadow of revenge. But now it seemed he had thought too much. Thinking of this, Naruto's gaze darkened. Danzo, this tumor hidden in the darkness of Konoha, had become more active since the battle with Pain. He raised the banner of protecting Konoha while engaging in the most despicable and ruthless acts, attempting to usurp the position of Hokage and secretly controlling the root, manipulating the fates of countless people in the village. He shouldn't be alive. For the stability of the ninja world, for the future of Konoha, and for Sasuke's obsession and redemption, it's time to deal with him. However, thinking of what he had promised Sasuke earlier, and looking at his own body, Naruto glanced at his hands, feeling a bit tired. But, I've been busy all day today. I'm a bit tired. He waved his hand lazily. Let you handle him yourself. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting. Are you sure I can do it alone? Naruto grinned, his eyes showing undeniable trust. You've been preparing for this day for a long time, right? Sasuke nodded, his voice low and firm. From the moment I learned the truth about the Uchiha massacre, I've been preparing. Then come with me. I believe with your current strength, Danzo won't be your opponent. Naruto stopped talking, leading Sasuke through the quiet streets, heading straight for the secret entrance of Root. Along the way, the night wind howled, and dried leaves rolled at their feet. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere grew heavier. Eventually, they stood in front of a dark forest entrance. It was remote, surrounded by high walls and sensory barriers, as dark as the gates of hell. Naruto stood at the entrance, turned to look at Sasuke, his expression unusually serious. Danzo is inside, but you need to remember one thing. He isn't alone. The Root has his death warriors, those brainwashed, loyal to the death fighters. They won't reason, and they won't back down. Danzo is a cowardly and sinister person. He will never confront you head on. He must have traps and scapegoats set up around him. You need to be mentally prepared. Sasuke grasped the Kusanagi sword at his waist, his black cloak rustling in the wind, the Sharingan quietly emerging in his eyes. I understand. His tone was cold like a frosty blade. Naruto nodded and stepped back. Then let us go in, Sasuke. Sasuke stepped toward the entrance, his figure gradually swallowed by darkness. Yet in his heart, he felt unprecedented clarity. It was a reckoning that belonged to him alone. Chapter 152. Sasuke versus Danzo. Naruto did not enter the depths of Root. He knew this battle belonged to Sasuke. It was Sasuke's obsession and destiny, and he had no right to interfere. He leaped onto a nearby tall tree, leaning against the trunk, looking down at the dark door from a height. The next moment, he slowly opened his eyes, the golden Rinnegan appearing in his pupils. In his vision, everything was crystal clear. He saw Sasuke had entered deep into Root. Having just walked through the long corridor, he encountered the first wave of ambush. Several Root ninjas suddenly attacked from the darkness, their movements swift as ghosts, their aura cold and lethal. However, under Sasuke's Sharingan, their movements were exposed. With a flash of sword light, blood splattered. Naruto rested his chin on his hand, lazily watching, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. TSK, I don't know how Danzo trained this group. They're like Naruto's shadow clones in the anime, one after another. The elite fighters of Root appeared exceptionally awkward in battle. They might be good at stealth assassination or information blockade and mental control, but in direct combat, they were all rookies. No wonder Danzo never dared to let them go to the battlefield. It seemed they were only capable of being tough in their own territory. And all they could do was talk. Just as Naruto was quietly mocking, Sasuke had already breached the first line of defense. In the second wave of attacking ninjas, he even vaguely saw three familiar shadows. Oh, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans? Sasuke weaved through the shadows, his movements sharp as a knife. Yet those mutated versions of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were shockingly clumsy. That one from the Nara clan, your shadow imitation technique. Is it a shadow or noodles? It floats around. It's not even as neat as a roadside telephone pole. Naruto couldn't help but facepalm. And you, The little chubby one from the Yamanaka clan, making your fists so big. Are you trying to scare someone? If your taijutsu can hit me, I'll take your surname. The Yamanaka ninja roared as he swung his giant fist. A dull sonic boom echoed through the air, but Sasuke performed a backflip, his figure like a swallow, easily dodging. The fist smashed into the ground, causing a spray of rubble and forcing his own companions to scatter. Sasuke used a body flicker technique to take him down. Oh, and the Yamanaka clan, you even shouted your slogan while ambushing. Sasuke, it's over. Are you swearing to die at his hands? In his Sharingan, every enemy's movement was as clear as black and white on paper. The Yamanaka ninja formed the hand signs for the mind transfer jutsu, and Sasuke could even predict a second in advance which angle he would attack from. The result, of course, was a counterattack that knocked him down. Seeing this, Naruto was quite speechless. Is that it? Danzo kept claiming that the tool ninjas he trained could shine, but all they brought to Konoha was a funeral home. As Sasuke advanced, the number of fallen figures on the ground grew. He showed no expression, only cold logic and ruthless fighting spirit in his Sharingan. Those root ninjas either roared, wailed, or died with their eyes wide open, but in Sasuke's eyes, they were merely obstacles to his goal. Huh, that S. A familiar face appeared before Naruto. It turned out to be Sai. I remember you. The painter who always wears a fake smile. TSK, too bad, this time your art won't save you. Sai charged at Sasuke with a giant tiger monster. The painting not yet finished when a bolt of lightning pierced down from the sky. The Raikiri tore through the air, striking its vital point. The tiger dissipated, and Sai fell to the ground, blood blooming on the painting like a sorrowful flower. Sasuke now is no longer the vengeful avenger burdened with deep blood feuds, yet lacking the power to achieve his goals. He possesses the Sharingan, the knowledge granted by Orochimaru, and the chakra recovery ability brought by the cells of Hashirama. He is like a true leopard, silently stalking through the night, waiting for his prey to expose a flaw, delivering a lethal strike. The so-called elite ninjas fall one after another like mere props, until ahead, a heavy stone door slowly opens. In Naruto's line of sight, that familiar figure finally appears. Danzo, with his lewd and sinister form standing in the shadows, his right arm tightly wrapped in bandages, shows no panic on his face, but rather seems to have anticipated this moment. Sasuke slowly approaches, the tip of his blade dripping with blood, his eyes as cold as ice. The air between the two seems to freeze for a moment. Danzo. Sasuke's voice seems to come from the depths of hell, slow, deep, and oppressive. Danzo stands on a high platform, half of his face shrouded in shadow. Sasuke does not rush to attack. He takes a deep breath, slowly exhales, and the killing intent between his brows condenses into a sharp edge. In his eyes, there is the fire of revenge, the questioning of the truth, the mourning of his clan, and the last wishes of his brother. Danzo, his voice low yet resounding, declares, I want you to tell me the truth about the night of the massacre. Danzo's lips curl slightly, showing no remorse in his gaze. Only indifference and the coldness of a judge. You still came. A Uchiha remnant, like you will never escape the shackles of hatred. He turns his back to Sasuke, as if he controls the situation. You want to hear the truth? Fine, I will tell you. The air solidifies. That night was chosen by the Uchiha clan themselves. Danzo's tone is like a cold wind, showing no emotional fluctuations. They were already dissatisfied with the Hokage's rule and plotted a coup. It was Itachi who took the initiative to report their movements to me and the third Hokage. I merely facilitated their destruction. You're lying. Sasuke roars. Am I lying? Danzo turns around, his eyes as cold as ice. The arrogance, pride, and ambition of the Uchiha clan have long been ingrained. Since Madara's generation, you have never truly regarded Konoha as your home. Your eyes, your bloodline, your power are all calamities. If not eradicated, Konoha will never know peace. You're talking nonsense. Sasuke's anger erupts completely. It was you. You so-called higher-ups forced my clan into a corner. It was you who pushed my brother into despair. You destroyed everything we had. In his mind, the illusions of that night surge again. His father and mother lying in pools of blood, clan members falling one after another. The flames of that night seem to burn in Sasuke's heart, never extinguishing. Just then, his Sharingan suddenly spins. The three Tomo converge, fuse, and expand. The pattern of the six-pointed star quietly blooms. The kaleidoscope Sharingan awakens. A violent wave of chakra stirs the surrounding dust, and Sasuke's aura instantly becomes cold and terrifying, like a vengeful god emerging from hell. His figure is sharp as a blade, and his tone shifts, reclaiming that proud, arrogant, and self-important self. Danzo, you deserve to die. Sasuke steps down the stairs, his voice as cold as frost and snow. Your life, I will take today. Naruto witnesses everything from a distance atop the treetops. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. He has finally awakened. Moreover, Indra's chakra is strengthening, already surpassing Ashura's. He squints his eyes under the Rinnegan. The flow of all chakra is clearly visible. Wait a minute. Since Indra's chakra would affect Sasuke's personality, then why am I unaffected? He has no system. So logically he should be influenced. He is just a mere traveler, with no means of resistance. Could it be because of the Shinigami? His heart trembles slightly. Only this explanation makes sense. Chapter 153. The four symbols seal at this moment. Attention must return to the battlefield. Sasuke strikes first. Fire style, great fire annihilation roars like an angry dragon, engulfing the entire battlefield. The flames spread like a sea, hot as hell, making it almost impossible to breathe. Danzo's expression darkens, and he quickly forms hand seals. Wind style, vacuum wave erupts, carving a path through the sea of fire. His wind style is powerful and forceful, cutting through the flames like a knife. His control of fire has reached Itachi's level. Danzo thinks to himself, as expected of the Uchiha, but he is not flustered. Do you think you can defeat me just with your kaleidoscope Sharingan? Naive. He suddenly charges out, activating the shadow clone technique. Dozens of Danzo surround Sasuke in an instant. Each shadow clone carries lethal attacks, no longer wasting lives as before, but instead fighting in precise coordination, like a combat machine. Sasuke swiftly maneuvers among them. Lightning style, Chidori Stream destroys several shadow clones. But Danzo has already flashed behind Sasuke, delivering a high-speed taijutsu strike that hits Sasuke's shoulder. Cough, blood splatters, and Sasuke grunts. Danzo's fighting style now, compared to when he relied on his Anaji, is like a different person. He shows no carelessness. Each attack is accompanied by the use of substitution and clone techniques, with tactical changes as varied as a true master of ninjutsu. Is this Tobirama's disciple? Naruto is shocked. Danzo is not merely relying on schemes. His strength is indeed not to be underestimated. After all, as a disciple of Senju Tobirama and a member of the Hokage's guard, how could his strength be weak? This fool, instead of improving his own strength, seeks out Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan. His strength has not only failed to enhance, but has instead made him weaker. But that's not right. His strength may have weakened, but he has gained more means of survival. Izanagi seems to be used without cost. How to put it? Let's say someone catches a cold, and Danzo directly gives you a major surgery. Although the analogy is inappropriate, the feeling is the same. It's all quite ridiculous. In ancient words, this is like using an axe to kill a chicken, a waste of resources. His brain must be sick. Obito and Madara would never use it this way. Yet he actually does. No wonder in the anime, he was deceived by Sasuke's Jinjutsu and died at Sasuke's hands. Baka. At this moment, the battle reaches a fever pitch. Both sustain injuries. Sasuke is covered in wounds, his breath becoming increasingly erratic, while Danzo's chakra is clearly diminished. His speed and strength not as they were at the start. Finally, Sasuke grits his teeth and kneels on the ground, his hand pressed to the ground, breathing heavily. Danzo sneers, slowly closing in. It's over, Uchiha Sasuke. Your power is ultimately just an echo of hatred. You are wrong. Sasuke lifts his head, his eyes blood red like ink, his voice low yet firm. My power is not for hatred, but to end hatred. Wood style, thorn killing technique. Suddenly, vine-like wood rapidly grows from under Danzo's feet, binding him. What? It's actually wood style. Danzo is astonished to see the wood entangling him. Damn, Orochimaru. You actually injected this little brat with Hashirama's cells. At this moment, Sasuke slowly approaches with the Kusanagi sword in hand. Danzo, let's see where you can run now. Just tie my hands and atone for the Uchiha clan below. Hearing Sasuke's words, Danzo angrily curses. Damn brat. Do you think you've already won? Just right. With his own blood in hand, Danzo presses his hand against the wood and shouts, summoning technique, come forth, dream taper. Bang. The wooden restraints binding Danzo were shattered. And at this moment, he was salivating over a hairless elephant with skin that looked charred. Here it comes. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. At this moment, the Dream Eater beside him also changed its usual behavior. It stopped inhaling and instead joined Danzo in using wind release. Sasuke was instantly blown away, unable to withstand this terrifying wind release. Due to being blown too far away, Sasuke could no longer see Danzo's figure clearly, but the Dream Eater, being larger, was quite visible. In that case, Amaterasu, As Amaterasu was activated, the Dream Eater's body ignited with black flames. Under the frenzied burning of the flames, the Dream Eater was completely destroyed. Danzo, seeing his Dream Eater die, was not surprised. After all, it was just a tool. If it died, he could replace it. But this black flame... Amaterasu, huh? No wonder you're Itachi's brother. You have the same eyes. Sasuke landed on the ground, watching Danzo approach. Danzo, you will die before my eyes. Do you feel despair now? Hearing Sasuke's words, Danzo couldn't help but laugh. Kid, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Do you think just because you have the Sharingan, you have a chance of winning? Bang! Danzo's figure disappeared. Naruto, through the reincarnation eye, saw Danzo fleeing at the first moment. As expected, Danzo was still the cowardly Danzo. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape. At this moment, Sasuke summoned Susanoo to the world. Boom! A violent chakra surged forth like a torrent, engulfing Sasuke's body in purple flames. His bones rapidly formed within the chakra, muscles and skin wrapping around them, and a massive purple warrior slowly rose. That was Susanoo, the ultimate defense and offensive power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke leaped down, and with one punch, Susanoo shattered the wall, instantly spotting Danzo desperately trying to escape. Danzo turned his head upon hearing the noise, his eyes widening in shock, and sweat silently trickled down his temple. That was the legendary Susanoo. Danzo gritted his teeth, thinking, I want that kind of power, even if it's borrowed. But unfortunately, it was too late. The giant's left arm suddenly drew back, purple energy coalescing into a sharp arrow, locking onto Danzo. Die! Sasuke's voice was cold. The arrow shot through the air, tearing apart space. In terror, Danzo tried to dodge, but due to his injuries, he couldn't evade in time, and his body was struck by the arrow. Boom! With a loud crash, dust flew everywhere, and Danzo was flung back several meters, crashing against a stone wall, his body a bloody mess as he fell to the ground. He struggled to lift his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. Sasuke approached step by step, Susanoo's afterimage swaying behind him. Danzo, for the future of the Uchiha, for the future of Konoha, the inherently evil Shimura Danzo, you must die. Hearing this, Danzo spat out blood in anger. Maybe it's not just anger. You dare say I'm inherently evil, Uchiha Sasuke. You are the real threat to the village. For Konoha, you must die. As he spoke, a pattern appeared on Danzo's chest. The four-symbol seal was activated. All the blood in Danzo's body would erupt forth, simultaneously drawing a seal while expanding into a sphere, sealing the surrounding matter. At this moment, Danzo's gaze was very calm. He said, Hizashi. Chapter 154. Sasuke's belief blood slowly dripped from the corner of Danzo's mouth. His chest was pierced by Sasuke's Susanoo arrow. That strike was unavoidable and could not be resisted. Losing the support of chakra, his body began to grow cold, and his consciousness flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of collapse. But just at that last breath of life, his mind unexpectedly became clear. In his eyes, there were no longer enemies, no longer tactics, but scenes from the past flashing by like a revolving lantern. That was the first Hokage Hashirama's speech, standing among the crowd, listening as that man spoke of peace, unity, and trust, his eyes shining like light. That was the second Hokage Tobirama, teaching him ninjutsu and tactics, his stern tone filled with deep hope and responsibility. And then, that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had once been like a brother to him, but ultimately diverged from his path, the Hokage he viewed as too weak, which ultimately led the village into internal strife. And that clan he always saw as extremely dangerous, the Uchiha, for the village. His lips moved slightly, as if whispering, for the village. His voice was barely audible, like the rustle of leaves in the wind, ultimately fading away. A man who had once supported Konoha's operations in the darkness, thus died in silence. No farewells, no glory, only sorrow. The smoke of battle had not yet dissipated. The air still lingered with burn and blood. The chakra of Susanoo slowly receded, and Sasuke's body shook violently, kneeling on one knee. His breath was erratic, his gaze hollow, like a statue devoid of soul. Just as he was about to collapse, a warm hand rested on his shoulder. How do you feel? A familiar voice came from behind. Sasuke slowly turned his head and saw Naruto's calm, yet concerned face. He froze for a moment, then murmured softly, Naruto, I. His voice choked, unable to articulate, as if 1,000 words were stuck in his throat. Why? Can't I be happy? He finally spoke it out loud. At that moment, he was devoid of killing intent, devoid of indifference, only confusion and pain. Revenge is just a temporary satisfaction. Naruto sat beside him, gazing at the night sky. But once hatred is fulfilled, all that's left is emptiness. Emptiness. Sasuke murmured, repeating the word, looking down at his hands. I thought that by killing Danzo, I could avenge my parents and my clan. But now, I just feel like I've lost everything. Naruto quietly watched him, not answering immediately. He understood what it all meant. Sasuke's state was exactly the same as when he had killed Itachi after his revenge. With the fall of the enemy, Sasuke stood at a crossroads in his life. Naruto, what should I do next? Sasuke turned to Naruto, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Naruto pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke. Rather than me telling you, it's better for you to find the answer yourself. Myself? Yes. You can ask Tsunade Baba why she is willing to bear the burden of the entire village and become Hokage. You can also ask Itachi why he chose to protect Konoha even knowing you would hate him for life. He looked into Sasuke's eyes, speaking each word clearly. The answer to your own life can only be found by yourself. After hearing this, Sasuke fell silent for a long time, seemingly lost in deep thought. After a long while, he nodded, his voice low yet firm. I understand. With that, he stood up, his figure elongated in the moonlight, but no longer as lonely as before. Sasuke said nothing more, turning to walk towards the Hokage's office. When he pushed open the heavy wooden door of the Hokage's office, Tsunade was sitting at the desk, as busy as ever. The desk was piled high with documents accumulated due to the village's reconstruction. Sasuke stood at the doorway. Without any pleasantries, getting straight to the point, Danzo, I killed him. Tsunade's finger paused at the tip of her pen, her gaze slowly lifting from the documents to look at Sasuke before her. In her eyes, there was neither surprise nor anger, just a calmness as deep as water. I guessed it long ago, she said softly, her voice carrying a kind of aged and steady fatigue. Pain invaded the village, causing great destruction, and it was reasonable for Danzo to die at this time. She put down her pen, hands folded, her gaze locked onto Sasuke. So, you came to find me to hold you accountable? Sasuke shook his head, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, along with a weight not belonging to his age. No, I just wanted to hear your story. Oh, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I want to know why you were willing to become Hokage. The room fell into a brief silence. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves outside could be heard. Tsunade's gaze fell on Sasuke's face. Looking at his somewhat confused eyes, and a long-buried memory in her heart was quietly awakened. It was a face that was once just as young and lost. All right, she sighed. Since you want to hear it, I will tell you. She stood up from her seat, walked to the window, and looked at the brightly lit Konoha village under the night sky. When I was a child, I was the little princess of the Senju clan, beloved by the whole village. The granddaughter of the Hokage, the chosen one destined to inherit the will of fire in everyone's eyes. My grandfather was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and my teacher was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Everyone thought I would become a legend. Sasuke listened quietly. I really thought so too, until my brother Nawaki died on the battlefield. Tsunade's voice lowered, a hint of sorrow surfacing in her eyes. At that moment, I realized for the first time how cruel and hollow the so-called ninja glory was. I began to hate war, began to question the Hokage's ideals. But what broke me the most was Nawaki's death. She slowly turned around, her gaze heavy with memories. He was the man I loved the most, the husband I thought we could face the future together. But he died too. After that, I developed a fear of blood, and I couldn't even continue treating the injured. Later, I learned the true nature of the third Hokage, and in my disappointment towards him and the village, I left Konoha, leaving that place filled with pain. She returned to the table, gently pressing down on a document, as if using that thick paper to suppress the sadness in her heart. I thought my future would go on like this, until one day I almost watched an old friend commit suicide. At that moment, I suddenly remembered my grandfather's face, remembered Nawaki's unfulfilled dreams, and also remembered the gaze of Dan that was about to pass away. I finally understood that those people did not die for Konoha, they died for us, for a better future for our village. So I chose to come back. Even though I knew this position was dangerous, heavy, and would make me face everything I hated again. I did not become Hokage because I wanted to be Hokage, but because someone once died for me, so I must protect everything they protected. After saying this, Tsunade fell silent for a long time, and Sasuke also did not speak for a long time. It felt as if even the sound of the wind had stopped, leaving only the complex and heavy resonance between the two. Finally, Sasuke gently spoke. Thank you, Hokage. Tsunade just waved her hand, as if to dismiss the emotions that had been spoken. Go on, you have more to ask than just me. Sasuke nodded slightly and turned to leave the Hokage office. The moment he stepped out of the doorway, the gray-white fog in his heart was finally pierced by a ray of light. Afterwards, Sasuke arrived at the prison. His footsteps echoed slowly in the long corridor of the prison. In front of a closed iron door, Sasuke stopped. Inside was a family member he had never truly understood, Itachi Uchiha. The escort officer wisely stepped back and handed the key to Sasuke. The iron door slowly opened. Emitting a low groan, Sasuke stepped inside, his gaze passing through the dim yellow light, landing on the figure sitting in the corner. "Is that you, Sasuke?" Itachi spoke softly. Just a name, yet it seemed to traverse the long passage of time and conflict, carrying heavy emotions, landing in Sasuke's heart. Sasuke remained silent, slowly approaching. "Danzo is dead." Itachi slightly raised his eyes, showing no surprise, no wavering. "Is that so? You really did it. You're not surprised?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "I knew you would come looking for him. I just didn't expect you to not be lost." Sasuke sneered. "Not lost? I killed everyone en route." Itachi was slightly taken aback. "Itachi, I'm not here to ask if you regret it, nor to blame you." He paused, looking into Itachi's eyes. "I just want to know, why did you choose to protect Konoha and slaughter our clan? And why did you leave my life?" Itachi's gaze softened a lot. He closed his eyes as if recalling something. "I remember when we were young. You always followed me, saying you wanted to join the police force when you grew up to become the strongest ninja in the village. You admired me, while I admired the way father smiled at you." Itachi's voice was like the wind, gently brushing over the scars in Sasuke's heart. "But at that time, I already knew that our Uchiha clan could not turn back. The conflict between the clan and the village was escalating every day." Sasuke gritted his teeth. "So you betrayed them?" Itachi opened his eyes, looking at Sasuke. It was unavoidable. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sasuke suddenly stood up. Then Itachi began to talk about the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, as well as his understanding of the village and ninjas. Sasuke listened calmly to Itachi's words, also understanding Itachi's reasons for choosing the village. Until Itachi said, "I chose to bear all the sins just to protect you, the last light of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke was stunned. He looked at his brother in front of him, the face that had never truly defended itself, showing no guilt, only serenity. It was a tranquility that had let go of life and death and glory, solely to protect others. "You're crazy," Sasuke murmured. "Maybe." Itachi smiled slightly. "But you're still alive, that is enough." This sentence hit Sasuke's heart like a heavy hammer. He recalled that night, the parents in the fire, the brother who always turned his back on him, the cold words, "You are too weak, you don't deserve to hate me." Looking back now, that was not an insult, but a protection. "Itachi, why didn't you tell me? Even a little?" "Because you were still young. You didn't have the ability to face these things. Also because I believe one day you will understand." Sasuke lowered his head, tears quietly falling. "I don't deserve you doing this." "You do, because I love you." Itachi's voice was as gentle and firm as ever. Sasuke's shoulders trembled slightly. The hatred, pain, and loneliness that had pushed him towards darkness seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. He gently knelt down in front of Itachi, like a child who had finally taken off their armor. "I'm sorry, brother." This belated apology finally broke the years of ice between the brothers. Itachi reached out his hands, and despite being bound, he still tried to hold his brother. Sasuke threw himself into his embrace, tears finally flowing uncontrollably. After a long time, Sasuke finally calmed down. "Itachi, what should I do? The path you're to take can only be decided by yourself." The weasel said softly, "But no matter what you choose, remember, don't let hatred control you. Protect those you want to protect, not destroy." Sasuke nodded. He stood up and turned to leave the cell. At the moment he stepped out the door, he felt as if he had been reborn. The night wind outside blew against his face, cold but refreshing. Finally, his heart was free of hate, leaving only one belief. He wanted to protect this village. Chapter 157, Shock. Naruto lay on his bed, hands behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. The matter with Danzo had finally come to an end, and Sasuke should be finding his direction again. However, what troubled him even more was the Akatsuki clan, that ancient being who descended from the high heavens. Attempting to harvest all chakra and control the fate of the entire ninja world was far more terrifying than Pain, Danzo, or even Uchiha Obito. His heart felt heavy, as if he were bearing the sky of the entire world. Konoha had been rebuilt, but if those high-dimensional beings truly descended, this village would have no power to fight back. The first step was to find Akatsuki Ishiki. Other matters could wait. He needed information. He furrowed his brows, his gaze shifting outside the window. Unfortunately, That guy Ishiki was hiding too deeply. Even with Konoha's intelligence network searching everywhere, they couldn't find a trace. Wait a minute, why am I using conventional means to find someone? He suddenly sat up, a look of realization on his face. I have the god of destiny. Why am I searching at all? This matter has almost made me forget I still have a golden finger. He immediately crossed his legs and quickly formed hand seals, his brow moving. Sealing technique, release. As his voice fell, Naruto's aura surged violently. Akatsuki mode, activate. His skin and hair turned white, and a pair of antlers sprouted from his head. His eyes suddenly changed. The originally azure eyes were now replaced by a blazing golden light, with the depths of his pupils revealing the Rinnegan. God of Destiny. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to be thrown into a high-dimensional realm, traversing endless time and space, appearing at the pinnacle of all phenomena. Before him, golden threads of destiny intertwined into a web, extending like a galaxy to every possible node in the past, present, and future. Now find Ishiki. His gaze, like that of a deity overlooking the world, locked onto the trajectory of all existence. He continuously pushed through the fog, crossing the waves of the future. But strangely, there was none. No matter which timeline he focused on, the figure of Akatsuki Ishiki never appeared. Not even a trace of the Kara organization. What the hell? No way. Where'd he go? Not to mention, how come not a single person from the Kara organization showed up? Huh? The pervy sage is still in the village. Tsunade-sensei is also in the village. And Sasuke is in the village too. Naruto's eyes widened in confusion as he continued to search. This guy wouldn't have been hidden by some force, would he? He took a deep breath, prepared to intensify his search, and then saw something. But the next second, the scene suddenly shifted, and the threads of fate were pulled back to the past. Huh? What the hell? Why is she here? No. What is this? She. I'm freaking confused. His mind felt like it had been struck by lightning, his eyes fixed on the image in the flow of time, mumbling to himself. No. I'll deal with this later. First find Ishiki. Find Ishiki. But still, there was no sign of Ishiki in the threads of destiny. Damn it, where the hell is this guy hiding? Can't even find him with the god of destiny? Just as he was frowning deeply, a sudden idea struck him. Right? Since I can't find him in the future, let's look to the past first and see where he is hiding. Thus, the god of destiny was activated once more. This time, he traversed the river of time, beginning the search for Ishiki's figure. Sure enough, he saw Ishiki's silhouette. Found him. Huh? Who is this? That is. However, the scene left Naruto stunned. At this moment, he could only describe his feelings with 4 words. Oh my god. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a dark and lightless space, everything seemed frozen. There was no sky, no earth, only a suffocating void, as if an endless darkness was swallowing everything. Nagato opened his eyes, his gaze weak. His body resembled an old tree that was on the verge of breaking. Weakness, numbness, and pain coursed through his limbs. Due to using a large amount of chakra during the battle and losing an arm, he was in an extremely weakened state. He struggled to lift his head. His voice hoarse. Obito, are you there? In the darkness, a black vortex slowly spun. Moments later, a man draped in a dark cloak and wearing an orange spiral mask slowly stepped out. You finally woke up, Nagato. Where is this? My dimension. How's the battle going? The Nine Tails won. Is that so? Obito looked at Nagato like this. His heart was not at peace. He gazed at Nagato's Rinnegan, his eyes slightly flickering. This pair of eyes was the most crucial power in his plan. Originally, he intended to take them when the time was ripe. But now, that mysterious person, the man from the Hyuga clan, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki with strength comparable to Hashirama Senju. In this situation, he couldn't afford to lose combat power easily. Nor could he act rashly. These 3 were stronger than the other, and Obito had no confidence in dealing with them. He still needed Nagato. Nagato sensed Obito's killing intent. He looked at him calmly, his expression unchanged. You want my eyes, right? He slowly removed his mask, revealing a twisted face. At least for now. Just one. Obito responded without concealing anything. Your left eye. Give me your left eye, and I will heal your injuries, not just your arm and leg. I can make you return to your peak, even. Go further. Nagato quietly gazed at him, remaining silent for a long time. Then, he struggled to lift his hand, using the last bit of chakra and strength to gently extract his left eye. No hesitation, no cry of pain, only a drop of blood falling from the eye's socket, contrasting sharply with the emotionless expression on his face. Take it. Obito carefully took the Rinnegan, a strange fervor flashing in his eyes. However, I have one condition. Nagato grasped his own eye and spoke again. You say, I don't care how crazy your next plan is, but I hope you can save two people. Obito frowned. Who? Yahiko's corpse and Conan. Hearing Yahiko's name, Obito's eyes changed slightly for a moment. She has no value to you anymore, he said coldly. And that's exactly why I'm asking you. Obito did not answer immediately. He lowered his eyelids as if weighing something. After a long silence, Obito nodded. All right, I will bring him back. Chapter 158. Father then, Obito slowly reached out, bringing Nagato out of the dimension. Amigakure was still under that gray sky, with raindrops falling incessantly, as if even the air was filled with a suffocating and silent atmosphere. Nagato stood unsteadily in the shadow of a tall tower in the village, his tired face pale as paper. His body was already in a state of disrepair. One arm missing, both legs completely incapacitated, he had no strength to support himself. However, just as he stood firm, a familiar and urgent chakra fluctuation pierced the air. Conan. Nagato whispered softly. The next moment, Conan transformed into paper and floated down from the sky, her eyes filled with shock and anger. When she saw Nagato, she could hardly control her emotions. Nagato! She rushed to his side, abruptly turning to glare at Obito, her eyes cold with resentment. What have you done to him? She accused through clenched teeth. Calm down, Conan. Nagato weakly extended his hand in an attempt to soothe her. It wasn't him who caused all this. Not him. Wasn't it because of that stupid plan you made with him that brought you to this point? Conan was seething with rage, her chakra beginning to surge as if it could explode at any moment. I will kill that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And the Hyuga clan, they must pay the price. She roared, her voice filled with uncontrollable fury. Enough. Nagato's voice, though weak, was resolute. You are not their match, Conan. Moreover, this war cannot be resolved this way. Hearing this, Conan's emotions calmed down slightly. She gritted her teeth, her face reflecting unprecedented struggle and pain. Then, Nagato slowly revealed the transaction between him and Obito, the exchange of eyes, the reconstruction of his body, and the price for rebirth. After a moment of silence, Conan's gaze wandered between his ruined body and the harsh reality. She finally understood that Nagato's left eye was not taken from him, but given up willingly to stand again, to continue his ideals. That's fine, she said softly, if it can restore you. And it's worth it. Just then, Obito approached, followed by an expressionless White Zetsu. Conan looked coldly at White Zetsu, her tone still unfriendly. What did you bring it here for? Obito calmly explained. Nagato is currently missing an arm, and both legs are completely useless. This White Zetsu's body is constructed from Hashirama's cells, making it very suitable for transplantation. I plan to amputate his legs and graft White Zetsu's legs and left arm. Not only will this restore his mobility, but it will also grant him the powerful regenerative ability of Hashirama's cells. Additionally, I'm also prepared to give you Sharingan. If your fighting style combines with the Sharingan, it will have greater potential. Conan frowned and remained silent, clearly still not fully trusting Obito, but Nagato nodded. He understood that, given the current situation, he needed to enhance his power further. The enemy was no longer the ninja alliance of the 5 great nations, but deeper shadows and unknown foes. All right, let us do it your way, Nagato said firmly. Obito nodded and immediately got to work. He quickly initiated the surgery. It was a long process from amputation, cleaning necrotic tissue, to nerve connections, and then reconstructing the chakra drainage system. Every step was incredibly challenging. But with the powerful regenerative ability of Hashirama's cells assisting, Nagato's body miraculously completed the reconstruction. After a full day and night, the surgery finally ended. When Nagato opened his eyes again, there was no longer a shadow of death in them. He slowly sat up from the operating table, feeling his entire body filled with energy, as if he had returned to the youthful and hopeful version of himself. Conan, he called softly. Conan suddenly dashed over, tears sparkling in her eyes. Are you okay? I've never felt so healthy. Nagato raised his left arm and gently clenched his fist. Not just restored. I feel stronger than ever. His left eye was now a Sharingan glowing with bloodlight, while his right eye remained that powerful Rinnegan. A new combination, Nagato murmured. Conan looked at him, her expression complex, filled with both hope and a hint of worry. Just then, a figure slowly walked into the main tower of Amigakure. Oh my, are you two in love? A sudden and mocking voice rang out. Obito, Conan, and Nagato turned their heads simultaneously. There stood a strange yet imposing figure. Conan immediately assumed a combat stance, and Nagato's expression darkened instantly. A heavy sense of oppression swept through the area like a tsunami, as if the air had solidified. Nagato quickly mobilized his chakra, and countless paper pieces surrounded Conan, ready for battle. The mysterious person stood in the shadows, their deep golden pupils shimmering with an eerie light in the darkness. They quietly observed Nagato, their voice low with a hint of mockery. "Oh, you've actually healed your legs and obtained a Sharingan. How unexpected." Nagato's gaze sharpened, coldly questioning. "Who are you?" "I am the god of death." The mysterious person replied with a smile. "I asked for your true name." Nagato coldly pressed, his tone filled with pressure. "That is something I cannot tell you." The mysterious person smiled lightly, their expression indifferent. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a spatial fluctuation tore through the air, and a figure wearing a white mask stepped out of the distorted spatial rift. It was Obito. His aura was oppressive and cautious, and his gaze locked onto the mysterious person. At that moment, his left eye was also a Rinnegan. He had just transplanted the Rinnegan he took from Nagato, and after activating the ocular technique, he saw the scene on Nagato's side. He didn't dare hesitate and rushed over immediately. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Obito asked, his tone harsh, yet a tremor of unease surged within him. The mysterious person turned their gaze towards him, glanced at Obito's Rinnegan, then at Nagato. They chuckled softly. Don't worry. I'm not here to cause you trouble." "What a joke." Nagato coldly retorted. "Are you here just for sightseeing? Your target is that Rinnegan, isn't it?" "No, I'm not interested in your eyes." The mysterious person replied dismissively. "You're lying. With eyes like those of the Sage of Six Paths, you must be tempted, right?" "What a joke." Conan scolded. Why would I need to deceive you?" The mysterious person's lips curled slightly, their voice ethereal as mist. After all, as the words fell, accompanied by a chilling change in aura, their eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. A golden glow burst forth from the darkness, revealing a pair of six-tomo Rinnegan. Nagato's pupils constricted violently, his heart filled with inexplicable horror. "How is that possible?" Conan's voice trembled slightly with shock. "Strange. Isn't the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths you, Nagato?" Obito's gaze froze even more. "That pair of eyes. Where did you get them?" The mysterious person calmly replied, "Well, I have my methods. I evolved my Sharingan into a Rinnegan, that's all." Their nonchalant tone struck the hearts of the three like a heavy hammer. Conan completely couldn't understand. How is that possible? The Sharingan can evolve into a Rinnegan? Obito fell silent, but the sense of crisis within him grew stronger. He had always thought that only extreme methods, like those of Madara, who fused with Hashirama cells, could unlock the Rinnegan. Yet this person before him seemed to possess deeper secrets. "What exactly are you here for?" Nagato took a deep breath and asked. The mysterious person replied, "I'm here to find Kaguya." "Kaguya?" The three exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you looking for her?" The mysterious person's gaze deepened, their tone carrying an undeniable authority. "I want to resurrect someone." "Who?" "Kaguya Akatsuki." "Huh." Obito widened his eyes. "What did you say?" "Black Zetsu. And a mother." He felt as if his worldview had been severely shattered. Isn't Black Zetsu the will of Madara? How could there suddenly be a mother? And what about Kaguya Akatsuki? Besides, it seems Madara was a single dog until his death. At this moment, the mysterious person smiled, as if he had already anticipated their reaction. "Your understanding is too superficial. Black Zetsu is not a product created by Madara. It existed long before, thousands of years ago. You, Madara, even Indra, you're all pieces on the chessboard it laid out." "What?" Obito murmured, unable to believe it. "Its only purpose is to resurrect its mother, Kaguya." Just then, the mysterious person's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening. It's coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of Black Zetsu quietly appeared. But before it could get close, the mysterious person waved his right hand, and several black rods appeared out of thin air. "Sorry, Black Zetsu, but to prevent you from escaping, I have to resort to some tough measures." "Imperial deity." The black rods instantly twisted space, crossing dimensions to pierce into Black Zetsu's body, pinning it to the ground. "Ugh!" Black Zetsu screamed, thrashing violently, but unable to break free. The mysterious person moved Black Zetsu in front of him. Black Zetsu looked up at the mysterious person, hoarsely roaring, "Who are you?" The mysterious person sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Not this again, I'm getting tired of it. Why does everyone ask me who I am as soon as they meet me? Fine, I'll show mercy and tell you." Saying this, he slowly unraveled the seal on his forehead. Seal release. As he spoke, his skin turned pale, his hair turned silver, and two characteristic horns of the Akatsuki clan sprouted from his head. Black Zetsu's pupils constricted sharply. A wave of uncontrollable fear surged in his heart. This aura, this form, how is it exactly like? Mother? No, this aura. This aura. Black Zetsu's eyes filled with tears in an instant, shouting incoherently, Dad. Beside them, Obito, Nagato, and Conan were completely petrified. Dad. 3 Chapter 159. Information from a future Naruto was silent for a moment, and the expression on his face gradually became subtle. He looked at Black Zetsu pinned to the ground by the black rods, while frowning in contemplation. Dad! Black Zetsu's face darkened as he cried out. Naruto was initially taken aback, but then showed a helpless wry smile. He sighed, as if he had already anticipated this scene. Sigh. It seems the future I saw really wasn't wrong. The others were confused. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mind, the mysterious echo of time from a short while ago resonated. When he activated the God of Time to see the future, he saw a wedding photo. In the picture, he was wearing a traditional Japanese wedding outfit, flanked by 2 beautiful women on either side. The 2 women in the photo, one on the left and one on the right, were both stunningly beautiful and had a divine aura. One had a gentle and soft gaze, a face he knew all too well, Hinata Hyuga. The other, Kagaya Otsutsuki. The legendary figure, his ancestor, was snuggling up to him in the wedding photo. At that moment, Naruto was almost struck by lightning. He widened his eyes, his mind going blank. An ancestor becoming a wife. What kind of ethical collapse is this? If this is true, doesn't that mean Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki are his children? Then Ashura would be his grandson? So, does that mean he himself is the reincarnation of a grandson now? What kind of damn time loop is this? He even imagined a future where Kagaya calls him husband, and Kagaya Otsutsuki kneels and calls him father. He shivered in an instant. But upon reflection, wait a minute, I'm not that Naruto, and I'm just a reincarnator of chakra, not, huh? Naruto suddenly realized something. Reincarnation? Suddenly, he had a bold idea, but it needed verification. Taking a deep breath, Naruto immediately calmed down, and he looked back into the past. In the past fragment, he saw Otsutsuki Ishiki being defeated by someone. That person released an aura similar to his own, and that person was himself. Otsutsuki Ishiki died at my hands? No, that's not right. That wasn't his current self, but his future self. You really haven't changed. Black Zetsu, still as dark as ever. Black Zetsu, pinned by the black rods, had a complex expression that was a mix of joy, sadness, and shame. Father, you really came back? Obito beside them was already numb. Nagato frowned, looking at Black Zetsu's tearful eyes, then glanced at Naruto's expression, his mouth twitching violently. What in the world is going on? Conan, is this a family drama? Suddenly, Naruto's expression changed, his gaze fiercely sweeping over Nagato, Obito, and Conan. In his pupils, the 6 Tomo Rinnegan glimmered with golden light. Sorry, you 3. Naruto's tone was low and indifferent. Some things are better left unknown to you. As soon as he said this, the air seemed to freeze. What? Obito suddenly stood up, leaning forward, subtly entering a fighting stance. Nagato's expression darkened. A strong sense of unease surged within him. Not good. Conan's heart trembled, quickly grabbing Nagato's arm. Nagato, be careful. But Naruto's movements were much faster than theirs. His 6 Tomo Rinnegan's power erupted in an instant. The moment the illusion technique was activated, the world seemed to freeze. Even Nagato and Obito, who had Rinnegan, could not withstand the divine-like pressure. It was a higher level of ocular power. It was like Kakashi facing Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi, feeling utterly dominated. Nagato and Obito were powerless to resist. Their consciousness instantly pulled into the realm of illusion. Their pupils shrank, then fell into a blank state. Naruto did not inflict any pain on them. The illusion gently erased this segment of their memory regarding Naruto's appearance, the 6 Tomo Rinnegan, and the identity of Dad. All turned to nothingness. The next second, the 3 of them, like puppets that had lost their consciousness, slowly fell to the ground, deeply asleep. Naruto sighed. He turned to look at Black Zetsu, standing beside him, his gaze softening a bit. Black Zetsu, let us go. We need to talk somewhere else. Okay, father. Black Zetsu's dark face revealed an expression of excitement, trembling with joy. Naruto said no more, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. He and Black Zetsu's figures instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, they had already appeared on the moon. After Naruto landed, he casually unraveled the hidden technique, and dense sealing runes lit up around them, the barrier quietly closing, completely isolating all prying eyes. He slowly removed his mask. The mask hit the ground with a light sound, revealing Naruto's face before Black Zetsu. Long time no see, Black Zetsu, Naruto slowly spoke. Black Zetsu, excited, stammered, "Yes, father. I didn't expect. As you said, after 1,000 years, you would come to find me." Naruto was slightly taken aback, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, what did my past self say to you?" Black Zetsu nodded excitedly, as if presenting a treasure. "Of course. Before you left 2 sentences for me to pass on to your future self." "Oh, tell me." Cough, cough. Black Zetsu specifically cleared his throat, seemingly afraid of misreading. The first line is, "Dragon Vein, plow." The second line is, "Come on, there are surprises, don't think about spoilers." After hearing this, Naruto felt a headache coming on. How did he become a riddle master? Well, it truly fits me, it's abstract enough. He rubbed his temples, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Black Zetsu looked at him, with admiration in his eyes. "Father, are you going to find Mother next?" "Naruto bling. No ruse. Let me sort out the logic first. Do you know where Kaguya is now?" Black Zetsu shrugged, his mud-like face full of innocence. "I don't know. You hid Mother away, even I can't find her. You told me to wait for the future you to come and get me, and I've been waiting until now." Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth. "Huh? I hid her? Me? Myself?" "That's right." Black Zetsu nodded vigorously. Naruto held his forehead. "What kind of nonsense is this? I hide her, and I look for her." After being speechless for a while, Naruto sighed. "Forget it. I'll go back and check the situation first." "Hey, how do you plan to travel back in time?" "Father?" Naruto smiled, a strange look flashing in his eyes. About this, the future me has already told me the answer." "So amazing." Black Zetsu's eyes sparkled. "Black Zetsu, just wait here obediently for me. I should be back soon." "Yes, I'll wait for you. Our family is finally going to reunite." Upon hearing this, Naruto's facial muscles stiffened and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Yeah, family." He turned around and murmured softly, "Why does it feel so weird? A single dog, suddenly have a son, and he has a dark, unrecognizable villain face." Naruto took a deep breath, talking to himself with a face full of despair. "I can't be happy about this." In the next moment, his figure transformed into a golden light and vanished beyond the horizon of the moon. Black Zetsu looked longingly at the departing silhouette, his eyes filled with the hope of dawn after 1,000 years of waiting. "Father, this time we can finally start over." Chapter 160, Ancient Era. Forget it. Let us hurry up. The method is Dragon Vein and Plow. These are the 2 riddle-like instructions he heard from Black Zetsu, and they're also hints he left for himself. In other words, by combining the time-space energy of the Dragon Vein with the Plow, I can return to the era before Kaguya's sealing. However, I don't know how long I'll be gone, so I need to leave a clone just in case. With style, with clone technique. A wooden clone slowly stood before him, its expression and demeanor identical to his own, and its chakra fluctuated steadily. "Come on, I'm leaving all of this to you," Naruto said softly. He raised his hand, transmitting his chakra, and the golden light flowed into the wooden clone. Then, the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts surged violently within Naruto. Shadows of tailed beasts flickered around him, and the 9 colors of chakra converged into a massive torrent of power, continuously infused into the clone. "I've put some of the tailed beast chakra into your body. If a strong enemy comes, just say one thing, beat them up." The wooden clone nodded. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let us beat them up." Naruto then took out Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan and solemnly handed it to the clone. "By the way, take good care of this eye. If Sasuke wants it, just give it to him. After all, it's his brother's eye. It's of no use to me." "Oh, okay." After completing all this, Naruto took a deep breath. Next, the real journey begins. He needed to find the plow first. According to Urashiki's memories, Naruto knew where the plow was hidden. Naruto activated the Yellow Springs Hirazaka, using the power of the Rinnegan to tear space apart, and stepped inside. Before long, he finally found the plow. "Found you." He stored the plow and then set off for the Land of Wind, the lost tower buried in history and sand. This tower was once a convergence point for Dragon Vein energy and a place where time and space intersected. He stepped into the tower, thick dust flying with each step, and a familiar light caught his attention. It was the flying thunder god Kunai of the 4th Hokage. The Kunai, still here. He crouched down, gently brushing his fingertips over the kunai that was quietly inserted into the Dragon Vein seal. Just below the kunai, a torrent of chakra lay dormant like lava. The power from deep within the earth, the Dragon Vein. Naruto stood up, took out the plow, and began infusing chakra into it to activate it. After explaining the time he planned to travel to the plow, The lost tower trembled violently. In the center of the seal, Naruto slowly pulled the flying thunder god kunai out. In an instant, a rift in time and space opened, like a shattered sky. At that moment, time and space reversed. History was torn apart. Then, Naruto landed heavily, surrounded by an endless, desolate desert. The sky above was a dull yellow, the sun enormous and scorching. But there were no signs of human civilization. He slowly got up, brushed off the sand and dust from his body, and looked around. His eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, activating the long-range vision ability to scan the area. In the direction of the former land of fire, he saw people dressed very strangely. And those people had no chakra at all. This place, without a doubt, is the ancient era. Finally, I've arrived. Naruto Uzumaki quietly floated in the high sky, wearing white clothing, his silver hair blowing in the wind. At this moment, Kagaya had not yet descended. Naruto chose not to land. He didn't want to interact with anyone from this era. He didn't belong here. And he didn't want to have any interactions with anyone. The golden Rinnegan gently spun, the long-range vision ability pushed to the limit, his view spanning thousands of miles. He continuously scanned the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas, searching for that familiar, yet terrifying chakra presence, but found nothing. Still not. It seems she hasn't come yet. Naruto murmured. He knew Kagaya would eventually descend, but clearly, at this moment, she had not appeared, and even the god tree had not shown up. This indicated that everything was still before its beginning. Naruto quietly hovered above the clouds. The sky changed between cloudy and clear. Time quietly passed. This era had no ninjas. Everything was unsettlingly quiet. Finally, one day, a massive rumble came from the southeast, shaking the heavens and the earth. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, the golden pupils reflecting a streak of light falling from the sky, carrying an incredibly terrifying energy, plunging into the earth and causing a violent shockwave. The ground trembled violently. Forests collapsed, and clouds were torn apart. Roar! Listening to the roar of the beast, Naruto looked excited. Finally here, he swiftly rushed over, arriving at the scene in an instant. There was the familiar terrain within the borders of Takigakure. Now, it was still an uninhabited wasteland. In a massive dust cloud, a monster slowly emerged. It had 10 tails, its body coiled on the ground, chakra surging chaotically. That is the 10 tails. But Naruto immediately sensed something was off. This doesn't look like the 10 tails I know. He furrowed his brow and whispered. This 10 tails was not very large. Even smaller than the 9 tails, its skin smooth, and its teeth neatly arranged. It looked like some kind of tamed product. What the hell? Why does it look so much like the one from the first form? He suddenly raised his head to look at the sky, and sure enough, 2 figures were floating in the air. One was cold and solemn, wearing a moon-white long robe. It was Akatsuki Kagaya. The other was dressed in a white coat. With a sturdy body, it was Akatsuki Ishiki. The 2 slowly descended in front of the 10 tails. At this moment, Ishiki turned to Kagaya and said, "All right, Kagaya. The 10 tails has been planted. It's your turn." "Yes, it's time for me to make a move." Saying this, she suddenly attacked, striking a palm towards the unsuspecting Ishiki. Kagaya's attack was like lightning, and Ishiki didn't have time to react at all. He was blasted away, blood gushing from his mouth. He crashed into the mouth of the 10 tails below, which opened its massive jaws. Crack! The 10 tails' jaws closed. Kagaya did not notice, but Naruto saw it clearly. At the moment the 10 tails closed its mouth, Ishiki forcibly activated his S10 Kishan in midair. His form rapidly shrank, becoming nearly invisible. However, although Ishiki activated S10 Kishan, his lower half was bitten off. The upper half escaped, while the lower half was swallowed by the 10 tails. Just as the 10 tails swallowed Ishiki, it let out a tremendous roar. The roar was like that of an elephant, shaking the heavens. Then slowly, the body of the 10 tails began to change, forming an incredibly gigantic and thick tree. Through Naruto's perception, he could clearly feel the natural energy in the sky, ground, and air being absorbed by that tree. Meanwhile, Ishiki quickly fled the scene under Naruto's watchful gaze. Seeing this, Naruto let out a cold smile. Run? Where can you run to? Chapter 161. Upgrade of the Rinnegan. Naruto was suspended high in the sky, his golden Rinnegan fixed on a faint life force in the distance. That was Akatsuki Ishiki, who was attempting to escape. At this moment, Ishiki was rapidly flying towards the ground in a minuscule form, like a speck of dust drifting in the wind. He dared not stop, nor did he dare to use space techniques to flee. He was afraid. He was uncertain whether Kagaya had completely left, If spatial fluctuations were exposed now, Kagaya might reappear and truly send him to his death. However, danger was not far away. Suddenly, Ishiki felt a tightening in his heart as an indescribable sense of oppression washed over him. It was a primal instinct screaming a warning, as if the fingers of death gently brushed against his soul. He abruptly turned around. There was no one around. "Who?" he hissed, his voice laced with agitation and panic. In the next moment, the world changed drastically. The familiar earth, forests, and mountains shattered like a broken mirror, twisting and reconstructing. He suddenly found himself floating in a strange place, with a gray sky and a dead land, as if it did not exist in the real world. Ishiki's expression changed drastically. Who did this? Why was I completely unaware? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly realized he couldn't move. It wasn't that his chakra was restricted, nor was his mind sealed, but a crushing force from all directions, as if countless invisible hands pressed down on every inch of his body, making it impossible for him to move a single finger. He was shocked. How could this be? "I am Akatsuki Ishiki." Ishiki forcibly suppressed his panic, immediately releasing S10 Kisan, and his body instantly regained its original height and strength. He hoped to break free with his full chakra and physical strength. But ineffective. His body still seemed to be trapped in solid amber, his eyes wide open, utterly powerless to resist. Who? Who is it? At this moment, faint footsteps echoed from the depths of space. Slowly, a white-haired youth in white clothing stepped out, standing tall, with golden divine light swirling in his eyes. Naruto smiled and walked up to him, gently waving his hand as if greeting an old friend. "Hello, welcome to my illusionary world. Who are you?" Ishiki shouted angrily, his tone betraying his panic. "Why did you ambush me?" Naruto's lips curled up, his gaze calm. "What do you think? Guess your mother, whether you are from the main family or the branch family. I have never seen you before. Who exactly are you?" Ishiki roared, anger and fear intertwining, his cheeks contorted with rage. But Naruto merely replied nonchalantly, "I'm just Akatsuki passing by here." This sentence stunned Ishiki. He couldn't comprehend. What does passing by mean? He had never heard of this guy. Yet the other party could effortlessly seal the space and suppress his body, and he claimed this was an illusionary world? What is an illusion? How could he achieve this level? In the next moment, Naruto slowly raised both hands, quickly forming seals. Ishiki's eyes widened. He had never seen this method of sealing. "What do you want to do?" "Sealing technique, corps démoniaque." As Naruto softly uttered these words, a blurry and terrifying specter of the god of death suddenly appeared behind him. The god of death opened its withered palm and grasped Ishiki's soul. Ishiki let out a scream that tore through the heavens, but the power of the god of death devoured him like an abyss, inch by inch extracting his soul from his body. "No, I can't die." Once the soul was completely pulled out, the god of death swallowed it whole, and Ishiki's body fell like a puppet that had lost its strings, crashing to the ground and creating a massive pit. Naruto hovered in the air, watching the remains lying there silently, his expression devoid of any waves. Akatsuki Ishiki has been eliminated. Next, it's time to feast. Then, Naruto's consciousness entered the realm of the god of death. In the darkness, a familiar aura slowly fused with him. It was the soul sphere of Akatsuki Ishiki. A tremendous force, suffocating in its intensity, surged from the depths of the soul, pouring into Naruto's body. Instantly, his flesh was reconstructed invisibly, his nervous system rewritten, and his bones, muscles, and even cells radiated new vitality. The first thing he inherited was Ishiki's godlike physique. Strength, speed, reflexes. In an instant, Naruto's body reached an unprecedented height. This power, Naruto murmured to himself, his fist gently clenching, causing the air to ripple. If combined with the Six Paths mode and lightning-style chakra mode, what level of speed could I achieve? Interesting. By the way, Madara, this is a perfect opportunity to test it on Madara. Immediately after, a deeper power surged from soul. Ishiki's Byakugan finally emerged. This ocular technique resonated with Naruto's spirit. Unlike the last time he devoured Ishiki, when he only gained the power of the Six Paths without the ocular technique, that time was to awaken the Rinnegan. Naruto actively allowed the Rinnegan to absorb the power, but sacrificed Ishiki's ocular power. This time, Naruto chose not to hold back. He actively guided the Rinnegan to absorb the power of the Byakugan. S10 Kisan Dekoken. Naruto's eyes narrowed. These two techniques were highly spatial in nature. If merged into the Rinnegan, perhaps the Dekokunin could reach even greater heights. The golden Rinnegan in his eyes slowly rotated, absorbing the core ocular technique from the Byakugan. In the next moment, a completely different energy erupted from the Rinnegan. Daikokutten, evolution completed. This time, Daikokutten possessed a brand new ability. Not only the original spatial control, but now it also had the function of shrinking everything. Any object within his sight could be compressed with just a thought. What's even more terrifying is another newly added domain, the time-stopped other space. In that space, only Naruto can move. Everything else is locked in the stillness of time, unable to escape or react. The power of space has indeed advanced further, Naruto murmured, his eyes flickering with calm and suppressed excitement. Now, when it comes to time-space ninjutsu, there shouldn't be anyone who can match me. Moreover, I now have another space. Other space? He raised a hand, gazing at his palm, and chuckled softly. Speaking of other space, he thought of Obito's Sharingan, those eyes that could phase the body and control space. Obito, I really want your eyes more and more. Chapter 162. 10 Tales. Soon after, Naruto closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the depths of that darkness, exploring the remnants of memories belonging to Ishiki. He quickly grasped the basic situation of Ishiki. At the same time, he found several things he was most interested in: Daikokutten, the sealing pot, and the 10 Tails. These were hidden by Ishiki in the other space. However, what surprised him the most was that he discovered the cells of Akatsuki Kinshiki. Kinshiki's cells? Naruto opened his eyes, murmuring softly, a strange light flashing in his golden pupils. He chuckled and shook his head. Ishiki, you truly are my benefactor. Although he saw what he most desired, Naruto quickly calmed down. These Kinshiki cells contain unknown power, a power different from Kagaya's, and may even be the true origin of the Akatsuki clan. No matter how curious he was, Naruto did not use them immediately. Such power, once it goes out of control, even he wouldn't be able to bear it. Well, although I really want to absorb it right away, I still need to study it first. He smiled faintly and then shifted his attention to another more practical target, the 10 Tails. This guy might be useful. As soon as the thought finished, Naruto's eyes suddenly transformed into golden Rinnegan, and with a thought, the space flipped, and he and Ishiki's corpse entered the depths of the other space. It was a silent void, devoid of light and sound, with countless floating ceiling boxes, barrier ceiling pots, and a dark, giant shadow, the sleeping 10 Tails. Naruto quietly hovered in the air, observing the appearance of this massive creature, raising an eyebrow slightly. Kawaii cute. His tone was light, but carried a hint of sarcasm. The 10 Tails before him was completely different from the divine tree body in his memory that could trigger apocalyptic disasters. It did not carry that fearful pressure, nor that suffocating aura of destruction. It resembled a sleeping giant beast, yet to awaken. It really looks like it's in an embryonic state, Naruto murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. At this moment, he already possessed the chakra of 9-tailed beasts, which are controlled by Naruto's Kodoeme Tsukumi, forming a wonderful contractual relationship deep within their souls. He could clearly perceive the abilities brought by each tailed beast. 1 tail, magnet release; 2 tails, speed; 3 tails, water release; 4 tails, melt release; 5 tails, boil release; 6 tails, strong acid; 7 tails, defense; 8 tails, brute force; 9 tails, perception. Each tailed beast was a piece of his power puzzle, and now, the 10th piece was right in front of him. If the 10 Tails abilities are regeneration and the source of life, then it will be the ultimate enhancement for my body. He extended his hand, and the 10 Tails transformed into a stream of water, entering Naruto's body. Just as it landed steadily, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils suddenly opened. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw 9 figures forming a half circle, all staring at it in unison. The 9-tailed beasts had different expressions, but their momentum was surprisingly consistent. 1 tail, Shikaku, raised its short claws lazily and spoke. Hey, new little brother? 2 tails, Nakomata, squinted with disdain. TSK looks so ugly. 3 tails, Isabu, calmly greeted. Hello. 4 tails, Son Goku, stroked its chin and commented. Is this really the 10 Tails? 5 tails, Mu, nodded. Nice to meet you. 6 tails, Saiken, smiled broadly and wagged its tail. Hello 7 tails, Chome, enthusiastically flapped its wings. I'm lucky old 7. Welcome to the tailed beast family. 8 tails, Gyuki, suddenly shook its head and laughed. Hey, Brad. 9 tails, Kurama, crossed its claws over its chest and haughtily snorted. I'm the boss, remember that. At this moment, the 10 tails, confronted with these 9 enthusiastic faces, suddenly began to roar. Roar. It unleashed a roar, its tail wildly waving, the chakra within surging like a tide. And now had only one thought. I want to eat you all. Just as the 10 tails raised like blades, preparing to attack, the space suddenly trembled. From the center of Naruto's abdomen, several golden chains shot out, wrapping around the 10 tails' limbs and tails with precision like thunder, firmly pinning it to the ground. Diamond Lock. He stood before the 10 tails, his brows calm, his gaze sharp as a knife. I never expected there would actually come a day to use this move. With a casual hand sign, a shadow clone appeared with a bang, landing steadily and walking towards the 10 tails. The clone half squatted, placing its palm on the 10 tails' forehead, sensing its existence. As expected, there is no soul. The structure of the 10 tails is completely different from the other tailed beasts. Its insides are empty, devoid of emotions, awareness, only a mass of violent instinct. Devour, devour, it's all about devouring. That is all it is. In other words, Naruto squinted. In its eyes, the 9-tailed beast inside, and I are just food? That won't do. The clone turned its right hand, and the light of yin-yang release slowly infused into the 10 tails' forehead. As the energy merged into its body, the 10 tails' gaze suddenly changed, becoming clear from murky. It raised its head, unexpectedly revealing an air of innocence. Hungry. So hungry. Daddy, I'm so hungry. It called out in a soft voice. Huh? Naruto's main body was taken aback. But the next second, the 10 tails raised its head again. Licking its lips seriously, Daddy, I think I want to eat you. What the hell? Before he could finish his sentence, the 9-tailed beasts beside him were already laughing uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. This new kid is a bit interesting. He. This is probably going to socially kill the boss. Naruto's face turned ashen, the veins on his forehead twitching slightly. He took a deep breath, deciding to consider the issue rationally. It seems that although it has been given a soul, its instincts still exist. He pondered quietly. The 10 tails was never a complete entity. It was merely a tool of the Akatsuki. Without devouring the Akatsuki, without transforming into the divine tree, without absorbing natural energy to nurture chakra fruits, it was just a half-finished product. Fortunately, Ishiki's corpse is still here, just in time to be useful. All right, this child cannot be spoiled. The clone nodded, stood up, scratching its head as it said, You go out first. I'll play with it. Naruto took a deep breath, looking at the 10 tails' little boy already rolling on the ground begging for food, and smiled wryly. Then his consciousness slowly detached from the sea of souls, returning to reality. Following the guidance in Ishiki's memories, Naruto arrived at a nearby life planet. This planet had a dense atmosphere, strong gravity, sparse vegetation, but rich in natural chakra. He landed on a vast, desolate land, feeling the flow of energy here, which was completely different from the ninja world. He gently waved his hand, and a rift in space tore open. Come out. With a low rumble, the 10 tails slowly emerged from the rift, and, as it landed, its massive body caused the ground to tremble and dust arise. Chapter 163. Gaia. As soon as the 10 tails landed, it grinned at Naruto. Its voice deep, but mixed with a childlike whine. Daddy, I'm hungry. Naruto shrugged, smiling helplessly, and took out a corpse from the dark sky. All right. I'll give you some nutritional meals. As soon as the corpse was thrown out, the 10 tails swallowed it in one gulp. Thank you, Daddy. Ugh. In an instant after swallowing, the 10 tails' body underwent a sudden change. Its skin cracked, complex patterns appeared on the surface, and chakra surged violently. It howled to the heavens, its body transforming into a towering giant tree, branches and leaves spreading out, roots digging deep into the earth. The god tree, reappearing in the world. Time began to flow. The day and night on this planet were extremely long. Daytime was scorching, and nighttime was icy. Naruto could no longer tell how much time had passed in the ninja world. He waited quietly, training and meditating in the shadow of the god tree, until one day, a crisp voice rang out. Daddy, I have something for you to eat. Naruto opened his eyes, and the god tree slightly lowered its branches, crystalline fruits hanging among them. Sparkling. He was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Wow, you're so thoughtful. It seems it's time to give you a name. The 10 tails looked very excited. Okay. 10 tails. Earth, life, fruit. Naming is so troublesome. Got it. I'll call you Gaia. Gaia. I'm called Gaia now. The god tree joyfully shook its branches. I have a name now, Daddy. Naruto patted the trunk, nodding with a smile. Looks like you really like this name, Gaia. The god tree emitted a pleasant hum. At that moment, the 9-tailed beast within Naruto fell silent. Recalling the moment they were given their names, all showing soft expressions as they looked at their new younger brother. Daddy, quickly eat the gift Gaia gave you. The god tree urged softly again. Thank you, Gaia. Naruto looked up at the sparkling chakra fruit and swallowed it in one bite. Boom! His body instantly emitted a dazzling blue light, as if every cell in his body was being reshaped. The original six-pointed star in his Rinnegan spun continuously, merging and evolving. Gradually, 3 additional points appeared in the center of his forehead, converging with his 2 eyes into 9-pointed golden Rinnegan. Chakra surged within him like a tidal wave, and Naruto silently comprehended the newly born power, feeling an unprecedented strength. At the same time, Naruto's eye techniques, Deva Path, Azura Path, and more, were all greatly enhanced. Not only that, but Naruto's Rinnegan also gained a second eye technique, Heaven's Wrath. The effect was singular, virtual and real, confusing the two, both illusory and real. The effect is somewhat like Marvel's Reality Stone. At that moment, the form of the god tree changed again, slowly shrinking back into the 10 tails. But its appearance was vastly different from before. Now, Gaia had a muscular body, a slanted left eye, a strangely positioned mouth, and 9 sharp horns growing from its head, with a bulge on its back resembling a large conch shell, looking bizarre indeed. Naruto flew up, suspended in mid-air, gazing at this evolutionary result, quietly lost in thought. How ugly can it be? It's too eye-watering. He sighed, slowly descended, and pressed his palm on the 10 tails head. Gaia, I'll give you a new skin. Okay, Daddy. Naruto's eyes lit up, and the power of Yin-Yang release surged forth, covering Gaia's body. The 10 tails body began to squirm, reconstructing and reshaping. By the time the transformation was complete, standing before Naruto was a majestic giant fox. Its long white fur flowed in the wind, 10 tails elegantly spread out, red vertical pupils shimmering with a crimson glow, and a 6-pointed red Rinnegan appearing in the center of its forehead. Spirit, might, stability, divinity, everything came together, resembling a messenger of the divine. Just as Naruto admired his masterpiece, a familiar roar suddenly echoed from within him. I object. Kurama jumped out, fur bristling, claws crossed over chest. Why did you make it so cute? As a fellow fox, how could it be made to look so good? It's unfair. Instantly, the other-tailed beasts burst into laughter. Aha! Dumbus! One tail laughed. Kurama glared angrily. Do you want to fight? Two tails scoffed. No matter how cute it is, it's not as cute as me. Kurama, what is it to you? You dead cat. Three tails slowly spoke. Kurama, it's actually pretty cute, right? Kurama exploded with rage. Shut up. You're the last one who should talk. Ah. Kurama fumed. What are you laughing at, old four? Five tails nodded. Kurama, what is it to you? Six tails. Kurama raised an eyebrow. Why are you mute? Speak. Seven tails quickly clarified. It's not my business, not my business. Kurama, then why are you babbling? Eight tails shook its head and sighed. Naruto, you should come out and manage Kurama. He is about to turn into a spouting demon fox. Kurama turned his head sharply. Furious, you're the one who is spouting. At this moment, Naruto's voice finally came from outside. Kurama instinctively straightened up. What? Naruto, looking helpless, said, we're all family now. Do we really need to argue over such trivial matters? Kurama was instantly choked up, huffing unhappily and turning away in silence. Naruto shook his head with a bitter smile, then pointed, slowly sealing the newly reshaped 10 tails, Gaia, back inside him. After doing all this, he entered the ceiling space, looked at Kurama, and spoke in a calm but serious tone. Kurama, from now on, Gaia is your younger brother. As the older brother, take good care of him. Kurama's ears twitched, slightly taken aback. At this moment, Gaia looked down at Kurama and obediently said, Hello, Kurama brother, I'm Gaia. Please take care of me from now on. Listening to this, Kurama's mouth curled up, crossing its claws over its chest, and huffing proudly. My dear Ododo, I will definitely take care of you, Nii-san. Seeing Kurama's tough exterior but soft heart, Naruto and all the tailed beasts couldn't help but burst into laughter. After coming out of the ceiling space, Naruto opened his eyes and slowly descended onto the land of the ninja world. However, as soon as he steadied himself, a strange yet powerful chakra fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Naruto instantly turned his head, his expression serious. That is Kagaya. At this moment, Kagaya was quietly floating before a massive god tree, holding a freshly ripened fruit in her hand. She slowly brought the fruit to her mouth and gently bit, crunch. In the next moment, she was enveloped in a deep blue light, chakra erupting from her body like a tidal wave. A vertical line slowly split open in the center of her forehead. Her third eye, the nine-pointed red Rinnegan, slowly opened. Just as Kagaya opened her eyes, she saw a familiar yet incredibly strange figure. He wore white robes, his white hair flowing, and the nine-pointed golden Rinnegan shining in his eyes. He stood in the air, expression calm, gaze gentle. Ah, Kaguya. Kagaya's pupils constricted suddenly, filled with horror. Akatsuki, Chapter 164. The majestic Susanoo from the main family. Why are you so fast? Kagaya gritted her teeth and questioned, her eyes filled with shock and vigilance. Naruto shrugged, his tone relaxed. Hey, calm down. I'm not one of your Akatsuki clan. You're lying. Kagaya's eyes widened in anger, her emotions intense. You can't fool me. As soon as she finished speaking, her palm suddenly opened, and a bone radiating a deathly aura shot out. Kong Shaguegu. Naruto recognized it at a glance. He remembered this kind of bone, once pierced. It meant certain death. Kagaya roared, controlling the Kong Shaguegu to stab fiercely at Naruto. Naruto sighed, his expression darkening. I told you I'm not Akatsuki. Forget it, Indra. The Rinnegan in his eyes shone brightly, and the ocular technique was activated in an instant. The next moment, the Kong Shaguegu, which was aimed at his vital point, vanished with a snap, forcibly transferred to another space. Nanny. Kagaya's face changed drastically, her eyes full of disbelief. After witnessing this, her initial fear quickly transformed into intense killing intent, her gaze sharp as a blade. At the same time, the god tree suddenly trembled violently, its form twisting and expanding rapidly, ultimately transforming into a bizarre 10 tails form. 6 twisted horns, a single eye on the right side of its face, a mouth at the front, and a huge conch-like object dragging behind it. Its entire body was emaciated, as if its life had been drained. Naruto glanced at Kagaya beside him, then looked at the bizarre 10 tails on the other side, raising an eyebrow and muttering softly. TSK, the crazy woman on the left, the deformed monster on the right. Am I being made into a sushi sandwich? Forget it. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Kagaya's eyes suddenly turned white, the blood vessels at the corners of her eyes bulging like vines, the pressure of her Byakugan sweeping out like a flood. But in front of Naruto, this pressure was almost ineffective. Naruto remained calm, his voice cold and firm. But there's one thing you'd better remember. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Kagaya was slightly taken aback, but then snorted coldly, clearly not taking his words to heart. It was no wonder she didn't believe him. This boy, in terms of aura, posture, and his white hair and white clothes, looked just like the Akatsuki clan she was familiar with. Moreover, what made her wary was Naruto's pair of strange Rinnegan. They were golden Rinnegan, with 9 tomo swirling in the pupils. Even among the Akatsuki clan, those who possessed such eyes were extremely rare. Pretending to be a god. Without hesitation, Kagaya and the 10 tails she summoned attacked simultaneously. Kagaya's palm opened, and countless divine fists formed from the 80 gods' air strike surged out from the void. At the same time, the 10 tails roared, its 10 tails soaring up like mountains crashing down, all aimed at Naruto. Faced with this double attack, Naruto's eyes turned cold, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth, just in time to test my current power. He whispered softly, Sage Art, Lightning Release, Chakra Mode. Golden lightning erupted instantly, and Naruto had vanished from his original spot. The next second, bang, the enormous head of the 10 tails was sent flying, spinning in the air before crashing down onto the distant ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kagaya was suddenly stunned, disbelief written all over her face. This can't be real, she muttered subconsciously. This guy actually has the power of a single strike. Before she could react, a sudden chill came from behind her. Naruto had appeared at her back without her noticing, close to her ear, whispering, Wrong. This is not the power of a single strike. This is my power. Nanny. She suddenly turned around. Slap. Naruto lightly tapped her neck, the strike seemingly gentle. It immediately made Kagaya's pupils dilate, her eyes rolling back. Her body lost balance, consciousness fading into darkness, and she slowly fell. Naruto caught the unconscious Kagaya as he descended, his gaze falling on the falling 10 tails in the distance. Roar. The 10 tails saw Kagaya fall into Naruto's hands and roared angrily, its fury almost manifesting. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a gigantic black-red tailed beast ball rapidly formed, its size far exceeding its own. In the next moment, that massive energy sphere howled toward Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto looked at Kagaya, and said speechlessly, "Wow, are you planning to take Kaguya down with you? Truly a rebellious child." Saying this, Naruto held Kaguya with one hand while slowly raising the other. Sealing technique, absorption. The Hungry Ghost Path's technique activated instantly, a transparent barrier blocking the tailed beast ball. The tailed beast ball quickly shrank, twisted, and was ultimately completely absorbed. The Ten Tails was filled with rage, its body swelling, muscles bulging as if about to explode, its momentum skyrocketing. Roar! It roared and lunged at Naruto, its massive fists sweeping toward him like a violent storm. Naruto's expression turned cold. "That's enough. Shinra Tensei." The furious fists halted before him, as if hitting an invisible wall, unable to advance an inch. But the Ten Tails refused to give up, continuously swinging its fists, each strike shaking the heavens and the earth. Naruto sighed lightly, forming a one-handed seal. "I can't go all out. After all, this is my future wife's pet. I can't kill it. But beating it up should be fine." Sage art would release true thousand hands. With a thunderous roar, a massive thousand-handed Buddha statue rose from the ground, matching the height of the Ten Tails. Unlike the wooden giant of the first Hokage, this Buddha statue had no wooden person seated atop it. This was exactly the form used by Ashura in the anime. Naruto stood atop the Buddha statue, looking at the Ten Tails before him. The Ten Tails, facing an equally powerful enemy, became increasingly enraged and roared again. "Roar! Come on!" Naruto's eyes narrowed, his tone icy. "Ikas." As Naruto's voice fell, the 1,000 arms of the true 1,000 hands all clenched into fists, as if the entire world was rumbling. The fists, like a meteor shower, violently smashed down toward the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails, seeing this, roared in anger, abandoning its offensive. Its 10 tails immediately sweeping out to block this devastating attack. However, in the battle between the two colossal beasts, the heavens and earth changed color. Mountains crumbled. The ground tore open with massive cracks, and storms swept through. The inhabitants of the distant life planet were filled with terror, feeling the ground shake violently. Looking up at the shocking scene in the sky, kneeling and praying, thinking it was the wrath of the gods descending. But Naruto paid no mind to the panic of these people, only coldly watching the 10 tails that still hadn't fallen. "Oh, you haven't gone down yet? Then, let's add some weight." Susanoo. With a thunderous crash, the massive Buddha statue donned white armor, transforming into a divine warrior, the mighty Susanoo. The image is in the author's notes, of course. Just a reference image. The specifics still need everyone's imagination. The thousand-handed Buddha seemed to wear battle gloves, killing intense surging, aura boiling. Kneel. The empowerment of Susanoo doubled the power of the true thousand hands, with millions of fists raining down, a violent wind rising, distorting the void. The 10 tails was utterly incapable of withstanding it. Its 10 tails lifted high, unable to counterattack, its entire body submerged by the relentless fists. Roar. The 10 tails roared in unwillingness, its body constantly being suppressed, finally coming to a halt. Seeing the opportunity, Naruto quickly formed seals. Mata Mata, Sage Art, Myo Jinmen. A series of scarlet torii gates crashed down from the sky, firmly pinning the 10 tails' limbs, tail, and head to the ground, rendering it immobile. The 10 tails struggled violently, but could no longer resist. Naruto, controlling Susanoo, walked forward slowly, each step causing the earth to tremble. Approaching the 10 tails, he slowly crouched down, raising his right hand. In that enormous palm, a black character floated up. Kakwan Nin Sui Shu. The seal was placed on the head of the 10 tails. In an instant, the 10 tails' wide open eyes slowly closed, its anger and ferocity completely smoothed out. Immediately afterward, Naruto lifted the seal, and the body of the 10 tails began to undergo drastic changes, slowly transforming into the form of the God Tree. Chapter 165. Kaguya looking at the 10 tails that had already turned into the God Tree. Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped away non-existent sweat with his hand, dispelled the Susanoo and the technique of the thousand hands. An entire world returned to silence. Only at this moment did he have the leisure to examine his surroundings. Wait, where exactly did I fly to? He frowned and glanced around, his face filled with confusion. Sigh, the old method still works. Climb high to see far. With that, Naruto soared into the sky, rushing upwards. Once he saw the terrain of the land below, he suddenly realized, oh, so this god tree planted by Kaguya is in the future, Wind Country? He looked down at the ground beneath him, his eyes flashing with shock. Good grief. No wonder this place became a desert in later years. It turns out the Ten Tails sucked this land dry. Saying this, he sighed lightly, his eyes suddenly transforming into golden Rinnegan, his gaze piercing 1,000 miles, looking towards the Earth Country and the Lightning Country. The Lightning Country still looked like the mountainous region he remembered, with thunder roaring constantly, seemingly unchanged. But when his gaze fell on the Earth Country, Naruto's expression suddenly became serious. Although the mountains were still connected, there was no trace of life, as if all vitality had been drained. Especially deep within that lifeless soil, he could clearly sense the lingering aura of the god tree, as well as a rotting tree trunk buried deep underground. So it turns out, the god tree once took root near Takigakure, leading to the depletion of life across the entire Earth Country. Naruto slowly closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "What has been done will happen again. What has been done will be done again." No wonder the Earth Country in later years became a barren wasteland. Afterward, Naruto took the unconscious Kagaya towards the Fire Country, finding a secluded, uninhabited forest to settle down. Under the shade of a tree, he gently placed Kagaya down and sat against a large tree. Just like that, a day and night passed. Finally, Kagaya slowly woke up, opening her eyes and looking around with a confused expression. "Where am I now? Oh, Kagaya, did you sleep well?" A familiar voice sounded, and Kagaya instantly tensed up, turning to look at him. Akatsuki. Hey, don't be so excited. I am Uzumaki Naruto. From 1,000 years in the future. Do you think I would believe that? You could believe it. As he spoke, Naruto brought his fingers together and cast an illusion. In an instant, scenes of the future world appeared before Kagaya's eyes. Kagaya stared at everything in a daze, her expression gradually becoming complex. Is this all real? Are you really from 1,000 years later? That's right. She frowned, hesitating for a moment before asking. Then, why does that dark, strange thing call you dad and me mom? Cough, cough, cough. Naruto nearly choked on his own saliva, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. How to explain this? Should he tell her that she would be his wife in the future, and that thing was her creation? Who would believe that? After thinking for a moment, he simply smiled mysteriously. You'll understand in the future. Kagaya pouted, but didn't press further. After all, she wasn't a fool, and she already had an answer in her heart. She said, "Fine. Then why did you travel to this time?" Naruto's expression became serious as he slowly said, "2 purposes. First, to kill Akatsuki Kagaya." "Oh, then you're too late." Kagaya said proudly, "I've already killed Kagaya." "No." Naruto shook his head. "You only let the Ten Tails swallow half of him. His upper body escaped." "How is that possible?" "I say you don't believe me. You can see for yourself." Before his words fell, the illusion unfolded again. This time, the scene clearly showed Kagaya's lower half being bitten off by the Ten Tails, then transforming into a mini form and quietly escaping. Kagaya's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and she jumped up. "Oh no, I have to chase. Hey, don't rush." Naruto pulled her back and smiled. "It's already been dealt with. Kagaya is now nothing but dust. Why didn't you say that earlier?" Kagaya sat back down on the ground, finally letting out a breath of relief. "The first goal, I've already completed. Now for the second goal." "What goal?" Kagaya asked warily. "To team up with you to fight against the Akatsuki clan." Kagaya suddenly stood up, her expression changing. "How do you know about the clan's existence?" "I killed a member of the main family named Urashiki. From his memories, I saw the information about the clan. Why do you want to deal with the clan? That has nothing to do with you, right?" "Of course it does. My principle is if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If someone offends me, I will kill their entire clan. The main family has come, and they will surely bring disaster to this world. I am living well in this world, yet I am targeted, so of course I must eliminate them." Hearing Naruto's answer, Kagaya nodded, understanding his intentions. "I understand. So what should we do now?" "Don't worry, I already have a plan." "All right, then I'll leave it to you." After resting for a while, Naruto felt a bit dry in his mouth, so he went to find some fruits, vegetables, and wild beasts. After preparing everything, he started a fire to cook. Kagaya looked at him in confusion. "What are you doing?" "Cooking." "Cooking? What is that?" "All right, your Akatsuki clan doesn't have the habit of eating. How about this? I'll show you." Saying that, Naruto picked up a piece of roasted meat with chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly before swallowing. "This is eating." "I see. It's about eating. I understand that. But why do you use 2 small sticks?" "First, the food is too hot. Using your hands directly would burn you. Second, it's unhygienic to grab food with dirty hands. Chopsticks are the most civilized and clean choice." Kagaya nodded, trying to imitate Naruto's movements with the chopsticks, but she was clearly clumsy. Naruto smiled and walked over to hold her hand, patiently teaching her. Like this. Index finger on top, middle finger underneath, thumb pinching. Kagaya studied very seriously and finally managed to pick up a piece of meat and send it to her mouth. Her eyes lit up, and she showed an unprecedented joy. It's delicious. Naruto laughed. Good, isn't it? Hum. After eating for a while, Kagaya touched her stomach, her face flushed with satisfaction. Then, she wanted to check on the Ten Tails condition, so Naruto took her there. When Kagaya saw that the Ten Tails had returned to the form of the god tree, her expression relaxed slightly. But then she frowned. Strange. Why is the aura of the god tree so weak? Ahem. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It wanted to hit me. I couldn't just stand there and take a beating, could I? Kagaya was silent for a moment and sighed. As long as it is still alive, let it slowly recover and bear fruit again. So what should we do now? How about we take a walk? Okay, I'll follow your lead. Great. There's a village nearby. Let's change our outfits and go take a look. Saying this, Naruto sealed away the power of the Akatsuki and closed his Rinnegan. He transformed back into Uzumaki Naruto. Kagaya looked at Naruto in confusion and asked, "How did you change back to this appearance?" Chapter 166. Leader Kagaya stared at Naruto's red hair and red eyebrows, her expression gradually turning to confusion. Naruto noticed her gaze and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Kagaya blinked. "I just wanted to ask, why did you change your hair to this color?" Naruto smiled. "This is actually my original appearance. The red hair is a characteristic of my maternal clan, the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki clan? I've never heard of it. Of course, the Uzumaki clan is a lineage of your descendants, and since Yui hasn't been born yet, you wouldn't have heard of it. Kagaya continued to examine Naruto, murmuring thoughtfully, "I still think you look better with white hair." "Oh, do you want me to keep that look?" Kagaya nodded. Hum. All right then. Saying this, Naruto undid his seal, returning to his Tsutsuki form, with white hair and eyebrows, exuding a cold and stern aura. However, Kagaya's gaze still seemed a bit strange. "What's wrong now?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kagaya asked seriously, "Why don't you have a Byakugan?" "Because I'm not from the Tsutsuki clan." "I see." Kagaya nodded slightly, then tilted her head. "But your blue eyes look really awkward." Hearing this, Naruto rolled his eyes in silence. Then, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils had transformed into the golden Rinnegan, the 9 Tomo slowly spinning, mysterious and majestic. Kagaya widened her eyes in surprise. They turned golden? What kind of eyes are these? Rinnegan. You actually have Rinnegan? You really are an incredible person. Haha, then I'll take that as a compliment. I didn't compliment you. All right, no matter what you say, I'm going to get a bit carried away. Naruto smiled, stood up, extended his hand, and said, "Come on, let's go see this world." Kagaya smiled slightly and nodded gently. Naruto and Kagaya flew into the sky, beginning their journey of exploration. They started from the future Wind Country, Earth Country, Lightning Country, Whirlpool Country, and Water Country, circling the borders of the surrounding small countries, and finally arrived at the future Fire Country's territory. At this time, it was still in ancient times, and many places had not yet been cultivated, with dense forests everywhere. Most people lived in regions suitable for survival, such as the Water Country, Fire Country, and Grass Country. These people wore simple pieces of cloth, lived in thatched or wooden houses, and their diet was quite simple. Due to the lack of trade, life in these areas seemed very primitive. Naruto was not interested in this, but for Kagaya, everything was full of curiosity. They entered a tribe, and the people there cautiously examined them upon seeing them. Suddenly, a few individuals armed with weapons approached, attempting to stop their advance. "Stop! You two aren't allowed to move. Listen to us, and we might spare your lives." Kagaya sensed the hostility from these individuals, activating her Byakugan's pressure, which weighed down upon them. This terrifying pressure was unbearable for these ordinary people. Just before they faced death, Naruto quickly pressed down on Kagaya's shoulder, urging her to retract her Byakugan. "All right, Kagaya, take me to see your leader. I have something to discuss with him." After sensing Naruto's aura, the group immediately led them to the leader's residence without hesitation. The leader was an old man who looked at Naruto and Kagaya with what he considered a kingly aura and said, "Who are you? Why don't you kneel before me?" Upon hearing this, Kagaya and Naruto frowned. Kagaya's Byakugan pressure pressed down on the leader, and Naruto's chakra burst forth. Under the combined pressure of the two, the leader died instantly. The guards rushed over with wooden spears, but under Naruto and Kagaya's gazes, they all stopped, some even wetting themselves in fear. Just as everyone knelt on the ground in terror, uncertain of their fate, Naruto slightly raised his head, scanning the tribe's people. After pondering for a moment, A sudden inspiration struck him, and a thought emerged in his mind. Since there was nothing to do at the moment, why not take this opportunity to do something more interesting? He glanced at Kagaya, his eyes holding a hint of mischief. How about we temporarily become the rulers of this tribe and see if we can truly change the fate of these humans? Kagaya furrowed her brow slightly, but then gently nodded. Naruto turned to the kneeling citizens and spoke in a tone that was both authoritative and deep. Kneel. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a thunderous intimidation. Those tribesmen who had not yet knelt, upon hearing Naruto's words, all fell to their knees, not daring to resist in the slightest. They seemed to face a deity, filled with fear, reverence, and submission, a mix of emotions. Don't worry, Naruto said slowly, his tone calm. As long as you listen obediently, I won't kill you. Not only that, but as long as you serve me loyally, I will bestow upon you unimaginable wealth. No worries about food and clothing, flourishing descendants, a strong tribe, and people coming to pay respects. This statement caused the kneeling people to exchange glances. They did not understand what unimaginable wealth was, but they sensed from Naruto's tone that it was not a lie, but a kind of sincere and determined power. However, their doubts had not completely dissipated. Some among them nervously looked up, but quickly lowered their heads again. They could not see through these two godlike humans, but since they had already submitted, perhaps they could only try to accept this sudden fate. Naruto did not mind this. He knew that changing a tribe's fate could not rely solely on pressure. True change must start from the root. Systems, education, culture, productivity, each aspect must be personally intervened in. Anyway, the God Tree's growth still requires time, and with nothing to do, instead of wandering aimlessly, it would be better to personally carve out an ideal nation. Thus, Naruto and Kagaya officially became the rulers of this tribe. The two stood on the tribe's high platform, announcing the new order and laws. In their private discussions, Kagaya expressed her willingness to take on the responsibility of suppressing all hostility and foreign enemies. She used absolute force as a deterrent to suppress any potential rebels within the tribe or any neighboring small tribes that often coveted this land, showing no mercy. Meanwhile, Naruto was responsible for the construction of spiritual civilization and social structure. He led the tribespeople in literacy, taught farming techniques, woodworking, pottery, weaving, building houses, and even guided them in establishing a military system and a rudimentary form of commerce. Everything started from the most primitive state. In terms of agriculture, he taught people how to plow, sow, irrigate, fertilize, and rotate crops. Gradually, this once primitive tribe began to transform. People came out of caves or thatched houses and moved into sturdy wooden houses. They went from struggling for 3 meals a day to having granaries full and reserves abundant. They transitioned from tattered rags to unified styles of clothing, even beginning to have a sense of aesthetics and decoration. At Naruto's suggestion, the tribe also established blacksmith shops, textile workshops, woodworking shops, and even simple markets where people could exchange prey, food, or handmade small items. Kagaya, like a goddess, stood atop the mountains, overlooking all beings. She rarely took action, but each time she appeared, it was to intimidate those who were defiant. Once, a hostile tribe came to harass them, and Kagaya merely unleashed half of her Byakugan, releasing pressure, causing hundreds of enemy soldiers to kneel on the spot, none daring to fight. Chapter 167. Kagaya's transformation days passed. Seasons changed, and the grass and trees flourished or withered. Naruto and Kagaya's governed tribe gradually grew stronger. The originally barren land was developed into fertile fields, and the primitive tribe was transformed into an orderly settlement. The people had enough to eat, warm clothes to wear, and good places to live. They feared neither the heat of summer nor the cold of winter. Various workshops were established one after another, and industries gradually took shape, with scholars, instructors, military generals, and craftsmen dividing their labor, forming the embryonic stage of civilization. At the same time, Naruto established laws with them. Those who obeyed the laws were safe and sound. However, those who broke the laws faced severe punishment. Death was not to be feared. What was frightening was a life worse than death. Although Naruto was not a law major, he still formulated relatively complete laws after discussions with the people. With the introduction and continuous improvement of laws, the people of this world became increasingly stable. The people of the tribe sincerely respected Naruto and Kagaya, viewing them as deities who created a new world. As their fame spread far and wide, more and more tribes came to seek their allegiance. Some did so out of awe, some out of a desire for a stable and prosperous life, and some were attracted by Naruto's teachings. The new order that no longer involved mutual slaughter for survival, but cooperation for prosperity. Kaguya was revered as the goddess of the moon, symbolizing majesty, absolute protection, and the embodiment of war and safeguarding. Naruto was honored as the divine emperor of creation, representing the emperor of civilization and order, a symbol of agriculture, writing, construction, and wisdom. Thus, 10 years quietly passed. The landscape of the earth had been completely renewed. The once fragmented world gradually moved towards unity and prosperity under the influence of Naruto and Kaguya. As time flowed, the order established by Naruto and Kaguya gradually took root in people's hearts. People from all over the world continuously prayed to them, offering blessings and gratitude. Viewing them as true guardians, Kaguya stood atop a mountain, overlooking the newly revitalized land. She watched the busy crowds in the fields, listened to the laughter of children, and heard the praises and prayers of the people at the altar, revealing a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Why do they admire me so much?" she murmured, her voice barely audible. She was not accustomed to being praised. As a member of the branch family, her teachings since childhood were about dedication, endurance, and silence. Her life originally led to one destination: to be sacrificed to the Ten Tail for the sake of the main family and the God Tree. But now she had dignity, her own name, and value. She slowly turned her head to look at the man who had always been by her side. Naruto was sitting on a rock, gazing at the horizon with a calm expression. "Naruto," she gently called, her voice carrying a rare tenderness. Naruto turned to look at her and smiled slightly. "What's wrong?" Kaguya stared at him quietly, her gaze like water, and suddenly said softly, "Thank you." Naruto was taken aback, then raised an eyebrow. Why are you suddenly thanking me?" She slightly lowered her eyelids, as if recalling the dark past, and spoke slowly, as a member of the branch family. "The meaning of my existence every day was to wait for the moment of sacrifice to the Ten Tails. That was the chain of destiny. I was bound from birth. But I was unwilling. I chose to betray, to escape, to kill the one." She paused, took a gentle breath, and continued. "I thought that after escaping, I would face endless pursuit and an unstable future. But I never expected that because of your existence, I would be respected, even have happiness." As she spoke, a barely noticeable moisture appeared in the corners of her eyes. Naruto remained silent for a moment, then quietly asked, "Is that so? Are you happy now?" Kaguya gently nodded, a faint smile on her lips. "Yes, happy. Being able to watch this world get better with you by my side makes my heart feel at ease. It's just..." Her voice suddenly dropped, and her gaze became heavy again. "I know that such days won't last long." Naruto turned his head to look at her, frowning slightly. "The main family will eventually discover my betrayal. The clan. They won't allow members of the branch family to defy orders. They will definitely come for me, bringing the others from the branch family, and take me back. By then, my fate will still lead to an end." After saying this, she gazed into the distant horizon and fell silent for a long time. Naruto listened quietly to her narrative, and his expression gradually grew resolute. He stood up, walked to her side, and spoke softly yet firmly. "Then we'll resist, whether it's the branch family or the main family. As long as anyone dares to take away your freedom, even if they are what you call the main family, I will never sit idly by. Even if I have to stand against the entire Akatsuki clan, I will never back down." At his words, Kaguya suddenly looked up at him. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. She looked at this man who always stood firmly by her side. White hair, white robe, golden eyes. His appearance remained at the age of 24, as if time had never left a mark on him. But his gaze had already experienced the vicissitudes of life, steadfast as ever. Kaguya stared at him in a daze, her heart inexplicably warming. For the first time, she felt that being protected by someone was such a reassuring and warm feeling. She was no longer that lonely trader walking through the river of fate, but had someone to walk alongside, a future to lean on. From that day on, Kaguya became increasingly dependent on Naruto. Subsequently, whether it was dealing with government affairs or tribal disputes, she always asked for Naruto's opinion first. She began to learn to communicate with people in a gentle manner, learning to think about the complexity and warmth of human emotions. She gradually transformed from a stern symbol of military power into a true goddess, both protective and compassionate. However, Naruto never forgot his own matters. He always remembered one thing in his heart. The main family of the Akatsuki clan was still watching them. This high and mighty, cold-hearted clan still lurked somewhere in the starry sky, waiting for the right moment to act. They would not tolerate Kaguya's betrayal. Therefore, even if everything appeared calm on the surface, Naruto's heart had never relaxed. While accompanying Kagaya to govern the tribe and teach the people, Naruto invested a significant amount of time in research. He set up a barrier in a secluded valley and personally built a simple yet sturdy laboratory. The air there was filled with the scent of wood and the fluctuations of chakra. The core of the research was the Zetsu cells, the cells of the God Tree. However, research was never an easy task. Naruto looked at the research results of his clones and shook his head. There were still no results in the study of the Akatsuki Zetsu cells. Naruto sighed, then began to ponder. Chapter 168, Kagaya's Resolve in Theory. The most direct way would be to inject the Zetsu cells into his body to gain the so-called divine techniques. Initially, Naruto planned to do just that. However, at the last moment, he halted his actions. If he really injected this thing into his body, would he gain divine techniques? Or would there be some unforeseen side effects? This question plunged him in a deep thought. He recalled a fanfiction he had read, which mentioned that the chakra of the ninja world originated from the Sage of Six Paths. In other words, everyone's chakra was essentially influenced and controlled by the sage. Although he was unsure whether this world followed the same rules, Naruto never placed his hopes on luck. However, just in case, Naruto had prepared early on. After he devoured the fruit of the purity and became the new Ten Tails Jinchuriki, his physique underwent a tremendous transformation. Now, the chakra flowing within him was no longer that of an ordinary ninja, but rather the higher dimensional chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. He had long since severed all ties with the Sage of Six Paths. As for the tailed beasts, with the help of Gaia, their chakras had already been restructured. Although they still retained memories of the past and held respect for the Sage of Six Paths, they were now more loyal to Naruto. He was their true master. However, facing the mysterious Shirbai cells, Naruto still had two major concerns. First, assuming he truly obtained divine techniques. If these cells harbored some kind of Otsutsuki-level will or implanted control mechanism, would he end up being enslaved by Shirbai like others? Second, just as the Hashirama cells have been studied and abused by many, allowing others to gain would release, yet lacking the power of Hashirama himself. What exactly were Shirbai's divine techniques? Why could he possess divine techniques? Was it also related to the Rinnegan? The answers were buried deep within the complex cells, waiting for him to uncover. Research was not going smoothly. However, one thing was certain. The biggest difference between Shirbai cells and Hashirama cells was that they were not inherently invasive, whether implanted in humans or animals. There would be no cellular aberration or consumption phenomenon in a short period of time. Even the similar Otsutsuki Ishiki cells displayed relatively mild behavior in the early stages. However, this calm was ultimately an illusion. During an experiment where Shirbai cells were fused with Ishiki cells, Naruto finally discovered an anomaly. The Shirbai cells suddenly went berserk, consuming a large number of Ishiki cell structures. At first, he thought it was just a random fluctuation in the experiment. But after repeated verification, he confirmed this pattern. Shirbai cells only exhibited extreme aggressiveness when detecting other Otsutsuki gene cells. In other words, once an Otsutsuki clan member was injected with Shirbai cells, there were only two outcomes, being consumed or being controlled. This was an extremely dangerous mechanism, a predatory device targeting homologous bloodlines. But it was also during this process that Naruto observed an important phenomenon. After the Ishiki cells were consumed, the Shirbai cells underwent a marvelous transformation. Naruto immediately used his Rinnegan to observe, capturing extremely subtle spatial shockwave ripples at the cellular level. This feeling was very similar to the residual energy in the God Tree's fruit. With further analysis, Naruto proposed a bold hypothesis. The so-called divine techniques were actually the ultimate evolutionary form of ocular techniques, just like Tsukuyomi and infinite Tsukuyomi, which are essentially the same lineage of ocular techniques. The former originates from the Sharingan, while the latter relies on the Rinnegan. This meant that as the level of the eyes increased, the power and form of ocular techniques underwent a qualitative change. So, if a certain ocular technique truly evolved to its peak, would it break free from the limitations of the eyes and directly dominate the laws of the world with will and chakra? This assumption was not unfounded. After devouring two God Tree fruits and absorbing the souls of two Otsutsuki, the abilities that originally belonged to Indra had already been realized in a state that could be used without the eyes. For example, he could now perform space jumps and dimensional interference without using ocular techniques. Although the power and precision were still inferior to the full activation of the Rinnegan, this had already proven that ocular techniques did not solely depend on the existence of the eyes. This discovery solidified Naruto's goal, to continue devouring god tree fruits and constantly evolve his eyes. Perhaps he could obtain divine techniques. Sigh. But where would so many god tree fruits come from? Naruto sighed as he gazed at the void clouds in the sky. Just then, Kagaya walked over, gently sat beside him, and looked at him with soft eyes. What's wrong, Naruto? It's nothing, just lamenting that I'm still too weak. His voice was low, and a hint of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Kagaya looked at his profile, paused in silence, and then softly asked, "Is there anything I can help with?" "Not for now, but maybe in the future." Kagaya nodded, a rare serious expression appearing on her face. "However, there is one thing I hope you can help me with." What could possibly trouble you?" Naruto turned his head in confusion. "Having a child." Cough, cough, cough. "What did you just say?" Kagaya's expression was extremely serious. "We need to have a child." "No, you... Huh? Are you serious?" Naruto, Kagaya looked at him intently. "You are my future descendant, right?" "You know, yes. Since you come from the future and have my bloodline, if I don't have a child, you wouldn't exist at all." "Well, that makes sense. But you should be able to have a child on your own, right?" "No, I don't want the child to be born without a father." "So, I made up my mind. Naruto, let's have a child." "Wait a minute. Naruto was left dumbfounded. Although he had long known that Kagaya would eventually become his woman, he hadn't done anything yet. While he indeed found Kagaya's beauty captivating and even occasionally had some inappropriate fantasies, Naruto was a complete novice. He had never even been in a relationship, let alone kissed or married. Now, Kagaya had directly skipped all the steps and jumped straight to the topic of having a child. Who could handle that? Just as Naruto was blanking out, Kagaya suddenly leaned in and gently kissed his lips. Naruto's eyes widened, his mind in chaos. After the kiss, Kagaya's cheeks flushed, and she muttered softly, "Why is it different from what I saw? What did you see?" "Earlier, there was a pair of newlyweds getting married, and I used my Byakugan to observe. They would kiss at night, and after the kiss, the man would take off the girl's clothes and then..." "Stop. Wait a second. Do you use the Byakugan to peep?" "That's not right. Why can't I peep? That's also a Byakugan ability." Your reasoning is so valid that I can't refute it." Seeing that Naruto was slow to react, Kagaya suddenly chuckled and wrapped her arms around his waist. "Since you're not being proactive, it seems I'll have to take the initiative." Wait. Kagaya, calm down." Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was blocked again. "No, my consciousness, don't pass out. Body, stay awake. Monsters, get away. Monsters, get away, monsters. Damn, I can't take it anymore." Just like that, Naruto was overwhelmed and unable to resist. A night passed, and the morning light fell. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness returning. Feeling a bit dazed, Kagaya lay beside him, her beautiful eyes watching him, a teasing smile at the corners of her mouth. "Awake?" Before Naruto could say anything, Kagaya smiled and added, "Still smiling? Let me tell you, you're finished." As she spoke, Naruto suddenly rolled over, pinning her down, his gaze burning. "Oh, then you better be careful. It's my turn to counterattack now." Chapter 169. Rebellion in order to have a child. Kagaya worked tirelessly every day. Naruto originally thought that such matters should happen naturally, but little did he know that once Kagaya made up her mind, she was so serious and persistent. Finally, one morning a year later, Kagaya successfully became pregnant. When she gently placed Naruto's hand on her slightly rounded belly, both of them were immersed in immense surprise and joy. At that moment, even the world fell silent, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats. Time flowed slowly, and as the months passed, Kagaya's belly grew day by day. To ensure everything was safe, the two often used Byakugan and Rinnegan to check on the condition of the fetus. Byakugan, Rinnegan, under the gaze of the two ocular techniques. The silhouette of the fetus was clearly revealed. In that warm room, there were not just one life slowly growing. Was it twins? Kagaya gently stroked her belly, her gaze as gentle as water, her tone filled with awe and affection. No wonder her belly was growing so fast. It turned out to be two little ones. Her fingers traced circles around her abdomen, as if soothing the two unborn children. The radiance of motherhood seemed to emanate from her, soft and sacred, causing even Naruto to involuntarily glance aside, feeling a warmth in his heart. Looking at Kagaya like this, Naruto silently made a vow in his heart. He fixed his eyes on her belly and silently swore to those two little lives. "You two little rascals, if you dare to seal your mother in the future, don't blame me, your old dad, for being merciless. I'll beat you to death." Another half a year passed. Kagaya's belly was now very obvious. However, surprisingly, she still moved freely, even more gracefully than an ordinary pregnant woman. Thanks to the Akatsuki clan's strong physique, pregnancy was not a burden for her. Instead, it added a touch of maternal grace. She didn't need to stay in bed resting, nor did she rely on others for care. She could still walk in the mountains and take walks outside. Although Naruto said he wanted to protect her, in the face of her calm demeanor, he willingly became her assistant, accompanying her on walks, cooking, talking, and recording this extraordinary yet warm journey. One day, Kagaya walked up to Naruto and softly asked, "Naruto, what are you looking at?" Naruto squinted his eyes, gazing toward the distant valley, his expression cold. "News has come. Some people are preparing to rebel." "Rebel?" Kagaya furrowed her brows. "How could they have such thoughts? When life is too good, people's desires swell," Naruto said lightly. Kagaya snorted coldly. "Desire? How foolish. Don't they know that everything they enjoy now is granted by us?" Naruto nodded gently, his gaze calm as water. Human desire is like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it starts, it cannot be stopped. With a small house, they want a tall building. With fields, they want territory. They have forgotten the hunger, war, and death of the past. They want to dominate others, control others' fates. To satisfy this arrogance, they yearn to enslave and control others, and we are the only obstacle. Kagaya said softly, "It seems I've been away for too long, giving them a chance to harbor delusions." Naruto calmly replied, "Exactly, because you are pregnant. They think you have lost your divine power. Some even believe you are dead." Kagaya narrowed her eyes, her tone icy. "What a bunch of ignorant fools. It seems it's time to go out and clean up." Naruto chuckled lightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "No problem. I just happen to have a plan." He slowly revealed his thoughts, and after Kagaya listened, she smiled slightly and nodded gently. Meanwhile, in a dim and damp basement deep underground, several dark oil lamps flickered. A group of people dressed in black gathered here, their expressions fanatical, whispering to each other. "We have waited too long for this day. This damned theocracy makes me sick. It's a pity I haven't tasted the goddess's flavor yet." Filthy words intertwined with a restless atmosphere, and the air seemed to grow murky. There were about 400 people coming from all over different tribes, but with the same goal: to overthrow the temple, destroy the system, and rebuild order. Each held weapons, their eyes burning with the flame of ambition. Night fell. The black-clothed people moved silently, like shadows, splitting into groups to surround Naruto and Kagaya's residence. They were cautious, lowering their breaths, with sinister smiles on their lips, as if victory was already within their grasp. However, they did not know that every move they made had already been seen by the Divine Emperor. At this moment, Naruto and Kagaya floated in the air, looking down at the group of black-clothed traitors. Kagaya's gaze was icy, her killing intent barely concealed. Naruto gently held her hand, his tone calm yet firm. "Don't get angry over these people. They're not worth it." Kagaya nodded slightly and coldly asked, "When do we start?" "Now." No sooner had he spoken than Naruto clapped his hands together. Would release, thorn killing technique. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and countless vine-like wooden thorns erupted from the ground, quickly entangling and piercing, accurately binding the rebels one by one. The sharp wooden thorns pierced between their clothes and skin. If they moved, they would feel excruciating pain. If they remained still, they would be stiff as stone, worse than death. More than 400 people were instantly trapped in place, unable to move, like insects nailed to hell. Fear spread. What happened? Why can't we move? It's divine punishment. We've angered the gods. Monsters. This is sorcery. Some cursed Naruto and Kagaya, some cried out for mercy, and some began to roar in despair. After shouting for a night, their throats hoarse and their strength exhausted, only silence and trembling remained. Their bodies twisted, faces contorted, bound tightly by thorns, unable to sleep. Even scratching an itch from a mosquito bite became a luxury. Dawn broke. Villagers went out to work as usual, but were greeted by this horrifying scene outside the village. "Hey, what happened to you?" Hearing the villagers' voices, the traders grasped at the last straw and frantically called for help. "Quick, save us. Hurry." The villagers were greatly shocked but instinctively wanted to help. "Wait here. We will get tools." However, at that moment, two giant wooden figures appeared simultaneously in villages around the world. The wooden figures slowly transformed, eventually revealing the likeness of Naruto and Kagaya. In that instant, the heavens and earth became solemn, and even the wind seemed to cease. Seeing the two deities manifest, whether old men or young children, everyone knelt to the ground in unison, worshipping devoutly. Kagaya spoke coldly, her voice resonating far and wide. It seems I have not acted for too long, allowing some clowns to covet divine power. Naruto followed up, his tone imposing without anger. I granted you peace, sustenance, and protection, allowing you to escape the flames of war and be reborn. Yet you dare to betray? You dare to bite the hand that feeds you? His voice thundered like a strike of lightning, shaking everyone's hearts. The crowd instantly became terrified, bowing their heads and pleading for mercy. Some who were unaware of the truth also guessed the ins and outs of the matter from his words, filling their hearts with anger and shame. These ungrateful beasts dare to rebel? How shameless! Don't they know who they owe their lives to? Public opinion quickly turned against the group of traitors. At this moment, those black-clothed people who had previously spewed filthy words were either scared out of their wits. Some directly collapsed in fear, and even a few fainted on the spot or wet themselves. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity, Naruto did something that would change history. Chapter 170, Feather Garment, Feather Village. On this day, the heavens and earth were solemn, and the sky above the square in front of the statue gathered dark clouds, with flashes of lightning appearing. Naruto slowly stepped forward, his voice resonating across the seas like rolling thunder. From this day on, laws will no longer be mere formalities. He spread his arms wide, resembling a deity judging all beings, and with each word, he spoke with unwavering authority. Anyone who does not honor their parents will die. Those who bear children but do not nurture them, who abandon their own flesh and blood, will die. Those who bully the weak, rob their wealth, and insult their dignity will die. Those who exploit workers, extort villagers, and treat people like livestock will die. Those who commit murder, regardless of the excuse, will die. Those who maliciously insult others and smear their reputation will die. Those who spread rumors and confuse the populace will die. Those who engage in fraud and attempt to reap unjust profits will die. Those who secretly organize riots, incite rebellion, and plot against the divine will die. Those who do not respect the goddess of the hair will die. Those who do not respect the divine emperor of spirit will die. With each law he pronounced, it was like a hammer of judgment striking the hearts of the crowd. Naruto's voice was loud, devoid of emotion, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds. Each decree struck the soul. The common people kneeling below bowed their heads, their foreheads pressed against the ground, not daring to look up. Some were sweating profusely, some trembled, and others wept, as if praying for forgiveness for humanity's deep-rooted original sins. Yet Naruto did not stop. He softened his tone, no longer cold, but still unwavering. Of course, these laws do not all carry the death penalty. Minor offenses will receive light punishments, while severe ones will face extreme penalties. Everything has cause and effect, and everything can be judged. But there are 3 rules that must not be violated: filial piety, nurturing, and kindness. He paused, his tone firm. Once crossed, it is an unforgivable sin. Naruto continued. The human heart is like an abyss, with desires that know no bounds. If left unchecked, it will consume everything. Peace has lasted long, and people have forgotten suffering. Without worries for food and clothing, they begin to seek control over others. You have forgotten the desolate lands filled with corpses from years past, forgotten how war and hunger destroy lives. Now that there are protectors, you do not think to be grateful, but instead attempt betrayal, coveting divine power, trampling on the goddess's might. If the gods do not establish authority, how can they maintain peace? From now on, the law is the divine decree. Anyone who dares to cross this line will be killed without mercy. Afterward, those who once conspired to rebel and surrounded Naruto's residence had mysteriously vanished. Some tried to inquire about their whereabouts, but no one dared to speak. All they knew was that Naruto had taken them away, creating puppet substitutes with his rebirth eye to lead them away. No one knew how those people would die. All that remained was fear, speculation, and trembling. This uncertainty was the most effective deterrent. Various rumors spread among the people. Some said they were cast into a different dimension for eternity. Others said they were refined into chakra puppets, suffering daily. And some claimed the gods had given them one last chance for redemption. But regardless of the truth, no one dared to harbor thoughts of rebellion again. From this day forth, Naruto's laws officially took effect, spreading to all places, villages, clans, and tribes, all of which must comply. Days passed. Kagaya's belly grew day by day. Naruto accompanied her every day, watching her gradually calm demeanor and the increasingly rounded shape of her body, feeling both joy and anxiety. Finally, on a silent night, Kagaya gave birth. There was no pain, no screams. 2 small lives entered the world, twins. The 2 infants lay quietly in Kagaya's arms. Their skin as white as jade, their hair like frost and silver. One child opened his eyes to reveal clear Byakugan. The other possessed the deep, swirling Rinnegan. Looking at these two children, Naruto fell silent for a moment. Then he slowly approached, quickly forming hand seals, placing seals on the two. The chakra mark on his palm gently pressed against the foreheads of the two children. In an instant, the gifted Rinnegan and Byakugan slowly faded away, transforming into Naruto's bright, pure blue eyes. Everything seemed to be quietly covered, leaving only an ordinary, gentle, and safe appearance. Kaguya watched Naruto's actions without stopping him, only gently asking, "Naruto, why hide their powers?" Naruto replied solemnly, "Whether it's the Byakugan or the Rinnegan, awakening such power too early is not a good thing for them." "All right," she nodded gently. "Then what name shall we give them?" Naruto looked down at the two sleeping infants, a tender smile appearing on his lips. He softly said, "Let's name them Uzumaki Yui and Uzumaki Yumura." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaguya, who had also been gently gazing at the children, frowned, and the maternal glow on her face was instantly replaced by ancestral authority. "No." She looked at Naruto seriously. "I am their mother. They must take my surname. They must be Tsutsuki." Naruto was taken aback, then stubbornly replied, "No, I am their dad, so they must take the Uzumaki surname." Kaguya refused to back down, picking up one of the children with pride in her eyes. "I am your ancestor. Logically, they should take the ancestor's surname. I am indeed your descendant. But that logic doesn't hold." Naruto gritted his teeth. "Even though I am your future descendant, these two are also my children." Kaguya, hands on her hips, stated seriously, "No. The Uzumaki clan was created from my bloodline. What's wrong with restoring it to Tsutsuki? It traces back to the source, and that's no problem, right? But I am their father." Naruto argued. "According to tradition, children take their father's surname. That's your world's tradition. I'm not from your era." Kaguya rebutted her argument firm, giving Naruto no face at all. Thus, the two went back and forth, arguing for a long time, starting from the surname dispute to clan inheritance, then to chakra ownership, and nearly evolving into a century-long debate over who held the household's authority. In the end, Naruto scratched his head in frustration, looking at the two quiet, sleeping children, and sighed helplessly. "Sigh, fine, let them take the Tsutsuki surname, as you say." Kaguya finally nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. The bloodline of gods should naturally have the surname of the gods." Naruto turned to look out the window, his gaze distant. He was not unwilling to persist, but he understood that this decision would affect the fate of the future. If his sons had the Uzumaki surname, the future Uzumaki clan might be completely severed, just like the Tsutsuki in this world. He could not gamble on that possibility. So he conceded. "Let's name them Tsutsuki Yui and Tsutsuki Yumura." Kaguya held the children, revealing a smile. Naruto looked at her, gently holding her hand, and nodded with a smile. Slowly, time passed again. The children who once cried in their cradles had now grown into tall, elegant youths. Yui and Yumura, following Naruto's instructions, had never revealed a hint of chakra in public. The brothers always adhered to their father's explicit ban. Out in the world, they must never use chakra. They lived like ordinary people, farming, studying, cultivating themselves, making friends, and never showing even a trace of the extraordinary to outsiders. They were not arrogant, nor were they conceited. Instead, they were more humble and gentle than the world, beloved by the villagers. Kaguya had often looked at these two children with pity. They could clearly overlook the masses, but chose to be kind to the world. Naruto just shook his head and smiled. That is where the joy lies. Chapter 171. Pear Blossoms on This Day. Tsutsuki Yui and Tsutsuki Yumura were walking along a path in the forest. "Brother, shall we head west today? I heard there's a hot spring cave over there," Yumura suggested with a grin. Yui smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. "Okay, but remember we can't use chakra recklessly. Father said our powers might attract unnecessary trouble." "Okay." The two brothers walked along the path in the woods, passing through dense trees. After a long while, suddenly, a wail shattered the tranquility. "Help! Is anyone there?" Following the sound, they saw that a landslide had occurred ahead, and a giant tree had fallen, trapping an old man beneath its trunk. The old man looked frail, with a face covered in stubble, dirt smeared on the corner of his mouth, groaning in pain. "Ouch! My old back! Ouch! My poor belly! Ouch! My little heart! Don't move! We're here to help you," Yui said anxiously, trying to lift the thick trunk, but realized he couldn't budge it with sheer physical strength. Yutsun stepped forward to help, but it was futile. "What should we do? We can't just watch him be crushed to death." Yui furrowed his brow. He then whispered, "It seems we have to use chakra. But father told us never to use chakra. A life is at stake. We can't worry about that now." Yutsuen hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "All right, let's save him quickly." Yu Hui placed his hands gently on the ground. Earth release, rock pillar technique. After a slight tremor, the tree was lifted and slowly moved aside. The old man was freed and slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, then raised his head to look at the two brothers. Thank you. Thank you. My saviors." His tone was filled with gratitude. Yu Hui smiled gently. "It's good that you're all right." Without thinking much, Yu Hui and Yutsuen helped the old man up and bandaged the wounds on his leg. The old man kept expressing his thanks, but secretly observed the two brothers' appearances and the ninjutsu they had just used. "You are children of the gods?" the old man asked tentatively. Yu Hui was taken aback, then laughed. "We're just passing monks." The old man did not press further, only murmured, "What a heavenly opportunity." The two brothers did not catch the meaning of this phrase. They simply smiled and continued on their journey. However, they were unaware that at the moment they used chakra, a shadow had already hidden in the dense forest, quietly departing. This old man, named Wuji, was one of the remnants of the former rebels. His two sons had been killed by Naruto for planning a rebellion, and since then, he had harbored resentment. He had originally resigned himself to death, preparing to live out his days in the wilderness, until he encountered the two brothers. That night, after returning, Wuji went back to his secluded valley and secretly met with the remnants of his clan. In the firelight, he meticulously described the two youths he encountered, the power of the gods. They're very likely the offspring of the god emperor and the goddess. The crowd was in an uproar. "Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes." A middle-aged man in a black robe said coldly, "If that's the case, it's a heavenly opportunity for revenge." From then on, Wuji and others approached Yu Hui and Yutsuen in various ways. They disguised themselves as villagers, travelers, craftsmen, and even monks, continuously engaging with the two under the guise of warmth and care. Every day, Yu Hui and Yutsuen would meet those seemingly kind and enthusiastic hosts. At first, Yu Hui did not sense anything unusual. After all, their smiles were sincere enough to be beyond suspicion. But as time passed, he gradually felt as if he was caught in an invisible web. "Big brother, look, today we can help again." Yutsuen patted Yu Hui's shoulder with enthusiasm, smiling brightly. But Yu Hui merely forced a smile, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward those who were hosting them. Each interaction brought him an inexplicable pressure, as if every word they spoke concealed some kind of implication. "I don't know why, but I always feel something is off about what they say," Yu Hui murmured, a deep unease filling his eyes. Yu Hui did not let his guard down. He remembered Naruto once told him, "Always be wary of others." So, each time they met, Yu Hui maintained a vague distance. Although he appeared to be getting along well with them on the surface, he was always contemplating what kind of ulterior motives they might have. However, everything changed in a moment of coincidence. One day, while walking down the street, Yu Hui was suddenly drawn by a clear, cheerful laugh. Following the sound, he saw a girl standing at the corner, smiling and chatting with her friend. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and shone on her hair, casting a golden halo that made her face appear exceptionally soft. Yu Hui's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if touched by something. The girl's smile left him momentarily stunned. She seemed as if she had stepped out of a dream, intertwining sadness and warmth. "Brother? Brother? Brother?" Yutsuen suddenly tapped his shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Yu Hui turned his head and forced a smile. "It's nothing, just a bit lost in thought." He unconsciously looked back at the girl's figure, a vague emotion sweeping through him. From that day on, Yu Hui began to pay attention to this girl. Her name was Li Hua, said to be the daughter of a rebel. Every time she appeared near him, Yu Hui found himself drawn to her. Initially, he simply wanted to understand her past, given her unusual background. But gradually, he realized his feelings for her were becoming increasingly complex, as if a calm lake was being stirred by dark currents. "Why did you come so early today?" Li Hua was the first to Yu Hui. Her voice held a hint of surprise, yet remained gentle. Yu Hui's heart skipped a beat, his gaze flickering slightly. "I just wanted to see how you were doing today." He forced a light-hearted smile, but suddenly felt a bit nervous. Li Hua smiled softly. "I'm doing well, but there are some things I just can't let go." Her voice lowered, and her gaze inadvertently avoided Yu Hui's. Yu Hui sensed the restraint in her words, but did not ask. Their conversations were always like this, shallow, warm, yet hiding a touch of sadness and helplessness. In the days that followed, Yu Hui and Li Hua grew closer. Yu Hui would silently guard her when she was quiet, helping her bear the sorrows she was unwilling to voice. Li Hua would, in the still of night, secretly share some of her unknown past with Yue, telling him how she witnessed her father's tragic death and how she embarked on the path of revenge. On one occasion, Yue took her to see a grove of blossoming cherry trees. The cherry blossoms were as radiant as clouds at sunset, and the girl leaned against Yue's shoulder, closing her eyes, immersed in the fragrance of the flowers and the warmth of the sun. Yue, do you believe in love? Li Hua's voice was so low it was almost inaudible. Only the gentle breeze brushed past her hair tips. Yue was taken aback, his heart racing, his fingers unconsciously brushing against her hand. I believe, he replied softly, I believe it can make people better. Li Hua's eyes brightened slightly, but quickly dimmed again. But some people are destined to escape the whims of fate. Li Hua, fate won't always be so cruel. Yue held her hand tightly with reluctance, his gaze soft and determined. As long as we don't give up, we can definitely change it. But Li Hua knew that her past had already sealed her inescapable fate. Her heart was filled with hatred, unable to be changed by Yue. Her brother had been urging her for revenge, constantly pushing her back into the ranks of the rebels. She had been trying to isolate Yue from her complicated world, but her heart could no longer return to the starting point. One day, Li Hua left without a word. Yue began to anxiously search for her, but there was no sign of her. It wasn't until a few days later that he finally found her under an ancient divine tree. The tree's roots twisted together, its branches lush and green, as if witnessing the passage of time. Li Hua, where are you? He shouted anxiously, his heart filled with unease. He stepped between the roots, and the sight before him made him stop in his tracks. The branches were entwined with something that looked very much like a person. There were countless of these things. Yue suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 172. Evil. He walked up to one of them, waved his hand casually, and a blade of wind appeared, splitting the tree apart. A cold body emerged. Yue focused and was shocked to find that it was Li Hua. She was entangled in the branches, showing no signs of life. Li Hua. Yue almost screamed her name, rushing over to free her from the branches, but her body was already lifeless. Her complexion was pale, her eyes devoid of the warmth they once had. Only silence remained. Yue knelt on the ground, weakly holding her corpse in his arms. Tears had long blurred his vision. He wanted to lift her up, wanted her to wake up, but she would never respond again. Why? Yue murmured, tears falling like rain, pain and despair intertwined. After Li Hua's death, Yue completely changed. He was no longer gentle nor calm. He was like a charred piece of wood burned by fierce fire, leaving only a cold, hard shell. Yue tried to persuade him, but he said nothing, silently burying Li Hua in a quiet valley. The wind was strong that day. Yue stood quietly, staring at the earth covering her face, his gaze as still as dead water. The day after burying Li Hua, Yue brought Yue to the main hall of the Kagaya shrine, seeking their father, Naruto. Father, I have something to ask you. Yui's voice was calm and restrained. Naruto slowly raised his eyes, looking expressionlessly at the son he had once been most proud of. Speak. Why did you kill them? Yue stood straight, his gaze intense. Why harm others? The air suddenly fell silent. Yue frowned beside him and softly said, Brother, shut up. Yue suddenly interrupted Yui's voice, anger in his tone. He looked at Naruto, his voice trembling yet firm. She died, my beloved, because of you all. Naruto gazed at him quietly. Is it because of that girl? Not just her, Yue retorted angrily. There are others. Those who were taken away, those who were killed. You say they are guilty, but they're living people. Just because they had thoughts, should they be killed? Naruto did not answer, only sitting on the high platform, as if a god overlooking the mortal world. You are questioning me because of those criminals? Criminals? Yui's voice suddenly rose, blood vessels visible in his eyes. They just said a few different words, and they became criminals? Father, they have families too. They have feelings. They are all human. Ha ha! Naruto suddenly threw his head back and laughed, his laughter carrying a sense of desolation. Just then, Kagaya walked over slowly, her Byakugan suddenly activated, and a massive chakra pressure crashed down on Yue and Yue, causing them to kneel instantly. You insolent thing. Kagaya's voice was like shattering ice. How dare you speak to your father like that? Kagaya. Naruto raised his hand to signal her to step back. It's fine, let them speak. In fact, their thoughts are just as I expected. He looked down at his two kneeling sons, his expression not one of anger, but rather a kind of patience and helplessness. You are too young to understand this world. Humans are the dirtiest creatures. Without strict laws, one cannot restrain human evil. Without severe punishment, one cannot instill fear. Without fear, People will unleash their malice, wreaking havoc in the world. Some things you have seen with your own eyes, but what you see is what others want you to see. What they often do not let you see is the truth of the world. And this truth is definitely not as beautiful as you imagine. From now on, I will show you things you have not seen with your own eyes. In the next moment, Naruto brought his fingers together, casting an illusion. Suddenly, fragments of memories appear before you, and Uchiha. On the desolate land, corpses lay scattered, a child curled up beside their mother's cold body crying. In one scene, a person was crawling in the snow with a broken bowl just to scrape the last warm morsel of flesh from a dead person's mouth. Humans eating each other, villages burning, wives taken, children killed. War, hunger, cold like hell. Then, the scene shifted, and Naruto and Kaguya descended. Their arrival brought warmth, order, and peace. People wore clothes, had food, and smiles returned to the village. But soon, the scene changed again. A child was bullied at school. Teachers turned a blind eye. A woman was robbed of her food. No one cared. Some people gathered to fight, openly insulting officials, even planning a riot. Life was too good. Every day was peaceful, with healthy food and warm houses. In such a wonderful situation, they were corrupted by desire. They wanted power, money, women, the thrill of killing, extreme stimulation. Naruto's voice echoed in their ears. I established laws to warn them, but they took my leniency for weakness. In the scene, a man laughed as he threw a torch into the patrol team's grain store, just because he didn't receive a reward that day. So, I began to impose sanctions. Naruto said softly, "You say I am cruel. You say I indiscriminately kill the innocent. But if I don't kill, tell me, when will they stop?" Finally, the scene shifted to the night of the rebellion. The two brothers saw the ugly faces of the crowd, heard them say the dirtiest words. This scene left the brothers in disbelief. The illusion was lifted. And Uchiha knelt in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Uchiha clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh, veins bulging on his forehead. "But, father," Uchiha's voice was hoarse. "Why kill? There can be punishment, there can be imprisonment, there can be guidance. Why must it be death?" Naruto looked at him, and in his eyes, there was a hint of fatigue. "I have tried as well. Son, do you know? Every person in the village needs to read, to receive education, to learn to love others, to love themselves. Time and again, punishment, time and again, guidance. Once desire occupies the heart, they become another person. Punishment, imprisonment, guidance. It is all useless. If the human heart does not fear death, how can it restrain malice? Only death can resolve this evil. Only death can instill fear, allowing them to smother their evil in their hearts." He stepped down from the high platform, walked to you, his gaze calm. "The one you love is dead. I can understand your pain, but I cannot let emotions override the rules." Naruto gently patted him on the shoulder, his tone indifferent. You believe that people can understand each other, but that is just your one-sided wish. Just like the initial rebels. What they wanted was to harm others. They wanted nothing else. Can you understand them? Remember, people will never truly understand each other. As long as humans harbor hatred, greed, emotions, jealousy, anger, and desires, they will never achieve mutual understanding. Human desires are like rolling stones on a high mountain. Once they start, they cannot be stopped, unless those stones were already at the bottom of the valley. He gritted his teeth, but remained silent. Kaguya's white eyes continued to lock onto him. Chapter 173. The plan begins. He stood in place, his expression heavy. Uchiha also lowered his head, silent. The anger in their eyes had dissipated, replaced by confusion and wavering uncertainty. Let me show you another scene. Naruto's voice echoed again as a new illusion unfolded instantly. This time, Uchiha and Uchiha saw the passage of time, the solid order established through the changes of the years. In illusion, they saw Naruto's fear and curses when he first enacted the laws, the common people's fear, resistance, and even secret plots. But then, time and again, punishments were meted out, and wails filled the air. Yet, as time progressed, the blood and tears gradually thinned, and a new order steadily established itself. No one dared to hit others. No one dared to steal. Everyone acted cautiously, and respecting the elderly and loving the young became a habit. The streets were peaceful. Doors were left unlocked at night. Children grew up without worry, and the elderly lived out their years in comfort. Do you see? Naruto's voice echoed in their ears. These people are compliant not out of awareness, but out of fear. Perhaps beneath your fear, there will be disaster. But that's how people are. Once they become accustomed to rules, those rules become instinct. Yui gritted his teeth. So you think killing is right? Naruto replied calmly, whether it's right or not, you can see for yourself. The illusion continued to progress. The scene shifted to a group of people, neatly dressed and smiling brightly, working in the fields, studying in classrooms, children running, and the elderly sitting leisurely. That genuine happiness, like a spring breeze brushing against the face, was hard to deny. Uchiha murmured, they seem really happy. Yes, Naruto answered. Now, they can live peacefully as long as they don't break the law. And look, the morals they need to follow are mostly ones they are willing to accept. Honor your parents, care for your children, respect others. Is that so hard? He fell silent. But why? He hesitated. Why did my loved one still die? Her death stemmed from hatred. And the source of that hatred was her family's greed to do evil. Do you know, her father once said a phrase? He said, I really don't know what a goddess tastes like. She's so beautiful. It must be delightful to enjoy her in bed. What do you feel upon hearing that? He couldn't believe it. Is that something a person can say? What do you feel? If he met her, he would kill without hesitation. At this moment, Naruto stood up and walked in front of the two brothers. You must understand, in this world, it's not about whether we want to forgive, but whether they have crossed the line. Her father once led a massacre. Her brother still lurks in the shadows, plotting evil. If her family stays in line, we won't act. But once they harbor thoughts of killing and take action, the law will intervene. The illusion slowly dissipated, the light and shadow faded, leaving only the three standing in the center of the grand hall. He lowered his head, as if he truly understood the cost of how this world operates for the first time. He slowly asked, Father, there's still one thing. I don't understand. What? Why do you use that? Strange way to kill. Using the divine tree, using those branches to bind. What is it for? Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression finally revealed a hint of heaviness. He did not answer immediately, but slowly lifted his head to look at Kaguya. Kaguya nodded slightly. I knew you would ask sooner or later. He said softly, so, I will tell you, this is not an ordinary execution method, but transformation ritual. Transformation? Uchiha frowned. Transformation into what? White Zetsu. Kaguya interjected in a low voice. We are creating White Zetsu. It's a military force for war. The last means of resisting future disasters. Then, Naruto and Kaguya began to speak about the Tsutsuki clan and the disasters. They are the executioners who harvest planets. The plunderers who bring about world destruction. This world is just one of their hunting grounds. Yuyi's pupils constricted sharply, and Uchiha gasped. They will come. Kaguya said expressionlessly. They will come sooner or later. We only have two options. Either be destroyed or resist. The power of the divine tree can create an army of White Zetsu. Naruto said calmly, if we don't do this, not just me, Kaguya, and even you, the entire world will face true destruction. For a time, the grand hall fell into a dead silence. He slowly knelt down, his fingers pressed deeply into the ground, as if trying to push that pain back inside. He thought of Uchiha, who died beneath the divine tree. Perhaps she had already become some White Zetsu. But he finally understood. That was not a personal grudge. That was preparation for war. I understand, Father. Uchiha also knelt down. I'm sorry, Father. Naruto walked over and gently patted their shoulders. I'm glad you can understand. Then, without them noticing, several years had passed. And Uchiha were no longer the youthful faces with lingering confusion in their eyes. Time had etched shallow marks on them. The stubble at the corners of their lips gradually thickened, and their faces transformed from round to defined. Yuyi's gaze became much steadier, with less of the impulsiveness of youth and more thoughtfulness and gentleness. He no longer spoke impatiently, always listening to others before slowly expressing his own views. He learned to be silent, to wait, and to tolerate. Uchiha, on the other hand, became even more reserved. He continued to follow his brother's footsteps, always like a shadow. He was not adept at contemplating grand issues, nor was he good at making judgments about the world. He chose to trust Uchiha, as this had been his habit since childhood. He did not even understand why he depended so much on his brother's thoughts. He simply felt that as long as his brother was right, that was enough. Their maturity was a change that outsiders could easily see. But Naruto saw deeper. He knew their thoughts had not changed. Uchiha, the idealist who firmly believed that people could ultimately understand each other, still stubbornly walked down that thorny path. He believed love could change everything, and that as long as one was sincere enough, even the coldest heart could be ignited. Uchiha, still the shadow sheltered under his brother's wings. He had no clear self-identity and did not know how the world should progress. His stance wavered with Yuyi's will. Indeed, Naruto stood on a high slope, looking out at the two as they patrolled the mountains and taught the villagers. and he sighed softly. Their growth was physical and character-based, but not a maturity of the soul. He had not yet witnessed true malice, nor had he been truly consumed by darkness. Uchiha had never experienced a shock that shattered his beliefs. Naruto understood in his heart. Mere words could not awaken them. People teach people, but lessons cannot be learned. Experiences teach people, and one can remember a lifetime with just one. Uchiha's ideals are indeed admirable, but if he does not experience setbacks and failures, he will never understand that the path of ideals cannot be traversed solely with love and hope. Naruto didn't want to shatter his beliefs with his own hands, but he knew he had to experience a complete collapse in order to truly rebuild the wisdom that belonged to the Son of God. Forget it, time is running out. The plan can begin. Chapter 174, The Prophesied Child. Yui and Yumura. The two brothers quickly arrived, still not fully withdrawing their minds from their training. Seeing Naruto's serious expression, Yui frowned, while Yumura looked somewhat bewildered. "Father, you called us here. Is something wrong?" Naruto slowly nodded, his gaze sweeping over their youthful faces, as if silently bidding farewell. He paused for a moment and finally spoke. "The plan has begun. I have prepared the path for your future. The next matters will be up to you." Yui was taken aback and immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Naruto didn't answer directly, but continued speaking. "The control of the divine tree will be transferred to you by your mother Kagaya, and my position will also be left to you. Of course, for the smooth progress of this future, I will seal part of your memories." Yumura's eyes widened as if realizing something, but he couldn't express the confusion in his heart. Yui, however, looked completely puzzled. "Seal memories? Father, what exactly do you want to do?" "You don't need to ask too much." Naruto smiled gently, but with a hint of desolation. "Some things are beyond your understanding right now, but you will understand in the future." As he spoke, Naruto's eyes suddenly changed, his pupils transforming into the shape of the 9 Tomo Rinnegan. Bton Shun. In an instant, Yui and Yumura's pupils scattered, their bodies froze momentarily. Then, both of them simultaneously fell backward, fainting on the ground. This was not an ordinary fainting. Their wills had been slightly altered, and the memories of Naruto deep within them were completely erased, replaced by the image and actions of Kagaya. They would believe that the plan of the divine tree, the existence of white Zetsu, and all future variables originated from Kagaya alone. Footsteps echoed softly as Kagaya slowly approached. She was dressed in a plain white robe, her silver hair dancing lightly in the wind. Her gaze fell on the fainted children, her eyes flickering, unable to hide a trace of heartache. Did it really have to be this way? Naruto did not turn back, only softly said, "Yes, without this, my existence will ultimately become a variable." Kagaya fell silent, and after a moment, gently nodded, "I see. Then next, it's my turn to take the stage, right?" "Rest assured." Naruto finally turned around, his expression calm. "I have a new method that can truly make you disappear from behind the scenes." He took out a sealing scroll from his sleeve, unfurled it, and formed seals like the wind. "Release." A flash of white light passed, and a white figure slowly appeared. "This is Zetsu." Kagaya frowned slightly. "That's right. It will inherit your power, and will also possess your appearance and memories. It will become your substitute, Kagaya." She pondered for a long time, then finally smiled gently, as expected of a man who puts me at ease. "You really thought this through." Kagaya smiled slightly, then walked towards white Zetsu, placing a hand on its shoulder. As chakra flowed into it, white Zetsu's features began to change rapidly, its facial features gradually taking shape, its temperament becoming cold and noble, its hair shifting from gray-white to shiny silver, and familiar cloud patterns appearing on its robe. In an instant, she looked like a reincarnation of Kagaya. Even the indifferent expression between her brows and eyes was identical. Kagaya looked at her and smiled. "You really look alike. As expected of me, truly beautiful." Naruto chuckled. "Yes. However, there's still one thing missing." He reached out again, gathering a lump of thick black liquid in his palm, slowly injecting it into white Zetsu's body. Kagaya looked at the liquid, her expression shocked. "What is that?" "Our will. You can call it Black Zetsu." Naruto said softly, "It will reside within white Zetsu, taking on the task of memory transmission. In the future, it will seek me out and convey what I want to say to my future self." "I see." Kagaya nodded, understanding in her heart. "So, what should we do next?" "Activate Infinite Tsukuyami." Naruto looked up at the sky. "Let this world completely forget me and only remember you. Remember the image of Kagaya? As you wish." Kagaya did not say much, only reached out her hand and held his palm. Thus, 2 beams of light ascended into the sky, breaking through the clouds. Just then, the originally dark sky suddenly turned to daylight. That was the omen of infinite Tsukuyomi's arrival. White Zetsu, now Kaguya, stood quietly on a mountaintop, watching Yui and Yumura fainted on the ground. She lowered her head, her expression cold, yet mixed with an indescribable emotion. She knew she was not Kaguya. She was a tool, a substitute, a part of the plan. She had obtained part of Kaguya's chakra and held some control over the 10 tails. She raised her head, gazing at the moonlight. The plan? Let it begin. After saying that, she instructed her subordinates to take Yui and Yumura back for arrangements, then turned and slowly walked toward her new mission. She was to inherit Kaguya's image and complete the tasks left by Naruto, until that person returns, until the future truly reunites. At this moment, the sky was completely brightening, and the entire world fell into a deep slumber. In the dream, there was no Naruto, only a deity named Kaguya. One day later, a splash of water erupted. Plop! A soaked frog suddenly leaped out of the water, landing steadily on the green stone at the shore. It croaked, seemingly still adjusting to its sudden landing. But soon, its gaze was firmly drawn to 2 figures ahead. One was a man and the other a woman. The man in a white robe, hands behind his back, standing in the forest as if waiting for a long time. The woman was stunningly beautiful, her skin whiter than snow, her expression indifferent. The frog cautiously shrank back, its eyes widening in shock, and then exclaimed, "You are Akatsuki Kaguya?" After saying that, it turned its gaze to the man, its tone filled with confusion and unease. "And you? Who are you?" The man smiled indifferently, his gaze falling on the frog, and gently said, "Don't worry, the pain will only last for a moment." What? This little frog was destined to be known in the future as the great frog sage, Gamamaru. At this time, Gamamaru had not yet met Yui, and his movements were being tracked by Naruto's ocular technique, Maduro. He was part of the plan, and now needed a dream. Naruto looked at him, his gaze gradually deepening, the Rinnegan quietly emerging. Bition Shun. The ocular power surged, and without a sound, an invisible mental wave quietly surged into Gamamaru's sea of consciousness. Gamamaru's body trembled, his eyes glazed over, his limbs going limp as he collapsed to the ground. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes, as if sinking into a deep dream. You will dream of the future, dream of a child who will come with hope. He is the light in a turbulent world, the one who will carry love and understanding, the prophesied child. Chapter 175, Returning. After Naruto completed all arrangements, he took Kaguya to the divine tree. At this moment, the divine tree was no longer as it once was. Its branches were withered and towering. At the top, there hung a fruit, quietly suspended in the center of the branches. This place was once the land of wind. The former oasis and prosperity had now turned into endless yellow sand, and even the air was filled with a kind of dead silence that seemed to drain the soul. Kaguya stood before the divine tree, her expression solemn and silent. "Kaguya," Naruto turned his head, his tone calm yet firm. "The divine tree has borne fruit. You should eat the fruit." She slowly extended her hand, gently cradling the fruit in her palm. She slowly brought the fruit to her mouth and swallowed it. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped Kaguya's body. She closed her eyes, allowing the power to expand and spread within her. When she opened her eyes again, the light had completely dissipated. "Kaguya, how is it? Did you gain a new eye technique?" "Wait, let me check." Kaguya closed her eyes and examined herself carefully. I have obtained Aminoiwado. Aminoiwado, how many spaces do you have now?" "I have 6 spaces. The beginning sphere, lava, snow, supergravity, sand, and acid spaces, which are directly connected to the beginning sphere." "Interesting. What eye technique did you gain the last time you ate the fruit?" "Yomi's Hirazaka." "I see. So Kaguya has eaten the fruit twice, which is why she has 2 special eye techniques. But that's strange. In the manga, I'm not sure, but in the anime, Kaguya didn't use Aminoiwado. Instead, she controlled the 10 tails to fight. Since Aminoiwado is so powerful, why not use it? How strange." At that moment, Kaguya leaned closer to Naruto, their noses almost touching, eyes locked, and asked, "What should we do next?" Naruto thought for a moment and made a decision. First, he used the Deva path to transfer the God Tree to the Takigakure village, laying a foundation for the future. Then he took Kaguya's hand and said, "How about you come with me? Let's go directly to my era." "Okay, but before that, I need to change my appearance." With that, Naruto transformed into his 16-year-old self, looking quite young. Kaguya, though puzzled by why Naruto wanted to turn into a young boy, followed suit. Seeing Kaguya transform into a more youthful version of herself, Naruto praised her enthusiastically. After a night passed, and they completed what needed to be done, Naruto took out a plow. He slowly infused it with chakra, and the plow trembled lightly, glowing with a faint golden light, waking from its slumber. "Are you ready, Kaguya?" Naruto turned to her. Kaguya nodded, her silver hair dancing in the wind. The light instantly enveloped their bodies, and time and space twisted like a distorted mirror, ripples pulling them in. When they set foot back on solid ground, Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. What met his eyes was a surface of water, with peculiar buildings above it, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. The ground was littered with ruined buildings and collapsed pillars, telling the tale of a fierce battle that had taken place here. "Strange, what place is this?" Naruto frowned, confused. He had clearly set the coordinates for Kaguya's era, yet this battlefield was completely unfamiliar. Before he could ponder further, a familiar and cold voice came from ahead. "Who are you?" Naruto turned sharply, and 6 figures appeared, standing in formation on a high ground, wearing matching black cloaks with red clouds, their postures tall and imposing. "This is Pain." Naruto's pupils constricted. The familiar Rinnegan now appeared on 6 different individuals. He was stunned, mumbling to himself, "Why are there still those 6 Pains? Didn't the others change besides Devapath Pain? What's going on?" Just as he looked around, trying to confirm their location, a faint chakra fluctuation came from not far away. He focused and saw a battered figure lying on a broken rock, with messy white hair, black rods protruding from its back, and blood staining most of its clothing. "Old pervert!" Naruto's figure flashed, and he quickly leaped over with Kaguya. At the edge of the rock, he landed and looked down at the familiar face. "Jiraiya, how did you end up like this?" Jiraiya opened his eyes, seemingly seeing a familiar figure in a dream. He tried to speak, but only let out a low groan. His throat had been damaged, and his broken vocal cords couldn't produce clear words. "Who are you?" shouted the green old toad beside him, eyes wide. Naruto turned to see the toad was Fukasaku. "Save him." He said just 2 words, then slowly reached out, pulling out the black rods one by one. After removing them, he placed his palm over Jiraiya's heart. A warm and radiant golden chakra surged from his palm. Pure yang released chakra, flowing into Jiraiya's body. The chakra quickly circulated within Jiraiya, healing the wounds on his chest, the ruptured throat, the broken bones, and even a lost arm, all rapidly returning to their peak state. In just a few seconds, Jiraiya was reborn. He sat up in confusion, looking at his hands, then back at Naruto, his eyes filled with shock and wariness. "Thank you, young man. But this strange power, who exactly are you?" Just at that moment, Kaguya's expression darkened as she stepped forward. "Naruto, is this your world?" "Huh? Naruto." Jiraiya, hearing Kaguya's words, looked at Naruto in surprise. "Don't say it. The more I look, the more it resembles you. Aside from the golden eyes, white hair, white skin, white clothing, and those strange horns, the face and voice were exactly like Naruto's." "Naruto, is that really you?" Jiraiya asked, gripping Naruto's shoulders. "Stop. Wait, I'll explain my situation later." "No way. How can I not ask this? You have to give me a serious explanation. Although I really want to explain, those 6 guys don't want to give me the chance." "What?" It was only then that Jiraiya remembered he was currently in the Rain Village. Moreover, just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death battling Pain. Now that he was fine, the enemy was still present. Seeing Pain, each holding a black rod, jumping towards them, Jiraiya quickly shielded Naruto behind him. "Hurry, Naruto, I'll hold him off." Chapter 176. Battle with 6 paths of pain faced with the 5 pains. Jiraiya's brow furrowed tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of his enemies. This was not a battle any ordinary ninja could handle. He knew that in his current state, the only way to confront these 5 pains head-on was through Sage Mode. But the problem was obvious. After being defeated earlier, his Sage Mode had already worn off. To re-enter it, he needed time, energy to gather, and to blend natural energy. However, the current battle situation allowed him no time to breathe. But he turned to glance at the boy behind him, whose expression was calm, as usual, yet his gaze was astonishingly serene. And the silver-haired woman accompanying him exuded an indescribable aura of authority, like a king emerging from mythology. He instinctively made a decision. It was possible to escape. He murmured in his heart, but he had to wait until those 2 were gone. Almost the moment he made up his mind, he clapped his hands together, chakra surging violently as he thrust out a hand seal. "Naruto, you 2 hurry and escape. I'll cover you." Just as he prepared to unleash his jutsu, a familiar yet strange voice suddenly came from behind him. "Protect me?" Didn't the teacher tell you anything? Jiraiya froze, turning to see Naruto standing behind him, with no hint of fear or intent to flee on his face, instead bearing a faintly ambiguous calmness. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, his throat going dry. Whatever needs to be said, let's escape first. He suppressed his confusion and shouted loudly, forming hand signs with both hands, fire style, fireball jutsu, accompanied by a fierce roar. A scorching fireball erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, the flames rolling toward Pain. Useless. Naruto simply said 2 words softly. Just as the words fell, the hungry ghost path among the 5 Pain stood firmly before the flames. The next moment, a pale blue barrier appeared in front of him. Boom! The flames collided with the barrier, but were instantly absorbed as if swallowed by an invisible vortex. The hungry ghost path remained expressionless, his body unmoving. Before the fire had dissipated, the Azura path's right arm suddenly unfolded, the sound of mechanical devices whirring. Its right arm split open at the elbow, revealing the hidden metallic cannon core inside. Click! The cannon charged up, a crimson beam ready to fire. And in the next instant, bang! The beam shot out violently, crashing toward where Jiraiya stood, the explosion scattering flames and debris, tearing a deep pit into the ruins, the rocks and hot air swirling together. TCH. Jiraiya flipped and leaped, barely avoiding the core of the explosion, landing awkwardly. The hem of his clothing was already singed, his arms scraped and bleeding. But he had no time to care as he quickly turned to look behind him. "What are you two doing?" he shouted, his voice filled with urgency and confusion. "Why aren't you escaping?" There was pain, anger, and a deep sense of helplessness in his voice. He had disregarded life and death, only to find that the people he was protecting had no intention of fleeing. At that moment, he suddenly felt like a fool. However, Naruto just stood there quietly, a faint smile appearing on his face. Escape? There's no need to escape at all. Before Jiraiya could sort through his thoughts, he saw Naruto suddenly vanish into thin air. Where is he? Jiraiya's heart jolted. Almost before he could settle his thoughts, the next second, boom! A muffled explosion suddenly sounded from the other side of the battlefield. That was the Azura path. In the instant that everyone had yet to react, Naruto's figure abruptly appeared at the flank of the Azura path. Relying solely on his physical strength, he delivered a heavy punch that struck the Azura path's mechanical body. There was no flare, no jutsu, just one punch. The Azura path crumbled under Naruto's fist, cracking with a snap. Its entire upper body exploded in an instant, flames shooting everywhere, parts and blood flying, rendering it completely inoperable on spot. How? Is this possible? In the sky, Jiraiya's eyes widened, breath caught in his throat. Not just him, even Nagato, who was hidden in the shadows controlling Pain, was shocked. This was no ordinary enemy. The 6 paths of Pain each possessed unique Rinnegan abilities, and even the 5 Kage combined would struggle to shake them. But this boy, relying solely on taijutsu, had broken the Azura path. What speed? It's impossible to capture. Nagato gritted his teeth, his expression dark as ink. Yet Naruto did not pause. His figure flickered in the air and vanished again. This time, he appeared behind the Hell Path. Boom. A whirlwind-like flying kick struck the Hell Path squarely in the back. The entire body was directly blown apart. The third strike descended. Naruto's elbow infused with immense explosive power. A close-range elbow strike mercilessly slammed into the human path's chest. Crack, crack, crack. Ribs shattered, air rushing back. The human path's body was sent flying like a rag doll for dozens of meters, crashing through several stone pillars before finally stopping, lying on the ground, limbs twitching, completely out of combat. The battlefield was momentarily filled with the sound of gasps. Except for Kaguya, everyone was enveloped in disbelief and shock. Naruto still hadn't used any ninjutsu, nor had he activated the lightning release chakra mode, relying purely on taijutsu to crush 3 of the 6 paths of Pain. Jiraiya murmured, "That is, taijutsu? How is that possible?" No, his physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. It's like, before he could finish his thought, Naruto's voice rang out again. Too slow. He hovered in the air, preparing to strike at the 4th target, the hungry ghost path. However, the Deva path of Pain finally reacted, suddenly spreading both hands, his Rinnegan contracting sharply, and shouted, "Universal pull!" Boom! A powerful repulsive force surged forth like a tide. Naruto smiled softly, his eyes still calm, his feet not retreating an inch. And at that moment, the hungry ghost path, which had been prepared to escape, was already too late. Bang! Just as universal pull was about to subside, Naruto suddenly sidestepped, ignoring the repulsion, and punched the hungry ghost path's chest, shattering its entire body into pieces. What? Even Universal Pull couldn't resist. Nagato's pupils shook violently, hardly daring to believe the scene before him. Naruto slowly hovered in the air, looking down at the remaining Deva Path of Pain. His gaze held a hint of disdain and mockery, his voice cold. Universal Pull? Just a basic ocular technique of the Rinnegan. You dare to flaunt your power before me with such a beginner technique? Where does your confidence come from? The Deva Path of Pain gritted his teeth. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Universal Pull. As his voice fell, the Deva Path extended one palm, generating a pitch-black gravitational vortex in his palm, intending to pull Naruto directly in close. Oh, Naruto's lips curled slightly. He allowed that gravitational force to act on him, but remained immovable, as if anchored by the earth itself. What? Even Universal Pull can't affect him? Nagato was horrified. It seems. I can only use the last resort. He gritted his teeth, frantically channeling chakra to the Deva Path of Pain, preparing to cast planetary devastation. However, Naruto was a step ahead. He slowly drew out a bone rod gleaming with a chilling white light from another dimension. That is, Kaguya suddenly trembled, her brow furrowing. That is my bone? Naruto turned and smiled lightly, just borrowing it for a moment. You want to use that move? Kaguya's eyes flickered, her expression becoming extremely complex. That's right. Naruto gripped the bone rod with his left hand, his right hand applying a slight force, covering the rod with a layer of high-density, lightning-release chakra, crackling. In the next moment, he suddenly leaned back and hurled the bone rod fiercely. Go! The sound of the air being sliced was sharp and piercing, the bone rod trailing a lightning trajectory, heading straight for the Deva Path of Pain. Universal Pull. Nagato roared, pouring all his chakra into enhancing the repulsive force. Boom! The two forces collided violently, but under Naruto's monstrous strength and the enhancement of lightning release, the bone rod's attack was unstoppable, shattering the layers of Universal Pull's power. Amidst the exploding light, the bone rod pierced through the Deva Path of Pain's chest. This is impossible. Nagato's gaze dulled, his mind violently shaken. As the Deva Path of Pain slowly collapsed, the six paths of pain were completely destroyed, turning to dust scattered in the wind and sand. Chapter 177, Jiraiya's Intervention. Jiraiya and Fukasaku, the Great Toad, quietly watched all of this, their eyes unable to hide their shock and confusion. This, Naruto? Jiraiya frowned tightly, murmuring softly, his voice trembling slightly. Absolutely not, Fukasaku said solemnly. He is definitely not Naruto. They both understood that the real Naruto had not yet grown to this level. The boy standing before them, with terrifying power, decisive actions, and a cold expression, was completely unlike that sunny, passionate Naruto who often wore a silly smile. What kind of person? Jiraiya felt a strong sense of unease. At that moment, the mistakenly identified Naruto completely ignored the gazes of the crowd. He stood quietly in midair, his eyes shimmering with golden light. As Kagura's minds, I grasped the flow of chakra within a radius of several kilometers. Found you. He smirked coldly, locking onto the presence in the distant corner. Well hidden, Nagato. As his words fell, he slowly raised his right hand, his index finger slightly raised. Just now, you intended to use the planetary devastation against me, didn't you? A small, intensely concentrated black sphere suddenly appeared at his fingertip. I'll let you have a taste as well. Before his words fell, Naruto gently flicked his fingers and the black sphere shot out, breaking through space and racing towards the direction where Nagato was hiding in almost an instant. Meanwhile, in a distant ruin, Nagato sat in the center of machinery, his face pale. In front of him, Konan spread her paper wings, preparing to confront the enemy, but suddenly sensed a terrifying chakra rapidly approaching. Nagato! Konan exclaimed. Not good. Nagato's expression changed. That is, the planetary devastation? How is that possible? We must retreat, Konan. I'm not leaving. Konan stood firmly in front of Nagato, declaring, if we die together. Nagato's face was pained. You must go. If I'm captured, it will be over. You still have a mission. Hurry and leave. If you don't leave now, we won't be able to escape at all. His hands trembled as he tried to form seals to stop the black sphere, but the pressure of the energy seemed to swallow the entire space. The black sphere was getting closer and could no longer be avoided. At that moment, an even greater chakra suddenly surged in. Sage Art's super giant Rasengan. Boom! The massive Rasengan, like a meteor, descended with a scorching wave, smashing into the path of the black sphere, deflecting it several meters away and forcefully detonating it in the open ground. The deafening roar stirred up waves of dust across the land, causing the ground to crack in every direction, and the heat wave at the center of the explosion instantly destroyed stone pillars within 100 meters. Is that my teacher? Conan was stunned. Amidst the dust, a figure slowly landed, old yet unyielding, with a solemn expression. It was Jiraiya, who had successfully entered Sage Mode. Seeing Jiraiya appear before him, Nagato couldn't believe that the teacher he wanted to kill would choose to save him. Why are you saving me? Nagato said softly, his voice complex. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the distant boy. I don't know what you have been through, nor how you became what you are today, but I cannot remain indifferent while my disciple dies before my eyes. I will not let anyone die in front of me. Have you not always wanted to achieve peace? Then for now, just don't die. Tell me, why did you fall to this state in the first place? Nagato was stunned, the light in his eyes dimming. Conan looked at her former teacher and found herself at a loss for words. On the other side, in the air, Naruto hovered in midair, watching the massive explosion cloud, his expression unchanged. Oh, did Jiraiya make a move? He murmured. The guy really can't change his soft-hearted nature. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Although Naruto didn't take this matter to heart, it didn't mean that everyone around him could remain calm like him. How reckless. Her voice was extremely low, yet felt like a divine decree. Kagaya's Byakugan suddenly activated, her pure white pupils resembling two divine moons, radiating a chilling light. With just a glance, an invisible chakra pressure firmly locked onto Jiraiya. At that moment, the air felt like cement solidifying. Jiraiya's breath hitched, his face turning pale, his heartbeat abruptly stopping, and his body suddenly lost support. He trembled, as if on the edge of death. At that moment, Jiraiya, now in Sage Mode, could clearly feel that this woman was terrifying. He had no chance of winning. Kagaya, that's enough. Naruto's figure quietly appeared beside her, gently holding her hand, softly comforting her. He is this kind of person, clearly unaware of everything, yet always thinking he can bear it all. We don't need to waste our feelings on a worthless person. Kagaya glanced at Naruto, letting out a light huff, as if annoyed yet helpless, before slowly retracting her chakra. Although the pressure dissipated, the disdain and anger in her eyes remained. Humph, consider yourself lucky. Jiraiya gasped, kneeling on one knee, sweat pouring down like rain. He clearly realized that if it weren't for that seemingly gentle boy stopping him in that moment, he would have been dead. Who exactly is she? At this moment, on a distant mountaintop, Nagato, hidden beneath the shadows of trees, suddenly tightened his gaze. At this moment, he personally felt the immense power surging in the world. It was no longer at the level of an ordinary ninja, but rather like a divine being. Impossible. This can't be, he murmured, cold sweat running down his back, his face paler than ash. Conan, did you feel that? That chakra? Beside him, Conan's expression was serious as she gently nodded. It's like, not human. That is, power beyond the six paths. Do you want to confront them? I don't know. Meanwhile, in the valley, the old sage, Shinshaku, had fallen into deep thought, gazing at Kagaya, looking at the girl who resembled the shadow from the legends as memory, murmuring, no, that's not right. She is not from the Hyuga clan. Not. But her Byakugan, could it be her? Kagaya. Naruto took over the conversation. Shinshaku suddenly looked up, his pupils constricting. At that moment, Naruto extended his hands to form seals, and a gentle golden light enveloped his entire body. The next second, his appearance changed. Blue pupils slowly emerged. His skin color returned to normal. The deer-like horns on his head gradually vanished. But only his fiery red hair burned like divine flames under the sunlight. Jiraiya's mouth fell open. He is not the Naruto I know. Or rather, Shinshaku narrowed his eyes. He is not the Naruto of this world. Immediately after, Kagaya also slowly formed seals. Her aura began to soften. The horns symbolizing her divine status disappeared, her skin like snow, but her hair still retained a silvery hue. She stood beside Naruto, her expression cold, like a descending deity. Six Paths Art of Transmutation. That technique is a derived technique of Naruto's would-release art of transmutation, originating from white Zetsu. It has been improved to change appearances without affecting the essence of chakra and power. Watching the two transform into ordinary human appearances, the old sage Shinshaku awoke from his contemplation. You two are from another world, right? Naruto did not deny it. Why have you returned? Chapter 178. the Outer Path's demon statue. Naruto quietly looked at Jiraiya and Shinshaku, his expression calm, yet a hint of imperceptible bitterness flashed in his eyes. He had already understood. He had come to the wrong world. He had sensed the oddity shortly after entering this place. This world did not have the flying thunder god marks he left behind. In his original ninja world, almost every key battle scene, on his companions, and in every corner of Konoha, he had marked them with the flying thunder god technique in advance to prepare for any changes. Yet now, it was completely empty. Naruto lowered his head in thought, his brows tightly furrowed, until Shinshaku's unintentional murmur awakened him. It's not just a matter of the timeline. It feels more like an offset of the coordinates of time travel. It's another world, a parallel ninja realm that is similar yet different. Why is there an offset? What has disturbed their temporal path? Naruto's mind is filled with questions, but he knows very well that this is not the time to seek answers. The most urgent matter is to find a way back. He raises his head and looks toward Nagato, who is quietly observing the battle from the mountaintop, his gaze deep as an abyss. A segment of history about Akatsuki quietly emerges in his mind. At this time, Akatsuki should have already collected 7-tailed beasts, with only the 8 tails and 9 tails remaining. This also means that the 10 tails in this world has not yet awakened, but it is close at hand. More importantly, there exists the Rinnegan on the moon. Perhaps, coming to the wrong place isn't necessarily a bad thing. A slight smile appears at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Shinsuke, seeing that Naruto is ignoring him, asks again, "Answer me." Naruto pays no attention to Shinsuke's somewhat agitated question. His pupils suddenly change to the golden Rinnegan. The ability of foresight sweeps out in all directions, penetrating the earth, sweeping through the clouds, and finally locking onto that massive humanoid body, the Outer Path divine statue. Found it. Almost simultaneously, Kagaya says, "Naruto, I found the remnants of the 10 tails." A cold smile appears on Naruto's face. What a coincidence, so did I. Just then, the space suddenly twists, and chakra, carrying strong spatial fluctuations, slices through the air like a blade. A figure suddenly flashes into existence from the void. This is... Shinsuke suddenly looks up, watching warily. Obito has just emerged from the Kamui space, and before he can steady his footing, he is frozen in place. His eyes are fixed ahead, as if witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. Uzumaki Naruto? His voice is filled with disbelief. How is this possible? How'd he get here? He shouldn't be with Kakashi, chasing after Sasuke, right? And who is that girl in white? The chakra emanating from her, oppressive like a deity, almost makes it hard for him to breathe. Obito's heart is shaken like rolling thunder. Didn't Zetsu say there was just a little issue with Nagato? What kind of little issue is this? Just as he is about to activate Kamui to retreat, he suddenly sees the girl gently raise her head, her calm gaze looking at him as if she has already discerned his identity and actions. This woman is not right. Then, Kagaya uses the yin-yang release. A deep, bottomless crack appears. Naruto reaches out and gently holds Kagaya's hand, preparing to step into that unknown space together. At this moment, Jiraiya finally reacts, seeing that Naruto is about to enter that terrifying space passage, and immediately shouts, "Stop! Where are you taking Naruto?" Before his words fall, Jiraiya has already leaped up, wanting to pull Naruto back. But Naruto calmly raises his eyes, the Rinnegan in his eyes shimmering with light. With just a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible repulsive force spreads out from him. Jiraiya has no time to react, and he is violently thrown away, crashing through several ancient trees before finally coming to a stop. Cough! Blood spills from Jiraiya's mouth, his face pale, shock and pain intertwining in his eyes. This power is simply not something a human can control. After saying this, he is pulled by Kagaya and steps into the yin-yang release. The space slowly closes, and the world returns to silence. Only shattered trees and a few figures standing in daze remain. When Naruto and Kagaya traverse the yin-yang release, stepping out of that dark and twisted spatiotemporal crack, they see the Outer Path divine statue. Notably, in its lifeless eyes, 7 have already opened. This means at this moment, 7-tailed beasts have been sealed within its body. Kagaya narrows her eyes, her gaze coldly fixed on the divine statue. She says little, her forehead skin gently wrinkles, then slowly splits open, revealing the Rinnegan with 9 tomo. The Rinnegan emits unparalleled pressure and control. As Kagaya's will invades, the originally still divine statue actually trembles slightly. In an instant, the core consciousness of the divine statue is forcibly taken over. There is no room for resistance. The power originally belonging to the Rinnegan's control over the divine statue is now completely under Kagaya's command. At this moment, far in the depths of Amigakure, Nagato suddenly opens his eyes wide, his face changing drastically. How is this possible? He growls, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, as if his soul is being torn apart. Conan immediately steps forward, asking nervously, Nagato, what happened? The divine statue. Nagato's voice trembles. I can't sense the presence of the outer path divine statue anymore. It's as if it suddenly separated from my body. What? Obito, who is beside him, also hears this, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turns to Nagato, his voice suddenly rising. What did you say? This is impossible. You are the Rinnegan's wielder. The divine statue can only respond to you. But it is indeed gone. Nagato gasps, his face growing paler, cold sweat soaking his hair tips. Try summoning it. Try it immediately. Obito is completely thrown into chaos. Nagato nods, forcing back his physical weakness, forming hand seals, and shouting, summoning jutsu, outer path divine statue. A torrent of chakra is instantly released, stirring up a gust of wind, as if even space is shaken by it. However, what responds to him is a deathly silence. No roar from the divine statue, no spatial rupture, nothing happens at all. In the air, it seems that only the sound of everyone's heartbeats remains. Failed. Nagato says softly, it no longer belongs to me. Damn it. Obito roars, his right fist smashing against the rock wall, shattering an entire section of the stone wall. Who on earth? Who can take the divine statue away from you without you realizing it? You are the Rinnegan's wielder. He is nearly mad. On the other side, Naruto stands at the bottom of the valley, gazing at the slowly opening 7 eyes of the divine statue. Just then, a voice tinged with surprise resonates beneath them. Mom. The two look down, and they see a shadow slowly crawling out from the rock crevice, its face strange, its body writhing like ink. That is Black Zetsu. To be precise, it is the Black Zetsu of this world. It gazes up at Kagaya in shock, as if it cannot believe that the person before it actually exists. You came back. Mom, you finally returned. Its voice trembles, as if a long-lost child finally sees its family, filled with excitement. However, Kagaya merely glances at it coldly. Her voice is frigid as frost. I have no son like you. Black Zetsu. Its body stiffens as if its soul has been wounded, staring blankly at Kagaya. Its voice trembling, Mom. What are you saying? I am Black Zetsu, the continuation of your will. I did this to revive you. Shut up. Kagaya interrupts it, her eyes filled with disgust and coldness. I have no son as ugly as you. It collapses to the ground, wailing loudly. No. Chapter 179. Black Zetsu's despair. Black Zetsu stands frozen in place, its mind blank. It never expected that all its persistence and effort over the centuries would be completely overturned at this moment. It has transformed into a shadow for the return of its mother, lurking in the darkest corners of the world, manipulating countless wars and instigating numerous disputes just to await Kagaya's return. But reality is brutally absurd. The mother it speaks of, the light in its eyes, coldly and ruthlessly kicks it aside, refusing even a glance back. Black Zetsu stared blankly at Kagaya, a lump of blood seemingly stuck in its throat, and after a long while murmured, Mother, I am Black Zetsu. For you, I have lived for over 1,000 years. I have manipulated countless people, even abandoned everything I had. How could you? How could you do this? Its voice trembled, and its eyes filled with incredible sorrow and confusion, as if its entire personality was collapsing. So, it whispered with a bitter smile, Is there no love? Where has love gone? We once agreed. We are mother and son connected by blood. Each murmured phrase pierced deep into its soul like a dagger. Black Zetsu's emotions finally broke down. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, trembling, tears streaming from its pitch-black body. This scene left Naruto, who was nearby, stunned. In all his life, he had never seen this chakra creation actually. Crying? Did I see that right? Naruto furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. This guy is really crying? Hearing this, Black Zetsu slowly raised its head, but there was no longer any anger or cunning in its eyes, only an indescribable confusion and despair. Its voice was low like a funeral drum. From the moment I was born, I've been living in darkness, thinking that as long as Mother returned, I would be accepted. But she even looked at me with disdain. It lowered its head, gripping the ground tightly with both hands. Naruto silently watched Black Zetsu, his gaze deep and contemplative. This shadow, cloaked in the guise of loyalty, had lurked in the ninja world for 1,000 years, pushing everything to the brink of destruction. Although this Black Zetsu was not the one from his original world, its essence and motives were no different. I can't show mercy, Naruto thought to himself. This old schemer cannot be left alive. His gaze gradually turned cold. At the moment of decision, he summoned a bone-like weapon into his hand, the shard of Kagaya's bone. Kagaya's gaze shifted slightly, looking at Naruto, but she did not speak to stop him. The Rinnegan appeared in Naruto's eyes, power gathering as the space around him rippled like water. Imperial deity. Without hesitation, he drove the shard of Kagaya's bone into Black Zetsu's body. Black Zetsu was taken aback, seemingly not realizing what had just happened. "Hey, what are you doing?" it shouted. Something like this. Before it could finish, it sensed something was wrong. An unprecedented, excruciating pain erupted from within, and when it looked down, its originally pitch-black body began to collapse rapidly, like paper consumed by fierce flames, its black skin peeling away in chunks, turning to dust. What's happening? What have you done to me? No, this is Mother's technique. You. Black Zetsu screamed in terror, desperately trying to break free from this curse of death, but found that it could not gather chakra. Its body was disappearing in an irreversible manner. This is impossible. I am the indomitable will. I am Mother's will. It screamed hysterically. In a panic, it could only place its last hope on Kagaya. Mother, save me. Please save me. But what responded was an extremely cold gaze. Kagaya's white, jade-like face showed no emotion, merely looking down at it as if gazing at a worthless stone. That glance spoke louder than 1,000 words, completely shattering Black Zetsu's last obsession. So, it really is like this. Black Zetsu's voice became hoarse, as if its throat was being choked. It had fantasized countless times about what its mother would look like upon her return, imagining she would gently embrace it, affirming its 1,000-year sacrifice of loneliness. But reality was like a dull knife, slowly yet mercilessly cutting all its hopes to shreds. Forget it. Black Zetsu chuckled softly, its gaze hollow. Mother has already come out. My existence's meaning ends here, I suppose. It closed its eyes, giving up resistance. There was no curse, no roar, only a heart-wrenching calmness and relief. Since this is her choice, then I have nothing more to say. In the end, Black Zetsu's body completely disintegrated in silence, turning to dust and dissipating in the wind. Naruto sighed softly, retracting the now shattered shard of Kagaya's bone. Kagaya remained coldly standing, showing no expression, even too lazy to say a word. Then, Kagaya quietly flew to Naruto's side, looking in the direction where Black Zetsu had vanished, her brows slightly furrowed. Still puzzled. Why did you have to kill him? He isn't Black Zetsu? Didn't you say he exists as a will for my resurrection? Yes, he said slowly. He was born for you. But why? He is a will created by another Kagaya from another world. In this world, his loyalty does not belong to you, but to that you. Kagaya was slightly taken aback. This isn't my world. Everything here, even if it resembles you, even if I have a version of myself here, is merely a projection of a parallel world. This world still has the corpse of the 10 tails, still has Akatsuki Ishiki, and he paused, glancing at Kagaya, another you. Kagaya's expression suddenly hardened. What do you intend to do? Naruto smiled gently. Without hiding or hesitating, he candidly expressed his thoughts. I want to seize this power before they take action, to grasp it in my hands first. You mean, to devour the me of this world, and Akatsuki Ishiki? Exactly. Naruto nodded, his tone calm, but filled with unwavering determination. Kagaya was stunned. Devouring. That is the most brutal and direct method of evolution for the Akatsuki clan. Refining others into the fruit of the divine tree to consume all their abilities and lives is the clan's primal thirst for power. You won't spare even me? She asked softly, a hint of vulnerability creeping into her tone. Not you. Naruto quickly denied. Looking at her with firm eyes, I said, it's the Kagaya of that world, and you are the one I recognize as unique. Kagaya's heart trembled. This sentence weighed heavier than 1,000 words. I'm the only Kagaya. She repeated softly, an indescribable emotion appearing on her face, neither shyness nor joy, but a deep satisfaction of being recognized and chosen. For the first time, she heard such words from a man, not commands, manipulation, or fear. I know this approach is cruel, Naruto continued, but we must be strong. The Akatsuki of this world has not yet fully acted. We only have one chance. My plan is to first devour the Kagaya of this world, to gain all her abilities and memories. Then, you will devour Ishiki, receiving his taijutsu, chakra, and bloodline. This way we can possess nearly invincible power. Kagaya finished his sentence for him, her gaze no longer confused, replaced by a sharp and cold glint. Chapter 180. Return to the moon on the dead. Silvery surface of the moon, Naruto and Kagaya's figures appeared. So this is the moon you spoke of. Kagaya squinted, looking at the cold and unfamiliar landscape around her. Her tone laced with a hint of disdain. There's nothing here. Naruto smiled as he looked at the moon. The feathered clothes and feathered village of this world sealed you in here. Kagaya scoffed. Anyway, I wasn't the one sealed inside, so what does it have to do with me? What brings you here? Naruto explained, there's another Rinnegan here, which can enhance my power. Rinnegan? Kagaya turned to look at Naruto, her eyes showing a hint of seriousness. You already possess a Rinnegan. Can it still evolve? Yes. Power has no limits. Kagaya nodded slightly and fell silent. Her gaze traversed the dust-filled lunar surface, looking towards the ancient ruins floating in the void. The remnants of the Yuin clan's temple, where the giant Rinnegan lay. Suddenly, a slight spatial fluctuation appeared before the two. A semi-transparent light curtain twisted and unfolded, accompanied by a figure slowly stepping out. Kagaya glared coldly at the young man. Who are you? He spoke with a chilling tone, looking down at Naruto and Kagaya. I am Akatsuki Shurin. You two are just rats from the ninja world created by the Sage of Six Paths, right? Kagaya raised an eyebrow, her gaze turning cold. Sage of Six Paths? Rats? Naruto did not respond immediately, just turned to Kagaya with a faint smile. Do you know who this person is? Kagaya shook her head. I've never seen him before. Although he possesses Akatsuki chakra, he is far too weak compared to the Yuin clan and Yui. Shurin shouted angrily. You dare to call my ancestor by name? You ants are not worthy of mentioning the glory of our forebears. Oh, Naruto raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. You are a descendant of the Yuin clan? Indeed. Shurin puffed out his chest proudly. I inherit the will of the Yuin clan, guarding this moon for generations, preventing the evil chakra of your ninja world from reviving. Especially that wicked woman, Akatsuki Kagaya, who has long been sealed here, never to be unsealed. Kagaya found this amusing, smiling lightly with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. This guy, is he insulting me? He doesn't know who you are. Naruto couldn't help but laugh, thinking he was just some mutated Byakugan ninja. Humph. Kagaya narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of killing intent appearing at the corner of her mouth. Then let him see reality. However, Shurin was completely unaware of the unusualness of the two. He sensed the incredibly pure Byakugan from Kagaya's eyes. That feeling is... Byakugan? I can feel it. Such a pure Byakugan. Perfect. This Byakugan can serve as my eyes and allow me to obtain the Rinnegan. Hearing Shurin's arrogant words only infuriated Kagaya further. Naruto gently patted Kagaya's hand, seeming to comfort her, yet signaling, I'm a bit annoyed. Naruto stepped forward, extending his hand with fingers slightly together. Then, a chakra flow method completely different from ordinary ninja techniques formed in his palm. It was a bloodline technique born from the precise compression and operation of 3 chakra natures. Dust release, original realm separation technique. A white cube instantly formed in Naruto's palm, then exploded into a beam of light, expanding without warning around Shurin. What a joke. What is this? Shurin had no time to react. The terrifying ability of the light beam to decompose all particles was already too late. Ah! His body was completely stripped away in the dust release, turning into nothingness starting from the molecular structure, without a cry, without a body, only a scattering of chakra remnants left. Kagaya slowly walked to Naruto's side, looking at the emptiness after the dust release dissipated, her eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction. This move is cleaner and more efficient than my bone ash killing. Naruto retracted his hand, smiling lightly. This person was too noisy, no need to keep him. Suddenly, Naruto's expression darkened. He keenly detected a subtle malice, faint yet impossible to evade from his malice perception. He closed his eyes, quickly activating his Kagura's hard eye, instantly locking onto the source of that aura. Akatsuki Shurin was still alive, hiding in a distant building. Naruto opened his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Oh, so he doesn't dare to show himself and send the puppet to die instead? He scoffed. Daring to play tricks on me? His tone turning cold. Naruto raised his right hand, his gaze falling upon the dead lunar surface beneath him. In the next moment, he concentrated his thoughts. An overwhelming chakra surged forth, rapidly covering the entire ground. The lunar soil quickly became activated under his control, as if it had come to life. Shurin, hidden in the distant building, suddenly jolted, his expression changing drastically. How is this possible? I've been discovered? Before he could finish speaking, the sand on the ground suddenly surged, swirling around him like an angry dragon, quickly surrounding him. In the distance, Naruto's gaze was icy, his voice deep as a judge announcing a death sentence. Goodbye. Sand waterfall funeral. Boom! The sand tightened violently, instantly erupting with a muffled sound, dust swirling, and Shurin's aura instantly returning to nothingness, leaving only a silent ruin. Kaguya looked at Shurin being completely erased and remarked on how many ninjutsu Naruto knew. However, she was very concerned about Shurin's words. That person just now kept calling her a wicked woman, trying to take her Byakugan. So foolish, Kaguya said coldly. The descendants of the Yuin clan are ultimately mediocre. Yuin was an idiot. I didn't expect his descendants to be the same. Truly despicable. Naruto nodded. This child from Yuin is indeed a bit foolish, never thinking for himself since childhood, only knowing to follow Yui. And Yui is also a naive child. Their descendants have turned out this way. They bear the primary responsibility. Kaguya nodded, grateful that her son was different. Then, Naruto turned to look into the distance. Let's go. We have serious business to attend to. Kaguya nodded, and the two continued onward, heading straight for the giant temple floating above the lunar soil. They encountered no further obstacles. As if the entire moon fell silent after Shurin's death. The giant Rinnegan floated quietly at the center of the temple, like a golden sun, emanating a terrifying chakra wave that made one's heart race. Elsewhere, in a graveyard, a white figure gradually appeared. The white shadow transformed into the appearance of an old man. The old man looked in the direction of the Rinnegan, his face full of worry. He spoke, Mother, have you resurrected? The ninja world is facing disaster. Chapter 181. Time freezes. The giant Rinnegan stood in the central palace of the moon. Its immense ocular power felt almost tangible, causing the entire space to resonate with a sense of oppressive tremor. This is the giant Rinnegan. Kaguya gazed at the golden sphere, exclaiming. Naruto stepped forward, the Rinnegan in his eyes slightly trembling at that moment, as if responding to a call from the same source. Kaguya stood beside him, her brow furrowing slightly. This ocular power seems more primitive and pure than what you had before. Naruto nodded. He could feel his Rinnegan breathing, yearning. At this moment, he formed hand seals, and a spiraling chakra flowed from his body, directly connecting to the giant Rinnegan. At the moment of contact, the entire palace shook violently. It has begun, Naruto said softly. Countless rays of light shot from the giant Rinnegan, condensing into fine strands of chakra, wrapping around Naruto's eyes. As Naruto gritted his teeth and endured the compressing ocular power from the giant Rinnegan, it felt as if countless needles were piercing at the soul level, slowly stripping and reshaping his eyes. Time passed. Whether it was a quarter of an hour or a full day, it was unclear. As the last trace of chakra light dissipated, the enormous radiance of the giant Rinnegan suddenly dimmed, and then shattered with a thunderous sound, transforming into countless Byakugan fragments that fluttered like snowflakes, disappearing without a trace in midair. The palace returned to silence. Naruto! Kaguya quickly stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder. At this moment, Naruto stood quietly in place, his eyes tightly closed, but his expression showed no signs of pain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. They were a pair of even deeper and more mysterious Rinnegan. Kaguya was taken aback. Your eyes. Naruto gazed at her and smiled slightly. I felt it. A new ability awakening within me. What is it? Kaguya asked softly. Naruto slowly extended his right hand, a special wave gathering in his palm. I don't know how to describe it accurately, but it seems to be the power of time. He closed his eyes and focused. Time froze. Everything around, wind, dust, light, Kaguya's movements, all came to a standstill in an instant. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the frozen world. He stepped forward and swiped his hand through the suspended dust in the air, each particle remaining completely still like glass. It was as if the world had not stopped, but rather his body had accelerated to the extreme. Every action of mine is 1,000 times, 10,000 times faster than time. I have surpassed the flow of time. He walked past Kaguya, circled the entire palace, carefully sensing the mechanics of it all. Judging by the flow rate and intensity of chakra within him, he estimated that this state could last for about 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. He frowned, but it's enough. The moment he returned to his original position, the world suddenly resumed its flow. Kaguya was startled. What did you just do? Didn't you notice? Naruto asked with a smile. Kaguya looked at him suspiciously. Notice what? But I actually walked around you, enjoying the scenery of the moon. Naruto joked. Kagaya frowned slightly. Huh? He suddenly became serious. Kagaya. Next, we need to return to Earth. I want to test this time freeze state in a real battle. Who is the target? Of course. It's Ishiki. Naruto placed his hand on Kagaya's shoulder and gathered chakra. Let's go. Just as Naruto was about to take Kagaya away, an old yet steady voice echoed across the desolate moon's surface. Young man, wait a moment. Naruto raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling a strange chakra attempting to invade his body, pulling at his will, as if trying to drag his consciousness into some awareness space. What the hell is this? Get lost. He snorted coldly, and his chakra surged violently, sweeping over his body like a tsunami, instantly dispersing the invading force into nothingness. Meanwhile, far away, Yamatsu, dressed in ancient robes, suddenly opened his eyes, pale and horrified. His form flickered for a moment, almost turning into an illusion, suffering a severe backlash. Oh, how? How is this possible? His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. That chakra is not weaker than Mother. No, even stronger than Mother. How can this be? When did the shinobi world have such a person? Could it be my brother's son? No, I must contact my brother quickly. His expression changed dramatically as he hurried to turn and contact his brother, Yui. But before he could take a step, the entire space suddenly froze as if time had stopped, locking him in place. In the next instant, the space shattered, and Naruto and Kagaya had silently arrived. Kagaya narrowed her eyes, observing the young man before her, and spoke with slight confusion. You are Yamatsu? Seeing this, Naruto slightly raised his hand, releasing the bindings that Emperor Shikuten had placed on Yamatsu. Yamatsu felt his body loosen and finally regained his ability to move. He stood in place, looking at Kagaya's face, feeling a mix of emotions, his voice hoarse and bitter. It's me, Mother. Kagaya gazed at him, a hint of tenderness appearing in her eyes, and said softly, You. I see. The you of this world has already died. Although the Yamatsu before her was not the one she was familiar with. The blood connection, the face, and the intertwined memories still brought a deep sadness to her heart, thinking of her son eventually withering away. Even the Otsutsuki could not help but feel moved. Yamatsu sensed something unusual, his brow furrowing as he suddenly realized the key in her words. He slowly lifted his head, looking at the two in shock. Wait a moment, you just said, the me of this world? Naruto looked at Yamatsu and said, That's right. We come from other worlds. Not familiar with you. Your real mother is still sealed well down here. After saying this, Naruto put his arm around Kagaya's body, comforting her. Don't cry. Our son is doing just fine. Yamatsu, condolences, huh? Ooh. What did you say? Your son? You. She. What is going on? What a big surprise. No, what shocking news. The version of himself from that world actually has a father. More importantly, the mother before him actually fell in love with a man. This is unbelievable. Is he dreaming? Or did he misunderstand his mother? Chapter 182. Devouring Kagaya Hiss. Kids shouldn't pry into adult matters. Naruto shot a sidelong glance at Yamatsu, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Didn't you see your mother is sad? Why bring up the wrong topic? Are you itching for it? With this reprimand, Yamatsu felt an invisible pressure rush over him. That was the instinctive fear of stronger chakra from deep within his bloodline. He couldn't help but lower his head, like a child who had made a mistake, and honestly apologized. Yes, I'm sorry. Naruto snorted, uninterested in him, and turned back to the despondent Kagaya, his tone softening. Don't worry, when we get back, we can see our mischievous son. Kagaya nodded gently, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her voice soft. Naruto, I'm fine now, no need to worry. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and then turned to say, Then how about this, Kagaya? You chat with this kid first, I need to handle something. Kagaya looked at him and replied gently, All right, I'll wait for you here. Before her words fell, a black and purple passage, Yomi's Boulevard, opened up. He stepped into it, and his figure quickly disappeared in the vortex. Yamatsu stared in astonishment and couldn't help but ask, Where did he go? Kagaya leisurely turned her head to look at him, casually answering, Oh, you want to pick fruit. Yamatsu was taken aback. Fruit? On the other side, within the moon, Naruto passed through the spatial rift of Yomi's Boulevard and slowly stepped into the depths of this silent and cold rock layer. His steps were extremely light, yet in this dead silence, they sounded particularly clear. The gravity here was different from the shinobi world, the air was thin and dry, and the surroundings were enveloped in deep darkness. Only a faint chakra fluctuation could be sensed ahead, guiding him deeper step by step. Finally, in a closed rock structure, Naruto halted. His eyes sparkled with the light of the Rinnegan, his expression slightly changing. He sensed her presence. The Akatsuki Kagaya of this world. She was sleeping in the deepest part, wrapped in rock layers, her entire body immersed in a deep black liquid. The outer layer of rock was airtight, its surface covered with ancient and intricate sealing patterns, making it impossible to enter through conventional means. Fortunately, Naruto was well prepared. He whispered softly, activating one of the 6 paths abilities, Shme Baiku, causing his body to shrink instantly to the size of dust, silently sliding into the barely perceptible gaps. As he passed through the narrow crevices, he finally entered the enclosed space surrounding the liquid. In the next moment, Naruto's eyes reflected the sleeping Kagaya, this world's Kagaya. She floated silently in the black liquid, like a perfect statue, utterly still. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her robe gently swayed with the liquid, and her expression was serene yet cold. It was a heart-stopping tranquility. There was no struggle, no pain, as if she willingly slept in this abyss. Watching all of this, Naruto felt a slight heaviness in his heart. He understood that this was Kagaya from another world, but seeing her like this still stirred complex feelings within him. Poor woman, to have such a son. He murmured softly, his voice pressed into the silent space, nearly inaudible. He reached out his hand, but did not touch her. He merely gazed at the face that was strikingly similar to the Kagaya he knew. Those eyes, which should have opened to see the world, were now submerged in endless darkness. But Naruto did not hesitate. His purpose was very clear. I am Sore, Kagaye Otsutsuki. I will take your power. Naruto's voice was low and calm, as if bidding farewell to a sleeping old friend. Before his words faded, his hands quickly formed seals. Seeding technique, Shikigami seeding. Boom! Hee ha ha ha. A sinister and eerie aura erupted from within him, and a shadow of the Shinigami emerged from Naruto's shrunken body. The Shinigami was enormous. Cloaked in a long robe, with white hair cascading behind it, its ghastly face slowly lowering, locking its gaze on Kagaya in the black liquid. It grinned, revealing a row of sharp fangs, as if savoring a feast. Guhu! An eerie low laugh came from deep within the Shinigami's throat as it slowly extended its pale, bone-like hand, adorned with strange patterns, penetrating the liquid, breaking through the seal, and directly reaching into Kagaya's chest. There was no struggle. Sleeping Kagaya didn't even furrow her brow. In the next instant, the Shinigami's hand yanked forcefully, a brilliant ball of light, shimmering like stars, yet exuding an overwhelming pressure, was forcibly pulled from Kagaya's body. It was Kagaya's original soul, containing the ultimate chakra of the Akatsuki clan, deeply fused with the power of the God Tree, its immense power almost causing the space to tremble. The Shinigami licked its lips, its ghastly grin widening, and without hesitation, it swallowed that ball of soul. The entire space trembled, the black liquid boiled, and cracks appeared in the seal. Meanwhile, Naruto felt an immense chakra surge into his body, an energy incredibly familiar. This is the same root and source of chakra. This aura? Naruto raised an eyebrow, his perception stirring in the void. His soul sensed a strange fluctuation, a wave rich with coldness and decay, like the resentment of a damp underground, attempting to establish some connection with him through the channel of Shikigami sealing. Is this world Shinigami? He snorted coldly, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. Oh, you still want to connect with me? What do you think you are? Chakra surged like a tidal wave, and Naruto's Rinnegan instantly manifested, the power of the 6 paths roaring into action. Don't touch me, he shouted angrily, like thunder cracking. Get lost. As he released his will, the power of his Rinnegan surged, and the Shinigami's chakra was forcibly repelled, along with a part of its existing while being shaken back, ripples spreading in the void, distorting and fracturing. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent as death. The next moment, a roar like the howling of an abyss came, carrying ancient, savage, and fierce emotions, tearing at the soul space. What are you howling about? Naruto scoffed, cursing. Shut up. He looked up, coldly staring into the depths of the void, his tone growing increasingly arrogant. Wait for me. Once I finish what I'm doing here, I'll make time to deal with you. He grinned, his face filled with fierce determination and mad confidence. I've eaten everything, just never my own kind. You better pray you're not tasty enough. Having said that, he suddenly retracted his chakra, completely sealing off the Shinigami's soul channel. The space returned to tranquility, the chill receding, but Naruto's presence grew even more unfathomable. Chapter 183. Finding a form. With everything completed, Naruto's consciousness quickly withdrew from the depths of his soul, returning to his original body. He slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at the lifeless body of Kagaya Akatsuki. Without a hint of hesitation, he mobilized his chakra. Then, Kagaya's body slowly levitated, enveloped by an invisible force, disintegrating inch by inch, condensing, ultimately transforming into a chakra fruit. Naruto reached out and grasped the fruit in his palm. Without hesitation, he swallowed it. As the fruit entered his abdomen, it was scorching hot. Enriched chakra seemed to erupt like an ocean, instantly surging through Naruto's meridians, like heavenly thunder coursing through his body, every cell, every drop of blood undergoing a qualitative change. At the same time, he felt another force merging, the soul of Kagaya, which he had previously consumed using Shikigami sealing, was now slowly assimilating within his spiritual world. The perfect integration of the soul and the fruit allowed Naruto to truly reach the height that Kagaya once stood at. Chakra abilities acquired: 80 God Air Strike, Bone Ash Killing, Rabbit Hair Needle, and Amaterasu. 80 God Air Strike, a divine heavy fist that can tear through the air. Rabbit Hair Needle, which can manipulate hair as countless flying needles turned into weapons. Bone Ash Killing, a one-hit kill that turns the target to ashes upon impact. And the most concerning was that ocular technique, Amaterasu. The coordinates, structures, and passageways of 6 independent spaces instantly appeared in Naruto's mind. He could clearly sense the existence of these spaces and could freely enter and exit them. But because of this, he had a question. Are these spaces the same as the Amaterasu space that my Kagaya possesses, or are they mirrored from different dimensions? He pondered for a moment, but did not arrive at a clear answer. Finally murmuring, "I'll study it slowly after leaving here." In addition, Naruto could clearly feel that his Rinnegan had also undergone a transformation. It was not merely an enhancement of chakra, but a leap in the level of ocular techniques. He then closed his eyes, diving into the depths of Kagaya's remaining memories. He was already familiar with all of this, but he still wanted to see if there were any differences in this world's Kagaya. Memory scenes flashed by, and the general content was not much different from the history Naruto knew. However, soon, a key detail that differed caught his eye, causing him to raise an eyebrow. In this world, Yuzuru and Yui were not born naturally, but were life forms that Kagaya created herself using the chakra from the God Tree fruit, yin-yang release techniques, and her own bloodline after consuming the fruit. They were, strictly speaking, Kagaya's creations, family woven from her power and loneliness. So that is how it is. Naruto whispered. Yui was created first, so he received more chakra, 6/10, plus the power of the Rinnegan. Yuzuru, being born later, only received 4/10 of the chakra and the power of the Byakugan. This is an unequal distribution, but it is Kagaya's choice as a mother. She is not biased. She has long decided to let Hagoromo bear more, while Hamura is there to accompany and assist. She once thought that having 2 children would soothe her 1,000-year loneliness. She also once envisioned that when the children grew up and understood her, she would reveal the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan to them. But she was wrong. Hagoromo and Hamura are still young. They do not understand their mother's fears, the tremors hidden deep within her heart. They cannot see the cost behind the chakra. They only see the threats brought by power. Kagaya wanted to wait until the children grew up to tell them those heavy truths, hoping that when they had enough strength to bear it, she could hand over the secrets of the divine tree. Unfortunately, fate did not give her the chance to wait. Everything had already moved towards irreversible betrayal. Ah, the unfortunate woman. No wonder in the anime, she would cry over her past memories. Hamura, Hagoromo, you have truly broken her heart. If only the mother and son could communicate and understand what each other was hiding, perhaps Kagaya would not have such an ending. Forget it, it's time to find Ishiki. Naruto murmured softly, his eyes slightly closed, and as his mind moved, a tremendous power surged within him. Mamashiki. As soon as the words fell, the Rinnegan's ocular technique activated, instantly penetrating the barriers of time and space, and his vision transcended dimensions, beginning to search for the target's aura. Ishiki, where are you? As his perception deepened, a distorted chakra fluctuation in the space caught Naruto's attention. He smiled coldly, revealing a sharp grin. Found you, Ishiki. Without hesitation, Naruto turned around, and behind him, the portal to the Yellow Springs opened quietly, a dark vortex shimmering with azure light. As he stepped in, Naruto vanished from the spot. At this moment, in another space, within an ancient palace standing in a different dimension, Ishiki was leisurely sitting on a couch, pouring wine and enjoying himself. He wore a luxurious robe, his eyes radiating an arrogance that seemed to command the entire world. But just then, he raised an eyebrow, sensing a strange and powerful chakra emerging from behind him. Ishiki suddenly stood up and turned to look behind. From the dark spatial rift, a figure in white clothing with white hair stepped out. Those Rinnegan eyes, shining like gold, were especially glaring in the shadows. Naruto looked at Ishiki and smiled, saying, "Found you. I apologize for the intrusion. I didn't expect someone to break in here." Ishiki surprisingly showed a hint of a smile, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant, as if he were a graceful gentleman. "First, let me introduce myself. My name is Jigen. Please take care of me," he said, giving a slight bow. "And you? May I ask who you are?" Naruto slowly raised his hand, untying the white robe behind him, revealing an ancient battle outfit, with golden ripples in his pupils swirling with the power of destruction and rebirth. "Akatsuki, Naruto," he said in a flat tone, yet with a commanding presence that made the space tremble. "I came here just to deal with you and Kaguya. Are you ready to meet your end, Ishiki?" The air suddenly froze. Ishiki was first stunned, then threw his head back in laughter. "Ha ha, what did you say? Deal with me and Kaguya? Are you some kind of trash from a lowly planet, who only heard the name Akatsuki and thought you could flaunt it?" He stepped closer to Naruto, his tone growing colder. "Do you think that by taking our surname, you can become an Akatsuki? You, an unknown minor character, dare to say meet your end in front of me?" Naruto stood quietly, neither angry nor speaking, but his gaze was like a sword, locking onto him. Ishiki's eyes gleamed coldly. "Well, it's boring anyway, and I haven't moved in a long time. Since you want to fight, then let's fight." Chapter 184. Ishiki appears. Naruto showed no signs of warming up. The chakra within him surged like a flood, all focused on his physical body. At this moment, he did not use any ninjutsu, but purely engaged in hand-to-hand combat. He wanted to test how strong this body, which absorbed Ishiki's power, truly was. "Huh!" Naruto threw an uppercut, and the air seemed to be torn apart by a sharp blade. Ishiki reacted quickly, crossing his arms in front of him to block, but was still pushed back several steps by the force. His pupils contracted slightly. This is not ordinary power. This man's physical strength is somewhat excessive. The two figures intertwined. Punches like wind, legs like thunder. Naruto's movements were fierce and reckless, without holding back. Each strike carried a momentum capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Ishiki, on the other hand, was agile and quick, searching for flaws amidst the attacks like flowing water. Bang! The two punched each other in the abdomen simultaneously, their bodies flying out like cannonballs, shattering the surrounding rocks. Naruto exhaled, lightly clenched his fists, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Not bad. Your body can really take a beating." Ishiki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark. "You underestimate me too much." "Shinra Tensei," Ishiki silently recited in his heart, and the black rod shrank instantly like a needle, almost impossible to catch. Just as Naruto delivered a frontal attack, Ishiki thrust the shrunk black rod towards his abdomen. However, just as the black rod was about to touch Naruto's skin, a repulsive force suddenly erupted. Bang! The black rod was flicked away as if by an invisible giant hand, flying dozens of meters and embedding itself into the rock wall. Naruto sneered. "Your little tricks are crystal clear to me." Ishiki's pupils suddenly constricted. This guy can actually see through my control of the black rod? "It's my turn now," Naruto whispered, his figure flashing once more, his fist crashing down like thunder. Ishiki hurriedly dodged, but was still shaken by the residual force. His blood surging, with blood still fresh at the corner of his mouth, his expression already serious. "Since that's the case," Ishiki whispered. The cursed seal within him suddenly spread, the black markings winding up his arms like a living creature. "Cursed seal, state 1, activate." In an instant, his aura surged violently, and his speed and strength experienced a qualitative leap. Beneath the black markings, his skin emitted a strange sheen. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings. "Here it comes." Naruto slightly bent his body, instantly transforming into an afterimage and colliding with Ishiki once more. Bang, 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 bang. The two exchanged brutal blows, creating countless waves of air turbulence. Ishiki relied on the enhancement of the cursed seal state to forcibly suppress Naruto's attack, almost pushing him back several times. But Naruto's movements only grew faster and fiercer, seemingly without limits. Are you a martial arts monster?" Ishiki was shocked. He had entered the cursed seal state, yet still could not completely suppress his opponent. "You're not even warm up yet," Naruto shouted loudly, delivering a flying kick that sent Ishiki flying hundreds of meters. Ishiki crashed into the rock wall, pain coursing through his body, but he forcibly stopped himself, looking down his chest, where a deep bruise had formed on his bones. "Damn it, still not enough? It seems I'll have to use a deeper layer." Ishiki took a deep breath, and the cursed seal spread again, covering his entire body. Cursed seal, second state. A tremendous chakra pressed down like a mountain, making the entire space tremble before him. "Now, I want to see how long you can hold on." Ishiki stepped forward, his figure almost distorting space, appearing in front of Naruto in an instant, delivering a heavy punch directly downward. Boom! The entire ground collapsed, dust flying, and the space shook. Naruto was knocked back several dozen meters by this terrifying force, but he quickly steadied himself, his fighting spirit even stronger in his eyes. "Not bad. Finally a bit more decent. Come on, let's dance again." The battle resumed. Cien adjusted his breathing, with a calm and sharp light flashing in his eyes. Naruto, on the other hand, was full of excitement, his eyes shining with fighting spirit. Since he had absorbed the power of Ishiki, he had not had the chance to fully unleash this power. Now, facing Cien, that opportunity had finally come. The two did not hesitate for a moment and instantly lunged at each other. Naruto relied purely on taijutsu, without any ninjutsu assistance, delivering powerful punches with every strike. Each blow carried the momentum to destroy everything, as if the very heavens and earth trembled under his strength. Cien first let out a cold laugh, meeting the attack head-on, but soon he realized that Naruto's body was incredibly agile, with his offense and defense flowing seamlessly, making it difficult for Cien to grasp. Every time he tried to find an opening to counterattack, Naruto had already taken the initiative. How could this be? Cien was astonished. This guy's taijutsu could actually match his own. Just as Cien tried to stabilize the situation, he suddenly felt something unusual. Naruto seemed to be able to predict his every move. No matter how he changed his attack route, Naruto would always precisely defuse it. Damn it. A ruthless gleam flashed in Cien's eyes as his body began to shrink, attempting to evade Naruto's line of sight. But Naruto had already noticed, and his Tenseigan instantly opened, giving him a 360-degree view with no blind spots, allowing him to track the movement of the black stick effortlessly. However, the special ability of the Tenseigan allowed Naruto to have a firm grasp on his actions. No matter how Cien changed, he could detect it immediately. Without hesitation, Naruto drew out the Keiketsu from his palm, a unique weapon granted to him by Kaguya, incredibly sharp. He raised the Keiketsu high and fiercely thrust it towards Cien. A look of terror crossed Cien's eyes as he recognized that this was Kaguya's power. "You. What is your relationship with Kaguya?" Cien questioned, his voice filled with anger and confusion. Naruto smiled calmly. "Don't run. Let me stab you a couple of times." Before he finished speaking, Cien, unable to contain his anger, swung the black stick to defend. But Naruto's strength far exceeded expectations. Each strike carried the power to tear through space, causing the black stick to tremble under the immense impact. This guy's strength. Damn it. Cien was shocked. As the situation became increasingly unfavorable, Cien understood that relying on his current means would be insufficient, so he resorted to space-time ninjutsu. A distorted space rift quickly opened behind him, and Cien leaped into it, disappearing from his original spot. Naruto did not pursue. He merely snorted coldly, knowing that Cien was preparing for the next attack. The spatial vortex gradually closed, and Cien slowly reappeared, only to find Naruto already in front of him. Naruto's massive fist, like a sandbag and carrying the power to destroy everything, was about to strike Cien's handsome face. Cien's heart jolted, and he roared, "Not good." Just as the words left his mouth, a violent aura began to surge from his body. A strong light enveloped him, and Cien's body underwent drastic changes. His form rapidly transformed into that of another person. This was the final form of Tsutsuki Ishiki, true resurrection. Summary. After crossing into the world of Naruto, I find that I do not have a golden finger. Wait, why is the Shinigami inside my body? Am I a Shinigami Jinchuriki? No, I am a Shinigami. Hey, this is the Nine Tails of Ine. This is the soul of Tsukuyami. Good grief. Tsukuyami's ninjutsu is all mine.